This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1141. The 9th rank God's Ascension stage concluded, and after 100 spots were filled, Mu Xing paused the testing. The purpose of testing potential and selecting spots had been achieved. So, he began testing the 5th staircase. This staircase has a full 100,000 steps. Those who can ascend it are no longer considered exceptional, they are truly ascenders. However, not many people attended this event, as the total number of half-step multiverses in the entire survival line was less than 20. Before the creators arrived, Mu Xing had already reserved 2 spots for them. The 3 spots on the staircase are now reserved for the council and the survival line. Mu Xing's voice rang out. Everyone, as you can see, this 5th step is for those who have reached the half-step multidimensional realm. At the end of this step, 3 spots await them for advancement to the multidimensional realm. Let's wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in excitement. Although they had already suspected it, when Mu Xing actually mentioned the multidimensional advancement spots, everyone was still shocked. Really, multidimensional advancement spots? How is that even possible? Could multidimensional experts now be mass-produced? At that moment, 5 thrones suddenly appeared in the sky above Kowloon City. They were projections of the 5 multidimensional beings from Terra City. The appearance of the 5 multidimensional beings further confirmed the authenticity of this test. Oh my god, the speakers are here. Look, isn't that Zhou Liang, the first Chaos King? Turns out he's an undercover agent. This is going to be exciting. Our survival line will have 3 more multiverses. Not 3, maybe 5. It's said this advancement method comes from the newly joined creator clan, so they have 2 spots all to themselves. Oh my god, doesn't that mean that in the near future, our survival line will have 10 multiverses? The audience was buzzing with discussion, while at the steps, a dozen half-step multiverses were rubbing their hands, ready to go. If a half-step multiverse spot is seen as a shortcut with no future, then a multiverse spot is a boon to success. So, each of these half-step multiverses was ready to give it their all. Begin! With Mu Xing's command, the half-step multiverses unleashed their various methods to charge up the stairs. Their stairs were 10 or even 100 times more difficult than ordinary stairs. Yet the first 10,000 steps were as easy as eating and drinking water for them. As expected of these half-step multiverse experts, those 9th level gods just fought tooth and nail to reach the 10,000th step. For them, this is just the beginning. Everyone gazed at the backs of the half-step multiverse experts charging forward. Some even left after images, instantly leaping 30,000 steps. Others took steady steps, each one with unwavering confidence. 100,000 steps represent 100,000 obstacles. This was not only a test, but also a training exercise. To restore the confidence and drive of these half-step multiverse experts, who had been stuck for years. As time passed, in just over 10 minutes, a small number of half-step multiverse experts had already reached the halfway point and began their sprint towards the last half of the steps. Mu Xing folded his arms, the evil spirit dozing on his shoulder. Say, do you want to test it? Mu Xing shrugged, waking the evil spirit. Me? Wouldn't I completely crush them? So powerful? Why wouldn't I believe it? The evil spirit glanced at Mu Xing with disdain. Your provocations won't work on me. What about this? Mu Xing reached out and pulled out a ball of microscopic life evolution formula. What is this? The evil spirit was immediately drawn to the ball of flesh in Mu Xing's hand, its large eyes fixed on it. This is a life evolution company cultivated specifically for you, exclusive to the evil spirit. Not only does it have no side effects, it can also enhance your life evolution potential. Give it to me. The evil spirit stretched out its cat claws to grab it, but Mu Xing raised his hand and pinned its massive head. Hey brat, are you kidding me? There's a condition. If you kill those half-step multiverses in 1 second, the life evolution formula will be yours. The evil spirit stared at the fleshy mass for a long time before hopping off Mu Xing's shoulder. You're a man of your word. Of course. The evil spirit suddenly lunged towards the stairs, intending to ascend. Mu Xing did this because he knew the existence of the evil spirit would eventually be exposed. In order for it to exist legitimately within this survival system, now was the time to expose it. He also wanted to put some pressure on those veteran half-step multiverses. The future situation was constantly changing, and the survival defenses needed more experts. So, when the fat cat, the evil spirit, leaped onto the stage, everyone was stunned. Where did this cat come from? That cat is so cute and fat. The evil spirit swung back fiercely. You're the fat one. Your whole family is fat. Are they eating your rice? Far from sparking outrage, these words drew cheers from both men and women. Clearly, the evil spirit's appearance had indeed struck a chord with many. It raced furiously, catching up with the last person at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. The person who had reached the half-step multidimensional realm had just reached the 30,000th step. This person was the least gifted of the half-step multidimensional realm. Reaching the half-step multidimensional realm was already exhausting one's potential. It was difficult to reach the next level. The evil spirit easily passed him, and he saw only a dark shadow flash before him. What's going on? Another person climbing the steps? But when he looked closely, the evil spirit had already leaped onto the 40,000th step, leaving him with only its back, its tail swaying. Oh my god, look at that fat cat. It's so fast. What's going on? When did our survival system get a half-step multidimensional cat? Didn't you see? That's Counselor Blood Moon's cat. What? Amidst the chatter, the evil spirit soared, surpassing 5 or 6 half-step multidimensional beings along the way. Can't I even beat a cat? One of the overtaken half-step multidimensional beings couldn't help but curse, accelerating violently, trying to catch up with the cat. The evil spirit paid no attention to them. Its only concern was obtaining the life evolution formula from Mu Xing. With that, it could achieve true multidimensionality in a fraction of the time, rather than relying on transformations to temporarily gain multidimensional power. So, its speed grew faster and faster. It quickly broke into the top 10, then the top 5. By this time, the top runner had reached the 80,000th step, already incredibly fast. But then, he felt a gust of wind sweep past him, and the black shadow passed him directly, heading straight for the 90,000th step. What's so fast? You're the piece of shit. Your whole family is shit. Get off me. Who could have imagined that the evil spirit would return, kicking him squarely in the chest with a swift kick? Ouch! He cried, and tumbled down hundreds of steps. Watch your mouth next time, or you won't make it to the 100,000th step today. I kick you every time I see you. Half-step multiverse, the first place finisher, was bewildered, feeling wronged. Who are you? He asked, his voice trembling. I'm not afraid to tell you, but remember my name, Evil Spirit. As soon as those 2 words were uttered, the audience erupted in emotion. Chapter 1142. Evil Spirit? It's actually an evil spirit? Is it the evil spirit I imagined? Isn't the evil spirit suppressed in Terra City as a fuel source? How did it appear here? Oh my god, is it really that evil spirit? How did it turn into a cat? Various doubts arose, but the evil spirit ignored them. The audience also noticed that the multiverse speakers on the throne in the sky didn't seem to have any objections. Clearly, they tacitly agreed. The evil spirit charged forward, quickly reaching the summit, reaching the 100,000th step. Is the first spot going to be taken by the evil spirit? Just as everyone held their breath, faces filled with nervousness, the evil spirit simply extended its cat claws and pried at the 3 colored tokens. The tokens clashed, making a clattering sound. Then it turned and ran straight down the stairs, not taking any tokens. What? The audience was stunned, and the half-step multiverses ascending the steps were even more bewildered. What's this fat cat up to? Is this place a playground? Under everyone's gaze, the evil spirit descended the stairs and happily climbed onto Mu Xing's shoulder on the podium. Hey, little brat, give me your stuff. Don't worry, I give it to you when we get back. You did a great job this time. Mu Xing rubbed the cat's head, which made the evil spirit quite dissatisfied. Humph, you're the best. Just then, a group of adorably adorable survivors gathered around, holding adorable photos of the evil spirit. Is this Miss Susu's clingy kitten? I'm a huge fan. It looks like Princess Susu's cat. Wow, I didn't expect it to be an evil spirit. So cute. Senator Blood Moon, can we pet it? Mu Xing was stunned, staring at the photos in the fan's hands, with a bewildered look on his face. Isn't this a photo of my aunt? Aren't those cats in all sorts of doll-like dresses all evil spirits? The evil spirit's eyes twitched. Aw, kill them! Kill them! This isn't my photo. Absolutely not. Big Face buried his head in Mu Xing's neck, overcome with shame. Mu Xing's heart was pounding. After all, he'd been forced to model by my aunt before. Wasn't his maid photos in black silk stockings getting leaked too? No. My innocence is ruined. At this moment, Mu Xing was even more nervous than the evil spirit. Ahem, well, you must have made a mistake. I don't know any Princess Susu. Mu Xing laughed awkwardly. Who could have imagined that my aunt's fanbase had expanded into the survivor community? Aw? Really? That's such a shame. The fans looked disappointed. Get out of here now, or I eat you. The evil spirit roared, scaring off the fans. Looking at the group of terrified female fans, the evil spirit looked like it had lost all hope. My lifelong reputation was nearly ruined. It stared at Mu Xing and said, "You little brat, if you dare betray me, I'd blow myself up. Give away those maid outfits of yours." Mu Xing grabbed the evil spirit by the neck and said, "Hey, you fat bastard, you dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I'd beat you to death. I'm afraid of you. Come on, let's kill each other." The man and the cat were about to start a fight. It wasn't until Zhou Yuan coughed in the sky that Mu Xing, embarrassed, quickly stopped the fight. The man and the cat stared at each other, each holding onto something to use against him, creating a mutual intimidation. Mu Xing swore that after the quota was distributed, he would go to the real world and destroy all photos of himself. Just as Mu Xing was pondering how to eliminate those photos, the first person to reach the summit appeared. He had just been kicked by the evil spirit, yet he still managed to obtain the token first. The colorful token, clutched in his hand, shone with a dazzling glazed light. After a long wait, the second person finally arrived and successfully obtained the second token. The third person was even slower, lagging behind by more than 10 minutes. As for the fourth and fifth placers, they were still hovering at the 80,000th step, and it seemed unlikely that they would advance any further. Mu Xing naturally had a purpose for this test. Although some kings of the major clans had not yet arrived, such as the White Dragon King, an ancestor who had reached the half-step multidimensional realm, their potential had long been exhausted, and they had no chance of reaching the multidimensional realm. As for the three who had received the tokens, they were not truly promising stocks, but Mu Xing had deliberately let them down. The pressure on the three of them was reduced to less than half that on the others, which is why they were able to successfully ascend the stairs. The list of candidates for the various promotions had already been decided by the council. 2 spots went to the council, and 1 went to the leader of the largest clan in the survival line. Mu Xing turned and looked at the others on the stairs. Several of them were still striving to climb, ultimately stopping at the 9,000th step. For example, Chen Qian from Kowloon City and Karen from Lorenburg. They had practiced for too short a time, and their potential hadn't been fully realized. Reaching the 9,000th step was already the limit. However, Mu Xing was very optimistic about them. Given time, they would undoubtedly be able to reach the multi-level stage, or even higher, based on their own strength. Mu Xing felt it would be a shame to have them stop at the multi-level stage. Mu Xing stood on the podium again. Now that the 3 multi-level stage spots have been confirmed, today's testing concludes. The 3 half-step multi-level stage winners were thrilled. Waving their colorful tokens in hand, they felt like they had reached the pinnacle of their lives. Alas, we're still climbing too slowly. Chen Qian was somewhat disappointed. But Karen beside him smiled. You know full well that the 90,000th step is actually the 100,000th step. The top 10,000 steps are just a facade. Our potential has been proven. That being said, I still feel a little bit reluctant. I wish I could just reach the top. Chen Qian sat on the steps, panting. Ha ha, if you could make it, where would those 3 pre-selected candidates stand? Hearing this, Chen Qian felt a little better. He looked at Mu Xing on the podium. That brat, Xueyue, is truly meticulous. This trip wasn't a loss for us, at least we know our limits. At this moment, several more half-step multidimensionalists had climbed the 90,000th step, meaning they too had multidimensional potential. Let's go back. Chen Qian strode down the stairs, and the others who had just reached the top quickly followed. At this moment, the drawing for the half-step multidimensional promotion spots had begun. 20 spots were in the box. Whoever grabbed the first one would win. This was the most challenging part of the process. 100 candidates, eager to draw, lined up to draw lots. Some who grabbed a spot shouted excitedly. Many more were unlucky, and were eliminated. With a 1 in 5 chance, 80 people were destined to be eliminated. When the 20 spots were confirmed, Mu Xing knew he could make a killing again. The 20 people lined up, holding their gold medals, awaiting Mu Xing's announcement. Congratulations to everyone who has secured a spot in the half-step multi-level promotion. Now, let me clarify the consequences and limitations of this promotion. Once you accept, you will never again advance. If you wish to regret this, now is your last chance. Mu Xing said this, but it was clear that none of the 20 people before him were willing to give up their spot. Chapter 1143. Very well. In that case, all those who have been awarded a spot will go to the Terra City Council tomorrow to claim their promotion qualifications. Everyone, bring your resources for advancement. The council will provide you with professional advancement opportunities. I will personally preside over your advancement ceremony. Mu Xing's words surprised and delighted those who had successfully secured a spot. They had expected to wait a while, but unexpectedly, they would receive their promotion qualifications tomorrow. Someone immediately asked, Counselor Blood Moon, will there be more spots like this? Mu Xing smiled mysteriously. We wait and see. With that, he vanished. Immediately, the test steps gradually vanished, and even the stage in the square slowly dissipated. Many people were still reeling from the shock of their recent experience, especially the newcomers who had been watching the excitement. A seed of strength began to take root in their hearts. And some survivors with no hope of advancement also saw a glimmer of hope. Since this wasn't the first time a spot had been awarded, it meant there would be a second, and perhaps even a third. Soon, these people received an announcement from the Terran Council. In future promotion opportunities, those with higher military merit points will have a greater chance of receiving a promotion. This news immediately ignited everyone's enthusiasm for earning military merit. Everyone was eager to try, and morale was greatly boosted. In the highest echelons of the council, Yax looked at the scene in the square with a look of satisfaction. It seems that Counselor Blood Moon's plan has indeed had a significant impact. Aleem also rarely agreed. Indeed, the morale boost this will bring far exceeds the strength improvement brought by these promotions. Zhou Yuan looked at them. So what do the two speakers mean? In that case, we agree with your proposed reforms. After so many years, it's indeed time for the Terran Council to reorganize. Zhou Yuan and Lan exchanged a glance, surprise in their eyes. As for Zhou Liang, perched on the fifth throne, he continued to play his game, ignoring the others' discussion. The four speakers quickly reached a consensus, and the brief meeting concluded. Zhou Liang stood up and left, seemingly not intending to stay any longer. Wait, son, come home with me tonight. Zhou Liang froze in his tracks, having not heard that address addressed him in years. Is there something wrong? He asked, warily turning his head. Your mother misses you. The young man froze, speechless. Lan passed by and patted his shoulder. It's all over. Go home. Downtown. Hanshui Hotel. Mu Xing stood at the hotel entrance, dressed in a single layer of clothing. Unconsciously, winter had already arrived. The streets were still bustling, but the wind was biting and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Passers-by ducked their heads against the chill, wrapping themselves tightly. He held out his hand. Snow had just begun to fall from the gloomy sky. He glanced at his thin layers. The chill had no effect on him. But to maintain his appearance at the party, he still put on a suit. Just then, a familiar face began to appear. Are you Mu Xing? Long time no see. You become so handsome? Long time no see. Mu Xing held out his right hand, his mind rapidly searching the memory of the person. He was the class study committee member, and had once been his desk mate. Years had passed, and this once handsome young man had begun to gain weight. He was holding the arm of a beautifully dressed woman. Mu Xing recognized her, once the most beautiful girl in class. You're together now? Congratulations. The man punched him on the shoulder. You kid, you weren't at our wedding. You were busy during that time. Sorry. Just then, another person got out of the car. Hey, isn't that Brother Xing? Long time no see. It's been 3 years since we last saw each other, right? Mu Xing's mind suddenly flooded with memories. Brother Chao, is that you? Mu Xing pointed at the man, dressed like a successful man, his demeanor very sophisticated. Come on, give me a hug. The man on the other side laughed and leaned over. Go away, are you trying to play a prank on me again? Mu Xing stopped him. The two of them looked at each other and laughed, as if they had been transported back to those youthful days. Soon, more classmates arrived, and memories of them began to flood into Mu Xing's mind. Just then, a thin, remarkably mature-looking man emerged from the hotel. Everyone shouted, Hello, Captain. No, what are you all doing standing outside? It's so cold, why don't you come in? Mu Xing looked around, frowning. Captain, has Fatty arrived yet? No. He called yesterday, and said he'd be the first to arrive. The captain was also stunned, and shook his head. Mu Xing tried to call Fatty, but no one answered. What's going on? Then he called the company. Is your little Fatty here? Sorry, President Mu, little Fatty hasn't been to the office since he went home yesterday, and we couldn't get through. Mu Xing hung up the phone, and quickly called Fatty's home. Hello, sister-in-law? Is Fatty home? He told me he's working overtime. Isn't he at the company? A puzzled voice came from the other end. Oh, I saw him. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Mu Xing hung up. Not at the company, not at home? Where could he be? Captain, I have to go back and look for Fatty. Huh? What happened? Don't worry, it's okay. Mu Xing didn't want them to worry, so he activated his observer sense and scanned the entire city. He gradually frowned. He couldn't find any trace of Fatty in the city. How could he disappear? Did he go to another city? No, he knew the class reunion was tonight, so there's no way he'd leave on short notice. He immediately called Yuan. Help me find someone. Huh? With your skills, you still need my help finding someone? Stop talking nonsense. I suspect my brother was pulled into the survival world. Please help me find out if there's a list of names for him. Don't refuse. I know a first-class counselor has that authority. Then wait a moment. Yuan's message came. It's true. He really did enter the survival world. Mu Xing frowned. What's going on? Wait, it seems he was pulled in urgently. It seems someone's been targeting him, and he was urgently pulled into the survival world by the survival system. What? Mu Xing could no longer remain calm. Don't worry, I send you the details. Soon, Mu Xing received a detailed report. He frowned as he looked at the log list recorded by the survival system. Last night, the void invaded, bringing danger. Fatty was in danger when the system intervened, inviting him to seek survival. Yuan's grave voice echoed, You've been targeted by those in the void. They're probably planning to attack those around you. As a result, the protection protocol set by the survival system has been triggered. Mu Xing frowned and asked, But they can't just pull people into the survival system, right? Won't the system intervene to repel the enemy? At worst, can't they notify me? Yuan's tone remained grave. There's only one possibility. The other party possesses the ability to interfere with reality and block the survival system's perception. This is the best option the survival system takes when direct or indirect support is unavailable. Hearing this, Mu Xing's features twisted into a frown. Chapter 1144. Yuan, can you help me locate Fatty's location? Hey, don't mess around. Yuan, as if knowing what Mu Xing was up to, quickly intervened. Mu Xing said unhappily, he entered the survival system in an unnatural way. This wasn't the path he was supposed to take. So, I need to get him out. Without waiting for Yuan to speak, Mu Xing continued, I believe the council has the authority to do so. In exchange, I'm willing to grant 10 more half-step multi-level slots. Wait a minute, I consult with my superiors. Mu Xing's patience was limited. The thought of Fatty being dragged into the unknown survival world, facing the unforeseen danger of death, made him increasingly distraught. Thankfully, Yuan was efficient, and soon Mu Xing's survival terminal lit up. One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yuan's voice rang out. Good news first. The good news is that your brother has successfully escaped the pursuit and entered the survival space. According to observations, he's still alive. What's the bad news? He was pulled into the native world. What? Mu Xing's voice suddenly grew louder. Are you kidding me? Can rescuing someone actually get them back to the native world? Don't worry. I guess the survival system is affected by some force, causing some malfunction. Mu Xing was speechless. By the way, what's going on with the survival system lately? It's becoming increasingly unreliable. Yuan said in a deep voice, to be honest, the survival system has been largely tied up in the inheritance land and the contaminated area lately. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a glitch. No, I need an explanation. I go negotiate with that old sixth system myself. Mu Xing hung up Yuan's call and tried to contact the survival system directly. He sent his request to the system, and a moment later, he received a reply. Sorry, we're temporarily unable to teleport the target out of the native world. No, I dedicated my life to the survival system, and you can't even teleport my brother out? That's too disheartening. With a ding, the system replied. The inability to teleport is due to the unique characteristics of the native world. As compensation, the system can assist in positioning and accurately teleport you. That's it? No tangible benefits? As compensation, Mr. Songhe, who was pulled into the survival system due to a malfunction, will be given a choice after the mission is completed. He can choose to remain in the survival system or have his memories erased and return to the real world. Seeing the compensation, Mu Xing's mood improved a little. At least it gave Fatty another option. In that case, help me pinpoint the location. I'm going to rescue them. Please note, the native world is full of unknown dangers. Please proceed with caution. Estimated location in 3 minutes. Just then Yuan called. Son, how's your conversation with the system going? Don't mess around. Mu Xing calmed himself down. It's all right now. I go and get them myself. Do you need any help? Yuan asked. Mu Xing thought for a moment. Please help me locate them when I return. Or turn on the lighthouse torch to guide me. Mainly, Mu Xing felt this was incredibly strange. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Just in case, he had to prepare for both scenarios. Yuan immediately agreed. No problem. You can contact me using the chaos communicator. Don't worry, as long as you're within this void, you'll be able to contact me successfully. 3 minutes passed in a flash, and a message was sent to Mu Xing's survival terminal. Please note, the situation in this native world is complex and unknown. Please be extremely cautious. Mu Xing was stunned. Even the system's cautious warning meant that the place he was going to was definitely not ordinary. Teleport. He calmed his mind and prepared himself mentally. The next second, a transparent beam of light descended, bumping endless bumps. Mu Xing hadn't felt this roller coaster-like bump of teleportation in a long time. If he hadn't already reached the 5th level of God, he would have even thrown out yesterday's leftover rice. And this time, the distance of the teleportation was exceptionally long, reaching a depth of space he had never encountered before. Mu Xing rubbed his aching temple, quickly recovering his senses and vision. What met his eyes was a dim yellow. He was probably indoors, surrounded by walls covered in yellow wallpaper. The dim fluorescent lights overhead weren't glaring. Under his feet was damp carpet, filling the unusual space, reminiscent of an old 1990s office. It was quiet, so quiet that one could hear the irritating hum of electrons hitting the fluorescent light overhead. In such a quiet space, this hum was particularly jarring. Mu Xing stood up, quickly adjusting to his physical state. His power hadn't been weakened, or rather, with his physical realm, it was practically impossible for it to be weakened. The physical realm could isolate him from the rules of the outside world. External rules had no effect on him until they penetrated the physical realm. To be on the safe side, Mu Xing slightly expanded his physical realm, enveloping him entirely, transforming into an orange isolation suit. What is this place? Mu Xing struggled to find relevant information in his mind. He walked out of the room, stepping on the damp, liquid-soaked carpet. Looking up, he seemed to have entered a strange, endless room. Starlight and the yellow room stretched endlessly forward, the space unfolding in all directions in a flat plane. This layout, this environment, a strange name popped into his mind: Backrooms. Backrooms, a fictional alternate dimension originating from online tales. It is often described as an infinite, unreal space composed of countless layers. It is not part of the real world, but rather a liminal space that defies the rules of conventional physics. When a person accidentally stumbles out of normal reality, such as a glitch or a specific trigger, they may enter this space. In the back room, each level features a unique environment, such as a damp yellow office, an endless warehouse, and a dark cave. It is rife with dangers, extreme environments, traps, scarce resources, and physical monsters. Levels can be switched between through specific methods, such as opening doors, locking walls, and triggering conditions. The origins of the back room are a matter of debate, with no definitive answer. Human explorers speculate on the following possible sources. First, some believe the back room is a loophole in the real world. They believe the back room is the product of a bug in the physical rules or dimensions of the real world, similar to a code error in the digital world that, at certain times, can lock parts of space or objects into independent dimensions. Second, it is a projection of the collective subconscious. This theory stems from the human fear of familiar yet unfamiliar spaces, such as empty office buildings and abandoned schools. This collective subconscious manifests as the layers and rules of the back room. Third, a projection of higher dimensions. People speculate that the back chamber is a distorted projection of a higher dimensional space within the three-dimensional world. Its non-Euclidean nature and infinite extension represent the manifestation of higher dimensional rules in lower dimensions. Fourth, a product of technology or experimentation. Some settings suggest that secret experiments, such as space technology or quantum physics experiments, may have accidentally created an alternate dimension after a failed experiment, leading to the breakdown of the boundary between reality and alternate dimensions. 5. A paranormal or anomaly of cosmic laws. Some believe the back chamber is the result of an imbalance in cosmic rules, akin to a reverse of reality, existing in a gap outside the conventional universe. Chapter 1145. These 5 speculations about the origins of the back chamber are generally accepted explanations for its origin and existence. However, these remain mere speculations. Humans have not even explored 1/1000th of the vast back chamber. Furthermore, as time passes and more levels are discovered, the back chamber becomes increasingly dangerous. Mu Xing immediately attempted to contact the survival system. As expected, after the teleportation, the system lost contact. Thankfully, he was accustomed to this kind of disconnection and wasn't anxious. Since the system had teleported him here, it proved that the connection between the system and the back chamber still existed. All he needed to do was find the signal zone to reconnect with the survival system. Mu Xing began to survey the dimly lit space before him. This place is also known as Level 0, Antechamber. This is the beginning of the back chamber, also known as the tutorial level by human explorers. As he saw it, this level was a continuous space with yellow wallpaper, dim fluorescent lights, and damp carpet. According to the information in his mind, the antechamber was approximately 600 million square miles in size. This level was essentially impervious to danger. However, there was no food or water, and it was extremely easy to get lost. For an ordinary person, the greatest danger was dehydration and starvation, trapped and dying hopelessly in this vast maze. However, for Mu Xing, 600 million square miles was nothing more than a fingernail. His observer sense swept out, instantly mapping the vast spatial layout of Level 0 into his mind. Every corner, every doorway, was easily mapped out on a visual map. The next second, the observation ended. Mu Xing hadn't found the fat man on this level. Clearly, if the fat man was still alive, he must have gone to the next level. According to the brain database, the level after Level 0 is Level 1. Level 1 is also known as the habitable zone. There are many ways to reach Level 1. The three most reliable methods are: first, break through the wall. This is a common method. Trying to interact with unusual-looking walls or damaged objects may lead you out of Level 0, usually leading you to Level 1. Second, wait for a stairwell to appear. After spending about 4 days on Level 0, a stairwell may appear, leading to Level 1. Third, find a fire exit door. In rare cases, you may encounter a door marked as a fire exit, which can also lead you to Level 1. Using these three methods, you can reach the next level quickly and safely. Of course, there are also some unusual methods, such as brute force through the floor or ceiling. This would require immense destructive power, but reaching the back level this way might not be Level 1, but Level 27, or even a direct fall into the void. Another option is to find a special window that allows one to reach even deeper levels, or perhaps the legendary Damani Room. The Damani Room is a dead end, but there's a chance of finding documents from MEG, which might hold clues to exiting the back room. Mu Xing, having just arrived, had no intention of resorting to violence to destroy the back room structure. Although, to him, the spatial strength of this antechamber was no stronger than a layer of eggshell. He was primarily concerned that his violent destruction would affect the fat man exploring other levels. Using the method of ripping through the wall was the easiest and most convenient way to find a passage. In this infinite expanse of space in the antechamber, many areas were experiencing spatial distortions due to special bugs. Mu Xing simply needed to pass through this bug. Near him, about tens of kilometers away, there was a clearly visible bug area. He quickly advanced towards his target area, his feet feeling quite uncomfortable on the damp carpet. The liquid seeping into the carpet wasn't water at all, but more like some kind of murky mucus. It felt like walking on zerd fungal carpet. As Mu Xing advanced towards the bug area, he noticed that the space on this level wasn't static. It was a special non-Euclidean space, where linear space was greatly distorted. This could lead one to mistakenly believe that this level possessed infinite space. But with a keen sense of space, this distorted, non-Euclidean space would seem completely harmless. It took Mu Xing about 3 minutes to locate a distinctly discordant wall. The structure of this wall resembled several corners stacked together, creating a disturbing illusion. And when Mu Xing extended a hand, the wall lacked substance, like a hollow projection. Without hesitation, Mu Xing took a step forward, leaving Level 0 and truly entering the back room from the front hall. If the front hall is a limited space the size of a fingernail, then starting from Level 1, the back room becomes a complex, vast, and indescribable superspace. Even with Mu Xing's current strength, he couldn't discern the boundaries of this vast space. Is this back room truly infinite? Mu Xing shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. In a trance, Mu Xing had arrived in a brand new world. It looked like a vast, continuously expanding warehouse. The main structure was concrete floors and walls. The fluorescent lights were still dim, but without the irritating hum. The steel bars were exposed, and the structure was more complex than Level 0, with stairs and even an elevator. Floating clumps of condensation mist could be seen everywhere. This mist would condense into water, eventually forming small puddles on this level. Level 1 was generally considered a safe zone, with ample electricity and water supplies, and supplies would be replenished. With sufficient preparation, one could live here permanently. Of course, level 1 wasn't completely safe either. It contained some strange buggy areas, or a small number of entities. The so-called entities were the special, alien living creatures in the back room. The origins and purpose of these creatures are unknown. They appear out of thin air and regenerate without warning. These bizarre creatures are extremely dangerous, some extremely powerful and hostile to humans who enter. Of course, there are also some friendly entities that, even if encountered, remain unharmed. Facing these entities, unless one possesses supreme power, it's best to flee as far as possible. Mu Xing's observer sense spread out, rapidly scanning this level. Mu Xing's brow furrowed. He had found some living creatures, even humans, but no fat man. He decided to first ask someone about the situation. Just as he was about to head deeper into the warehouse, a strange window, not far away, suddenly caught his attention. The window was half open, and light shone through it. Outside, a faint sound could be heard, but it was too far away to be clearly heard. Mu Xing approached the window step by step. As he approached, the light from the window grew softer. A vague shadow appeared behind the window, as if someone were standing there. It was as if, by simply opening the window, one could reveal a brand new world. Just as Mu Xing approached, a strange black hand suddenly extended from the shadow in the window and grabbed Mu Xing. Chapter 1146. Faced with a sudden, dark hand, Mu Xing didn't retreat. Instead, he extended his right hand and grasped it. The other party tugged with all their might, intending to drag Mu Xing directly into the window. However, despite the force, the hand couldn't budge Mu Xing even a bit. The other party was visibly startled, then continued to push. "Come here!" Mu Xing's lips curled slightly, as he yanked the window directly off the wall. It was simply a window, and behind it, there was no one else, only a thick concrete wall. The dark figure on the window glass let out a shrill, strange cry. Mu Xing punched it directly. The shrill, strange cry, the dark shadow, and even the space in front of him, level 1, were all shattered by Mu Xing's punch. The dark figure in the window recoiled in fear. Mu Xing's fist finally stopped less than a centimeter away from the window. One thought, heaven, one thought, hell. The window-like entity had successfully escaped. Yes, the window-like entity before him was a level 1 entity. It disguises itself as a window to attract human explorers and wanderers. Once within range, it suddenly attacks and snatches them into the window. As for the significance of these entities' actions, Mu Xing believed they were more like some kind of malicious force randomly generated by this back room. The documentation stated that behind the window lay the void. To verify this hypothesis, Mu Xing grabbed the window with one hand and, ignoring the shadow's screams, forcibly pried it open. As if a bone had been broken, Mu Xing opened the window and, as expected, saw a chaotic void behind it. This place. Mu Xing frowned. The void behind the window was definitely not the familiar void. It was more like a terrifying, all-consuming, absolute nothingness. Mu Xing slowly extended his right hand, enveloping it with his physical domain. As he reached into the void, he immediately felt the physical domain protecting his right hand begin to rapidly disintegrate and dissipate. He quickly withdrew his hand and closed the window. Seal. He used his divine power to seal the window, feeling the need to study it more closely. After defeating this entity, Mu Xing gained a deeper understanding of this unique living being. They weren't necessarily living creatures in the ordinary sense, they could also be objects, phenomena. He continued forward, his speed swift, each stride covering 100 meters, moving at high speed through this vast, continuously expanding warehouse. Suddenly he stopped. He saw a young man cautiously approaching a window, drawn to the dark shadow within. "If I were you, I wouldn't approach that thing." Mu Xing's voice rang out calmly. The man turned sharply and saw Mu Xing, a stranger he had never seen before, standing less than 10 meters away. He felt as if the mysterious figure before him was infinitely far away, yet also infinitely close, as if it didn't even exist in this space. Mu Xing noticed his wrist, a silver watch. "From outside?" Mu Xing asked. The man was stunned at first, then ecstatic. "Brother, are you also a reincarnation?" Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and when he raised his right hand, an identical silver watch appeared on his wrist. "Great, we finally found the organization." The young man was overjoyed, approaching with a look of surprise. "Be careful," Mu Xing suddenly warned. He saw a dark hand suddenly reach out from the window, grabbing the other person. The young man's reaction speed was incredibly fast, and he stepped back to escape the attack range. The silver watch on his wrist lit up, and two high-powered Smith and Wesson revolvers appeared in his hands. He fired continuously, emptying the magazines immediately. The powerful, high-caliber bullets tore through the window, shattering it into pieces. "You're trying to scare me?" the young man cursed. The magazines of the two revolvers flashed, and the empty bullets automatically refilled. "Unlimited ammunition?" Mu Xing was surprised. "Ha ha ha, it's not unlimited ammunition, it's just automatic refill." The young man's revolver spun rapidly, then smoothly slipped into the holsters at his waist. Rare items, like infinite ammunition, are too expensive. A Glock with infinite ammo costs at least 3,000 reincarnation points. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, this guy wasn't a survivor. Reincarnator? The kind you see in infinite novels? Could there be something else in this world similar to a survival system, like a main god? Of course, it's not ruled out that this person might be some entity born in the back room, not necessarily from the outside world. Mu Xing didn't alert the enemy, but decided to wait and see. "Hello, my name is Zimo. A level 2 reincarnator in the reincarnation space." The other person extended his right hand enthusiastically. Mu Xing hesitated for a moment, then shook his hand, and allowed the divine seal to collect his DNA to confirm whether he was human. "Blood Moon, like you, is a second-level reincarnator." The young man named Zimo scratched his head. "My luck is truly terrible this time. I didn't expect the reincarnation world I'm conquering would be the back room. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. The mortality rate is incredibly high." Mu Xing stared across at the man opposite him. "What's your mission?" "It's an exploration mission. I have to explore at least 5 levels. Isn't that asking me to die?" The young man cursed, feeling very down. He looked at Mu Xing. "Brother, are you here for an exploration mission too?" "Almost, but I want to explore the 8th floor." "8th floor? Brother, you're even more unlucky than me." Mu Xing shook his head. "Since we're here, let's make the best of it. The Lord God wouldn't issue a mission that guarantees death, right?" The other man was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "That's right, the Lord God wouldn't issue a mission that guarantees death. But brother, your luck is truly terrible." He leaned in closer and said, "How about we form a makeshift team?" Mu Xing shook his head. "I'm not used to forming teams." Mu Xing didn't want to form a team, because he was worried the other side would throw out a reincarnation contract, or something. Since he wasn't a reincarnator, wouldn't that expose him? "It's okay, brother. Meeting is fate. Since we met, it's always safer to act together." Mu Xing said, "Actually, I'm here to find teammates." He stated his purpose directly, which was also a test. "Teammate? Brother, you and your teammate are lost?" "Yeah, this awful place. We got lost right after teleporting in. We don't even know which floor we were sent to." CMO patted Mu Xing's shoulder. "Don't worry, brother. Based on my guess, this should be the primary back room, probably no higher than the 20th floor. After all, low-level reincarnationists like these can only handle so much difficulty. As long as they don't do anything suicidal, they can survive." Mu Xing analyzed the man's every word, extracting a wealth of useful information. However, the real situation might not be what he imagined. When teleporting into level 1, Mu Xing tried to measure the size of the back room. It was definitely not within the 20th floor, as he claimed. Mu Xing nodded. "In that case, let's form a temporary team. We have someone to look after us." "That's great, brother. This place is creepy. One more person will give me more confidence," CMO said with surprise. Chapter 1147. After briefly confirming their direction, the two men chatted as they walked. "Brother, since we're teaming up, let's get to know each other first. As you can see, I'm a gunslinger with decent marksmanship, and with Eagle Eye as my support, I'm proficient in ranged attacks." Mu Xing grabbed the Moonlight Greatsword with his right hand. "I'm proficient in close combat, and I know a little swordsmanship." The young man leaned in to examine the Moonlight Greatsword. "Wow, is this the legendary Moonlight Greatsword? You know the Moonlight Greatsword?" "Of course it is. It's a famous magical weapon from the Soul Wandering. It can be used for both close combat and ranged attacks, a weapon many reincarnators dream of." He couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but saw Mu Xing heaving the sword onto his shoulder. "Brother, which version of your Moonlight Greatsword is it? Why does it have some resemblance to the Dark Moon Greatsword?" Seeing that Mu Xing refused to let him touch it, he withdrew his right hand in frustration. Mu Xing shook his head. "You misunderstood. It's just a replica of the Moonlight Greatsword, enchanted with 2 magical combat skills." "Haha, I see. I thought it was the real Moonlight Greatsword." The young man laughed awkwardly. Mu Xing clearly saw the greed he felt the moment he saw the moonlight greatsword. But the next second, he carefully concealed the greed. By the way, Brother Zemo, how much do you know about this back room? Mu Xing changed the subject, insinuating something else. The gunman approached the nearby concrete wall and ran his finger across it. Look, this place may look like a real-world concrete warehouse, but there's not even a speck of dust on the wall. Before I became a reincarnator, I was also a backroom enthusiast. I done some research and even compiled a few backroom storylines. According to my guess, this backroom isn't a physical space, but more like an energy space. Mu Xing's expression was filled with interest. Oh, how do you mean? Zemo looked ahead. In the back room, the laws of physics in the real world completely cease to apply. Material mass, gravity, don't exist. We can't even determine our orientation, whether up or down. To me, the entire world appears more like a simulation of matter by energy. As he spoke, he pulled out a knife and forcefully scratched a deep mark on the wall. The thick concrete wall should have been reinforced with steel, but after the cut, the interior was revealed to be composed of some gray substance. Furthermore, the scratched wall repaired itself in an instant, returning to its original state. Mu Xing looked at him. So, Brother Zemo, what's your point? Zemo said seriously, to successfully clear the level, we must exploit this feature. We can't treat the back room like the real world. The key to success may lie somewhere beyond our common sense. As he spoke, a sudden burst of hurried footsteps came from the front. Mu Xing quickly pulled him behind a nearby wall. The moonlight greatsword in Mu Xing's hand glowed faintly, and he seemed ready for battle. Behind him, Zemo's right hand had already drawn his high-powered revolver. He pointed the gun toward the corner over Mu Xing's shoulder, listening for the approaching footsteps. The footsteps grew closer, and so did their distance. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. The moment the footsteps were within reach, Mu Xing rushed out, moonlight greatsword in hand. Zemo, following closely behind, also aimed his revolver forward. But nothing. Footsteps continued to echo in the empty warehouse, brushing past them. Mu Xing swung his moonlight greatsword across, a faint magical light slicing through as a blurry shadow flashed by. At the same time, Zemo fired continuously behind him. The gunshots boomed, flames blazed from his wounds, and bullets ricocheted off the wall, making a sharp buzzing sound. What's going on? As the two wondered, more footsteps arrived from the front. This time, it sounded more like a group 5 or 6. Their steps were unsteady, accompanied by heavy breathing. Run, run! The entity is coming! Someone screamed at the top of their lungs, frantically fleeing into the distance. The moonlight greatsword in Mu Xing's hand glowed faintly, and with it, they could see 5 or 6 humans wearing strange isolation suits, panicking and trying to find their way. They were being chased by some kind of monster, fleeing. At that moment, a hissing sound followed, and in the dim light of the moonlight greatsword, Mu Xing saw a twisted monster formed from a multitude of human arms. The creature's arms, nearly 3 meters long, rolled across the ground, pursuing the humans in isolation suits. Suddenly, a man stumbled and fell to the ground, terrified, as the monster was about to overtake him. Just then, a slightly portly, yet remarkably agile and calm figure rushed out, grabbed the man's ankle, and dragged him out of the monster's range. He shouted at the monster, "Hey, monster, come after me if you dare." The moment he heard the voice, Mu Xing's face froze. Wasn't that the fat man's voice? He was about to speak when he saw the fat man in isolation suit attracting the monster towards the left fork. Mu Xing was about to catch up, but after 2 steps, he was blocked by a solid concrete wall in front of him. There was no such fork to the left in his own dimension. As the footsteps grew farther and farther away, Mu Xing was forced to stop. "What's wrong, brother?" Zemo hurried over and asked. "I think I saw my teammates." "What?" Zemo's face suddenly changed. "Are you sure?" Mu Xing nodded. There's no way I can't remember his voice wrong. He pressed a hand against the wall, debating whether to break it violently. At the same time, he tried to penetrate the wall with his senses. But it was clear that behind the wall was absolute nothingness, no fork at all. Could we have just seen some kind of shadow? Like a magnetic field? Zemo speculated. Mu Xing shook his head. No, they really exist, just not on the same level as us. Mu Xing looked at Zemo. Based on your knowledge of the back room, is it possible for the levels there to overlap? Zemo pondered for a moment. Overlapping levels isn't impossible. For example, some special levels might nest within each other, or even dimensions might overlap due to errors. However, level 1 is a recognized stable area. Such overlapping is absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Mu Xing rested his chin in thought. As ZMO had said, he had indeed not sensed any overlapping structures here. But how could he explain the shadow just now? Now he had both good news and bad news before him. The good news was that the fat man had indeed entered the back room, and he was still alive. The bad news was that they didn't seem to be on the same level. Furthermore, he couldn't be sure if the fat man was on another level, or in some special dimension. If it was the former, they could simply explore forward, layer by layer. But if it was the latter, Mu Xing resisted the urge to break through violently. Fortunately, he hadn't just forcibly destroyed the wall. If he disturbed the fat man in another dimension, triggering a chain reaction, the consequences could be catastrophic. Chapter 1148. Let's go! Let's explore forward. Mu Xing retreated back into the passage. Aimless pursuit was pointless. He had to find more information about the back room. Since there were still other people alive on level 1, perhaps they could give more useful information. ZMO hurried after him. Hey, Brother Blood Moon, where are you going? Mu Xing said. I'm going to find my companions. If you have other plans, you can explore on your own. But ZMO had already seen through Mu Xing's mysterious side, and wasn't willing to give up trying to curry favor. He quickly caught up. Brother, I don't like what you're saying. We're temporary teammates after all. Your companions are my companions. I'm willing to lend you a hand. Mu Xing glanced at the guy, who was smiling at him, a genuine smile and clear. Thank you very much, but if we encounter an unstoppable danger, everyone should just run for their lives. The young man twirled his revolver. It's okay. I can handle low-level monsters. Mu Xing's mental map quickly led him to the first survivor, about 5 kilometers away. Brother, I found information on the monster we just saw. ZMO raised his silver watch. According to the Lord's information, I confirm that it's a limb-like entity, common at level 2 and above. Limb-like? Limb-like entities are common at level 2 and level 3. They are creatures composed of multiple limbs of varying lengths and strengths. Even the structures of eyes and ears can be seen among the numerous limbs. This creature's morphology is distorted, with most limbs measuring between 2.5 and 3 meters in length, and the largest known limb cluster reaching 1.2 meters. This limb cluster entity is constantly hungry, and roams the layers in search of prey. When a limb cluster finds prey, it quickly attacks. When within 2.5 meters, it extends its longest limb in an attempt to capture it. Once it has successfully captured its prey, it stuffs it into its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and devours it. After feasting, the limb cluster enters a dormant state. It burrows into the ground, burying itself there to sleep, with only its longest limb exposed. Mu Xing frowned. But the monsters we just saw were at least 2 meters tall, with limbs estimated to be over 4 meters long. ZMO said, it could be some kind of mutated limb cluster. Special circumstances cause these mutants to grow exceptionally large, making them even more threatening. Hearing this, Mu Xing couldn't help but worry for the fat man. Does that thing have any weaknesses? Mu Xing asked. ZMO pondered for a moment and said, the flesh of the limbs is fragile, and its weaknesses become apparent when dormant. With weapons, it's possible to destroy this entity. However, this monster will explode after suffering fatal wounds, and the exploding limbs will regenerate more small limbs, making it difficult to deal with. Mu Xing grew increasingly anxious after hearing this, eager to find the fat man as soon as possible. ZMO consoled him, don't worry, brother. Your companion is lucky. Entities like the limbs may look intimidating, but their combat effectiveness is average. If we had encountered a physical monster like the Laughing Nightmare, a difficult-to-kill monster, the outcome would have been different. Mu Xing remained silent and continued on his way. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Mu Xing sensed that this place was a temporary gathering place, housing several human wanderers. As they stepped through the half-open iron gate, a sharp blade struck his neck. Mu Xing grabbed the arm with his right hand, exerting a slight force. A cry of pain emanated from the other side. With a snap, the dagger fell to the ground. Someone nearby tried to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but was frightened away by ZMO's black muzzle. Don't be impulsive. We didn't mean to do that. We thought it was a physical invasion. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes at the wanderers emerging from behind the wall. They wore slightly worn orange-yellow isolation suits, their hats long since torn and discarded. In their hands were spears and rough blades fashioned from metal. One even held a homemade musket. These weapons posed no threat compared to ZMO's 2 Smith and Wesson revolvers. The man whose wrist Mu Xing had grabbed tried to resist, but was pulled towards him. The next second, he blurted out, "Woman?" He pushed the woman away, and with a flick of his wrist, he peeled back the protective mask, revealing a mixed-race female face. She was quite pretty, but from prolonged lack of sunlight, her eye sockets were sunken, dark circles formed, and her skin was an unnaturally pale color. Mu Xing lowered his head, picked up the dagger, and tossed it to the man. "I'm not here to fight." The woman took the dagger. There was no doubt in her mind that if the man had wanted to kill her, it would have been effortless. "Are you new here?" The woman pointed warily at Mu Xing, and the other two across from her. "You can understand that. So how many people are there on your side?" Mu Xing waved her hand, signaling Zimo to put away his revolvers. Seeing that Mu Xing and the other two posed no threat, they carefully lowered their weapons. "You're lucky to have made it to level 1. As long as you don't do anything daring here, you can probably survive for a long time." Mu Xing asked, "Is there any way to leave the back room?" The woman sneered, "Since you already know where this is, what do you think?" Mu Xing reached out with her right hand and pulled out several bags of instant noodles from the space. "Oh my god, instant noodles. Where did you get them?" "After years of drinking almond water, I finally see other food." The men behind the woman were about to move, but she stopped them with a single hand. She didn't reach for the noodles Mu Xing offered. "Tell me, what do you want?" Mu Xing didn't speak. With a wave of her right hand, 3 boxes of instant noodles appeared on the ground. The woman's face was filled with alarm. This man could actually conjure food out of thin air. A supernatural power? Or some kind of special dimension? Mu Xing said, "It's simple. I want to trade these supplies for information about the back room." "What information do you need?" The woman took a deep breath, not wanting to anger Mu Xing. "All of it." The woman hesitated for a moment, then waved her right hand. Several people behind her hurried over, carrying away the 3 boxes of instant noodles, not forgetting to take a few packets from Mu Xing's hand. "Come in." The woman turned and led Mu Xing and the others into the iron room behind her. The rooms were made of worn iron sheets. While they offered little insulation, they provided privacy. The facilities within the rooms were also rudimentary. Although supplies could be refreshed in level 1, not many were useful. The woman fished out a few cups from a nearby box. "Have a glass of almond water first." Mu Xing knew almond water, a special substance found only in the back room. It was a special mixed drink that tasted like regular water with almond flavoring. Slightly sweet and mild in flavor. A bottle of almond water provides approximately 600 calories, making it a vital survival resource for the wanderers in the back room. Almond water varies slightly in flavor depending on the level. As long as it remains intact, it can be used as a permanent food source to sustain life. Chapter 1149. The woman poured 2 glasses of almond water and handed them to Mu Xing and Zimo. The almond water had a pale yellow hue, like diluted almond syrup. Of course, there are also almond waters that are as clear as water, with slightly different flavors. Mu Xing took a sip without hesitation. It didn't enter his stomach, but instead entered his body's analytical center. The blood moon itself began to rapidly analyze the almond water's composition. The main ingredients include water, sugar, sodium, protein, and fat, with a small amount of natural extracts providing the almond flavor. It must be said that this almond water, though small, is quite comprehensive. It contains every trace element the human body needs, as if it were a special supply made specifically for these wanderers. Zimo, standing next to him, didn't drink a single sip, and even looked wary. Just as Mu Xing was savoring the almond water, the woman brought over a notebook. "What's your name?" Mu Xing asked. "You can call me 0054. The men nearby said 0087, 0093, 0142. "Don't you have names?" The woman shook her head. After spending so much time in the back room, names are meaningless. They only add to the sadness and memories. Mu Xing flipped open his notebook. Written in beautiful handwriting, it contained information about the back room and level 1. There was even information on levels 2 and 3. Mu Xing quickly flipped through the information. It was indeed more detailed than the setting book he had in his hand. After all, these people were real people living in the back room. "Are you explorers? Or wanderers who stumbled in?" Mu Xing asked as he read. The woman didn't hide it. "We were once members of MEG, but we lost contact with headquarters and are now trapped in the back room. We explored as far as level 10, where many died and were injured. We finally retreated to level 1. It's a bit rough here, but we're safe. Headquarters said they come to pick us up, but as you can see, 3 years have passed and we're still here." Mu Xing knew what the woman was talking about. MEG. Megan Group, also known as the Backroom Exploration Agency, was originally formed spontaneously by wanderers trapped in the back room. Before 2012, it existed as an exploration outpost. In 2014, it officially transitioned to an organized military government. It has now grown into a large organization operating both in the real world and within the back room. They have 4 main goals. First, exploring the back room's hierarchical structure, documenting the characteristics, dangers, and resource distribution of each level. Second, establishing outposts at the safe level to provide shelter and resources, such as almond water and medical care, to wanderers. Third, study the anomalies in the back room, identify survival patterns, and find ways to escape. Fourth, respond to dangerous entities within the back room and ensure the safety of members and other homeless individuals. This organization possesses a robust military presence and self-management system, serving as a support organization for many backroom homeless individuals. The level reports and survival guides they publish are crucial for homeless individuals' survival in the back room. The individuals before us are members of the MEG organization, injured and retreating to the relative safety of Level 1. However, judging by their condition, they may have been abandoned or even forgotten by MEG. Are there other people on Level 1? The woman nodded. There are quite a few wanderers, and other small groups similar to ours. Some of them are extremely dangerous. If you encounter them, be extremely careful. After saying this, she felt it was inappropriate. With the fighting power of these two, they could practically dominate Level 1. She looked at Mu Xing expectantly. Can I come with you? Mu Xing glanced at her. To be honest, I came to the back room to look for my friends. What's the benefit of bringing you along? The woman quickly said, I explored as far as Level 10. I think my experience could be of considerable help. Mu Xing was puzzled. Isn't it good to live a stable life on Level 1? The woman lowered her head. Actually, I'm just like you. I'm also looking for someone. Who? My younger brother. I lost contact with him during the retreat. It's been 3 years since we last met. I wonder if he's still here. Alive. I tried exploring other levels on my own, hoping to find MEG and, through them, my brother, but I failed every time. Why? Didn't you find them? The woman's tears welled up. I don't know. Meg seems to have vanished into thin air. The safe zones they established on some levels have long been abandoned. I don't know what happened. Our combat power is limited, so... She grasped Mu Xing's arm. As long as you're willing to take me with you, I'd do anything. She unzipped her trousers slightly, revealing a white complexion. She lowered her head. I'm still a virgin. Mu Xing clutched his forehead. What the hell was going on? ZMO leaned over and whispered, Brother, we can't take these bastards with us. Mu Xing, however, was unconcerned. With his strength, he could easily take a few rangers with him. Besides, this woman had explored all the way to Level 10, proving she was more than she seemed. Mu Xing zipped her up. I'm not interested in you, but I can take you with me. Your mission is to obey my orders unconditionally, at any time and in any place. Sure. The woman was overjoyed, and the rangers nearby couldn't help but look surprised. ZMO hesitated. Just her? Why take the others? There's a term called cannon fodder, don't you know? ZMO paused, then gave Mu Xing a thumbs up. These people clearly wanted to find MEG too. They had clearly had enough of the hopeless days of Level 1. Just as Mu Xing was discussing the exploration route with the woman, a sudden bang was heard from outside. It was the sound of a musket firing. The woman looked up suddenly. Oh no! Something's wrong. It must be the Vulture Gang. The Vulture Gang? Mu Xing was puzzled. As the woman began to arm herself and her companions, she explained, the Vulture Gang is a group of migrants, originally consisting of only a dozen or so. They don't like to collect supplies, they prefer to rob others. They hoard goods and profit from them, constantly expanding their influence. Over the past year, their numbers have swelled to nearly 50. They collect protection fees from groups large and small, ostensibly to protect people from physical harm, but in reality, it's open robbery. We can't defeat them, so we had to move repeatedly. We never expected these bastards to find us again. The woman's expression was grim. She grabbed a spear made of sharpened iron sheets and rushed out of the tin house. Mu Xing and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. There was already an exchange of fire up ahead, but the enemy, wary of the musket, hadn't dared to attack. Those who managed to survive in the back room were those who cherished their lives, otherwise, they would have found a dark corner and committed suicide long ago. They didn't want to be shot. In the back room, being injured meant death, as medical supplies were scarce. Mu Xing watched the confrontation with great interest. Wherever there were people, there was a world of war, even in this dangerous back room. Chapter 1150. Everyone inside, listen up. You're surrounded. Surrender now. A group of gang members, using scrap and warehouse support columns as cover, shouted toward the tin shack through a makeshift megaphone. Surrender. 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 The people around them, armed with sticks and other improvised weapons, roared in unison, their rhythmic percussion adding to the pressure. A woman, spear in hand, rushed out of the tin shack. Vulture gang bastards, charge in if you dare. It's a fight to the death. A man suddenly emerged from the crowd. He was a burly figure, with a muscular build and gray-green tattoos covering his body. A ferocious vulture was depicted on his back. He wore a lip stud and earrings, and sported a mohawk. He looked every bit like a Los Angeles street gangster. Linglong, you given me such a hard time. I give you a chance to be my woman, or you, and the bunch of losers behind you will surely die today. Oh, the leader is mighty. The Vulture gang members behind him roared in surprise. Vulture, don't even think about succeeding. I die. I won't make peace with a fellow like you. Oh, so you're just refusing a toast and then drinking a forfeit? With a wave of his right hand, the ferocious gang members emerged from their cover. Wearing a variety of weapons, they advanced in unison. With each step, their long-handled weapons struck the ground, closing in on the tin house. You guys stay away. The middle-aged man holding the musket was intimidated by the aura. In panic, he pulled the trigger, and the musket's tiny pellets sprayed towards the vulture. However, even at such close range, the vulture completely blocked the musket's projectiles. The tiny black pellets all lodged in his skin. A closer look revealed that the pellets hadn't penetrated his skin. He stretched his body, and the pellets fell helplessly to the ground. Only a few small white spots remained on his skin. The two men beside the vulture weren't so lucky. They were pierced through vital organs by tiny pellets and fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. This guy. Mu Xing stroked his chin, analyzing the vulture's anatomy. Switching his eyes to clairvoyance, he discovered something unusual about him. He possessed a strange luminous element within his body, granting him extraordinary strength and defense. Simultaneously, the moment the pellets made contact with the vulture's body, a force field enveloped his entire body, helping him block the pellets, rather than his skin actually being able to block the bullets. Linglong, do you see? I am the king of level 1. If you submit to me, I will ensure your safety, and that of your companions. The man spread his arms, his eyes slightly closed, as his men cheered around him, Vulture, Vulture, Vulture. The woman couldn't help but look at Mu Xing, her eyes pleading. Your name is Linglong? Mu Xing asked. I haven't used that name in a long time. My mother is American, and my father is Dragon. Linglong is the name my father gave me. And my American name is Arya. She gritted her teeth. Please help me. I don't want to be Vulture's slave girl. Before Mu Xing could speak, Zemo, standing beside her, couldn't bear it any longer. He pulled out a high-powered revolver and fired. Bang! The roar of a Smith & Wesson rifle reverberated wildly throughout the warehouse. A shot struck the vulture's shoulder, the powerful bullet clearly visible as if striking pliable leather. Blue light waves rippled across his shoulder, deflecting the bullet with all his might. The vulture was thrown back, his body heaving up and down, clutching his aching shoulder. Speak any more nonsense, and I blow your head off with the next shot. I want to see if that power can still save you. Zemo stepped forward, pointing his two revolvers at the Vulture gang across the way. The Vulture gang members no longer had their earlier arrogance. Terrified, they hid behind various cover. The Vulture also dodged behind a pillar. Linglong, you bitch, you found help. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, bullets colliding with the pillar, tearing through the concrete, shrinking the Vulture's escape space. Zemo's right eye transformed into an eagle's, capable of capturing high-speed objects. Brothers, they only have one gun. Fight them. Vulture wasn't one to sit still and wait for death. He was determined to take them down in one fell swoop. But the next second, he heard screams. Looking sideways, he saw a nimble, mysterious figure trailing behind him, wielding a glowing sword. He hacked away at the gang members before him like melons and vegetables. Blood gushed everywhere. Suddenly, a suffocating threat struck him, and he instinctively raised his right hand to block it. With a swooping sound, his right arm was severed, and a piercing pain washed over him. Ah! Vulture screamed shrilly. Even on the other side, Linglong and the others were already stunned. Including Zemo, standing with his gun. So fast. So strong. His eagle eyes couldn't even keep up with Mu Xing's speed. Every movement was so smooth and effortless, not a single ounce of energy was wasted. It was so natural, as if it could be traced back to the realm of Tao. When Mu Xing returned, Vulture was the only one left alive in the Vulture gang. He was grabbed by the scruff of the neck and pulled back. He was thrown to the ground. "Tell me, what is the energy body in your body?" Mu Xing demanded, pinching his chin. Vulture's eyes were filled with endless fear and awe. It's a spirit." Ling Long suddenly spoke. "Spirit? What is that?" Mu Xing looked at Ling Long. Ling Long explained, "A spirit is a powerful, special item in the back room. It's a portable feeder created by the newspaper delivery man. It possesses special abilities, such as enhancing human functions and devouring the souls of hostile entities." What is a newspaper delivery man? Mu Xing didn't know much about the back room, and much of the redundant information in his mind was incomplete. The newspaperman is one of the more ancient entities in the back room, typically appearing in an old-fashioned postman's uniform. His behavior is mechanical, following a fixed route and repeating specific movements. No one knows who he is, but he seems to be well-versed in the many layers and secrets of the back room. He generally doesn't attack wanderers and, in some cases, even offers them assistance. Mu Xing rubbed his chin and asked, "So this newspaperman can be considered a friendly entity?" Ling Long shook her head. In the MEG archives, information on the newspaperman is classified as top secret. My clearance doesn't allow me to view it. But he is the creator of spirits. He calls them portable feeders, used to provide souls as food for the void. Mu Xing grabbed the Vulture and asked, "Where does your spirit come from?" The Vulture spat blood and was terrified. He even sensed that the spirit within him was also terrified of the human before him. No, he wasn't human at all. In his eyes, this human was a gigantic flesh and blood moon, a terrifyingly dark black star, a mass of indescribable chaos. The spirit. I found the spirit on level 8. By chance, I entered a cave shimmering with green light and ultimately found the spirit deep within. Chapter 1151. ZMO, standing beside him, whispered, "Boss, according to my intelligence, there's a chance of finding a spirit in level 8, but the chances are extremely small." Mu Xing placed his right hand on the Vulture's chest, and an invisible force directly ripped the energy form from its body. The Vulture screamed in pain. As the energy form was extracted, its soul was also sucked away. With a thud, the Vulture's limp body fell to the ground. This creature's soul and spirit were surprisingly bound together. When the spirit was extracted, the soul was also extracted. Mu Xing examined the so-called spirit in his hand. It looked like a blue sphere the size of a rubber ball. Within the sphere, a soul-like glow rippled. The divine seal on Mu Xing's shoulder emerged. "Master, this thing is very strange. It possesses the properties of the void." "Oh! Can you discern its true nature?" "Master, please leave it to me." Mu Xing tossed the spirit directly to the divine seal, waiting for it to analyze it. After a while, the divine seal's voice rang out, "Master, this thing possesses the unique ability to devour souls. It also possesses the ability to communicate with souls, even connecting with the void." "How does it work?" Mu Xing asked. "It's probably an exchange principle. By feeding the void with souls, I can obtain information about the back room from the void." Mu Xing held the spirit in his hand, debating whether to absorb it. "Will there be any side effects from the fusion?" "Master, I can try to transform it and turn it into a useful tool for you." "Okay, I leave it to you." Since the divine seal was promoted to the origin divine seal, its functions have become 1,000 times more powerful. Mu Xing turned to look at Ling Long and the others, snapping them out of their shock. "Okay, it's over. It was just a vulture." With a thud, ZMO knelt down and hugged Mu Xing's thighs. "Boss, please accept my respects. I wandered for half my life, never finding a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I'd be your adoptive father." Before he could finish his words, Mu Xing grabbed him. "That's unacceptable." He clutched his forehead. He didn't want to act pretentious, but these little brothers kept rushing towards him. Who are you?" Ling Long could already tell the two men before her were no ordinary people. "Don't worry, we're not physical entities. We only entered the back room for special reasons," Mu Xing explained patiently. "How could you be so powerful?" Ling Long's face was filled with disbelief. Mu Xing didn't bother to explain, and ZMO didn't say anything either. He simply stroked the silver watch on his wrist. After defeating the vulture, Ling Long and the others could finally return home. Mu Xing told Ling Long about his previous encounter with the shadow, hoping she could analyze it. Ling Long pondered for a moment. Level 1 is generally considered a stable and habitable layer. It's unlikely that there will be a superposition of levels. As for the projection, there are two possibilities. First, it could be that another level has affected level 1, projecting onto it, which is why you only hear sounds and see shadows. What's the second? This second possibility might involve Meg's latest secret. That's the negative level. What? Negative levels? Do negative levels really exist? Zimo asked, stunned. Muxing looked at Zimo. Don't you know about the back room? Zimo frowned. Negative levels are just speculation. Only a few people in the back room have mentioned it, and it hasn't yet become a system. Muxing looked at him. By the way, how long have you been in the samsara space? When did you enter? Zimo thought for a moment. I've been in for over a year, around 2015. Muxing narrowed his eyes. He was certain that this Zimo wasn't from the real world. So, the so-called Lord of Samsara wasn't from the real world either. Before confirming his background, Muxing planned to continue testing him. Boss, with your strength, you must have been in the samsara space for many years, right? Are you now above the 5th level of reincarnation? Muxing remained silent, as talking too much would give him away. Muxing tapped his forehead. Don't ask around, kid. Hee, I get it. Muxing looked at Linglong. Tell me about the negative levels. Linglong's face was serious. Negative levels, also known as secret levels or anomalous floors in the back room, refer to those extremely mysterious areas that don't have assigned numbers. These levels are treacherous and full of danger. Negative levels consist of two parts, sublevels and rooms. Sublevels are designed to add relevant background information to existing levels. Most sublevels are assigned decimal numbers, such as level 0.2, level 1.1, etc. Rooms are special locations within a specific level, usually following the theme of the level they appear in. Muxing seemed to understand something. So the negative levels are like sublevels within the positive levels? Like the inner world and outer world in Silent Hill? Linglong nodded and shook her head. Negative levels aren't simply dependent on the main levels, nor are they simply spatial divisions. Their existence is extremely mysterious. These negative levels were only discovered and explored by MEG in recent years, but they are far more dangerous than the positive levels, so the cost of exploration is extremely high. She looked up and suddenly said, I know of a hidden MEG intelligence camp on level 2. Perhaps we can find information about the negative levels there. According to the information you provided, your friend's shadow and voice are projected on level 1. He's most likely entered a negative level. Muxing listened to Linglong's analysis. She was indeed a seasoned explorer, and presumably an elite member of MEG. In that case, let's head to level 2 first. Linglong reminded him. Getting from level 1 to level 2 is very simple. Just wander along the extended corridors continuously, and you have a very high chance of reaching level 2. So, apart from searching for supplies, we survivors rarely wander around outside, lest we stray into level 2. Muxing looked at Zimo, receiving his confirmation. In that case, let's go! In fact, Muxing had a faster way to reach the next level, but he wanted to test Linglong's skill to see if she was worthy of following him. Soon, the group found a long, ever-expanding corridor and continued exploring it. After about 2 hours of exploring the corridor, suddenly, a door appeared at the end of the corridor. The door abruptly appeared on the concrete wall. We're here. Linglong quickly approached the door and opened it. Beyond it lay darkness, a blinding darkness. She turned her head. It's indeed the door to level 2. Muxing turned back and said, It's not too late to regret now. With your strength, you'd be facing death at any moment on other levels. Linglong and the others shook their heads almost simultaneously, clearly having had enough of the muddled existence of level 1. However, some people did regret their decision. For example, the middle-aged man with the musket. Linglong, I'm not going. I want to stay on level 1. Now that the Vulture Gang has been eliminated, I think life here will be easier. Chapter 1152. Linglong didn't try to force him to stay, but instead handed him some almond water and compressed cans from her backpack. Stay alive. The man's voice choked with emotion. You must be careful. With that, he left without a backward glance. Linglong seemed long accustomed to these partings, and without hesitation, she turned and walked through the door. The others followed closely behind, followed by Muxing and Zimo. Are you sure you want to come with me? Muxing asked. Of course, wherever the boss goes, I go. Muxing, no longer trying to dissuade him, stepped directly through the black door. There was no sense of spatial teleportation. It was like stepping directly from one dimension into another. Level 2, pipe level. Level 2 consisted of long, dim concrete corridors. The ceiling and walls were lined with steam pipes. There were few doors, and those that led to iron shelves and ventilation ducts. The presence of these steam pipes made the temperature on level 2 extremely high, reportedly reaching around 93 degrees Celsius. Not only is it easy to be boiled by sudden bursts of high-temperature steam here, but there are also numerous dangerous entities. Level 2 is home to numerous dangerous entities. Recorded instances include faceless men, hounds, laughing nightmares, and scratchers. Other possible entities include male death moths, juvenile faceless spirits, sorrowful corpses, skin stealers, blunt men, acid exploders, and limbs. These entities are extremely dangerous and highly aggressive. Level 2 is a stable, but highly dangerous level. Even intermediate explorers must tread carefully on this level. As soon as Mu Xing and his companions entered this densely packed area, they were struck by a suffocating, humid heat. It felt like entering a steaming sauna. The environment here was even more hostile. The dim fluorescent lights overhead extended along the length of the pipes. The densely packed tunnels made it extremely oppressive and suffocating. A claustrophobic person wouldn't survive an hour here. "Everyone, be careful!" Linglong's voice rang out. She and several other teammates had already changed into brand new isolation suits. They had been storing these for a long time, and now they were finally put to use. They were waterproof and fireproof, and also had some resistance to high temperatures. As for Mu Xing and Zimo, they were completely unaffected. Zimo donned a special transparent mask that covered his entire face. "Boss, do you want one?" He pointed at the transparent mask on his face. "I don't need it." Mu Xing shook his head, radiating his observer sense. Instantly, a cross-section of this vast and complex piping system flashed through his mind. It looks like another Euclidean space, but in terms of area, it's considerably smaller than the antechamber. Mu Xing's mind flashed with various red and green dots. The red dots represented hostile units, the physical monsters that inhabited Level 2. There were more than 3 entities within 3 kilometers of them. With such a density, it's no wonder Level 2 is classified as a dangerous area. Similarly, he found no trace of the fat man in Level 2. Mu Xing's voice rang out. "Don't leave the 3-meter range. Follow me closely. There are many entities here." Everyone looked at Mu Xing, realizing he seemed to possess some special detection method. Suddenly, mist gathered ahead, and a heat surged rapidly. A section of the pipe suddenly broke, spewing out scorching steam. The steam's temperature had already exceeded 90 degrees Celsius, and an ordinary person would be instantly incinerated. "Come closer!" Mu Xing shouted, and the others quickly gathered. Just as the scorching steam swept in, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Everyone stared in amazement at the steam trapped outside the barrier. "Is this telekinesis?" Zimo exclaimed in surprise. Mu Xing glanced at Zimo. "Aren't you a second-level reincarnator? You don't even have energy methods?" Zimo scratched his head awkwardly. "Isn't this the case for first and second-level reincarnators? If I possess some special ability and bloodline power, I'd probably be a third-level reincarnator." Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the scorching steam ahead suddenly dissipated. A stream of icy air spread out, transforming the parched tunnel area into a cool tunnel. Zimo was once again shocked by Mu Xing's methods. Freezing power? Or something else? Mu Xing wouldn't explain. He had used his physical domain to alter the rules of this space, transforming heat into coolness. He looked at Linglong. "Where is Meg's base?" Linglong took the initiative and walked ahead. She seemed very familiar with the area, quickly locating it. The fact that she could determine her direction in such a confined space was a testament to her exceptional abilities. "Sir, this way." Linglong led Mu Xing and the others in a certain direction, navigating through the complex tunnels without straying from their path. Suddenly she stopped. "Wait, there's an entity!" Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from the front. It sounded like some 4-legged creature, but Mu Xing could see it clearly. It was a naked humanoid entity, with tangled black hair growing on its head and neck, crawling on all 4s like a dog. Its limbs were deformed, bony limbs with sharp claws. A deformed mouth filled with sharp teeth, covered in black mane, with its claws and mouth hidden within. It sniffed, as if it had spotted Mu Xing and the others, and was specifically hunting them down. It was not large, about the size of an adult, and because of its thin build, it looked more like a frail child. "Entity number 8, Hound." Linglong's voice rang out. "Let's take a detour. This thing has a keen nose. If we encounter it head-on, it will chase us." However, Mu Xing refused to give in. He extended a hand, and with an invisible force, he snatched the hound up from thin air. With a sweep of his hand, the struggling hound was instantly reduced to a pulp by the powerful telekinesis. Crimson blood spurted out, staining the surrounding pipes red. When the hound hit the ground, It was already dead beyond all possibility of death. Dead already? Zmo sheathed his two high-powered revolvers and swallowed with a gulp. Mu Xing didn't rush to withdraw his hand, but instead projected the spirit transformed by the divine seal. The spirit was indeed extraordinary, tearing the black hound's soul from the rotten flesh. It struggled and howled, but was helplessly drawn away by the spirit. When the spirit returned to Mu Xing's hand, he received a message: tradable entity soul, hound. Note: trade with the void to obtain a specific piece of intel for this level. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes as the subtitles suddenly popped up on the sphere. Just as he imagined, this thing was indeed used to exchange intel. Presumably, the various intel about the back room that the newspaper delivery man had obtained was also obtained through trading with the void. Interesting. Mu Xing put away the spirit in his hand. He felt it necessary to collect more entity souls on level 2. They would be very helpful in his search for the fat man. Keep going. No need to avoid entities. If you encounter them, I handle them. Yes. Linglong responded, surprised and delighted. Just then, a dark figure emerged from behind the group, a strange smile emanating from the darkness. Mu Xing glanced over his shoulder. Another one. Unfortunately, this entity was extremely cautious and vanished into the darkness. Chapter 1153. Why do I feel a chill on my back? Are we being targeted? Zmo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite the unbearable heat here, he continued to sweat. Mu Xing, without even turning, said, "There's a smiling face behind us that likes to hide in the darkness." Linglong instinctively turned back, her face pale. This isn't good. We might have encountered the Laughing Nightmare. Entity number 3, the Laughing Nightmare? Zmo turned and fired several shots into the darkness behind him. With his eagle eyes, his marksmanship was incredibly accurate. And this time, he used a special bullet. When the bullet struck the darkness, it would expand and burn violently. The high-temperature flames burned, successfully forcing a blurry black figure back. The figure still wore a strange smile in the darkness, its sharp white teeth taunting. It's useless. Normal attacks can't harm it. This thing can transform between reality and illusion, Linglong's voice echoed. Is there any way to destroy it? Mu Xing asked. It's said that continuously shining a bright yellow-white light on it can slowly shrink it until it disappears. But the Laughing Nightmare is afraid of light, so it will flee, and it's difficult to find a sufficiently bright and continuous light source. As soon as these words were spoken, they felt the dim tunnel area suddenly brighten as bright as day. A light portal was closing in from the end of the tunnel area. In the daylight, the physical monster hidden in the shadows had nowhere to hide. It let out a piercing scream, and its eerie smile was no longer terrifying, but filled with fear. As the light portal advanced, it retreated in terror towards Mu Xing and his companions. However, just as he took 2 steps back, he collided headfirst into a portal of light that appeared out of nowhere behind him. With a sizzling sound, like a scalding knife cutting through butter, half his body was vaporized. As the 2 portals of light gradually closed, the Laughing Nightmare, like a trapped beast in a cage, gradually fell into despair. With a hissing sound, the shadowy monster silently melted. Mu Xing cast the spirit in his hand, harvesting its soul. Obtain a tradable physical soul, Laughing Nightmare. Note: trade with the void to obtain a specific piece of information for this level. Dead? Linglong's eyes widened, as did Zmo beside him. He had expected Mu Xing to be powerful, but not this strong. A monster immune to physical attacks, instantly destroyed. Boss, what was that ability just now? Even the Laughing Nightmare couldn't withstand it. It's just the materialization of the light element. It's not a powerful ability. Mu Xing toyed with the orb in his hand, considering whether to find an opportunity to trade with the void. But the question was, where would he find the void? Should he simply smash the walls of the pipe area? No, that was too violent. Got it. Mu Xing suddenly remembered the window he had sealed away earlier. He pulled out the window entity and commanded, "Open it." Although the entity was extremely reluctant, fearing Mu Xing's threats, it was forced to open the window. The window, reflecting a dark shadow, suddenly opened before Mu Xing, revealing a profoundly dark void beyond. He launched a spirit from his hand. "I want to trade the hound's soul." As soon as he finished speaking, a twisted hound soul flew out of the sphere, screaming in fear until it was projected into the window. Gurgle, gurgle. A creepy chewing sound echoed from the void outside the window. Could the void be alive? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the void's movements. At this moment, a subtitle appeared on the sphere. Transaction successful. Please enter the information you wish to obtain for this floor. Mu Xing pondered for a moment, I want to know the information about the MEG safe zone on this floor. The subtitles flickered, and clear text appeared. Level 2 has 3 MEG safe stations, 2 of which are public and 1 is hidden. The location information is marked. You can use your spirit as a navigation tool to guide your progress. With a clang, the window closed tightly, and the entity's spirit suddenly withered, as if drained of its vitality. Clearly, the window, acting as a medium for communication with the void, consumes a significant amount of its energy. It is estimated to take 12 hours to recover. Mu Xing wouldn't wait that long. Feeding it with a clone would also replenish the window's energy. However, he didn't have many souls, so he planned to find an MEG safe station first. Ding! 3 coordinates appeared on the sphere, one of which pointed to the exact direction Linglong was leading them. Was that the deal between the spirit and the void just now? Linglong looked surprised. Mu Xing nodded. The intelligence we got is very accurate. In addition to the 2 public stations, there's also a hidden station. Let's go to the one you know about first. An hour later, with the help of Linglong and the navigation system, they finally arrived at the first station. This was the safe zone established by MEG on level 2, but it had long been abandoned. The safe zone room was a mess, with yellowed papers scattered everywhere. There were also various supplies, junk, and piles of waste. It looks like this place has been abandoned for a long time. Mu Xing snapped his fingers, and the scattered papers around him flew into thin air, gathering and piling up. Meanwhile, Mu Xing's eyes scanned the safe house, hoping to find more useful clues. The others quickly dispersed, searching the safe site for useful intelligence. Soon, someone returned with some books and manuals left behind by MEG. For example, the backroom survival guide was extremely valuable. It detailed the dangers and precautions for levels 0 to 5. There were also several explorer staff manuals, and 2 pistols Linglong had found in the logistics area. Take the guns. They give you some protection in case of danger. Linglong distributed the 2 pistols to her 2 companions, while she herself continued to hold onto her simple spear. Just then, Zimo returned from the next room. Any new discoveries? He pulled out a journal. Look what I found. Mu Xing took the journal, only to find the paper had long since yellowed and rotted, crumbling at the touch. But this didn't faze Mu Xing. He placed his right hand on the journal and whispered, "Reverse." The journal seemed to be under a spell of time, rapidly reversing and restoring. Mu Xing didn't use his physical abilities to repair it, fearing that material reorganization might destroy some crucial hidden information. Thus, using the power of reverse fate was the most appropriate method. Zmo stared at the scene before him, his eyes wide. He knew this was no simple repair, but more like a reversal of time. "Boss, who are you? Are you a level 6 or even level 7 reincarnationist?" Mu Xing didn't explain, but began to flip through the journal in his hand. This wasn't a diary, but a work log documenting material consumption, personnel transfers, and the registration of wanderers. The time span was over 2 years. But the timestamp on the log made Mu Xing frown. He looked at Linglong and asked, "What year did you enter the back room?" Linglong thought for a moment and said, 2021. Mu Xing opened the diary, a look on his face. Linglong covered her mouth and looked at the date in the diary. "How is this possible?" 2041. Chapter 1154. Linglong took several steps back in panic. How is this possible? I only lived in level 1 for 3 years. How could I have jumped forward 20 years? Mu Xing asked. Could it be that the flow of time varies between levels? Linglong shook her head. No, that's impossible. While there are some time instabilities in the back room, with some levels experiencing exceptionally fast or even slow speeds, the vast majority of levels still follow the flow of time in the real world. Even if there are differences, they're only plus or minus 0.5 seconds. So, there's no way I could have jumped from 20 years ago to the future. She looked up at Mu Xing. Could there be something wrong with the timestamp in the journal, or some kind of bug? Mu Xing shook his head. According to my carbon-14 analysis, this journal is indeed from 20 years ago. How is this possible? Linglong was already mired in self-doubt. Mu Xing flipped through the journal, quickly reaching page 42. Number H0054, Linglong, evacuated the Level 2 security station on April 11th. Mu Xing looked at Linglong. Does the time match? Linglong, still reeling from the shock, said, Yes, I did evacuate to the security station at that time. I was seriously injured and forced to retreat from the back room. This security station was my last stop before returning to Level 1. The station was crowded at the time, and there were also many MEG staff. Mu Xing continued to flip through the pages. On April 16th, You left the security station and retreated to level 1, correct? Ling Long nodded. That's right. She took the log from Mu Xing and quickly flipped through it, examining its contents. After a moment, Ling Long closed the log. The log ends abruptly 6 months after I retreated from level 1. Could something have happened since then? Mu Xing said, the remaining 2 security stations should provide the answer to the truth. They stood up and left, preparing to head for the second security station. With Mu Xing's protection along the way, neither the high-temperature steam nor the physical entities could harm them. Mu Xing also took the opportunity to harvest the souls of 3 physical entities, a hound, a death moth, and a faceless man. These entities posed little threat to them, and they were almost instantly destroyed upon encounter. The situation at Security Station Number 2 was similar to that at Security Station Number 1, long abandoned. There had even been a fire there, leaving 2 rooms completely blackened. Mu Xing found another log there as well. The timeline was identical to that at Security Station Number 1. Both were discontinued on the same day. In other words, one day in the past, an unknown danger simultaneously struck Security Stations 1 and 2. The logs don't record the cause or process of the crisis. All we know is that some kind of danger suddenly erupted, and everyone evacuated, leaving the security station empty. It seems I have to go to the hidden station to see what's going on. Mu Xing didn't find much useful information at Security Station 2. It was severely damaged, and most of the information was lost. Ling Long, have you been to the hidden station on level 2? Mu Xing suddenly asked as they hurried. Yes, I first visited the hidden station when I first entered the back room. It was also called Station 3. It was built exclusively for MEG explorers, and was generally closed to other wanderers. That place is hidden, difficult for ordinary wanderers to reach. Mu Xing nodded, then suddenly asked, why did you become a MEG explorer? Ling Long was silent for a moment before she spoke. For my brother, I joined MEG as an explorer, just to find him. That year, while my brother and I were shopping, he suddenly disappeared into a wall in the street. Later, someone from MEG contacted me. They told me that my brother might have been pulled into the back room due to a bug in the real world. To find him, I signed an agreement with the back room and became an explorer. Didn't anyone tell you that once you enter the back room, you'd be trapped there forever? Mu Xing frowned. Ling Long shook her head. I know, but even so, I still have to find him, because he's the only family I have in this world. What happened next? Mu Xing pressed. Later, I succeeded. I reached level 10, a level many explorers had never reached. I found my brother, who had been trapped there for so long, in the wheat field. I thought I could evacuate him safely, but during the evacuation, level 10 was attacked by a large number of entities. Meg and even BNG outposts were destroyed, and many people died. During the retreat, my brother and I were separated again. When I woke up, my teammates had taken me back to level 8. We retreated all the way back to level 1. Over the past 2 years, I also tried to explore other levels, but with little success. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Based on his understanding of the back room, the possibility of a large number of entities suddenly appearing to besiege the explorers was very low. So, what exactly happened on level 10? Is it related to the current time changes on level 2? Mu Xing handed over a tissue. Thank you. Her eyes were red as she took the tissue and wiped away the tears. So your goal this time is to return to level 10? Ling Long's eyes were firm. Yes, I will find him no matter what. But what if I can't find him? Then I keep looking. Mu Xing remained silent. Truly a persistent woman. Zimo came over and said, Ling Long, you could ask Boss Blood Moon for help. He's so powerful, wouldn't it be easy for him to send you to level 10? Ling Long shook her head, no need. I do it myself. Zimo was about to say something, but he was finally pulled aside and glared at him. Are you the only one who talks too much? Boss. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used you as a pretext. Mu Xing walked over to Ling Long and said, when I find my companions, I can grant you a wish. Ling Long looked at him in confusion. A wish? Anything. Anything? That's right. Ling Long smiled, not taking him seriously. She pointed to the fork in the road ahead. We're almost there. To enter the hidden security station, we need to go through a dangerous tunnel. As they spoke, they were already standing in a lush, thorn-filled concrete tunnel. The thorns in the concrete tunnel seemed alive, their sharp spikes emitting deadly venom. Ling Long turned and said, these thorns are dangerous. I clear a path with a tuning fork. The humming sound will put the vines to sleep. As long as you don't make any noise and disturb the thorns, you can pass safely. Mu Xing shook his head. No need to bother. He pointed with his right hand, and a searing flame burned fiercely in the cement cave. The living thorns writhed in agony in the flames. But after a moment's struggle, they give up, reduced to ash by the fierce flames. Chapter 1155. The flames lasted less than 20 seconds before suddenly extinguishing. The tunnel, once densely covered with thorns, was now a charred mess. Zmo, pistol drawn, walked in front. Ling Long and a few other companions walked in the middle, with Mu Xing bringing up the rear. But just as they entered the dark tunnel one by one, the familiar voice of the survival system suddenly echoed in Mu Xing's mind. Ding! Special mission announced. The Lost Reincarnator. The Lost Reincarnator. Rescue and escort the Lost Reincarnator out of the back room. Mission reward. Clue to the Hengyu Passage. Mu Xing was shocked. He had actually contacted the survival system in this dark tunnel. Before he could contact the system, a string of numbers came through, labeled source code. Hello? What's that? However, the survival system didn't respond, and the light on his watch suddenly went out. Damn, your old system is getting less and less reliable. Mu Xing was speechless. As Mu Xing looked at Zmo, who was walking in front, a strange vision suddenly flashed in his eyes. The vision flashed and vanished, as if something were lurking in the divine watch on Zmo's wrist. It was threatening to use special means to reverse control the watch. What is that? The vision blurred before his eyes, and the vision vanished. He tried to activate his clairvoyance and observer's eyes to look again, but saw nothing. What's going on? It disappeared? Mu Xing double-checked that the watch on Zmo's wrist was normal. Nothing unusual. He remembered the task the system had just issued. To rescue a reincarnator? Was it Zmo? But why would the system rescue a reincarnator? Just as Mu Xing was lost in thought, a cry of surprise rang out from the front. Mu Xing rushed over, but Zmo, Ling Long, and the others had vanished. What happened? Mu Xing looked ahead, seeing ripples on the water, like some kind of barrier. He extended his hand and passed through the barrier, finding no danger. But when he stepped inside, he realized it was even larger than he imagined. It looked like a massive base covering tens of thousands of square meters. This place. Mu Xing quickly scanned the area ahead. Zmo? Ling Long? His cries echoed throughout the vast base, but no one responded. The scan's results were disappointing. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Divine Seal, come out. With a cry, the Divine Seal emerged. Master, there has been a temporal and spatial disturbance here. The Divine Seal sensed something unusual the moment it appeared. Time and space confusion? Master, this space-time is composed of 3 superimposed layers, and the time span exceeds 20 years. What? Mu Xing quickly activated his time origin and began to explore this dimension. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered something was amiss. The base before him looked like 3 bases nested together, a result of the superposition of time and space. He tried to return, but found that the passage he had just entered had disappeared. Interesting, that passage is accessible but not expelled. Mu Xing didn't rush to the other 2 dimensions to search for others, but decided to explore this layer alone. The vast base was deserted, and signs of violent destruction were everywhere. The walls were covered with huge claw marks, strange green melted gaps, and the wall structure was distorted by the intense gravity. Dried blood had congealed here for over 20 years. Indeed, 20 years after the dimension he was currently in, it seemed only Zmo and Ling Long had been transported to another dimension. Mu Xing walked towards the base, but before he even got close, he heard an electronic warning. Please show me your MEG credentials, or stay away. As the voice rang out, 3 automatic machine guns emerged from the gate, infrared aiming at Mu Xing's head. Mu Xing casually snapped his fingers, and the machine guns and the heavy gate were crushed by an invisible force. He strode into the base, which was in disarray. He even saw numerous physical and human corpses. This place was unlike the outside world. The corpses here seemed to resist decay. Even after 20 years, their forms were still clearly discernible. But the bodies were dried out, like dried salted fish. Faceless men, limbs, hounds, death moths. At least dozens of these common physical corpses had fallen. There were even more human corpses, faces etched with fear and despair within their isolation suits. Mu Xing passed them, continuing deeper into the base. At this moment, the base's security system continued to operate, and defensive weapons opened fire. Faced with a snarling serpent of bullets, Mu Xing ignored them without blinking. He let the defensive weapons run out of ammunition without even a hair dropping. You better not mess with me, or I pull you out of the server. Mu Xing glared at the camera. The intelligence system here was keeping a close eye on him. As if sensing a threat from Mu Xing, the base's intelligence system proactively shut down its defenses. Human wanderers detected entering MEG Base 3. Guidance program activated. The intelligence system's voice rang out, unexpectedly beginning to guide Mu Xing. They led him to the central control room. Mu Xing had come here because the intelligence system was still functioning, indicating the database hadn't been compromised. The divine seal flew out, instantly taking control of the base. Pull up the surveillance footage of the base evacuation 20 years ago. Yes, Master. A chibi image of the divine seal appeared on the screen, alongside a virtual AI figure tied up, like a dumpling. The screen began displaying surveillance footage, showcasing the evacuation 20 years ago in all its glory. It was another quiet day, but suddenly, the space surrounding the base was split by some blue thread. Tentacles as thick as asphalt extended from the spatial rift. Followed by this, a large number of entities burst forth from the rift, attacking the base. What's going on? What is that thing? Mu Xing stared at the projection, witnessing a sudden massacre. Although the base immediately organized a counterattack, the sheer number of entities was too numerous to count, and they attacked simultaneously. Some entities, capable of traversing walls and transforming into ethereal forms, ignored the base's defenses, causing its rapid fall. As a last resort, MEG deployed special tools, opened a spatial portal, and organized an evacuation. Many people died during the evacuation, and ultimately, less than half managed to escape. The vast base had become a living hell. Mu Xing rewound the divine seal, observing the strange spatial rift again. What are those blue tentacles? Mu Xing carefully examined the surveillance footage, replaying it back and forth. Wait, the thing in Zemo's watch seems very similar to this. Divine seal, help me locate the other layers of spacetime. Master, the spacetime structure of the back room is unique. I need some time. How long at the earliest? 10 minutes. Mu Xing's face showed a hint of anxiety. Just then, a new surveillance video appeared on the screen. Master, I found this video in the base database. When the video opened, Mu Xing's anxiety eased considerably, but his doubts only grew. How is this possible? Chapter 1156. It happened 3 days before the base disaster. Meg's elite explorers had just completed their dangerous exploration of a new level. Just as the base joyfully welcomed their triumphant return, the previously peaceful space outside was suddenly ripped apart by some unknown force, and a wounded, dying young man tumbled out. He wore a blood-stained black windbreaker, tightly clutching a cracked, broken sword. Shocking scars covered his body, and an eerie, ghostly blue light lingered from the wounds, as if alive. When Mu Xing saw the familiar, yet pale face on the surveillance screen, a look of disbelief instantly crossed his face. Zemo? Yes, this mysterious visitor who had fallen here from an unknown dimension was none other than the long-missing Zemo. But now, he was a completely different person from the frail, second-level reincarnator in his memory. Even through the cold screen, Mu Xing could clearly sense the immense energy surging within him. The well-trained MEG explorers immediately spotted this uninvited guest, and word spread like wildfire throughout the base's upper echelons. They handled the emergency with astonishing efficiency. Faced with this mysterious individual of unknown origin, researchers conducted a comprehensive examination. After repeatedly confirming his human identity, the medical team immediately launched a race against time to save him. The wounds were meticulously cleaned, and the torn tissues were meticulously sutured. Finally, he was placed in the base's most restricted area, the underground containment chamber, where even high-level entities could be imprisoned. However, when Zemo awoke from his coma, he displayed puzzling amnesia. He seemed to have forgotten all of his past, remembering only that he was once an insignificant, low-level reincarnator. Meg interrogated him intensively for days, maintaining a high level of vigilance. But just 3 days later, a devastating disaster struck without warning. An unspeakable entity tore through the dimensional barrier and launched a deadly attack on the base. Zemo, imprisoned deep underground, also escaped during the chaos. Could this disaster be directed at Zemo? Mu Xing speculated, his brow furrowed. He quickly retrieved the remaining footage from the surveillance system. Soon, a key scene confirmed his suspicions. In the chaotic moment of the MEG members' hasty evacuation, they had no time to spare for Zemo, abandoned underground. When Zemo escaped from his cage during the system outage, he was greeted by a devastated battlefield. He sought a chance to escape this purgatory, but just as he was about to reach the exit, a blinding blue light engulfed everything. When the surveillance footage returned, the entire base had become a silent grave, with only Zemo's lonely figure standing amidst the ruins. The mysterious blue light vanished without a trace, along with the attacking entity. The base fell into an eerie silence. When Mu Xing attempted to retrieve subsequent surveillance footage, he discovered that all files were marked as corrupted. He tapped the console irritably. "What's going on?" The AI system mechanically responded. "Due to interference from an unknown energy source, subsequent surveillance data has been permanently corrupted." What exactly happened? Insufficient data, unable to be analyzed. At the same time, the Divine Seal's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, the surveillance storage device has been completely destroyed by some high-level energy source. Current technology is unable to repair it. Even you're powerless? Material reorganization requires the original sample. When the physical structure is completely randomized, the possibility of reconstructing information data is zero." Just as Mu Xing was frantically searching for clues in the control room, the Divine Seal suddenly transmitted exciting news. "Master, space-time positioning is complete, but the actual situation differs significantly from expectations." "What do you mean?" "This place isn't a simple space-time superposition phenomenon, but rather a special Level 2 sublevel system. We can name this space MEG Base 2-1 sublevel. Based on existing observational data, we confirm two other sublevels, MEG Base 2-2 and 2-3. The possibility of other sublevels cannot be ruled out." Mu Xing eagerly inquired, "How do we reach other sublevels?" The Divine Seal explained in detail. "By disrupting the space-time continuity at specific spatial nodes, we can achieve a level jump. For ordinary people, this requires the right time and location, but for you, Master, it's a piece of cake." Soon, the Divine Seal marked a striking red dot on the virtual map, located in the very heart of the base. To be precise, it was in the underground containment chamber, where various dangerous entities had been imprisoned. This restricted area, meticulously constructed by the MEG organization, was specifically used to study and control various deadly entities. In the perilous world of the back room, understanding the characteristics of these entities is crucial for survival. The containment chamber exists in a strategic location precisely for this purpose. With a fleeting thought, Mu Xing instantly appeared in the eerie, dark underground facility. Buried tens of meters underground, this place was constructed using special materials from the back chamber. Meg's research into the back chamber clearly went far beyond what appeared on the surface. This space wasn't simply a man-made structure, but rather an independent realm derived from the ingenious use of the back chamber's properties. Each cell was crafted from a mysterious material resistant to physical attack. Mu Xing peered through a specially designed observation window at the entities imprisoned within the containment chambers. In some of the cells, entities still stirred restlessly, seemingly transcending biological limits, capable of surviving without any sustenance. These precious experimental specimens naturally became Mu Xing's prey. He casually released these ferocious entities, then eliminated them one by one like harvesting wheat, using his spirit to absorb their twisted souls. Finally, he reached the deepest part of the containment area. The blast door before him was severely damaged, as if melted by some highly corrosive energy, leaving a hideous hole. Disturbing trails of blood still lingered on the ground. What exactly happened here? The scene before him differed subtly from the surveillance footage. He didn't act rashly, but instead retrieved the trembling window from the storage space. Open the window. Though the window was shaking like a sieve, exhausted, under Mu Xing's pressure, it trembled and opened the passage to the void. A pitch-black void slowly unfolded before him. Mu Xing, without hesitation, poured the collected physical souls into it. Transaction established. Please state your intel requirements. I want to know the cause of this sublevel. After a moment's silence, Mu Xing received a response. You have obtained top-secret intel on this level. This sublevel is a space-time disruption caused by a future traveler. The Level 2 MEG base sublevel formed here is unique. Future traveler? Is it Zimmo? Mu Xing attempted another transaction, but this time the void demanded triple the price. Clearly, the price of intelligence is rising as the case deepens. Just 3 souls, deal. Chapter 1157. Transaction established. Please state your intelligence needs. I need detailed information on this future time traveler. This time, the void's response was noticeably slow. After an anxious half-minute of waiting, the information finally emerged. Target person, origin unknown, identity a mystery, motive unknown. The nature of their time travel is a time jump in reverse, spanning approximately 20 years. Mu Xing habitually narrowed his eyes. From the future back to the past? Who exactly is this ZMO? He tapped his fingers rhythmically, and suddenly an idea struck him. Void, tell me the true identity of that blue invader. Payment required, 10 physical souls. Mu Xing waved his hand helplessly. He only had 6 left. With a muffled thud, the window slammed shut. The window's surface was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Clearly, the conversation with the void had put the window under incredible pressure. To preserve this precious communication tool, Mu Xing immediately retrieved a dozen clones from the laboratory. Eat. Granted permission, a pitch-black claw suddenly extended from the window, hungrily dragging all the clones into the abyss. A chilling chewing sound emanated from within, and dark red blood oozed along the window frame. After confirming the information about this location, Mu Xing stepped into containment room 001, once used to hold Zemo, the unknown time traveler. This was also the point of temporal anomaly marked by the divine seal. Begin. Understood, Master. A halo of light shone from the divine seal, and a red beam blasted out. The wall ahead seemed to melt into liquid, rippling as a pitch-black portal tore open from thin air. Then, the portal became silent, like a mirror. Mu Xing stepped toward the mirror, but it didn't reflect his own image, only the wall behind him, as if he didn't even exist. However, when he extended his right hand toward the mirror, an arm also extended from the mirror. In an instant, Mu Xing experienced a time-space reversal. He didn't enter the mirror, but the space-time behind him had transformed into another sublevel. Characters appeared before his eyes. MEG Base 2-2 sublevel. Suddenly, a shrill alarm wailed, its wailing echoing throughout the base. Mu Xing looked up and found himself trapped in a black containment cell. Cell number 002, seemingly next to cell 001. Outside, he saw the panicked MEG explorer being pursued by the entity. Screams, roars, and unknown snoring filled his ears. Mu Xing pointed his finger, and the heavy alloy door was ripped to shreds. A passing entity was crushed to dust by the flying alloy door. Mu Xing strolled out of the holding room, glanced around, and quickly frowned. He didn't see the holding room number 001 that should have been on his right. Where Zemo had been imprisoned was now only a thick wall. He pointed his finger, and the wall crumbled, revealing the bare rock behind it. Really doesn't exist? His perception spread out, quickly locating Linglong and Zemo, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the entities. Just then, a breeze blew from behind Mu Xing, and the threat of the entities loomed. Without even turning back, he grabbed the entity attempting to attack him. A strangely smiling face, hidden in the darkness, suddenly froze. This was the laughing nightmare. It had no neck, but now, Mu Xing had pinched it. A brilliant white light burst from Mu Xing's hand. It tried to struggle in terror, only to see the mysterious human before it give it a terrifying smile. Ah! The laughing nightmare let out a sharp howl. When Mu Xing emerged from the underground containment area, the base above was already in chaos. In a corner of the base, Zemo, leveraging the terrain, was constantly switching weapons to fight off the growing number of physical monsters. Even Linglong was furiously firing with an M16 rifle. The low-level entities had limited physical strength, and were riddled with bullets. As for those entities capable of high speed and formidable defense, Zemo was the only one who could deal with them. What the hell is this place? Why are there so many entities? Are they attacking the city? Zemo's fear grew with each fight. Seeing the entities increasing in number, he was almost unable to hold on. At this moment, the silver watch on his wrist suddenly lit up blue, detected a reincarnator in danger. Activate Lone mode to gain temporary power? Lone? Zemo was stunned. He hadn't expected a reincarnator watch to have such a function. However, he didn't let the current danger overwhelm him. Instead, he calmly asked, "What's the price?" Loaning requires repayment with future potential and involves a certain loss of memory. Zemo gritted his teeth as he stared at the growing number of entities, knowing that if he didn't do something, everyone would die. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his head. "I agree." Before he could finish his words, he heard a loud bang, and the opposite wall was violently torn apart, and a large number of physical monsters were thrown out with screams. Puff, puff, puff. These entities were crushed beneath the crushing force of an invisible force, exploding into plumes of bloody mist in the air. A familiar figure appeared in front of the crack in the wall, a blue ball of light emerging from his hand. "Blood Moon Boss!" Zemo exclaimed in delight. Even Linglong and the others couldn't help but cheer. "Are you all okay?" Mu Xing, using his spirit to harvest the souls of these entities, inquired about their condition. Several people hurried out from behind their cover, and Zemo, weeping, said, "Boss, if you don't come soon, we be dead." With that, he lunged forward with a slide. Mu Xing dodged Zemo's attempt at flattery. "All right, you still look a bit like a reincarnator?" Zemo stood up awkwardly and pulled out a bottle of almond water. "Thirsty, sir? Have a bottle of almond water." Mu Xing didn't take the almond water from him, but stared at him intently. This look made Zemo extremely uncomfortable. "Come with me. I have something to ask you." "Ask me?" Zemo was a little confused, but when he saw Mu Xing's serious expression, he dared not disobey. Mu Xing tossed several old laser guns from his backpack to Linglong. "I already taken care of most of the entities. These are for your defense. Stay outside." "Yes." Linglong took the laser gun and almost instantly understood how to use it. A death moth flew over, but before it could even spit its highly corrosive venom, it was pierced by a red beam of light. In the room, Mu Xing looked at Zemo, who was sitting across from him. "How long have you been in the afterlife?" Zemo scratched the back of his head. "Only 3 days." "Are you sure?" "Of course. The Lord God sent me to the back room, and I remember every detail of the mission." Mu Xing asked, "How long did the Lord God give you for this mission?" "A month." Mu Xing was stunned. Was the Lord God so lenient with time limits on these reincarnated beings? Chapter 1158. He asked again, "Can you still contact the Lord?" Zemo's expression across from him changed noticeably at these words. His confusion turned to alarm. "You're not a reincarnator. Who are you?" He instinctively grasped the handle of his holstered gun with his right hand, but never drew it. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he didn't dare. He had seen Mu Xing's strength. If he even thought of drawing his gun, he'd be dead in the next second. Just then, Linglong rushed into the room, laser rifle aimed at Zemo's head. Mu Xing waved his hand, signaling Linglong and the others to leave. He felt the need to have a proper conversation with this reincarnator. "I'm indeed not a reincarnator." Mu Xing's calm voice rang out. The silver watch on his wrist twisted, transforming into a survival terminal. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a reincarnator?" Zemo's face was filled with alarm. "I don't think you need to be so nervous." Mu Xing handed him the bottle of almond water again. "Sit down and talk." Zemo took the water, finally giving up on drawing his gun and slumping down on the chair across from Mu Xing. Mu Xing suddenly asked, "Are you from Hingyu?" The man on the other side was stunned for a moment, then frowned. "I don't understand what you're saying." Mu Xing remained expressionless, but continued, "How much do you know about Terra City?" The man on the other side suddenly stood up. "You?" Seeing Zemo's reaction, Mu Xing lowered his head slightly, resting his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. He muttered to himself, "It seems just as I thought. You are descendants of those pioneers." Seeing Zemo didn't speak, he remained silent. Mu Xing continued, "How are you all doing in Hingyu?" Zemo felt his heartbeat quicken, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He forced himself to suppress his inner panic. He took a deep breath. "You can kill me or chop me up, as you wish. I won't reveal any information about the reincarnator." Mu Xing shook his head. "I told you, there's no need to be nervous. I mean no harm." Mu Xing pointed at the watch on his wrist and whispered, "Source code 0001, restart." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver watch on Zemo's wrist suddenly lit up, and a voice rang out, "Source code received, reincarnation terminal restarting." Zemo, standing across from him, was completely panicked, staring at his watch in horror. The reincarnation terminal, which had been with him for so long, now seemed so unfamiliar. It was as if the person opposite him was its true owner. The watch flickered, constantly updating various messages. "Reincarnation terminal has been restarted, and information logs are being transmitted." The survival terminal on Mu Xing's wrist dimly lit up, as if receiving a message. After a moment, Mu Xing raised his right hand, staring at the dense, incomprehensible data on the survival terminal. This was a powerful encryption system capable of storing vast amounts of information. "What the hell is going on here? How did you do it?" Zemo couldn't help but ask. "You haven't answered my question yet." Mu Xing looked at Zemo. At the same time, he tried to communicate with the survival system. The so-called source code he had just mentioned was exactly what the survival system had sent him earlier in the channel. At first, he didn't understand what it meant, but when he saw Zemo again, a suspicion began to brew in his mind. It wasn't until the question just now that he finally understood that the so-called reincarnations were the pioneers who had left the lost land. The statues in the corridors of the council in Terra City were the life tablets of these pioneers. Years had passed, and more than half of them had already perished. After a long silence, Zemo seemed to have finally made up his mind. "Boss, I am indeed from Hingyu Terra." "Terra? Do you know Terra City?" Zemo was startled at first, then grabbed Mu Xing's arm. "Could it be, boss, you are from the ancestral land?" Mu Xing pointed at the watch on his wrist again. "It already tells you the answer, doesn't it?" Zemo's face was filled with ecstasy, Could the legend be true? Does the ancestral land really still exist? Mu Xing gestured for him to calm down. Okay, calm down. I need to know what's going on outside. Zemo sighed. The situation on Terra is not good. Hengyu is in chaos, and humanity is divided. We on Terra are relying on the main divine space to maintain our power. The Lord Space is our reliance. By entering the plot world to acquire resources, we grow rapidly. In less than 100 years, we become a powerful lord. But powerful clans abound in Hengyu, and as the situation becomes chaotic, local wars have already begun. Everyone is desperately scrambling for resources, preparing for the potential upheavals of the times. Although Terra has the support of the Lord Space, its energy is limited. It's truly remarkable that we managed to hold on until now. He looked at Mu Xing with a frenzied expression. Boss, are you really from the ancestral land? Mu Xing said casually, if the ancestral land you're referring to is Earth, then yes. It's just that we're trapped in the Lost Land, and can't leave for the time being. The Lost Land? I see. No wonder no one can find any way back to their ancestral land. Zemo muttered to himself, as if suddenly realizing something. Well, now that our identities have been confirmed, we should be natural allies, right? Zemo's expression remained excited. Yes, boss, you're right. Just as Zemo completely let his guard down, Mu Xing made another decision. He stared intently at the silver watch on the man's wrist, and suddenly struck. Before Zemo could react, his physical domain expanded. At the same time, the desolate domain enveloped him. The power of anti-fate empowered his right hand, and he fiercely grasped the watch. Boss, what are you doing? Zemo suddenly exclaimed. The anti-fate blade in Mu Xing's hand transformed into a sharp blade, and with one slash, he severed Zemo's arm. Zemo screamed, and his right arm flew up along with the watch. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and the Sword of Destiny fell into his grasp. The Sword of Destiny was unleashed at full power, its terrifying force tearing through space-time, instantly shattering this space into shreds of age. The golden sword light sliced, severing all fate connected to this place. The silver watch soared through the air, finally unable to contain itself. A shadowy figure threatened to emerge from it. But before it could fully emerge, Mu Xing thrust his sword forward, pitting it to the opposite wall. Boss? Zemo clutched his broken arm, looking at Mu Xing with a pained expression. Understanding why the boss would do this, Mu Xing didn't answer. The golden light from the Sword of Destiny in his hand pulsed continuously, transmitting from the hilt to the tip, continuously suppressing the watch. How did you discover this? An eerie roar echoed from the watch. Simple. From the very beginning, I realized that Zemo's appearance at level 1 was no accident. Mu Xing pointed at Zemo, whose arm had been severed nearby. Chapter 1159. So, you never believed him from the beginning? The watch continued to struggle, but Mu Xing gave it no chance to break free. A terrifying black star appeared behind it. The sealing chain swirled around, instantly locking the watch in place. A faint, strange blue light could be seen emanating from the watch. It resembled a ball of blue, sticky paint, with countless blue, vein-like tentacles extending from it, attempting to corrode the sealing chain. Mu Xing snapped his fingers, and with a humming sound, the power of desolation erupted, shattered all the blue tentacles wrapped around the chain, reducing them to ash. The sticky blue paint began to dissipate, attempting to transform into a binary data pattern. Mu Xing had been prepared for this change. The divine seal emerged, runes vibrated, and data collided, steadily weakening the object's strength. The sealing chain tightened until it finally sealed the object within the silver watch, completely stabilizing it. When Mu Xing turned around, everything around him had returned to normal, and they were back in the familiar room. However, Zemo, standing across from him, had lost his arm. His face was pale, and only horror remained in his eyes. He saw what had just emerged from his own Samsara watch. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying thing could be inhabiting their watch? The divine seal emitted a red light, like a printer, printing a new arm for Zemo. However, the watch on his arm had vanished. Boss, what the hell happened? How could there be a monster hidden in a Samsara watch? Zemo was still in a daze, not understanding what had happened. Mu Xing stared intently at the young man before him. Do you really remember nothing? Zemo was even more confused. Remember? Remember what? Mu Xing was about to speak when the voice of the divine seal reached his mind. Master, MEG base sublevel 2-3 has been successfully locked. The anomalous spacetime node has been located. Let's go! Follow me to the third subspace level first. Hearing this, Zemo quickly stood up from his chair and followed Mu Xing. Without the power of the reincarnation watch, he instantly fell from a reincarnator to an ordinary person. He even stumbled as he walked. Clearly, the source of these reincarnators' power wasn't themselves, but their main deity. Your main deity isn't very good. Don't reincarnators have a leveling system? Muxing asked. ZMO shook his head. On Terra, becoming a reincarnator is a blessing. All our powers come from the Lord God. If we wish to leave the Lord God's space, we must return all our powers and related memories. Hearing this, Muxing shook his head repeatedly. It seemed that the Lord God's space wasn't even a finger up to the survival system. The goal of the survival system was to unleash individual potential and promote autonomous evolution. All power is earned through hard work. No one can take it away. According to the information just transmitted by the Reincarnation Watch, in the Lord God space, you can even use reincarnation points to purchase attribute enhancements, and various abilities can be directly enhanced with reincarnation points. The result of doing so is nothing but illusions, castles in the air. After leaving the room, Linglong and the others hurried over. Outside, many bodies had already fallen. Muxing waved his right hand, and the spirit flew out, harvesting the souls of these entities. Let's go to the third level. Muxing suspected that the third level contained the information he sought. The spacetime node of 2-3 was located at the edge of the base, so they fought their way through, leaving a trail of corpses. Do you still remember this place? Muxing pointed to a spot along the edge. There, spacetime was distorted, and the surrounding light was distorted. Boss, are you asking me? What else? ZMO shook his head, indicating that he had no relevant memories. What about this? Muxing waved his right hand, and the chaotic spacetime ahead suddenly revealed its true form. The scar-like cracks in spacetime shone with a dim blue light, and the deep void seemed like a yawning abyss ready to devour anyone. ZMO, as if remembering something, suddenly covered his head and screamed in pain. Muxing acted quickly, tapping his forehead with a finger. A powerful will directly penetrated his sea of consciousness. Muxing had never experienced such a ripped sea of consciousness. If other people's seas of consciousness were a vast ocean, carrying all their knowledge and memories, then Zimo's sea of consciousness was a shattered ruin. Mirror-like memories drifted across the murky sea. Deep in the ocean, a strange blue light flickered, and a ferocious monster lurked beneath the seabed. Bear with you, it's going to hurt. Muxing warned, his large hand reaching for the monster deep within his sea of consciousness. It was like a mutated neuron, its countless blue tentacles dominating the ocean. It greedily lay on the seabed, absorbing Zimo's spirit and memories. Muxing's massive hand descended from the sky. The creature tried to resist, but was grasped with absolute force. It struggled, dragged out of the ocean by the giant hand. Rumble. The murky sea began to tremble, and Zimo let out a shrill scream. It was as if his soul was being torn in two. The monster's tentacles had long been rooted deep in the seabed, and even a single move could affect the entire body. To forcibly remove them would cause Zimo's consciousness to collapse. But this was no problem for Muxing. The powerful mental shock acted like anesthesia, numbing both the strange monster and Zimo's consciousness. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, he quickly ripped out the roots, completely removing the creature from his consciousness. The moment the strange creature regained consciousness and attempted to return to the ocean, it heard Muxing's cold voice. Seal. The sealing force descended, locking it into a sphere of nothingness. With the source of pollution cleared, the murky ocean quickly cleared, and even the suspended fragments of memory began to slowly heal. As Muxing exited his sea of consciousness, the young man before him suddenly opened his eyes, his eyebrows trembling. Did you remember anything? ZMO stared blankly at his hands. I remembered something. I seemed to have strayed into the border wall. The border wall? He clutched his head, enduring the shock of shattered memories. Never mind, I take you there first. Muxing grabbed ZMO and led Linglong and the others into the twisted vortex of space and time. Traversing this warped space and time would be incredibly difficult for ordinary people, but Muxing was a fifth-level god, so leading others through it was no problem. As soon as they entered the 2-3 subspace, Muxing was stunned. The expected scene of destruction was not there, but a peaceful and normal scene. It was still the familiar base, untouched, devoid of physical form. Just as they appeared out of nowhere outside the base's gate, a shrill alarm rang out throughout the base. Soon, weapons of all kinds were aimed at them from the base's windows. Through the windows, they could see fully armed combatants inside. They wore combat uniforms, with the MEG logo emblazoned on their chests. Linglong and the others quickly raised their laser rifles. Just as the two sides were on the verge of a standoff, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Sister. Chapter 1160. Linglong, holding the gun, was startled at first, then her body began to tremble. She saw a familiar face. "Put down your weapons. Open the door." With the command, all the weapons behind the window were withdrawn. Then, the heavy gate of the base began to open. A tall, bearded man rushed out of the base with an excited look on his face. "Sister, is that you, sister?" At that moment, Mu Xing took action, waving his hand to create a barrier, separating the two parties. At the same time, he grabbed Linglong from behind and said, "Don't be impulsive. Have you forgotten the rules for backroom explorers?" Linglong quickly calmed down after Mu Xing's reminder. She extended her right hand toward the man outside the barrier, signaling him to stop. Mu Xing said, "Next, I ask you a question." The man opposite him also calmed down quickly, placing his hands on the barrier. "Okay. Name?" "Dolly. My Chinese name is Ming Che." Mu Xing noticed Linglong's pupils shrink slightly behind him. He continued, "Who is she?" "Linglong, also my sister Alia." "When did you enter the back room?" "March 16, 2020, at 3:16 p.m., at the corner of Green Pine Street. I fell into the twisted wall." Mu Xing looked behind him at Linglong, and only turned back when she nodded. "Tell me what day July 12th is." This time it was Linglong who asked. The man opposite lowered his head in thought for a moment. "I remember now. It's the day my sister and I agreed to travel to Hawaii together." Hearing this, Linglong could no longer suppress her emotions and lunged forward. Mu Xing also waved his hand in time, removing the barrier. The two siblings hugged each other and burst into tears. "Ming Che, is it really you?" "Of course, it's me, sister," the man said firmly. "But how did you get so old?" Linglong reached out her right hand and stroked his beard. I've been trapped here for 20 years. Linglong's face was filled with disbelief, heartache aching. Just then, Mu Xing stepped forward. "Although I shouldn't disturb you siblings, now is not the time to reminisce." The man shielded Linglong behind him and looked at Mu Xing warily. "You're not a member of MEG, so who are you?" Linglong approached and grabbed him. "Brother, Mr. Blood Moon is not a bad guy. If it weren't for him, I would never have gotten here, and I wouldn't have found you." After hearing this, the man waved his hand, and the snipers who hadn't left the base put away their weapons. A red divine seal appeared in Mu Xing's hand. "Divine seal, scan it." A red beam of light shot out, rapidly scanning the entire space. "Master, the 2-3 sublevel should be a dislocated dimension." "Dislocated dimension? What is that?" "Master, you can think of it as a dimension squeezed out of another spacetime. The flow of time here is the same as the original spacetime, but because of the dislocation, its time system is independent of the original spacetime, so the flow is faster." "How much faster?" 10 times. "So, these people aren't some special sublevel entities?" The divine seal scanned the MEG members emerging from the base, confirmed to be normal humans, not physical entities or backroom replicas. Mu Xing realized that when the entity invaded the base, the MEG had urgently evacuated, supposedly to other levels. However, due to the compression of spacetime, a time-space dislocation had occurred, leaving them stranded here for 20 years. "Brother, what exactly happened here?" Linglong asked impatiently. The man pointed to the base gate and said, "Please follow me inside. I tell you everything." Once inside, the former supply depot had been completely transformed into a living area. There were also production areas, training areas, and entertainment areas, all meticulously maintained. And quite a few had survived, with over 30 MEG explorers alone, and now there were many young faces and children. "Brother, what are they doing?" Linglong pointed in surprise at several children receiving instruction not far away. Ming Xi's eyes grew distant, as if lost in memories. "Sister, do you remember the physical disaster that occurred on level 10? "Of course I do. I finally found you, but we were forced to separate because of that disaster." Linglong's eyes shone with tears. "I'm sorry, sister. I lost you while trying to protect others." Ming Xi shook her head. "I don't blame you, sister. Saving lives is my duty. Besides, in those circumstances, it was only natural for us to be separated by danger." "So what happened next? How did you end up here?" Linglong asked. "I was brought here by MEG. I was unconscious at the time. When I woke up, I discovered we'd been evacuated to level 2 the day after you left." "What?" Linglong's voice suddenly rose. Ming Che sighed. "I only found out a few days later. I had planned to heal my injuries before reuniting with my sister at level 1, but something unexpected happened." "An entity invasion?" "Indeed. A few days before the accident, a mysterious individual fell from the void. We rescued them, and a few days later, a large number of entities invaded the base. As Ming Che said this, Linglong subconsciously glanced at Zimo, who stood quietly behind Mu Xing. He continued, I only found out later that the entity invasion at level 10 was also related to that individual. What? This time, it was Zimo who lost his voice. Tell me what happened at level 10. Zimo rushed to Ming Che, eagerly asking. Who are you? He looked puzzled. Mu Xing pulled Zimo to the back and said, I ask you that question later. Go on. Ming Che nodded and continued, after the unknown entity invaded the base manager immediately organized an evacuation. However, there were so many entities that over half the people died during the evacuation, and even the base manager was injured. We thought we could evacuate to other levels through the space gate, but after passing through the space gate, we remained in the base. We later learned that this was an independent, special time and space. People inside can't leave, and people outside can't get in. Unknowingly, they arrived at the base's control center, led by Ming Che. Here, the central control host was still operating, and the intelligence system was constantly performing simulations, trying to find a way back to the main level. What happened next? Linglong asked. For the first 2 or 3 years, we tried various methods to leave this isolated dimension. But all efforts failed, and we lost many lives. Later, we gave up on leaving and decided to survive here. Fortunately, the base itself was located at the supply spawn point in the back room, so we had plenty of almond water and food. 3 years later, we distributed the population and began to reproduce. We also renovated the base, dividing it into different areas to make life more organized. 10 years later, the first group of young people had grown up, and by chance, we found a way to other levels. Have you found a way to leave this dimension? Linglong asked in surprise. Ming Che hesitated. Yes, but also no. What do you mean? Chapter 1161. Ming Che said in a deep voice, we can sneak through a small, dark, winding, and narrow crack to other levels, but these mysterious levels are not known to any known level recorded in the MEG system. You actually discovered a completely new level? Not a completely new level, but a sub-level similar to the base we're in, like the special ones recorded in the MEG top-secret files. Negative levels. Mu Xing's cold voice suddenly echoed in the room. Yes, negative levels. Ming Che nodded quickly in agreement, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. We discovered that these strange negative levels seem to exist like parasites attached to the main level. Although they harbor deadly dangers everywhere, they unexpectedly provide us with precious resources necessary for survival. Hearing this, Linglong unconsciously turned to look at Mu Xing beside her. Mu Xing immediately stepped forward with anticipation, pulling out a high-definition photo of a fat man from his pocket. Have you seen him? Ming Che carefully took the photo, squinting his eyes, as he examined it. This guy. Seems familiar. At this moment, a lieutenant nearby suddenly spoke up. Sir, isn't this the mysterious wanderer we discovered in Area D 3 days ago? Sir? A wanderer? Linglong looked at her brother in surprise. Sister, your brother is now the supreme commander of this base. As he spoke, a hint of pride involuntarily crossed the man's withered face. He turned to Mu Xing and said, I remember. This wanderer was brought back from the negative level of Area D by our search and rescue team a few days ago. He later volunteered to join our special exploration team. Mu Xing immediately pressed eagerly, where is he now? Ming Che quickly checked the information on the control console's computer. According to the records, their team chose Exploration Route 3, which will eventually lead to Level 1's corresponding negative level, Level 1. Hearing this, Mu Xing's frayed nerves finally relaxed a little. So the fat man had been randomly teleported to this haunted place by the system. No wonder he couldn't find him at Level 1. Take me to the negative level entrance immediately. I must find him immediately. Mu Xing's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. However, the base's highest commander's expression suddenly turned hesitant. What? What's the problem? Mu Xing, keenly aware of something unusual, immediately asked. Ming Che gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. Since midnight last night, they completely lost contact with the base and haven't heard from them since. We immediately organized a search and rescue team, but so far, we haven't found any trace of him. What? A violent mental force field erupted, and the equipment in the entire command center vibrated violently. Mu Xing grabbed the man by the collar, his eyes flashing coldly. If he loses even a hair, I turn this place into a living hell. Ming Che's face instantly drained of all color. He felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the mysterious young man before him. He felt as insignificant and powerless as an ant before him. Mr. Blood Moon, please remain calm. Ling Long, standing nearby, hurried forward to calm the enraged Mu Xing. Take me to the entrance immediately. Mu Xing felt a surge of unease, fearing something might happen to the fat man. Ming Che didn't hesitate, pointing to the security door behind him. Please follow me. Mu Xing suppressed his anxiety, and quickly followed Ming Che through several security doors, reaching the deep underground of the base. Containment area? Yes, that mysterious crack was found in the deepest part of the containment area, in Special Containment Room 001. Ming Che said hurriedly. Mu Xing suddenly stopped, his eyes sharp. When they finally arrived at Containment Room 001, they saw a strange crack in the mottled wall, resembling a broken sword. What is this? Behind him, ZMO suddenly clutched his head and groaned in pain. After a moment, he looked up with a pained expression. I remember everything. While exploring the Samsara space, I accidentally entered the back chamber and touched the boundary wall. Mu Xing grabbed his arm. What's the boundary wall? It's the boundary wall of the Lost Land. My memories are returning. I came here to search for my ancestral land, following the path my ancestors left, trying to go upstream. What? You came here on your own initiative to find your ancestral land? Mu Xing demanded in shock. ZMO rubbed his temple painfully. Yes, I was originally a level 6 Samsara practitioner. I stumbled upon this unique spatial structure in the back chamber, which surprisingly connects me to the Lost Land. So, I plan to use the back chamber to cross the boundary wall and enter the legendary Lost Land. But I seriously underestimated the danger here. My actions attracted the attention of the border wall's guards. It's an extremely terrifying and dangerous creature, hunting any intruder who attempts to enter the Lost Lands. It will pursue its target until it kills and devours it. Since that encounter, it has pursued me, forcing me to flee deep into the back chamber. It was then, in my panic, I stumbled into a completely different level of the back chamber. The rules here are completely different from those of the regular back chamber, and the space is vaster and more dangerous. The border guards were hot on my heels, forcing me to use forbidden secrets. Secret? Yes. I possess a special talent, devouring simulation. By absorbing the target's aura and energy, I can create a perfect imitation of him, thus evading pursuit. At this point, he sighed heavily. My plan went smoothly. I successfully simulated the border guards and escaped their pursuit. But I never expected. The guards I simulated actually began to evolve on their own, and eventually, it even attempted to take control and devour my consciousness. It devoured my memories and parasitized my samsara watch. Although I tried my best to suppress it, it attracted the true guardians of the border wall. You should all know what happened next. I was seriously injured while fleeing and happened to fall near this base. I could have been hiding safely here, but the researchers at the base ran various tests on me, accidentally triggering the suppressed aura of the simulated guardian within me. It was this leaked aura that attracted that terrifying monster. Mu Xing asked gravely, Then how did you escape? Borrowed power. Borrowed from whose power? To be precise, I made a deal with the object in the samsara watch. I borrowed its power to escape, at the cost of my memories and future potential. Later, I paid the price. It helped me escape, and for a long time afterwards, I wandered the different levels of the back room. Chapter 1162. Mu Xing frowned. Why would you do this, knowing the consequences? Zimo's eyes gleamed with determination. Terra is in imminent danger, and various forces are eyeing us covetously. Only by finding the legendary ancestral land can we hope to turn the tide. Only by finding the legendary ancestral land can we carve out a path for Terra's future. Therefore, I must bring back the crucial information about the ancestral land, no matter the cost. As he spoke, he suddenly reached for the crack in the wall where the broken sword had appeared, and pulled out a broken, dark-colored blade from thin air. What is this? Zimo explained. My life-defying weapon, in my backup hand. The moment it touches my hand again, my backup memory will automatically restore. He gripped the broken blade tightly, smiling bitterly. Clearly, I made a wrong bet. If I hadn't met you, I might never have found this place. Mu Xing was silent for a moment, remembering the mission issued by the system. A lost reincarnationist, so that's what it is. Presumably, the ultimate reward comes from this special reincarnationist from the outside world. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. You done well enough, otherwise the survival system wouldn't have issued a mission for me to rescue you. ZMO was visibly startled. Wait, you mean the survival system? Did it already notice me? Mu Xing nodded. Otherwise, how do you think you managed to survive this long with amnesia, and even happen to meet me? This? Mu Xing chuckled. Our old sixth system is best at strategizing in secret. ZMO opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Okay, I have to go find someone. Wait here for me to come back, and we discuss it. As he spoke, the starlit sword of destiny suddenly materialized in Mu Xing's hand, and with one strike, he split the crack twice as wide. Sacred artifact? ZMO's eyes widened in shock. Mu Xing was about to step into the crack when ZMO pulled him back. Be careful. I suspect the border guard may still be lingering in the back room, searching for me. Level 2. This was a chaotic and disordered negative level. Some areas were flooded with vast quantities of almond water, while others were a vast maze composed of countless mirrors and concrete walls. The entire level was extremely unstable, and various entities lurked. At this moment, in the empty concrete corridor, rustling footsteps approached. At a corner, a slightly plump man in a yellow hazmat suit held his breath, sweat dripping from his forehead. The protective mask had long been discarded. This was the last corner, and the road ahead was a dead end. Half a day passed, and the mask behind him still pursued him relentlessly. His right hand gripped his only weapon, a black Browning M1911 pistol that trembled slightly, with only 3 bullets remaining in the magazine. Now he had only 2 options: wait for death or charge out. He began to regret his decision to be a hero. He had actively led the monster away, only to find himself in a desperate situation. Damn it, if nothing else, I have to fight that thing. If I can break a few of its arms, maybe I can escape. He gripped the gun with both hands, his body trembling slightly, his body now undetermined whether from fear or nervousness. I can't die yet. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. I must return alive. He jerked his head back and saw the massive, monstrous mass approaching. It had no legs, and with its pale arms crossed, it moved cautiously through the dark passage, moving slowly, as if tracking his scent. The muzzle of his Colt M1911 slowly extended, aiming at its longest arm. This type of monster's weakness lay in its fragile bones, easily broken by bullets, but whether this shot would hit was still uncertain. His heartbeat began to accelerate, his breathing became heavy. His life depended on these few shots. However, just as the thing drew closer, a strange movement suddenly erupted from the far end of the tunnel. The monstrous, searching for his scent, instantly turned around, its speed increasing to its limit, and leaped out like a ferocious cheetah. The hand holding the gun was already wet with sweat, and its bloated body slid weakly against the wall and fell to the ground. He gasped for air. No, this place is a dead end. We must leave. He knew this was not the time to rest. He had to leave before the entity returned. He rubbed his sore thighs and ran toward the exit as quietly as possible. Safe. The monster hadn't returned even when he reached the exit. But the moment he rushed out of the tunnel, he was nearly stunned by the scene before him. He saw 5 or 6 limbed monsters gathered in a medium-sized hall ahead. They had been drawn there by a sound. Now, the limbed monsters twisted their bodies in unison and spotted the minions who had just emerged from the tunnel. Run! Only one thought rang through his mind. Without waiting for the monsters to react, he dashed into the adjacent passage without hesitation. The entities behind him swarmed out, chasing him. It's over, I'm dead this time. Damn this shitty survival system. I curse you even as a ghost. While he was fast, how could he compare to these bizarre limb-like entities? Just as he was about to be caught up, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Fatty, turn right. He was stunned at first, thinking he was hallucinating. Am I crazy? How could I hear old Moo's voice? Just then, he suddenly noticed 2 forks in the road above him, one to the left and one to the right. Left or right? After a moment's hesitation, he made a decision and ran right. He decided to trust his illusion just once. The rapidly moving limbs behind him suddenly extended their arms to attack, instantly extending over 2 meters. Thankfully, he dove into the right fork in the road, preventing any further attacks. The other limbs had no time to break, and they all collided, becoming a chaotic mess. Good opportunity. He took the opportunity to distance himself, grabbed the almond water from his waist, and gulped it down. This was the base's special almond water, which could instantly increase speed by over 30%. Fatty, turn left at the second fork ahead. The auditory hallucination sounded again. Could it be that that damn system has had a change of heart? The fat man muttered. Just 20 meters away, he saw 2 parallel forks appear out of thin air on the wall ahead. The voice was as if it had precognitive power. He rushed into the second fork without hesitation. The limbs behind him finally arrived, some of them diving directly into the first fork. The number of pursuers suddenly decreased from 5 to 2. Great, where do I run next? The fat man noticed that there were only 2 limbs chasing him, and his confidence was greatly boosted. Fatty, 30 meters ahead, prepared to dive. Dive? The fat man rushed into a room flooded with almond water. It was not large. Besides the deep and terrifying flooded area, there was a yellow door on the left. He noticed a flickering light in the area flooded by almond water. Is there a monster in this water? No, I can't trust that voice. If there's a monster underwater, I'm doomed. Just before the limbs caught up, he rushed towards the yellow door. Chapter 1163. He flung the door open, a repulsive force slamming him into it. Behind it was a slide, carrying him down the river. However, the end of the slide plunged him into despair. Below him lay a room resembling an amusement park. In the pool, he saw at least 6 entities of varying forms. He suddenly regretted not heeding the voice's warning. Just as he was at a loss, the voice rang out again. Fatty, there's a gap in the slide 20 meters ahead. Jump to the left. Your only chance of survival. Gap on the left? The fat man glanced left and right, his body sliding down at breakneck speed. Behind him, 2 limbed entities followed him, even faster. Seeing they were about to catch up, he suddenly rolled to the left. The moment he reached the gap, he flipped through it without hesitation. Swoosh! The 2 limbed entities rolled over his head, rolling further away. Just when he thought he was about to fall to his death, he landed squarely in the amusement park's pool. At the same time, he heard the sound of saws cutting from the pipe above. Swish! As the heavy object fell from the pipe, the 2 limbed entities were already cut in half. The fat man felt a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't jumped out of the slide, he would have been cut in half by the saw teeth in the slide's pipe. He quickly climbed out of the pool, not even bothering to empty the water from his isolation suit. The entities in the amusement park had already spotted him. Among them were 2 hounds and 3 eyeball entities with wriggling tentacles. Hurry! He quickly fled towards the amusement park's exit. Fatty, don't escape through the exit. Jump through the 3rd window next to it. The auditory hallucination returned, sending him into a state of overjoy, and he quickly ran towards the 3rd window. Although the hallucination was bizarre, it had saved him several times before, so he knew it was the right thing to do. This time, he jumped through the 3rd window without hesitation. In an instant, he plummeted from the water park into a familiar classroom, bursting out from behind the blackboard. Where is this? He stared blankly at the scene before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. In that moment, he felt as if he were back in high school, recalling his youth. Bright light streamed in from the window, yet it seemed indistinct. He touched the desk with his right hand, feeling for a book. He opened it, but found it empty. Clang! He turned back abruptly, realizing that the path he had come from was blocked, and the blackboard had become solid. What's going on? At that moment, a strange blue light shone from every window in the classroom. A hazy fluorescent light flowed outside the glass, like a giant tentacle wriggling outside. Suddenly, terrifying eyes appeared outside every window. The horrifying sight terrified the fat man, who collapsed to the ground. It's over, I'm dead now. Could that sound have been a decoy to lure me here? Old Moo, you really screwed me. He glanced around, trying to find an exit. Suddenly, he spotted the back door at the end of the classroom and rushed towards it. A hopeful thought told him that if he could just enter, he could escape this terrifying classroom. However, a warning voice rang out again. Fatty, don't open the door. The classroom is safe. That thing can't get in. The fat man's brain began to race. Should he believe the voice? Or his own instincts? Just then, he saw all the books on his desk come alive, the patterns and words on each book twisting and condensing into eyes. The classroom walls were also becoming transparent, as if the entire room had been swallowed by some creature, being digested bit by bit. His right hand was already on the doorknob. A gentle pull would open the door. Perhaps opening the door would lead to escape. But the warning in his mind still echoed. That voice seemed to have never deceived him. If he did open the door, it might not lead to an exit, but rather a gaping maw. Calm down, calm down. He tried to calm himself. He quickly observed his surroundings. Though the blue light and eyes in the windows were terrifying, they seemed unable to penetrate. He suddenly let go of the doorknob and took 2 steps back. Dong dong dong. Something behind the door seemed to be pounding frantically. The fat man was thankful he hadn't opened the door. The creature seemed furious. He instinctively breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gulped down 2 sips of almond water to replenish his depleted energy. Fatty, it's about to break through the spatial barrier. Hold on for 10 seconds. The voice rang out again, this time filled with urgency. 10 seconds? The fat man, bewildered, quickly pulled out his pistol and the machete at his waist. These were his last resorts. At this moment, countless cracks began to appear on the walls and windows from the immense pressure. In the classroom, the desks also came alive, sprouting tentacles and sharp teeth, lunging at him. Bang! Gunshots rang out, bullets shredding the incoming books. What scattered were not sheets of paper, but disgusting shards of flesh and blood. He slashed with his machete, cleaving the gaping book in two. It fell to the ground, still struggling. Following him, more books transformed. The window glass could no longer hold up, pierced by the blue tentacles. He retreated continuously, finally cornered. This time I'm really dead. He counted silently, 10, 9, 8. The last 2 bullets struck 2 incoming blue tentacles. He threw his pistol, sending the mutated books flying. At this moment, even the blackboard transformed into a bloody maw, and the overhead chandelier sprouted a mouth, biting at him. He swung his machete wildly, preparing for a final stand. Just as the countdown reached 3 seconds, the desk and textbooks came crashing down on him. He shut his eyes abruptly, awaiting death. However, the anticipated pain of being torn apart by the monsters never arrived. Time seemed to stand still. He heard a series of explosions. He snapped his eyes open, watching the snarling desks and textbook monsters silently explode. The blackboard lit up, its bloody maw ripped in two from the inside by a golden light. He saw a golden figure rush out from behind the blackboard, severing the blue tentacles that had burrowed in from the windows in its wake. The fat man's eyes widened. He felt a sense of familiarity in the golden figure. When he saw the familiar face clearly, he knew it was either an illusion or he had gone mad. Kill! The golden figure landed, shielding him behind him. With a single strike of his sword, the entire space was severed in two. With the might of that single strike, the entirety of level 2 was cut in two. The fat man's eyes widened. He saw the playground he had just passed, the room soaked in almond water, and the tunnel he had been hiding in. Everything shattered beneath the golden sword light. And beyond this twisted back room, he saw the culprit responsible for the classroom's destruction. A bizarre, indescribably large blue octopus. He couldn't fathom its form. All he could see were blue tentacles extending from the wriggling mass. Those tentacles were covered in densely packed eyes, a terrifying sight. One glance at it was as if it were dragging him into an endless hell. Close your eyes, and I take you out of here. The familiar voice rang out again, this time from the mysterious golden figure before him. Chapter 1164. The fat man didn't hesitate, and quickly closed his eyes. Whoever he was definitely here to save him. The next second, he heard a shrill scream, and the agonizing sound of flesh tearing. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an endless corridor. He recognized the place instantly. Back room, negative level, level 1? The concrete corridor stretched endlessly forward and backward, lined with countless doors on both sides. Okay, safe for now. The familiar voice rang out again. He turned suddenly, and saw an old acquaintance in hunter's clothing, smiling at him. What? Don't you recognize me? The fat man was stunned for a moment, his body trembling with disbelief. Old Moo, is that you? Mu Xing opened his arms. Want a hug? The fat man rubbed his eyes fiercely, then pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. Not dreaming? He ran up to Mu Xing, poking and pinching her left and right. So textured. Wait, you're not some illusion, are you? Mu Xing rolled his eyes. Do you want me to tell you about that time you stole Widow Wang's underwear as a kid? The fat man's eyes widened. Is it really you? Absolutely genuine. Wait, let me think this through. The fat man covered his head, his mind in a state of profound incompetence. You told me before that you were a reincarnator. You weren't lying? So you already entered this place? Mu Xing coughed. To be precise, we're survivors. We belong to the survival system, not the main god of reincarnation. Isn't it all the same? Isn't that what's written in novels? It's different. I do have a reincarnator here. I take you to meet him later. The fat man still covered his head. Let me think it through. So you're a veteran? Mu Xing nodded. That makes sense. He pointed to his head. The survival system should have explained the relevant information to you, right? The fat man nodded dully. The system did give me quite a bit of information. Do you remember how you got in? Mu Xing asked. The fat man recalled. When I was about to leave work, a voice suddenly told me that my life was in danger and asked me to enter the survival zone for shelter. What danger? Did you see that? The fat man's face immediately fell upon hearing this. I never offended anyone in my life. You wouldn't know that a group of gunmen suddenly burst into my office and opened fire on me. I had no choice but to agree to the voice's request. He looked at Mu Xing with a tearful face. Why am I so unlucky? Will I never be able to return to the real world again? Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Not really. After the mission is over, I can return to the real world. Really? The fat man's face flickered with anticipation. But then a hint of despair appeared on his face. I read those Infinite Flow novels. Except for the true masters, a loser like me wouldn't survive more than a few plot worlds. Mu Xing couldn't help but shake his head. Don't worry, I take care of you. The fat man grabbed his arm. Old Mu, tell me the truth, are you really strong? He still remembered the sword strike from Mu Xing just now, shattering the entire level 2. Just barely. Overall strength, second in the world. Then who's first? The survival system. You're just bragging. The fat man was speechless. Mu Xing apologized. Fatty, I'm truly sorry. You were dragged into the survival system primarily because of me. My presence threatens certain people. Since they can't kill me, they can only target those around me. Your being dragged into the survival space this time was purely an accident. Huh? The fat man was still bewildered. But don't worry. Mu Xing placed a hand on his shoulder. I discussed this with the survival system. After this mission is over, it will give you a choice. What choice? You can choose to remain in the survival system, or have this memory erased, return to reality, and live your life as you did before. Really? A hint of anticipation crossed his face. Don't worry. If I say it's true, it's true. You shouldn't have been dragged into this mess. Then let me think about it. The fat man didn't rush to answer, but instead pondered deeply. It's okay. Take your time, but you need to leave here first. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion echoed in the corridor. What did they see? From an infinite distance in the corridor, space was collapsing. Blue tentacles surged in with absolute force. Oh my god, that monster isn't dead yet? It's not. It's called the Border Wall Guardian. It's very difficult to kill. I can't kill it with my methods. Mu Xing's face was grim. What should we do then? We can only find a way to seal it. With that, Mu Xing grabbed the fat man and flew forward. His speed was swift, approaching the speed of light. And the tentacles behind him, completely defying the laws of physics, were chasing him at superluminal speed. Mu Xing suddenly burst through a door beside the corridor. Here was a room filled with scorching flames, the heat unbearable. The tentacles rushed in, ignoring the flames and wrapping around Mu Xing. Slash! He swung the sword of destiny in his hand, golden light tearing through the tentacles, spraying blue fluid everywhere. The flames in the room instantly intensified, their power increasing by 1,000-fold. The flames even burned back along the blue tentacles, burning towards the main body, and could not be extinguished. The flames in the back room are indeed interesting. They are not energy or matter, but more like a phenomenon. The flames burned, rapidly spreading to the monster's body, causing it to scream in agony. Burn you, you bastard! The fat man waved his fist. It can't be burned to death. It seems to have a resurrection mechanism. Even if killed, it will quickly resurrect. So difficult? Doesn't that mean it's invincible? The fat man exclaimed. Mu Xing nodded. In a way, it is indeed invincible, but as long as we cut off its connection to the border wall, it's not impossible to kill. Mu Xing returned to the observer tower with a thought and knocked on the door of the Raya temple. Auntie, do you have any solution? The door opened, and the old lady folded her arms. How did you provoke such a thing? I didn't mean to. It was just a task from that old man in the survival system. The old lady said, I'm sure you noticed that this thing has the ability to be immortal. The border wall. As long as the wall remains intact, it can regenerate endlessly and possesses a natural restraint over the old ones. What? Restrain you? How can it do that? Because the border wall was built by the ancient gods, a measure to prevent the old ones from the lost lands from escaping into the cosmos. So what? Are you all helpless this time? The ant's eyes rolled. It's not that there's no solution, but you little brat will have to pay a price. As soon as she finished speaking, Haster, dressed in a cheongsam, appeared behind Mu Xing and pulled her to her side. Cthulhu, you're even betraying your own men? I'm truly ashamed of you. What do you mean by your own men? Explain to me clearly. Haster pulled Mu Xing away. Come with me. I help you for free. Chapter 1165. Stop right there. The ant stood in front of the two men. What? A guilty conscience? Haster said sarcastically. I found your grandma's leg. Can you let me finish my words? The ant retorted sharply. The two men glared at each other, nearly getting into another fight. It was only Mu Xing's timely intervention that stopped them. Stop! Stop! Let's talk it out. The ant looked at Haster. Tell me your method first. Haster snorted. I have the black star and the sealing chains. Sealing a border wall guardian is no problem. I can deal with that thing without you. Hearing this, the ant scoffed. I thought you had a better plan. But what if I said that the monster can reverse the sealing chains? If the seal is reversed, wouldn't my Mu Bao be killed? How is that possible? I am also an old man after all. You have lost even your authority. A plucked phoenix is weaker than a chicken. What qualifications do you have to question me? Haster said with a look of dissatisfaction. The ant folded her arms and said, You underestimated those ancient gods. It was your arrogance that led to you being sealed in that tiny, stinking lake on Black Star. Then she pointed at herself and said, Although I've been tricked before, at least I can learn from those lessons instead of simply dwelling on past glories. Hearing this, Haster became displeased and rushed forward to confront the ant. Enough. Stop it! Mu Xing shouted. Something within him activated, and his voice carried a powerful, intimidating force. With a humming sound, both Haster and the ant were suppressed, unable to raise their heads. What is this? Mu Xing raised his hands in surprise, discovering mysterious lines emerging from them. The powerful oppressive force was emanating from these lines. The two ancestors looked up in astonishment, saying in unison, Ancestral God's pressure? What ancestral God's pressure? Mu Xing looked at them in confusion. The two ancestors exchanged a glance and simultaneously fell silent, refusing to discuss the matter. Hey, say something. Haster, a look of fear on his face, said, I didn't expect you to receive the blessing of the Godhead, allowing you to activate the primordial power of the ancestral God's flesh and blood within you. No, what are you talking about? Mu Xing remained bewildered. The two ancestors, who had just been at loggerheads, immediately gathered together and began to discuss something rapidly. Without waiting for Mu Xing to speak, Haster looked at him. Brother, do you want to catch a pet? A pet? How about that giant octopus outside? Huh? The ant pushed Haster aside and said, Let me explain. The original plan was to use your body, sealed with the flesh and blood of the ancestral god, to imprison the border guardian. This would come at a considerable cost, and you might suffer severe damage. But now, you receive the ancestral god's gift, able to harness some of the primordial power. This makes things much simpler. Although the plan sounded unreliable, he knew the ant wouldn't harm him. All right, tell me what to do then. The ant walked over to him, her hands behind her back. The guardian of the border wall isn't an ancient god, but a special modified creature. The closer it gets to the border wall, the stronger it becomes, and the further it gets, the weaker it becomes. Furthermore, once its connection to the border wall is severed, it will gain self-awareness and resist returning to the border wall. Why? Mu Xing was puzzled. You can think of it as a puppet transformed by the ancient gods from the corpses of the past, Haster interjected. Ancient corpses? Puppet? Mu Xing pondered its origins, but hadn't expected them to be so horrifying. The ancient gods could transform ancient corpses into puppets. This race was truly terrifying. Then he thought of the mass in the parasitic reincarnation watch, attempting to assimilate and replace Zemo. That mass was transformed from the aura of the border wall guardian and inherited the original's instincts. Once it was out of control, it would strive for independence. If even a bunch of copies can be so bad, what about the original? Mu Xing looked at the ant's small face so close to him, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. And then what? You mean I should use my own body to sever its connection to the border wall? The ant rolled her eyes, and slapped Mu Xing's hand away. You're a teachable child. Once the severance is complete, I team up with Haster to capture it. But, at this point, the ant suddenly turned around. But what? Like a demon, sealing it requires a carrier. Then I clone one. No, it has to be a natural life form, because we need to capture it before it develops self-awareness. Otherwise, a border wall defender with an independent consciousness would be a real problem. Mu Xing pondered, will the carrier be possessed? No, the guardian will merge with the main consciousness of the carrier, treating it as their own, effectively merging the two. What do you think of that fat guy outside? Mu Xing asked. The ant shook her head. Humans can't do that. Excessive intelligence and complex memories easily give rise to new personalities. Once a new personality emerges, you should know what's going to happen next, right? Mu Xing grumbled. The madman was a cautionary tale. It seemed the fat guy's plan to ascend to fame overnight was impossible. He thought for a moment, then reached out and grabbed the dozing Sugar Bean from the tower. Suddenly pulled out, Sugar Bean was a bit confused, unsure of what was happening. His round eyes darted around. Meow meow meow? Let's do it. It's time to strengthen my Tondo. The ant looked at the cat in Mu Xing's arms. It's not impossible, but are you sure you want to use it as a carrier? Of course. After all, Tondo is family. The G-Virus has already strengthened it to its limit. Further enhancement is simply too difficult. Tondo, pinched by Mu Xing's neck, didn't struggle, curled up, and looked at him obediently. The ant nodded. In that case, let's begin. Huh? So soon? Before he could react, his vision spun around him, and his consciousness was forcefully catapulted back to his body. In the corridor, Mu Xing suddenly stopped, shielding the fat man behind him. No matter what you see next, stay calm. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of fear. He patted his chest and promised. The next second, his eyes widened as he saw the basement level in the back room crumble, and a terrifying flesh and blood moon slowly rose. The crimson physical divine realm had expanded to its limit, the sky and earth changing color, pulling everything around it into this terrifying blood-red world. The fat man's eyes widened, fear and panic filling his mind. He pounded his chest, trying to calm himself. Calm down, it's all an illusion. At this moment, a flash of blue light powerfully descended across layers of dimensional space, violently invading Mu Xing's physical divine realm. Dark blue tentacles sprouted from its indescribable form, wrapping around the enormous blood moon in the sky. Despite the impending danger, Mu Xing remained calm. Well then, I use you to test the blood moon space I just created. The physical divine realm instantly turned even more blood-red, as if evolving into an alien world constructed of flesh and blood. A large number of red tentacles simultaneously extended from the blood moon, entwining and entangled with the blue tentacles. Chapter 1166. A primitive war unfolded without warning, reaching a fever pitch. The attacks and defenses on both sides were so intense that no mortal could perceive them. The fat man hid behind a large, writhing rock, his face fixed on the sky with a nervous expression. Suddenly, a pair of eyes and a mouth appeared on the rock. Fatty, don't move. I protect you. The fat man nodded blankly, recognizing Mu Xing's voice. Come on, old Mu. Kill that monster. He didn't forget to cheer Mu Xing on. In the sky, the indescribable blue life had completely squeezed into this world of flesh and blood, baring its fangs and claws, ready to reap today's prey. Oh! Finally in the sky, the enormous blood moon suddenly opened its bloody maw, its densely packed teeth flashing with a cold light. The blue border wall guardian, sensing danger, radiated layers of light. This light specifically targets and suppresses the old ones, and also possesses a powerful suppressive power over chaos and void gods. However, Mu Xing is no ordinary opponent. He possesses various bloodlines, human, chaotic old ones, and so on. His human bloodline, in particular, is the weakest, yet now, under the suppression of this blue light, it appears remarkably resilient, even unaffected. Then, there's the blood moon bloodline, which is equally unaffected by the blue light suppression. With a thought, Mu Xing instantly split into hundreds of blood moons, which together besiege the border guard. The farther the guard is from the border wall, the weaker it becomes. Just now, in the outside world, it had possessed multidimensional combat power, but now, within the blood moon space, it was reduced to a mere half-step multidimensional combat power. With the blue light's suppressive power no longer effective against Mu Xing, its combat power was greatly reduced. Sensing something was amiss, the guardian quickly retreated, attempting to escape this physical realm. But how could Mu Xing give it that chance? Hundreds of blood moons quickly connected, forming a spherical seal. The border guardian grew increasingly furious, and a dazzling blue light erupted, instantly vaporizing dozens of blood moons, and tearing a gaping hole in the perfectly sealed seal. It's trying to escape! The fat man cried anxiously. Don't worry, it can't. Mu Xing immersed himself in his body, searching for the feeling of activating the mysterious primordial power within him. He closed his eyes slightly, then suddenly opened them. He felt a gentle light of life essence emanate from him. This was a blessing bestowed upon him by the guardian of the old god's key in the unknown, dark world beneath the earth. As the light of life essence was released, the mysterious flesh and blood sealed within every cell of his body began to unleash unimaginable power. Mu Xing stretched out a hand, unexpectedly blocking the blue light emanating from the guardian. The indestructible blue light was now forcefully intercepted by Mu Xing, who who had transformed into a humanoid form. The Blood Moon's true form above him seized the opportunity to launch an attack. At the same time, the densely packed Blood Moon clones all extended their tentacles, working together to trap the Guardian within. Enhanced by the primordial light of life, primordial power surged forth, becoming the strongest force supporting these tentacles. "Hurry!" Mu Xing roared. At that moment, two figures descended forcefully into the Blood Moon space. It was a rare moment for the old lady and Haster to simultaneously reveal their true forms. A tall and mysterious Lord of Raya, and a yellow-robed King of the Star Sea. One on the left, the other on the right, appearing simultaneously. The trapped Border Guardian passively activated its concealment mechanism, and upon seeing the two old ones, it let out a piercing, buzzing roar. The sound was both a threat and a warning. However, with Mu Xing helping to suppress it, the two old ones remained unaffected by the Guardian. At the same time, layers of mazes emerged from the Blood Moon space. Ahot, covered in eyes, crawled out from unknown time and space, weaving an endless maze that pulled them deeper into the maze. Mu Xing could sense that they were getting farther and farther from the border wall. The Guardian's power was rapidly weakening. The farther from the border wall, the weaker its power. At the same time, the two old ones joined forces to suppress the Guardian. A hazy shape wriggled within the indescribable blue light. That was its original form, forcibly transformed from the corpse of an old one into a Guardian. The two old ones made extraordinary moves, and the ocean and starry sky emerged. A force beyond the multiverse quickly subdued the Guardian. "Let the cat out!" the old lady shouted. Heeding this warning, Mu Xing quickly summoned Tondo. "Tondo, stay true to your heart. Don't be tempted by that creature's voice," Mu Xing warned. Tondo, possessing a modicum of wisdom, nodded and nuzzled Mu Xing's hand affectionately. With a low cry, the two old ones directly extracted the Guardian's essence from the blue light. It transformed into a sticky liquid, tracing a twisting arc through the air, landing precisely on Tondo. Tondo's fur instantly stood on end, and with a meow, the cat froze in place. Mu Xing also quickly intervened, protecting Tondo. "The Guardian is about to escape the control of the border wall. We must not let it develop self-awareness." The ant's voice rang out again. "What should we do then?" "Direct that consciousness into the sealed container." "Understood." Mu Xing quickly pulled out the specially prepared container he had prepared long ago. The container looked like a harmless glass bottle, but the moment the consciousness was extracted, a grayish-white force erupted from within. That was the power of desolation. Mu Xing never trusted any seals. The only correct path was to completely destroy that consciousness. So, the moment the separated consciousness was channeled into the bottle, it was completely annihilated by the desolation within. Deprived of the opportunity to awaken its own consciousness, the Guardian's instinct began to merge with Tondo, taking Tondo's main consciousness as its own. As time passed, as the last ray of blue light sank into Tondo's body, the dangerous Border Guardian had completely merged with Tondo. Tondo gave Mu Xing a wearied look and collapsed to the ground. Then, the blue light enveloped Tondo, transforming it into a sphere. Success? At this moment, Auntie and Haster landed, both clearly pleased with their handiwork. "When will my Tondo wake up?" "Not sure. Fusion takes some time, but once it wakes, it'd be at least a multiverse-level cat, and will possess powerful suppression power over races like Chaos, the Old Ones, and the Ancient Gods." Mu Xing held up the blue ball of light, his face filled with anticipation. He would have another powerful thug under his command. "Thank you both for your hard work." Asta waved his hand. "This cat will be our greatest asset in escaping the border wall. You must take good care of it." "Escape the border wall? With jelly beans?" "Yes, our original goal was to forge a border key, and the jelly beans are that key. With the jelly beans' protection, we can bypass the border wall's security system, open the isolation gate, leave the lost land, and enter Hingyu." Hearing this, Mu Xing also began to look forward to it. "So doesn't that mean we have a key that can open the door at any time?" "Yes, as long as we can leave this damn lost land, we'd be free to fly as high as the sky and swim as wide as the sea." Asta's face was filled with anticipation as he spoke. "So when are you planning to leave?" Mu Xing asked. Haster said, "No rush. In the past, I might have rushed out impatiently, but now, I wait until you unify the forces of this lost land." The ant next to her nodded and said, "I must first reclaim my authority." Mu Xing looked at the ant. "Have you found your authority?" "Yes, I sensed it a while ago." Chapter 1167. When the fat man regained consciousness, he found himself still standing in that endless corridor. It was as if everything he had just seen was an illusion. At that moment, A strong right hand pressed down on his shoulder, startling him to the point of shivering. Turning around, he saw Mu Xing's familiar, smiling face. Done? There were some complications, but it went relatively smoothly. So such a massive monster was just destroyed like that. Not destroyed, but sealed within Tongdo. The fat man opened his mouth and grabbed Mu Xing. So you weren't bragging just now, you're really that powerful? My own strength is average, I just have some powerful fighters. Are you a summoner? Mu Xing scratched his head. You can interpret it that way. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's get you back. With a single thought, Mu Xing tore through the space belonging to level 1. He had previously refrained from acting rashly, because he was worried about endangering the fat man's safety. Now that he had found the real culprit, he felt free to act without restraint. With a single glance, his gaze pierced through the negative level spacetime knots, quickly locating the base's sub-level 2-3. Meanwhile, Ling Long and the others waited anxiously inside the base, while Zimo kept poking his head toward the crack. Just now, he sensed a violent tremor in the back room. The tremor lasted for a long time, and the range of the ripples was extremely wide. He had now recovered most of his memories, and based on his understanding of the back room, he knew that this tremor could only have been caused by a collision at the Gi realm, or even stronger. So what exactly happened deep within the back room? Could the source be that young 5th level god? Or had the border wall guardian gone completely berserk, madly attempting to destroy the back room? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him feeling a bit distraught. Brother, how about I take someone into the negative level to see what's going on? Ling Long pleaded with her brother. No, sister. You sensed the tremor just now. I'm worried the outer space has collapsed. Rushing out in this state would be tantamount to seeking death. But, Ling Long gazed anxiously at the crack, her heart aching. Just then, the crack suddenly widened, expanding into a door. Then, a familiar figure emerged from the doorway, followed closely by a fat man in a yellow hazmat suit. We're back. Hearing the voice, Ling Long rushed over, wrapping her arms around Mu Xing's waist. I'm so glad you're okay. Mu Xing awkwardly pushed the girl away. After all, they had only met a few times, and they didn't seem that familiar. Ling Long finally realized her own gaffe and took several steps back, blushing. Sorry, I was too impatient. The fat man teased, Old Mu, you're so lucky. Mu Xing punched him in the chest. Get lost. He looked at Ming Che, who looked dignified behind him. I found the person. Now I give you two choices. First, stay here. Second, I can take you back to level 1, or even back to the real world. Both Ming Che and Ling Long were shocked when these words were spoken. They stuttered, Can we really return to the real world? Mu Xing nodded. That's correct. But to be honest, in your worldview, the real world can be considered part of the back room. Many levels of the back room are even identical to the real world. So, you should consider this carefully. Then, Mu Xing looked at Ling Long. Remember my promise? I can grant you one wish. Anything? Ling Long hesitated. Yes, anything. Ling Long looked at his brother behind him. Ming Che, do you have any regrets? Ming Che shook her head. This is my opportunity. I should make up for my regrets. But Ling Long placed a hand on his cheek, gently caressing his now young face. Finding you is my greatest wish, and now it's come true, isn't it? Ming Che was silent for a moment. He turned his head to look at Mu Xing. I need to consult others about whether to leave the base. Can you give me a few hours? Mu Xing nodded. Of course. Since the fat man had been found, and the system-issued mission was imminent, there was no rush. Lounge. The fat man took off his heavy protective suit and munched on the beef jerky Mu Xing handed him. In one hand, he grabbed the almond water and gulped it down. You're right, this almond water is thinner now, and it tastes pretty good. Mu Xing smiled and shook her head. The fat man had a pretty good attitude, as if he could maintain an optimistic outlook wherever he went. Okay, eat slowly. No one's trying to take it away from you. The fat man looked miserable. You don't know what I've been through these past few days. I never want to come to the back room again. Mu Xing looked at him. So what's your choice? Stay in the survival system, or erase your memories and return to reality? The fat man shook his head like a rattle. The survival world is so exciting. If you ask me to go back and punch in at the office, I'd probably regret it. Besides, I have you here to protect me. Mu Xing smiled. Aren't you afraid my sister-in-law and precious daughter will worry? The fat man propped up his chin and looked out the window. I lived for my family for the past few decades. From now on, I want to set aside some time for myself. Just like this back room. Although the conditions are harsh and dangerous, I feel like I found my true self here. He raised his head. So, I'm going to stay and strive to survive. Mu Xing patted his shoulder, seemingly unsurprised by the fat man's decision. In some ways, they were alike. Neither of them could be caged. Each one yearned for the sky and a brighter future. Well, the number of survivors will increase soon anyway. Who knows, maybe one day your wife and daughter will become survivors too. What? The fat man's voice suddenly rose. Mu Xing's voice was distant. The survival system has now switched from defense to offense. Next, we probably have to take over the entire void. And to take over the void, we won't have enough survivors to rely on these few survivors. I'm sure the real world will soon undergo a drastic change, completely altering the world structure. The fat man was still in shock. So, you're saying that even if I leave now, I have to come back someday? That's about it, but survival of the fittest means many will be eliminated in the future. Hearing this, the fat man clenched his fists, his eyes hardening. I decided. I want to become stronger. I want to protect my wife and daughter. I hope I can hold up a safe haven for them, when they too are forced to enter the survival zone. Mu Xing nodded. This conversation had certainly boosted Fatty's fighting spirit, which was a good thing for him. By the way, this is for you. Mu Xing handed over a ring. What is this? It contains a surprise I prepared for you. However, it can't be taken out and used directly. It can only be opened once you reach the corresponding level. It will help you advance quickly. This? Don't worry, I give you 10 free resurrection opportunities. Chapter 1168. Backroom Level 1. Everyone in the base has retreated here. At the same time, a light portal opened before them. Through this portal, they could return to the real world where the back room existed. Now, two paths lay before them. Stay in the back room or return to reality. For many newcomers, returning to reality was a long-cherished wish. For the veterans, they had long since grown accustomed to life in the back room, believing it was the same no matter where they lived. As for the children born in the back room was their home. So, these people made different choices. Some walked through the door without looking back, while others chose to remain in the back room. As everyone looked at the siblings, Ming-Che made his own decision. I decided to stay here. He rubbed the head of the confused child next to him. If I leave, who will take care of them? Mu Xing looked at Linglong, seeking her advice. Since my brother has chosen to stay here, I choose to stay here too. Meg's security stations on many levels have been destroyed. I want to establish new ones within these levels to help those who have been forced into the back rooms. Mu Xing asked, What's your wish? She pointed at her brother beside her. My wish is simple. I hope to help him regain his lost youth. Sister, you? Ming-Che was a little confused. How could that be possible? Mu Xing smiled and nodded. As you wish. A small pocket watch dangled from his hand. As he turned the dial, it began to spin counterclockwise. With each rotation, Ming-Chi looked a year younger. When 20 rotations were complete, his beard vanished, his figure became youthful, and even the old injuries and hidden wounds that had plagued him for years were healed. Everyone gazed at this scene, astonished and amazed at the miracle. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and a special creation machine appeared before Linglong. This is a universal creation machine. It draws energy from the back room to create various items. It can produce 1,000 bottles of almond water or 10 other tools daily. This will serve as your trump card for survival in the back room. As he spoke, Mu Xing handed Linglong a key. This is the key to the creation machine. It allows soul binding. Only this key can unlock the creation machine. Linglong knew that this was the trump card Mu Xing had left for her. To build power, maintain public confidence, and establish prestige, this miraculous creation machine was their greatest asset. Thank you. She gripped the key tightly and bowed deeply to Mu Xing. The others followed suit, bowing to Mu Xing one after another. Here, Zimo couldn't help but mutter, why stay in the back room when you could return to the real world? The fat man next to him looked distant. Everyone has their own choices. Rather than choosing the generally accepted correct path, they simply choose the lifestyle that best suits them. Zimo nodded thoughtfully, you're right. After dealing with Linglong and the others, Mu Xing approached Zimo and asked, so what's your choice? Do we go to the ancestral land together, or stay in the back room? Zimo shook his head, I can't leave. You need a coordinate in the back room, and I'm that coordinate. Besides, if I leave the back room now, the other border wall guardians will come after me. Besides, I must find the way back and return to Hengyu to tell Terra that our ancestral land isn't just some illusory fantasy, but a real home. Mu Xing said, I believe it won't be long before the survival system begins a large-scale exploration of the back room, searching for a passage out of the lost land. Zemo's face lit up. That's great. I'm just ahead exploring the way. By the time you arrive, perhaps I have found the way back. Mu Xing extended a space ring and handed it to him. It contained some items and equipment. Your memory has been restored, and with your strength, you should be able to avoid most of the dangers in the back room. Zemo took the ring. Then I be polite. I still be here when you enter the back room again. You can call me directly. As long as I'm still here, I definitely come and join you. With that, he pushed open the door behind him, which led directly to level 2. Goodbye. He waved to the crowd and stepped through the door. He's just gone like that? The fat man opened his mouth, a hint of reluctance. But in just half a day, the two of them had already forged a new friendship. Don't worry, we see each other again soon, Mu Xing said, turning his head. At this moment, the survival system successfully connected, activating the portal out of the back room. Mu Xing looked at the vanishing iron door on the wall. But next time we come back, we'd be the first expedition members of the survival system. He could almost guess the survival system's intentions. Had they gone to such great lengths to guide him to the back room just to open this passage to Hingyu? Now that level 1 and level 2 had been gradually infiltrated and taken over by the survival system, communication with Mu Xing was no longer an obstacle. Ding mission, the Lost Reincarnator has been completed, and the mission reward has been distributed. Teleportation is expected to start in 3 minutes, leaving the back room. At this moment, the belated survival system notification finally sounded. Mu Xing was puzzled. The mission requires rescuing and transporting the reincarnator out of the back room. I only completed half of the mission, so why is it indicating success? The survival system replied, the reincarnator has regained the confidence to leave the back room. The conditions have been met, so it can be considered completed. That works? Mu Xing was stunned. He hadn't expected the system to be so flexible. Let's go, Fatty. Mu Xing called out to Fatty. Oh, here they come. Fatty quickly stood in front of the portal. By the way, Fatty, what's your survival mission? Huh? My mission. Survive in the back room for 24 hours and explore at least one level of the back room. Mu Xing understood. No wonder you joined the base exploration team. That's right. Who else would want to go to the negative levels and die? The Fatty looked relieved. But it's over, thank goodness. Now I just want to go back and get some sleep. Just then, the portal in front of him lit up, and a transparent beam of light descended. Mu Xing felt his vision rising higher and higher, passing through the habitable layer of the back room, level 1, and through the dim level 0. Then, he saw the real world, with its extremely strange space-time structure. No wonder the real world is called the front room. It looks like a twisted space-time tangle, tightly integrated with the different levels of the afterlife. No wonder humans in reality occasionally fall into the back room. The two spaces even show signs of merging. Finally, Mu Xing's vision pierced through the starry sky and pierced the barrier of the back room. What did he see? A wall of indescribable height and thickness stretched across the horizon. It was as if a vast wall, constructed from countless physical universes, towered over the void. It was hard to imagine who had built such a massive wall, and for what purpose. Occasionally, blue dots of light slithered across the wall. Those tiny, paramecium-like reptiles were the guardians of the border wall. They waved their tentacles, snatching up some of the mayfly creatures that attempted to cross the wall and devouring them whole. A closer look revealed that each paramecium was the size of a physical universe. It was just that the wall was so vast, and so far away, that these guardians seemed incredibly small. Chapter 1169. When they opened their eyes again, they were back in the real world. In the car on the way to the hotel. Mu Xing patted the still sleeping Fatty. Hey, wake up. The Fatty opened his sleepy eyes. Where am I? Mu Xing tossed his suit and tie to the back seat. Hurry up and change, the class reunion is about to start. The Fatty jolted awake and rubbed his cheek in confusion. Did I dream? He glanced at Mu Xing, who was driving. You're so horny you're drooling all over the floor. The Fatty smacked his forehead. That dream was too real. I actually dreamed I entered the back room and became a reincarnator. A survivor. Mu Xing corrected. Holy crap, wasn't it a dream? The Fatty pinched his face, a little painful. So we're really back? He turned to look out the window. Night fell, and the lights began to light up. The vibrant neon lights caught everyone's attention. It's only been a few days, but it feels like ages. He looked at Mu Xing. So every time you disappeared before, you were actually entering the mission world? Mu Xing steered. I didn't have the same treatment you have now. The system even automatically adjusts the flow of time for you. You've been in the back room for about 3 days, but outside, less than half a day has passed. Hearing this, the fat man quickly pulled out his phone to check in with his wife. Hey honey, I might be back late tonight. Then be safe and drink less. Got it, don't worry. By the time they hung up, the car had just parked safely in the hotel parking lot. We're here. Only when he stepped onto solid ground did the fat man recover from the shattering, almost world-transcending feeling. You have to get used to this feeling. The real world will drift further and further away from you, and you have to face all sorts of dangers and trials, Muxing said. The fat man stared at him blankly. Haha, are you regretting this? It's not too late to regret now. I can have the system erase your memory. The fat man punched Muxing in the chest. Do I look like someone who ran away? Muxing laughed heartily, straightening the fat man's suit and tie and smoothing his messy hair. Not bad, quite handsome. The fat man looked at Muxing. Your collar's messed up. Let me help you fix it. Ding dong. The elevator door to the underground parking lot opened. A man and a woman in the elevator saw the two men straightening each other's clothes, and immediately wore a look of disdain. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy? The fat man retorted rudely. Two psychos. Only after the couple had walked away did the two people in the elevator burst into laughter. The next day, Muxing woke up again at noon. He opened his eyes to the humming of his communicator. Hello? Who's that? You little brat, why are you just now answering the phone? Do you know that hundreds of people in the council have been waiting for you for half an hour? Yuan's sharp voice suddenly boomed. Muxing suddenly opened his eyes, all sleepiness gone. At the party last night, he had deliberately become a normal person, just to experience the feeling of being drunk. Unexpectedly, he overslept today. Well, you drank too much last night. I'd be right there. Hey you kid. Muxing quickly hung up the phone and jumped out of bed. Just then, the madman seemed to hear the noise inside and pushed the door open, poking his head out. Are you awake? Want lunch? No, I have to go to the council. Muxing fixed her hair, tore through space, and casually threw on a coat. Are you going to a meeting? Here, bring your lunch boxes. The madman, wearing a kitchen apron, handed over the lunch box he had prepared long ago. Wow, madman, you're my best nurse. Thank you. Muxing was so moved that tears welled up. The madman touched his nose. What do you want to eat tonight? I go to the market and buy it. Whatever, I'm fine with it. Muxing waved at the madman, who smelled like a married woman, and stepped back, diving directly into the rift in space-time he had created with his bare hands. Only then did Yue peek out from behind the madman. What's wrong with him? What else could it be? He overslept. The madman shook his head. Never mind him. Let's eat first. Terra City, Council Hall. With a clang, the doors swung open. Muxing, impetuously dressed in a third-level counselor's uniform, rushed into the council chamber. Sorry, something went wrong. I'm late. Everyone in the council focused their attention on Muxing, especially on the lunch box in his hands. Okay, now that everyone's here, let's begin today's meeting. A resounding voice boomed from the throne overhead. Zhou Yuan was presiding over the meeting today. Just as Muxing hurried back to his seat, the meeting officially began. First, the responsible persons will report on the battle reports from each battle zone over the past 2 days, as well as the latest situation in the contaminated area. He looked at Muxing and said, Counselor Blood Moon, is the promotion ceremony ready? All the qualified personnel have assembled. Muxing, who was about to pick up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks, looked up in confusion. Huh? It's ready. The promotion ceremony can begin anytime. Instantly, hundreds of eyes in the room were drawn to the braised pork on his chopsticks. Well, would you like a piece? Muxing hesitantly raised his lunch box. A sudden round of boos erupted. Paw paw paw. The hammer banged. Silence. Zhou Yuan's rebuke instantly silenced the entire council. Then, a first-level counselor began to report the latest battle reports on the defense line. Muxing, gnawing on a chicken leg, observed the intelligence. Since the last battle in the primordial universe, the Chaos faction has been steadily losing ground, with multiple fronts breached. Now, with the exception of the 3 remaining battle lines, Chaos has been almost completely defeated, driven back into the void. The first line of defense even began to proactively attack the Chaos faction. The Chaos also shifted from aggressive attack to defensive retreat. They were even forced to abandon their offensive against other universes, and withdraw all their forces to the survival line. However, the lack of high-end combat power made it difficult for them to fight against the 5 multiverse beings on the survival line. To add to that, there was Bai Huan, a high-level chaos, who had defected to the survival line, and had been the most dedicated in recent days against the chaos. In just a few days, he claimed to have reached the top of the merit points. 3 chaos half-step multiverse beings had perished at his hands, and countless other high-level chaos gods. Relying on the devouring technique, he had firmly established himself in the multiverse realm. After devouring the multiverse corpse, his combat power was ranked mid-level in the multiverse. Currently, joint negotiations between Chaos, the Void God, and the Ancient God were still ongoing. The 2 opposing parties were demanding too much leverage, so all 3 parties had yet to reach a complete cooperation agreement. This gave the survival line an opportunity to advance significantly. By the time the 3 parties completed the contract, the survival line would have at least gained a significant amount of territory, firmly establishing its foothold in the void. Next, intelligence was transmitted back from the contaminated zone. According to the latest exploration intelligence, a curse known as the Crimson Corruption was beginning to leak out of the Elden Ring world. The emergence of this mysterious curse made the contaminated zone even more dangerous. Chapter 1170. Crimson Corruption? A mysterious curse that destroyed half of the junction? Mu Xing stuffed the last piece of braised pork into his mouth and began to recall information about the Ring of Law. Crimson Corruption is a very dangerous and terrifying curse in the Ring of Law. In the plot, it originates from the war between the Valkyrie Mernia and the star-breaking General Rutten. To win the war against Rutten, Mernia unleashed the terrifying Crimson Corruption curse sealed within her. The curse nearly destroyed the entire battlefield and quickly spread, contaminating large areas of the junction, further devastating the already shattered junction. However, according to the information, Crimson Corruption was not created by the Valkyrie Mernia. This terrifying curse merely resided within her. One theory is that Crimson Corruption is an extremely ancient primordial force. It arrived in the junction even before the Supreme Will, and is the most primitive form of energy native to the junction. It originates from the universe. It is a vital component of the crucible of life, perhaps even its foundation. In the Age of 100 Aspects, it balanced and integrated with the Supreme Will, participating in the evolution of life. Another theory holds that the Crimson Corruption is connected to the legendary Outer Gods. In ancient times, there existed a Crimson Corruption goddess, Ionia, who was sealed by a blind swordsman in the corrupted lake downstream of the Ansel River. Marinia, the daughter of Radagon and Marika, is a divine being, yet she harbors the power of the Crimson Corruption, possibly influenced by this corrupted goddess. Whatever its origin, the Crimson Corruption is an extremely dangerous force to life. The Crimson Corruption's infiltration from the Ring of Law world is definitely not good news for the survival line. Thus, the 2 sides in the 7th War Zone, where the contaminated zone is located, remain in a state of standoff. Both the survival line and Chaos maintain a cautious approach. After presenting the battle report and the situation in the contaminated zone, Zhou Yuan began to announce the latest resolution of the council. It invited Zhou Liang to officially return to the council, and grant him the new role of speaker. In addition, the disbanding and reorganization of the Defense Corps and the Patrol Corps have also been put on the agenda. Starting tomorrow, the 2 corps will be officially disbanded. A new Defense Patrol Department will be reorganized. Okay, now, let's raise our hands to approve the resolution on the formation of the new Defense Patrol Department. As soon as he finished speaking, almost 90% of the council raised their hands simultaneously. Clearly, the vast majority of council members agreed with the restructuring of the new department. Then, the next item on the agenda came. Regarding the resolution regarding the Creator Clan joining the council, the vote begins now. Zhou Yuan struck the hammer, and the voice echoed. The council members had already heartily accepted the Creator Clan's arrival. Additionally, the Creator Clan had been visiting various major factions one after another over the past few days, presenting gifts that piled up like a mountain. This had significantly boosted their favorability. Not only did they want to join the council, but more importantly, they wanted to establish a research and development department. This department would specialize in researching various secret methods for upgrading, special equipment, mysterious potions, and so on. The establishment of such a department would undoubtedly greatly increase the speed at which the survival system could train new members. Thus, the resolution regarding the Creator Clan was generally approved without a doubt. At the start of the vote, over 99% of the people raised their hands simultaneously. By the end, the number had reached 100%. Mu Xing nodded in satisfaction. He had been worried about how to quickly integrate the creators into the survival line, but he hadn't expected such a heartfelt welcome. Furthermore, with Lon as a powerful figure, the creators joining would be much smoother. With a clatter, the hammer fell. The vote was officially passed. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's voice rang out again. Senator Blood Moon, may the promotion ceremony begin? Mu Xing stood up and said, yes, we can. Let's do it right here in the Parliament building. This is right in the heart of Terra's City's energy center. As soon as these words were spoken, expectant eyes converged. The quota issue had been a hot topic for the past few days. Many of those who secured the quota had decorated their homes with lanterns, and even held celebratory banquets. Now, they waited for Mu Xing to preside over the promotion ceremony. They were unsure, after all, such a large-scale promotion was unheard of. As preparations were underway, several speakers simultaneously activated a special dimension in the center of the assembly. All qualified candidates would await their arrival here. First to appear were 29 tier gods preparing to reach the half-step multiverse. Amidst everyone's eager attention, Mu Xing activated the life evolution formula. 20 silver potions flew precisely in front of each person. This is a catalyst and a protective potion. It will protect you during the upcoming ascension ceremony and maximize your potential. I urge you to remain true to your heart and not be swayed by false illusions. Mu Xing's voice echoed, and the 29 tier gods exchanged glances and, without hesitation, swallowed the potions. The next second, a silvery light permeated each person's body. Mu Xing began injecting sufficient resources into the life evolution formula. These resources would manifest as the driving force for advancement. The flesh ball suddenly soared high, rapidly expanding. Mysterious silver threads descended, connecting to the back of each person's head. They formed a circle, a mysterious halo pulsing rhythmically. At the same time, the 3 multidimensional candidates had arrived. You are all powerful half-step multidimensionalists. I won't waste any more words. I hope you can maintain your faith and successfully ascend in one go. The advancement potion Mu Xing prepared for them was golden, and the powerful power contained within it could be sensed from afar. After consuming it in one gulp, a dazzling golden light erupted from their bodies. As the golden threads descended, the life evolution formula began to take over the physical authority they had voluntarily released. By calculating and recompiling their life codes, it fully unleashed their potential and promoted the fundamental transformation. Thus, a magical scene unfolded in the council's alternate dimension. 20 silver figures stood outside, 3 golden figures within. As the life formula continuously unleashed the potential of these individuals, their flesh and blood bodies began to melt into balls of primal flesh. These balls returned to their most essential state, enveloping their souls and spirits, completing a super evolution guided by the life evolution formula. Mu Xing began to invest more resources, while also utilizing time acceleration to increase the speed of evolution. At this moment, all the council members present subconsciously stood up, their eyes fixed on every subtle change in the alien space. They saw new individuals begin to form within those flesh balls. At the same time, powerful auras began to emanate from those flesh balls. They were undergoing a leap in the hierarchy of life. At this moment, a dazzling light shone, obscuring everyone's vision. At this crucial final step, Mu Xing chose to keep it secret. When the light dimmed again, the flesh balls solidified into cocoons. Crack! The sound of the shells cracking was heard, and the crack spread rapidly. Everyone craned their heads, eager to peer into the alien space to observe. As the cocoon cracked completely, gleaming figures emerged. Chapter 1171. As the light receded, an even more powerful aura emanated from their bodies. 20 auras of half-step multidimensionality, like a raging wave, swept across the entire council hall. Half-step multidimensionality, truly half-step multidimensionality. Some council members, who had been skeptical of the advancement ceremony, stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Then, the 3 golden cocoons in the center began to shatter, and powerful control was unleashed from their bodies without reservation. Several council chairmen simultaneously intervened, preventing the aura from escaping and breaking through the barrier of the alien space. After a while, the surging powerful aura slowly receded, and 3 towering shadows emerged from the light. Success? Even Yax, one of the council chairmen, widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He had witnessed the simultaneous birth of 3 multidimensional beings. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the vast council hall. Congratulations to everyone on your successful advancement. Mu Xing smiled and cupped his fists at the newly advanced survivors. A faint sense of oppression emanated from Mu Xing. He felt as if, with a wave of his hand, he could suppress these masters who relied on the life evolution formula to ascend. To address Mu Xing's doubts, The Divine Seal's voice echoed in his mind. Master's perception is correct. These people are all ascenders born from the life evolution formula and the blood moon legacy. As the source of evolution, you possess a natural power over them. Mu Xing's face lit up with surprise. Doesn't that mean that if I tell them to go east, they won't dare go west? In theory, that's true. Moreover, the master can control them with the blood moon's essence, the Divine Seal said. Although the offer of the Divine Seal was appealing, Mu Xing suppressed his curiosity. Some things should be kept to oneself and never flaunted lightly. If others knew of this drawback, who would dare to ask him for advancement again? Thank you, Counselor Blood Moon. The newly promoted survivors exclaimed in unison, unable to conceal their excitement. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's voice rang out. All of you who have reached the half-step multiverse on the survival line may choose to join the Terra City Council. Those interested can take the counselor assessment. In addition, the promotions of the 3 multiverses still require passing the assessment. Whether you can reach the rank of speaker depends on your hard work. Hearing this, both the half-step multiverses and the 3 newly promoted multiverses showed anticipation. Clearly, the council had given them ample opportunities for advancement. Whether they could successfully ascend the ladder would require time. At the same time, the 3 newly promoted multiverses noticed that, despite their advancement to multiverse, they still had a significant gap to fall between themselves and the 5 speakers above them. Their path had reached its end, but those who had risen through their own efforts could still climb higher, becoming ever stronger. But they did not regret their decision. To achieve multiplicity, even the weakest multiplicity, was already standing at the pinnacle of millions. Yes! Everyone responded in unison. Soon, the news of the 20 half-step multiplicity and 3 multiplicity ascendants spread rapidly throughout the survival lines and major cities. Survivors in the streets and alleys were discussing the matter. All of them looked forward to it with anticipation. What do you think? When will the Blood Moon counselors begin the next selection process? My ancestors have been stuck at the 9th Order God for years, waiting for an opportunity. Who knows? It all depends on how the higher-ups arrange it, but I heard the new selection requirements have been released. Oh! What are they? I heard they prioritize military merit this time. The higher your military merit, the greater your chances of getting a spot. Military merit? If I start accumulating military merit now, can I get a spot for the half-step multidimensional promotion when I reach the 9th rank God? You? Get to the 9th rank God first, and then we see. Hey you guys, you're looking down on me? Listening to the lively discussions on the street, Mu Xing felt a slight sense of weight. What's wrong? Something's bothering you. The madman looked at him puzzled. Before the promotion ceremony, those guys in the void were targeting those around me, attempting to attack them. Now that the promotion ceremony has been successful, news is spreading quickly. I'm afraid I've become a thorn in their side. The madman narrowed his eyes. Are you worried they attack us? Mu Xing nodded. Yes, I don't have many family members in the real world, but now I have the support of you brothers and sisters. I'm worried they attack you. The madman rubbed his chin. Perhaps we should change our strategy. For example, take the initiative? Mu Xing looked at him. Do you mean to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, to deter the scoundrels? Indeed, as the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. If we can kill one of them, let them understand the cost of attacking us, and I believe they think carefully before making any decision. Mu Xing snapped his fingers. Good idea. I arrange it now. Mu Xing was never one to drag his feet, and this matter needed to be done quickly, not slowly. But the madman grabbed him. What's wrong? How can you fish without bait? What do you mean? You always been the bait, but let me do it this time. The madman patted his chest. No, what if something happens to you? Mu Xing refused decisively. Don't worry, I have experience in this area, and besides, don't you have my back? Without waiting for Mu Xing to speak, the madman placed a hand on his shoulder. Okay, it's settled. Mu Xing clenched his fists, knowing that the madman was the best choice, and stopped refusing. In that case, we need to choose a time. The madman said, the time is here. I'm returning to the 7th war zone tomorrow, and that will be a perfect opportunity for the void and chaos to strike. Mu Xing nodded. In that case, I set a trap in advance and wait for them. As he spoke, a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Just then, the phone rang. The caller ID showed Lon. Hello, Uncle Lon, what's up? Mo Song and the other elders are ready. The promotion ceremony can begin anytime. Okay, I'll be there right away. Wait, you go back to Terra City first. We discovered new information about the reincarnators. Really? I'd be there right away. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the madman. I have to go. Go back and inform everyone else that no one is allowed to leave Kowloon City during this period. Okay. The madman nodded in agreement. Mu Xing teleported directly from Kowloon City back to Terra City. Now that he had obtained the rank of a second-level counselor, he no longer needed to use a portal, and could freely travel through Terra City. Just yesterday, thanks to his merits from helping with promotions, he was promoted directly from a third-level counselor to a second-level counselor. If continuous promotions were not against the council's charter, he would now be a first-level counselor. As soon as he arrived in Terra City, a familiar figure appeared before him. Yuan? What are you doing here? Yuan rolled his eyes at him. Stop talking nonsense. The chairmen are waiting for you. Follow me. Chapter 1172. Contrary to Mu Xing's expectations, Yuan didn't take him to the parliament, but instead led him deeper into Terra City. Where is this? He looked around at the ancient, desolate buildings. Sealed for years, now unsealed, everything inside was perfectly preserved, not a speck of dust. Yuan walked ahead, leading Mu Xing into the long corridor. Engravings of ukiyo-e paintings line the corridor, telling ancient stories. This is Terra City's old Parliament Hall. It's been sealed for many years. If it weren't for the information you brought back, it would still be sealed. Old Parliament Hall? Yuan nodded. You come into contact with the reincarnators, so you must know something about Terra City's history, right? Mu Xing nodded, and then shook his head. I don't know much. After all, Zimo's authority isn't high, and the information he can access is limited. In that case, let the speakers tell you the truth. With a clang, Yuan pushed open the heavy door in front of him, and a faint light shone from the hall. Looking up, the dim hall was dark, devoid of lights. Only a massive brazier in the center burned a dark red flame, like embers. The hall's terrace seating formed a vast semicircle. Mu Xing involuntarily stepped into the ancient council chamber, a sense of utter desolation washing over him. Yuan didn't enter, and even took a step back. Go in. I'm not worthy of entering here, Yuan said. Mu Xing nodded, and walked straight into the empty hall. The sound of his shoes hitting the floor echoed in the gloom. Suddenly, the flames in the massive brazier suddenly grew higher, the dark red flame suddenly transforming into a warm orange-yellow. Flames shot up hundreds of meters high. The flames were invisible, yet controlled by some force. They burned out the light and shadows of the past. When he looked up at the dome, the light and shadows cast by the leaping flames were reflected on it. At first, it was a shapeless mass of gray dust swirling in the dark void. Over time, the dust particles collided with each other, coalescing into a core. Over eons, the core grew larger and larger until it suddenly ignited, transforming into the primordial sun that illuminated the starry sky. With the sun's immense gravitational pull, the dust particles surrounding it gradually formed new cores. These grew larger and more dense, gradually forming various planets, some solid and some gaseous. And in the third orbit of this sun, a newly born planet was undergoing its most crucial transformation. Its entire body was composed of a scorching core and a sea of magma. At that moment, from the depths of the universe, a mysterious fireball streaked across the interstellar space and landed on this magma-filled planet. The mysterious fireball was a massive, high-temperature fireball, surrounded by tens of thousands of smaller fireballs, its living flames constantly shifting. Its surface was covered in patterns resembling sunspots, and with each rotation, it released swirling arcs of flame. Mu Xing recognized it immediately. It was no dead object, but an ancient great old one. Thugga, an ancient name suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was a living sun, watering the starry sky, absorbing the light and heat emitted by various stars and planets. And the newly formed magma planet before it clearly held a strong attraction for it. He descended upon this planet with his followers and began to absorb its immense power. Over time, as the heat was largely drained away, this eternally boiling magma planet began to cool. Thugga, displeased, landed on the solidified magma sea, preparing to burrow into the core and devour the planet's final heat. But at this moment, a vast dark cloud approached across the starry sea. Its size was indescribable, and its form was impossible to discern. The ancient old one, Thugga, fled the planet screaming like a frightened cat. The vast dark cloud seemed to descend from another dimension, passing through a narrow crack, shrinking and dripping onto the planet. From Mu Xing's perspective, the dark cloud seemed to be fleeing, finally exhausted here, forced to tear through the cracks in the starry sky and escape into this world. Mu Xing tried to see what it looked like, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not. But when Mu Xing tried to activate the power that defied fate within him, a warm, Familiar feeling washed over him. Could it be him? Mu Xing's blurry vision suddenly cleared. He saw flesh and blood swirling amidst the embers. Within that vast sea of flesh, a wedge-shaped stone tablet continuously rose and fell. Thugga, who had just been frolicking on this planet, let out a mournful cry. The energy it had absorbed for tens of millions of years was drained away in an instant. Its body dimmed, like a nearly extinguished piece of coal. But in the end, he managed to escape, not because of his immense strength, but because the descender carrying the stone tablet lost interest in him after draining away his energy. Thugga's consciousness nearly shattered, and he fled madly into the depths of space. The scene shifted back to the planet, whose identity Mu Xing had already recognized. The flesh sea surrounding the stone slab began to sink into the earth, hiding beneath the ancient mountains. He used the energy he had seized from Thugga to seal the planet. 700 million years passed quickly, and during this time, the scorching earth cooled completely. A mysterious and ancient entity drew various elements from the starry sky to earth, forming clouds and rain. For millions of years, the frenzied rain washed over the planet, eventually forming a vast ocean that covered the entire planet. Deep in the dark underground caverns, a dim fluorescent substance sprayed, and turbid life essence flowed through the cracks into the ancient ocean. The life essence quickly spread across the globe, reacting with various minerals. After hundreds of millions of years of mixing, the most primitive life was born. For billions of years thereafter, life exploded on this newborn planet. A variety of life forms were born and evolved within the endless supply of life essence. Until one day, an ancient alien race descended from deep space onto this planet teeming with life. This ancient, mysterious life form had achieved near-perfect life forms hundreds of millions of years ago. Possessing an unparalleled longevity, they evolved the ability to adapt to any environment, even capable of traversing the stars in their physical form. They also possessed biological creation and molecular technology. Calling themselves the Ancients, they traversed the distant stars in search of a suitable home, ultimately settling on this ocean-filled planet. In just 10,000 years, they conquered the entire planet. They evolved the ability to defy deep-sea pressure, allowing them to survive within the depths. They built cities across the ocean, completely controlling this mysterious planet. However, not long after, these conquerors from the stars discovered the true ruler within the planet's depths. Chapter 1173. The scene before Mu Xing's eyes shifted. Following the gaze of an ancient, they passed through a crack in the primordial ocean and entered a vast, dark underground space. Here they beheld something indescribable, the origin of all life on this planet. However, they did not flee in fear, for they discovered that this mysterious being had no consciousness of its own and would not even attack. This discovery filled the ancients with ecstasy, believing they had uncovered a treasure trove of surprises. This sea of flesh and blood, capable of primordial life, captivated these ancients, whose origins lay in their ability to evolve life. They sought to uncover the essence of life's evolution from the sea. So, they made a mad decision. They sought to extract a strand of genes and flesh from the mysterious sea of flesh, to discover the secret of life's birth. For this plan, they had prepared for millions of years. Although the sea of flesh would not attack, anyone approaching would be assimilated by an unknown force. This force was beyond their ability to resist or even confront. Therefore, they could only slowly collect the single-celled life forms that emerged from the life essence dripping from the flesh sea and extract the original genes within. Using bioengineering techniques, they created a special carrier. This special carrier was able to resist the flesh sea's assimilation capacity to a certain extent. Then, through millions of years of continuous iterative evolution, its resistance was enhanced. Finally, their created carrier finally managed to approach the flesh sea and successfully extract a strand of genetic flesh and blood. Using this strand of genes, combined with ancient life evolution technology, they created a special life form with unlimited evolutionary capabilities. This life form possesses the ability to shape-shift at will, adapting to any living environment and instantly evolving adaptive organs. It also possesses immense physical strength, easily lifting massive rocks and mountains. It can even evolve by consuming other creatures. Millions of years of growth have given it a mysterious collective consciousness, granting it wisdom beyond common sense. The ancients called this life form Shagas. At first, they used mind control to manipulate these mindless, primitive life forms. These primitive life forms were like the perfect servants, capable of transforming into whatever form the ancients desired and evolving the functions they desired. However, this also laid the groundwork for subsequent disasters and destruction. The ancients misjudged the potential of these servants. By the time they discovered the crisis, the Shoggoths had already developed a vast collective consciousness. When the first rebellion began, the ancients swiftly suppressed it, successfully crushing the Shoggoth rebellion. However, over time, the ancients, content with their own pleasures, gradually lost the powerful evolutionary potential of their species. As their internal structure decayed and the world's environment changed, the servants, the Shoggoths, finally seized their opportunity, rebelled, and ultimately escaped the control of the ancients. They hid in the planet's most dangerous and extreme environments, disintegrating and merging into the vast ocean, spreading their genes across the world. Quietly dormant, they awaited the day they would emerge from their cocoons and become butterflies. The image on the dome abruptly stopped here. At the same time, the lights came on, and several familiar speakers appeared before him. Mu Xing also lowered his head in confusion, confused as to the meaning of these speakers showing him this video. What does this mean? At this moment, Zhou Yuan emerged from the darkness. This is the origin of our ancient planet, and the origin of all life on it. Although Mu Xing had already suspected this, Zhou Yuan's words still shocked him. So, speaker, you're saying that we didn't form naturally, but rather came from a source that seeded life? Zhou Yuan nodded. I suppose you already know who the source of all origins is, right? Mu Xing thought again of that dreamlike journey, his consciousness traveling through time, the scene he witnessed in that eternal darkness. The ancient ancestor god named Yubo Sasla was engaged in an endless war with the tentacles of the eternal darkness. At this moment, Lan also emerged from the darkness. Long ago, I studied the human race and discovered your uniqueness and distinction. You are profoundly different from other life forms in the starry sky, and your origins are puzzling. Though weak, you possess unimaginable adaptability and evolutionary abilities. You may be born as separate individuals, yet you possess the potential for a vast collective consciousness. Your consciousness, dreams, souls, can form the Alaya consciousness, consolidating the collective consciousness of humanity. In some ways, you are even very similar to us, the creators. It's just that you don't have the upper limit curse or the evolution curse. Now I understand. Your birth must have a great origin, and this great origin is the one you just saw in the picture. Mu Xing stroked his chin and looked at the other two speakers in the darkness. So where did he come from? What is his purpose? He asked this question because he wanted to learn more about the ancestral god. At this moment, Yax, who had been silent until then, spoke. This is the unsolved mystery of life, just as we cannot see the truth of this universe. But it is a blessing, but also a threat. What do you mean? Mu Xing heard the hidden meaning in his words. Life has a beginning and an end. It's a cycle no one can escape. Just like the curse of the upper limit faced by the Creator clan. Life begins incomplete, and will inevitably end in incompleteness. And what about us humans? We were born from that mysterious and great existence, but one day, we will be forced to return to our origins. Mu Xing looked at Yax before him. So, Speaker Yax, are you saying that our species won't necessarily perish from external threats, but will more likely perish from our origins? Yax nodded. Many years ago, some realized this. After reaching a certain level, they would feel a mysterious call. As their strength grows, this call grows stronger. That voice urges them to return to the embrace of their origin, to the very origin of human life. So, to avoid this outcome and find a solution, they chose. They chose to leave their ancestral land and journey into the void, even to leave this void itself. Mu Xing seemed to understand something. So, Terra was built by those people, and then abandoned by them? Indeed, until many years later, when the survival system emerged, reopening this dusty palace, recruiting survivors, and expanding the living space. Mu Xing frowned. Can leading here really escape fate? Also, is the birth of our species related to those ancient beings and Shoggoth seen in the image? Lan, who was standing beside him, spoke. According to the records I reviewed from the predecessors of Terra, humans may not have been created by them, but the origin of the human species is certainly related to them, to those ancient genes scattered throughout the world. Even, you may be a new life form formed by the genes of those ancient Shoggoths merging with other life forms. And in ancient records, you humans are also known as the usurpers of life. Chapter 1174. Usurper of life? What does that term even mean? Mu Xing's face gleamed with curiosity. Lan said, like our creator clan's ancestor, Abhoth. Generally speaking, creatures born within his life system are unable to leave his body for the rest of their lives. These lives are born, grow, evolve, and die within Abhoth's body. Even his naturally bred offspring will be devoured by him after a certain period of time. As Abhoth's parent, the one known as the ultimate progenitor naturally possesses the same characteristics. Life born from his body will eventually return to his body. But you humans are different. You have ancient Shoggoths within you. Genes, this flesh and blood gene stolen by the Ancient One, has blasphemously escaped his control. This has greatly reduced the ancestral god's control over the recovery of you humans, making you usurpers of the ancestral source of life. However, the risk still exists. The higher the level of life, the more you can feel the call from the source. Another point. Humans are called this in the Hengyu because we are the only species independent of the Hengyu life system. The title of usurper is also a threatening title imposed on us by other Hengyu races. Hearing these words, Mu Xing fell silent. Although Lan's words made sense, and these records were true, he had a feeling that the truth might not be entirely correct. After all, he had faced the ancestral god's true appearance. If he wanted to devour him, why would he go to the trouble of letting him go? And even send the light of the essence of life? Was it to fatten the fish before killing them? Mu Xing felt that was unnecessary. Even if he could one day become as powerful as those unimaginable outer gods, he would probably be no match for the ancestral god. So Mu Xing felt that since he condoned the existence of usurpers, like humans, he must have new plans. Could it be to cultivate a force capable of combating the eternal darkness? Suddenly, Mu Xing raised his head and said, "Speakers, I don't think we have anything to worry about in the short term. To be honest, I have seen the ancestral god." What? This time, it was the turn of several speakers to be shocked, including Lan in front of him. They all looked at Mu Xing in surprise. "Are you serious?" Mu Xing turned back to the ancient, empty old parliament hall before him. "My consciousness once returned to the ancestral god's origin, but I was not consumed." These words were like a huge stone dropped into the hearts of everyone present, stirring up a turbulent wave. "Are you sure? You know, this could have implications for the future of humanity, our path, and our ultimate destination." Mu Xing said, "I'm sure. If given the chance, I'd like to have a conversation with the ancestral god. Perhaps I can unravel all the unsolved mysteries." "Is that possible?" Several people nearby expressed confusion. Mu Xing, however, remained calm. "Who knows? It all depends on human effort." With a wave of his hand, a vibrant blue planet appeared in the hall. It was beautiful and mysterious, like a sapphire set in a starry sky. "I have a question. Is the ancestral god still on Earth?" The others exchanged glances, then shook their heads. "We haven't found the ancestral god deep within Earth, nor have we discovered any other alien dimensions." Mu Xing disagreed. "I think the ancestral god is still on Earth, just in a time and space beyond our comprehension. With our power level, we can't sense its presence." Mu Xing gently fiddled with the globe before him, as if searching for something. A moment later, the group recovered from their recent conversation. Both sides have received a considerable amount of information today, so their minds were a bit hazy. "Speakers, have you made any new discoveries regarding those predecessors who left Earth?" It was Mu Xing who broke the silence, bringing the conversation back on track. Zhou Yuan nodded. "Yes, through the intelligence you brought back, we found this in the database." He spread his hands, and an ancient map materialized. "What is this?" "This is the map those predecessors used to plan their departure from the Lost Land, but the crucial second half is missing. This map only leads us to the border wall." Mu Xing took the map and compared it with the images in his memory. "Yes, the map is real, but getting through the border wall isn't that easy. As far as I know, there's only one safe way through the border wall. That's the back room." "Is that the back room you mentioned in your report?" "Yes. I don't know how it's formed, but under certain conditions, it can bypass the border wall and connect directly to the back room outside Hengyu. We just need to go through the back room to get outside the wall." Zhou Liang, who had been silent nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Can't we just climb over the border wall?" Mu Xing waved his hand, revealing the border wall. The wall, formed from countless superimposed universes, seemed endless. "Come flip one over and let me see." Zhou Liang's face fell. "Well, I was just kidding." Mu Xing said, "The size of the border wall is secondary. The real threat lies in the border wall's defenders roaming around it." He pointed at the blue specks of light resembling paramecium. They looked incredibly tiny, but a comparison revealed they were the size of a standard-sized physical universe. And these paramecium creatures were densely packed, countless. No one knew how many similar defenders existed within the border wall, their lair. A head-on confrontation was definitely not a wise option. Are those ancient gods crazy? Why build such a massive wall? Zhou Liang couldn't help but grumble. Zhou Yuan, the elderly father standing nearby, slapped his son on the back of the head. "Of course, it's to stop something." Everyone looked up at each other and explained in unison, "Ancestral God." Mu Xing didn't know how high the ancestral god's rank was, but a being that even my aunt and Hastur revered so much must surely be worthy of the ancient gods building such a massive wall to block it. Mu Xing fumbled around in the storage space. "Oh, I forgot to give you this." "What is this?" Several people stared puzzled at the strangely shaped cylinder in Mu Xing's hand. "This is a reward from the system. It contains clues about the Hengyu passage. You can research it." Mu Xing had handed it over because the clues were incredibly complex, and the sheer volume of data was giving him a headache. So, he decided to leave it to the professionals to analyze, saving him the trouble. Zhou Yuan took the cylinder and poured out a sheet of data covered in garbled characters. This was a vast amount of data compressed into a physical form, and Mu Xing felt dizzy at the mere sight of it. Hiss. The others hissed in unison. Chapter 1175. After leaving the council, Mu Xing headed directly to the Creator Clan's residence. The two selected elders had already completed the promotion ceremony. Mo, the Grand Elder, and Song, the Grand Elder. They should have ascended to the multiverse long ago, but the upper limit curse had kept them stuck at this level for years. And now, with Heng's life evolution formula, they could break through that limit and reach a higher realm. Of course, this also required Mu Xing's blood moon inheritance. Otherwise, even if the life evolution formula was cranked to the point of smoke, it would be impossible to break through the limit. The principle was simple. Abhosa's curse was indeed difficult to break. But Mu Xing possessed the flesh and blood of the ancestral god, so suppressing the power of the ancestral god's offspring was not a difficult task. When the promotion ceremony began, the two elders purged themselves of all impurities, stripping away the energy amassed through years of hard training, and ascended with pure bodies. The energy stripped away wouldn't be wasted, it would be absorbed and transformed by the life evolution formula, becoming the energy for their own evolution. However, the process was much slower than the ceremony Mu Xing presided over at the council. As the saying goes, slow work makes perfect. It wasn't until the next morning that the two elders were promoted. Instantly, two dazzling beams of light pierced the sky, seemingly illuminating the entire void. Look, another multiverse has emerged. On the survival line, the soldiers preparing to launch a new attack couldn't help but look up, seeing two beams of light of different colors. One was a dark beam representing Mo, the other a green beam representing Song. As the two beams rose, they stirred up endless visions. At that moment, countless eyes converged. At the same time, masters from various races rushed to the end of the light column, and several council chairmen also arrived immediately. By this time, the council already had 8 multidimensional masters, and with the 2 before them, there were a total of 10 multidimensional masters. And these 2 appeared to have been promoted naturally, making them even more powerful than the 3 who had been promoted through rituals. Ha ha ha, our survival line is finally standing firm. I wonder how arrogant those chaos bastards will be in the future. Indeed, the survival line now has 10 multidimensional masters, with over 50 half-step multidimensional masters. Who can withstand this kind of combat power? The entire defense line was filled with excited chatter. Congratulations. Congratulations to the 2 elders on their successful promotion. Zhou Yuan, representing the council, was the first to offer congratulations. At the same time, at the intersection of the chaos battlefield, another dazzling white light shot up into the sky. That white light transformed into the shadow of a giant, living sun. It bared its fangs and claws, stretching its body, as if to illuminate the entire void. A striped cat, so fat it had no neck, could be vaguely seen. Damn it! I finally made it to the multiverse. I laugh at Tondo's foolishness and Huaming's lack of wisdom, but I'm the only one who's made it this far. I go back and smash your heads in. Then, the next second, the nearby void ripped apart, and 2 enormous cat claws emerged from the crack. They snatched the living sun away, like a ball of yarn. Then, from the depths of the void, came the screams of evil spirits. Ah! I fight you to the death. Uncle Tondo, spare me. The multiverse of the survivors stared at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what had just happened. Was that evil spirit the one who just broke through? Zhou Yuan asked uncertainly. That's right, but what about those cat claws? And who are Tondo? 7th line of defense. This is the territory of the Chaos Zerg Demon, Oro. The Terra City Council doesn't have many records of the Chaos Zerg Demon's battles. As the overlord of the Chaos Zerg, it is both the controller and the incubator of the Chaos Zerg. It also has another name, the Chaos Zerg Mother Hive. As the Mother Hive, it naturally rarely takes the initiative, as its sheer size and complexity make it difficult to move. On a daily basis, it breeds billions of Zerg swarms, making both defense and offense seem effortless. Unlike Xinghua, who also has his own troublemaker, Oro is at the other extreme. Unless it's an all-out offensive, requiring the Chaos Overlords to concentrate their forces, it rarely leaves the 7th War Zone. Also, it is very nonchalant in combat, showing little interest in fighting for territory. Although this slackness often irritated the other Chaos Overlords, they couldn't bring themselves to react. Chaos relied on the power of Oro to defend the perimeter of the battle zone, preventing infiltration by the survival system. Now, due to the contaminated area on the 7th line, the war between the two sides had temporarily ceased. The insect demon Oro's slacking intentions became even more apparent. And the survivors on the 7th line were in perfect harmony. Since you want to slack off, then let you do it. It's better than a life-and-death struggle with heavy casualties. However, as the contaminated area spread and the dangerous crimson corruption released from the mysterious gate, insect demon Oro's leisurely life was interrupted. Whether it was the oversight of other chaos lords, or those annoying ancient gods and void gods in the void, Oro was irritated. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the 7th line of defense, Crazy Man was leading a reconnaissance team deep into the contaminated area. Their mission today was to scout a sword-shaped stone tablet that had suddenly fallen from the void. The tablet, engraved with words from the Elden Ring world, looked as if it had fallen from the borderland. Dozens of these tablets had fallen, and just last night, a large number had landed in the contaminated area. Because of its scattered distribution, the contaminated area could not be mentally scanned, so elite scouts were needed to conduct physical reconnaissance. Captain, how far are we? Let's take a break first. Li Hongwei, a member of the team, panted heavily. The contaminated area consumes a tremendous amount of divine power. Even though all present were elite gods, they still had to expend a great deal of divine power to maintain the barrier at all times. Once contaminated, one would be seriously injured, even if not killed. Their protective suits required particular attention. This was their only defense against the terrifying scarlet corruption. Crazy Men glanced at the gray sky around them and pointed to the charred trench ahead. Rest up ahead. Great, finally some rest. Li Hongwei eagerly jumped into the trench, plopped down on the ground without ceremony, and gasped for air. He also emptied a bag of life water, which replenished his divine power. Li Hongwei, you can't do this? You reached the divine level, and yet you're so weak? The opposing teammate jokingly asked. Li Hongwei's eyes widened immediately. Who's weak? You're the one. Shoo! Stop it! There's movement! Crazy Men quickly held their heads. The few of them cautiously looked ahead. In the gray, polluted area, they saw an overwhelming black wave bearing down on them. Crazy Man quickly growled, the black wave of pollution is coming. Prepare for impact. Seeing this, the others quickly pulled out their various protective gear. They quickly assembled these props, propping up a small dome. The crystal-like prisms formed a makeshift shield. The next second, a tide of black pollution rolled in like a tide, engulfing everything. Where it passed, no grass grew, rock and soil rotted under its force. Looking up, the black tide of pollution crawled over the dimly glowing prismatic dome, like mud. Countless hideous human faces howled within, twisted and terrifying. Chapter 1176. 3 minutes later, only a thin layer remained of the prism dome. The black tide of pollution slowly receded. As they sheathed their prisms and climbed out of the trench, their faces grew increasingly grim. Where the black tide passed, the ground melted into a tar-like mass, and the soil turned into a deadly, poisonous mud. No life could survive in such mud. This is bad. The contaminated area is expanding again, and the rate of expansion is accelerating. I'm afraid it won't be long before it approaches the city walls. Li Hongwei pulled out his professional equipment and began rapidly recording everything around him. Report this. Area D68 has been contaminated by the black tide. Danger level confirmed, S. Hearing the S level from Crazy Man, the other team members' faces darkened. And their destination was still further ahead. Everyone, we're going deeper now. The danger level there could be S+, or even SS. Those who can't hold on can return now. Crazy Man said sternly. Captain, what nonsense are you talking about? How could our squad be so cowardly? If we were truly afraid of death, we wouldn't have volunteered to scout the contaminated area. That's right, Captain. Don't underestimate us. The madman took a deep breath. In that case, everyone follow orders. We will not rest until we reach our destination. We will rush to the reconnaissance point in one breath. Li Hongwei waved his fist. Let's do it. Death is like the birds flying to the sky. We live forever. For military merit, we will fight. The madman solemnly warned. Remember, on this journey, do not look back. Do not look back. Although they didn't understand the captain's serious instructions, everyone understood the importance of following orders. They nodded, silently memorizing the rule. The madman waved his hand. Let's go. The 7-man team instantly entered stealth mode and quickly crossed the contaminated area. At the same time, the madman activated his special communicator to contact Mu Xing. Old Mu, I entered the middle level of the contaminated area. I'm sure I'll be targeted soon. Soon, Mu Xing's voice came from the other side. Very good, keep going. I want to see what kind of big fish we can reel in this time. At this moment, in the Chaos base camp of the 7th War Zone, Aurora was leisurely eating a steak when suddenly, the transparent barrier door, resembling a worm's membrane, was torn apart by bare hands. A gloomy figure entered, his face and figure constantly shifting, and behind him, a bottomless abyss loomed. A terrifying, pale face emerged from the abyss, closely observing his carrier's every movement. Suddenly, the face darted towards Oro, who was still leisurely devouring meat. Oro, it's already this hour, and you're still here eating meat? Even if you're lazy, there should be a limit, right? Hearing these almost threatening words, Oro remained as quiet as a pine tree. He transformed into a female insectoid and raised the silver goblet beside him, which contained blood wine brewed from high-grade divine blood. He took a sip, his face intoxicated. Oro, do you hear me? The man growled. Oro glanced at the strange face in the abyss. Atlas, why are you here when you're not negotiating with those void gods? Atlas, also known as the Lord of the Abyss. He is the spokesperson for the Chaos Abyss, himself a vast, ever-changing abyss. Unlike Nightmare, his ability to transform is mimicry. With a single glance, he can mimic the physical form and even the innate abilities of his opponent. He ranks second in strength within the entire Chaos faction. The strange face within the abyss suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a void letter. What is this? The void god's new conditions. Oro opened the letter, and mysterious void words appeared before him. Have these void gods gone mad? They want us to take the head of a multiverse survivor as a gift? Atalos shook his head. We can't help it. Those void gods have been hiding in the void for so long, using us Chaos as a shield. Now that we Chaos have suffered a severe blow, they jumped out and made such unreasonable demands. Negotiations have reached a critical juncture, and I have no choice but to come and discuss this with you. Oro glanced at Atalos. How is our rebirth plan going? 3 carriers have already completed their initial evolution, but it will probably take some time for them to become overlords. You know, what we lack most right now is time. Oro put down his silver wine glass. Have you received any updates on the survival line? Atalos gritted his teeth. They obtained the Creator Clan's life evolution formula. In just a few weeks, they already produced 20 half-step multiverses and 3 multiverses. They already have 8 multiverses at full strength. If we allow them to continue this way, we in Chaos might just... Oro shook his head. Your information is too late. They acquired 2 more multiverses, both from the Creator Clan. And there's that evil spirit, who was also promoted not long ago. That stray dog? With a bang, Atalos smashed the nearby biomass wall with a punch. Oro said, so, our real threat isn't those multiverses, but that blood moon. He controls the formula for life evolution. If we give him resources and time, the multiverse number of our survival line will quickly double. Crackling. The monstrous face in the abyss grinded its sharp teeth, making a harsh grinding sound. So what do you mean? Oro grabbed the letter. I believe those void gods also see Blood Moon as a thorn in their side. If we exchange one of the multiverse's quotas for a 5th-tier god, or even one of Blood Moon's teammates, wouldn't the difficulty be much lower? Atalos frowned. But you should know how difficult it is to capture Blood Moon's teammates. We can't just charge straight into the survival zone, right? It wasn't possible before, and it's even more impossible now. Oro smiled. What if I say I have the latest intel on that madman's coordinates? As he spoke, a flash of light appeared from his fingers, revealing a reconnaissance team cautiously infiltrating the contaminated area. Leading them was none other than the madman. Atalos' face lit up, and he reached for the light with his bare hands. But Oro snatched it away first. Atalos snorted, what's the price? Oro waved his hand, and flung the ball of light away. Just don't bother me for a while. Also, you better keep your cooperation with the Void God in reserve. Are you saying, those guys are unreliable? Ha ha. Oro sneered, when have they ever been reliable? Atalos nodded, and the face in the abyss suddenly stretched out, swallowed the body in one gulp, and then retreated into the abyss and disappeared. The abyss then vanished with it. Until Atalos' presence completely vanished. A young man suddenly appeared before Oro. Oro put on a modest smile. How was it? Are you satisfied with my performance? The young man across from him ate the fruit on his plate and nodded. Oro, you surprise me. Why did you choose to work with me? Oro grinned. As the saying goes, a man of insight is a hero. Chaos is doomed, and the Void God wants to take advantage of the situation and seize control of Chaos assets. Instead of servitude to the Void, I'd better find another buyer while I still have some value. Am I right, Mr. Blood Moon? Chapter 1177. Mu Xing raised his head, looking at Oro with a half-smile. Suddenly, with a flick of his right hand, he snatched a white insect from thin air. The insect struggled in his grip, emitting a sharp chirping sound. Oro, put away your little tricks. I may be easygoing, but I'm not a fool to be deceived. He tightened his right hand, and with a poof, he crushed the insect. At the same time, a trace of green blood oozed from the corner of Oro's eye. He lowered his head. Sorry, I'm just being safe. Mu Xing snorted. Are you worried I might go back on my word? He stood up and made a move to leave. You don't even have the most basic trust? So let's not even talk about this cooperation. Oro quickly stood up and stopped Mu Xing. Please stay. We can talk. He bowed and apologized, then handed Mu Xing a box. What is this? Sir, open it and you see. Consider it my sincere apology. Mu Xing opened the box and quickly scanned its contents. Squinting slightly, he said, Great rune fragment? Yes, lying in the box in his hand was a great rune fragment. The great rune is a fragment of the Elden Ring from the Ring world, possessing unfathomable power. Even a mortal possesses it, it can unleash formidable combat power. Although the great rune fragment in the box is not one of the 10 great runes, but merely a fragment of the ring's shattered remains, the power it holds is still immense. It's a good gift. I accept it. Mu Xing stored the box in his storage space. Seeing Mu Xing accept the gift, Oro breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Xing tilted his head and said, Everything should proceed as planned. Remember, this is your only chance. Whether you submit your letter of surrender well or not directly affects your future prospects. Oro quickly lowered his head and said, Don't worry, I'm prepared. At least one Void God will be drawn to the designated location. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. You will die in battle in the contaminated area. From now on, you can go fishing wherever you want. With that, Mu Xing vanished, leaving no trace. It wasn't until half an hour after Mu Xing left that a bugman with a gigantic brain walked in. Lord Oro, the Void cannot be trusted, and those humans are even less so. What if they turn against you later? Oro shook his head. Don't worry, he won't. At least I'm safe until I enter that gate and deal with the contamination. Because I'm the only one who knows about the Elden Circle. All I need is time, enough for us to evacuate and get away from all the trouble. As he finished speaking, the hidden truth around him was revealed. Countless Chaos Zerg, like a vast swarm of ants, were moving their entire families, preparing to evacuate the first line of defense. The big-headed bug man asked hesitantly, Master, is Chaos truly doomed? Oro shook his head. Back then, they were at their peak and couldn't defeat their survival line. Now the tide has turned. Do you think Chaos still has a chance? Don't we still have the Void God? Ha ha. Oro scoffed. Don't you know what kind of people the Void God and the Old Gods are? They never cared who rules this void. They simply want to maintain a balance of consumption among other forces, and grow secretly. In the past, they always came to the aid of the weaker party. But this time, unless they personally take the lead, no one can stop the survival system. A glint of darkness flickered in the big-headed insect man's eyes. Master, if you had suddenly taken action just now, and captured that blood moon, perhaps the outcome would have been different. After all, he's only a 5th level god. Oro didn't answer, but instead looked at the big-headed insect man before him. Shilua, how long have you been following me? The man quickly lowered his head. Master, over 1 billion years. Oro rubbed the Lord's throne, which was covered in a hard chitinous carapace. Yes, 1 billion years. But 1 billion years of loyalty is not as good as a single temptation from those void gods. At these words, the big-headed insect man prostrated himself on the ground in fear. Master, I have not betrayed you. Oro, expressionless, instantly appeared behind the big-headed insect man. With a thud, the insect man's massive head exploded, and his headless body slammed to the ground. The flesh and blood floor squirmed, rapidly devouring the corpse. He continued to rub his fingers, a dark thread of void entwined within them. With a swipe of his right hand, he completely annihilated it. These void gods are truly calculating. It's a pity for my loyal follower. Meanwhile, in the contaminated area, as Madman and his companions continued to advance deeper into the contaminated area, the surrounding pollution grew increasingly severe. The swirling clouds of pollution in the air would kill even low-level gods upon contact. So, they moved with extreme caution. Almost there. Madman's voice rang out, pointing toward the hillside ahead. Up there, they saw a massive stone sword, several hundred meters tall, piercing the mountain. The mysterious stone sword was inscribed with dense runes, recording some kind of epic and legendary story. Most astonishingly, the massive stone sword could actually repel pollution. The stone sword repelled all pollution within a 10-mile radius. The floating clouds of pollution were shattered and vanished before they could even get close. Clearly, the stone sword's function wasn't just to repel pollution, it seemed to purify it. For they discovered that the land around the stone sword was completely normal, not a poisonous black mud. Excitedly, several people rushed into the stone sword's protective zone. Oh my god, this stone sword can really purify pollution. Li Hongwei pulled out his inspection equipment and quickly scanned the surroundings. Captain, the surrounding environment is consistent with the normal values outside. The madman looked around and said, "Quick, take this opportunity to clean and repair your protective suits." Everyone removed their protective suits and began cleaning the dirt and repairing the tiny cracks caused by the intense corrosion. The madman took 2 steps to the massive stone sword and used specialized equipment to record and scan the text. At this time, Li Hongwei also approached the stone sword. "Captain, whose weapon is this? Could it be a divine artifact from the border area?" Li Hongwei rubbed his hands, thinking of pulling the stone sword away. The madman shook his head. "This thing is not a weapon, but a sword tomb steel." "Sword tomb steel? What is that?" Li Hongwei was puzzled. "You can think of it as a stone tablet used to record historical events and legends." The madman approached the stone sword, his right hand slowly reaching out. Suddenly, his right hand ached. Looking down, he saw that his hand was cut. You have to remember that he was now a 4th-level god, able to use law phenomena, and even when not in combat, he was protected by the laws. However, his hand was still cut. It was only a wisp of white sword energy that cut through it, extremely sharp and indestructible. He withdrew his hand, and the wound on his right hand quickly healed. At the same time, he quickly stopped Li Hongwei, who was reaching out curiously. But he was still a step too late. Li Hongwei screamed as his right hand was chopped off. Li Hongwei clutched his arm and stepped back, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. "How is this possible? I just ascended to the divine rank, and I'm still feeling pain?" Chapter 1178. The madman shouted, stopping the others. "Don't get close. There's something wrong with this stone sword." The other teammates became alert, drawing their various weapons. Li Hongwei used his divine power to carefully retract his severed right hand. Divine power surged, and his arm healed rapidly. "What the hell? How could it possibly harm my divine body?" The madman said sternly, "It's sword energy. And it's just a trace of sword intent engraved on this sword monument." Just as everyone was puzzled, they suddenly saw a phantom figure appear above the stone sword. It was a Valkyrie wearing a half-mast helmet, holding an unsheathed blade, quietly hovering above the stone sword. At the same time, her name popped into everyone's mind, Marinia. "Oh no! It's the Valkyrie! Retreat! Get out of here!" The madman felt a sense of alarm. His years of life and death experience told him this place was dangerous. Everyone quickly retreated. Just as they were about to break free from the stone sword's protective range, the illusory Valkyrie figure suddenly drew her sword. Instantly, countless sword energies surged, pouring down from the stone sword like rain. Everyone exerted all their might to maintain the divine barrier. The madman roared, and 2 flaming chaos blades materialized in his hands. The violent shadow of the rules of slaughter coalesced behind him into a towering war god. Attack against attack, however, even the madman's ultimate burst of energy couldn't withstand the sharp blades and sword energy. The powerful illusion of the rules lasted only a second before being shattered by the sword energy. Thankfully, they escaped the stone sword's protective zone in time and retreated to the contaminated area. The sword energy, sharp as it was, couldn't leave the protected area. The moment it entered the contaminated area, it was corroded by the contamination, losing its killing power. Puff! The madman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Captain! Captain, are you okay?" The madman waved his hand. "Nothing's wrong. I was just injured by the sword's will." The others were horrified. "This isn't right. Isn't that Valkyrie just a demigod in the magic ring world? A mere phantom can injure a 4th-tier god, Captain?" The madman forced out the remaining sword will within his body. The magic ring world is a high-level realm. The demigods there aren't ordinary demigods. I suspect that Phantom might possess the combat power of a 9-tier god. What? A 9-tier god? How is that even possible? Li Hongwei exclaimed. The madman eyed the giant stone sword with a wary expression. However, rather than simply killing, I think this is more like a test. The scouts were elite and instantly understood the madman's meaning. Captain, are you suggesting this thing might be a test device for qualifications? The madman spat out a mouthful of blood foam. It should be. The sealed gate will open sooner or later, but there's still no definitive answer as to how to enter. Last night, nearly 30 sword monuments appeared out of nowhere and descended upon the contaminated area. I suspect this is a sign of the sealed gate opening. Someone said anxiously, then we must report this quickly so the council can prepare. The madman stood up. Indeed, it's time to prepare, but first, we must overcome these current challenges. Everyone looked up. They saw a powerful void energy tearing through the sky above the contaminated area. Streams of void light seeped out from the cracks. Then, a large number of strange-looking chaos zerg crawled out of the cracks and instantly surrounded the team. This isn't good. It's the chaos zerg. They're at least level 3 bug gods. Li Hongwei waved his right hand, summoning a golden zombie. The once small zombie had grown into the current zombie god. It shone with gold, as if cast from the very core. The others also displayed their strength, all at the god level. With the appearance of the Chaos Zerg, this was just the beginning. Mysterious, plasma-like spirits appeared from the cracks, floating in a fluctuating pattern. The moment they descended, the surrounding void trembled. These were void gods, natural-born manipulators of space. From birth, they possessed powerful spatial abilities, and gradually mastered the power of the void, becoming void gods. The void gods were a vast race, even containing multi-level void gods. Their power was at the forefront of the entire void. The only 3 forces that could contend with them were chaos, the ancient gods, and the survival line. Now that these void gods have arrived alongside the Chaos Zerg, it means chaos has officially joined forces with the void god clan. Not good, Captain. I'm afraid we'd be stuck here today, Li Hongwei said grimly. But Crazy grinned. So, are you afraid? Li Hongwei rarely changed his usual cowardly image. Fear nothing. Let's die. Fight them to the bitter end. However, Crazy never gave the order to attack. As for the void gods, upon their arrival, they completely sealed off the surrounding void, ensuring that no one else could enter to rescue them. Until then, the leading void god slowly descended to the ground, landing before Crazy and his men. Crackling. Everyone could clearly hear the crackling sound of the plasma flames on the void god's surface rubbing against the air, and the violent humming sound it produced as it moved. The void god cast a disgusted glance at the filthy, polluted area around him. He looked down at the madman and his companions and said, "Surrender, or die." Bullshit! A teammate launched a surprise attack, but the void god simply snapped his fingers, sending him spitting blood and flying backwards, where he was caught by the madman and his companions. What a low-level race! You already ascended to godhood, so why do you still retain such primitive and backward bodies, like you humans? Wouldn't it be more free and unfettered to dominate this void with pure spirit? You clearly have the potential. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-level Zerg, bronze-colored, as if cast from bronze, crawled over. Without the support of a physical body, the ethereal spirit will eventually become fragile. Just like you, a group of void creatures, don't you still need void crystals as a carrier to protect your fragile spirits? The Zerg said contentedly. They should follow the path of chaos and reach higher heights with pure flesh. The void god scoffed at the Zerg's words, and distanced himself from it in disdain. Prepare to contact the Lord, and tell him we caught prey. The void god signaled to the other void gods nearby, clearly the one in charge here. Yes. In a moment, the surrounding void seemed to suddenly collapse, the vast polluted area forcibly cleared by the powerful void force, creating a clean area. However, Madman noticed that despite the immense power of the void, it was unable to shake the nearby Sword 2 Monument's protective zone. He warned in a deep voice, a high-level void god is about to descend. Everyone, come closer. Several of his teammates hurried to Madman upon hearing this. A mysterious, transparent, round bead appeared in his hand. The bead instantly shattered, transforming into a powerful shield. The leading void god suddenly attacked, manipulating the void's power to blast the protective barrier. With a resounding roar, the void's power shattered against the barrier, failing to penetrate even a fraction. As expected of Blood Moon's most loyal companion, I didn't expect you to receive even the most comprehensive level of protection. At this moment, a discordant voice echoed from the depths of the void. Chapter 1179. A humming sound echoed, the gates of heaven opened wide, and the void trembled. An even larger and more majestic void god descended. The sheer might of its arrival was enough to overwhelm the starry sky, unparalleled in the world. And there were actually two such beings. One on the left, the other on the right, one half human, the other resembling a Zerg. And then, a familiar face to all the survivors in War Zone 7 appeared. The Chaos Worm Demon, Oro. He took on the form of a Zergman, descending not as his original form, but as a clone halfway through the multiverse. Because his original form was so massive, moving it was extremely difficult. The worm-like Void God spoke the language of chaos, clearly a member of the Void God clan sent to deal with Oro. He was very young, likely a newly ascended multiverse less than 10,000 years ago. Gentlemen, are you satisfied with my pledge of allegiance? Oro wore a smug expression, as if he was using the madman and his companions as leverage. One of the multiverse-level Void Gods nodded. Oro, you done well. If we capture these humans, we can threaten the Blood Moon, and our Void Clan's cooperation with Chaos will quickly and smoothly begin. Oro's face lit up at this. In that case, I take my leave. He was about to leave, when the other party stopped him. Oro, go break that barrier. You discovered the person, so you should capture him yourself. Oro's face changed slightly. Wuwang, don't go too far. I'm a half-step multiverse-level clone, and you expect me to break that multiverse barrier? The Void God named Wuwang snorted. Just do it when I tell you to. If you want to cooperate with my Void God clan, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Although Oro was furious, he couldn't lash out. He could only silently curse the despicable nature of these Void Gods. If he took action, and accidentally injured or killed Blood Moon's teammates, he would have a hard time explaining it to Blood Moon. But if he didn't take action, they would undoubtedly doubt him, and he wouldn't be able to earn their trust. Furthermore, he was deeply puzzled. He had clearly caught both fish, so why hadn't Blood Moon taken action yet? He glanced around and instantly discovered a clue. It turned out that these two cunning Void Gods hadn't arrived in their true form. Their true forms were still hidden in the nearby void, and the one before him was merely their avatars. Oro looked at the nearby Void God in insect form. Chongming, I need you to cooperate with me. Chongming was another multidimensional Void God, though noticeably weaker than Wuwang. Chongming looked to Wuwang for his opinion. After receiving Wuwang's confirmation, he stood beside Oro. As Oro hesitated, a familiar voice echoed in his consciousness. Don't worry, attack. He recognized Mu Xing's voice. You said it. If your teammates are killed or injured, don't blame me. As he spoke, Oro suddenly attacked the shield below, his blows ruthlessly, seemingly without mercy. Nearby, Chongming also attacked, supporting Oro. Seeing the two powerful attacks fall, Li Hongwei was almost frightened to tears. I never thought I would one day die at the hands of Duyuan. The madman remained calm, unwavering. Don't worry, I won't die. Despite his confidence, he still had to feign fear. The two Void Gods hadn't taken the bait yet, so he naturally had to act more convincingly. Boom, the attack descended. The powerful force of control threatened to reduce everything to dust. However, this control was blocked by the sudden onslaught of void power from the side. Oro frowned and glared sideways. Wuwang, are you sick? Why are you stopping me? The sinister-looking Wuwang appeared. I seen Lord Oro's sincerity. If you kill them, we'd be in trouble. Didn't you tell me to do it? What are you trying to do now? Are you trying to trick me? Oro looked indignant, completely justified. Okay, this is just to be on the safe side, to prove we're all on the same page. Wuwang stepped forward, joining forces with Chongming. Leave it to us now. The two Void Gods exchanged glances and, working together, summoned a massive Void Eye. The Void Eye opened from a crack in the void, surrounded by dense, earthworm-like tentacles. That eye seemed poised to crawl out of a void crack at any moment. Countless runes and data emerged within its blue pupils. It attempted to analyze the shield, attempting to uncover its weaknesses and shatter it without harming the madman within. The pupil shrank sharply, and a stream of void light descended, striking the shield. The once sturdy shield began to tremble violently, as if ready to shatter at any moment. The faces of the people beneath the shield grew tense, fearing it would collapse. But despite the frenzied bombardment of the powerful void data stream, it could not penetrate the shield's weaknesses. Poof! In the sky, the massive Void Eye suddenly exploded, spewing black pus. What's going on? Wuwang stared displeasedly at the exploding eye of the void in the sky. Chongming quickly said, That protective shield has an anti-hack mechanism, and the Eye of the Void just suffered a backlash. Wang slapped the exploding Eye of the Void to pieces, angrily calling it useless. Then he looked at Chongming and said, "Let's attack together." The two Void Gods no longer concealed their intentions, preparing to shatter the protective shield with a single blow. Oro's heart leaped to his throat at the sight of this. "Hey, Blood Moon, aren't you going to attack?" Wang and Chongming are about to attack. "Don't worry. They're just two incarnations. Without Guiyuan's personal intervention, they can't break the barrier. Are you so confident? How else would I cooperate with you?" Mu Xing spoke with such conviction, as if he could suppress everything with a wave of his hand. Oro nervously asked, "It's not that I don't trust your methods, but can you please be more respectful of these two multidimensional Void Gods?" Mu Xing fell silent, not answering Oro's question. He simply waited quietly. At the same time, he received good news. Tondo had awakened. And the fat man, evil spirit, had also fully completed his promotion. Not only that, after being tempered by Tondo after his promotion, his strength had become even stronger. Now, the two cats were poised, ready to strike at any moment. In the observer's tower, Mu Xing held the remote control, while Huaming lay obediently at his feet. Next to him, Alessa and Maria each held a cat. The TV on the sofa was playing the heroic performances of the two multiverse Void Gods. He was waiting for these two old bastards to reveal their true selves. Humph, that cowardly Hongwei has finally met his end. Scare him to death. Evil Spirit yelled, waving his claws. The next second, Alessa stuffed his mouth with popcorn. At that moment, on the screen, two attacks powerful enough to pierce the universe landed on the small protective shield. The shield trembled violently again, like a small boat in a raging storm, threatened to capsize at any moment. Yet the fragile shield remained unshattered, unbroken by the wind and rain. Wave after wave of attacks descended, each nearly shattering it, only to fall just a hair short. Wang finally caught on and growled, "Damn it. This shield can't be broken without Guiyuan's personal efforts." Chapter 1180. What should we do? Chongming looked at Wang with a grim expression. Wang gritted his teeth and said, "We can't wait any longer. We have to enter the battlefield in person and forcefully defeat them." As he spoke, the deafening sound of war drums echoed from the direction of the survival line. 3 towering pillars of light shone from the walls of the Yogwang Pass. It seemed that they had received the distress signal from Crazy and his companions, and the defense line had actually dispatched 3 multiverses to prepare for rescue. This scene made Wang's face even uglier. He looked at Oro, who was not far away. "Oro, you go hold off those multiverses and buy us some time." "Me? Hold off 3 multiverses? You want me to die? I'm retreating first. This cooperation is forfeit." Oro cursed, his expression grim. Wang seemed to realize that his request was excessive. With a wave of his right hand, a small storage space flew towards Oro. "Here's your reward. Would you consider it?" Oro glanced into the small storage space and immediately sent a voice message to Mu Xing. "Mr. Blood Moon, it's a ray of authority." "What?" This time, even Mu Xing was shocked. "How is that possible? Where did they get this authority?" "It seems to be the authority of death." Mu Xing glanced over and frowned. "Destined death? How is that possible? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this ray of authority?" Mu Xing asked, "Have you entered the borderland before?" Oro hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, through a narrow rift. I obtained the great rune fragment at the borderland. Not only me, but also several other Chaos Lords, Void Gods, and even the ancient gods have invaded the borderland. But not long after we entered, we were driven out by a powerful force." Mu Xing quickly inquired, "Where is the rift?" Oro shook his head, "It's useless. The rift has already closed, just the day before the sealed door appeared." Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Those Void Gods had actually obtained the power of authority at the borderland. The fact that they could offer a single strand to Oro as leverage meant they possessed even more. But how did they acquire this power of authority? Robbery? Theft? Or picking it up? Just as Mu Xing was lost in thought, Oro interrupted him. "Mr. Blood Moon, look." Mu Xing nodded. "I notify the other multiverses and play along with you. You might get hurt though." "Of course," Oro said bluntly. For his freedom, he was determined to fight. After concluding his conversation with Mu Xing, Oro looked at Wang, his face greedy, as he retracted the wisp of his doomed death. "As expected of the renowned Void God, I take the deal. However, I can only buy you 1 minute at most. Any longer, and I evacuate." The voice faded, and in the distance, a swirling fog of chaos appeared. A massive entity emerged from the subterranean space of the 7th War Zone. It was undoubtedly the largest chaos Mu Xing had ever seen. Its size was so immense that the vast galaxies seemed mere specks of light suspended from its body. The carapace opened, and countless Zerg blasted out. They crossed the boundary between reality and illusion, overwhelming the 7th line of defense. War was imminent, and Wu Wang and Chongming finally made their decision. The two avatars disintegrated, the void was torn apart, and their true forms began to descend. Although the multiverse lacked specific levels, it did have a vague division of power, divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels based on the strength of the power they controlled. Wu Wang and Chongming were both mid-level multiverse void gods, formidable in combat. The survival line was only surpassed by those veteran multiverse powers. The two void gods' true forms descended like a gentle breeze, smoothing out the ripples in space created by the collision. Inside the barrier, Madman clenched his fists, knowing a major event was coming. He growled, "Everyone, be prepared for impact." The other teammates quickly gathered around Madman, unleashing layers of defense. In the next second, the sky and the earth changed color, transforming into a pure blue, without a trace of impurities. The pure blue sky suddenly twisted, transformed into a spinning drill under the control of the two void gods. Even the void was shattered wherever the drill passed, steadily approaching the protective shield below. At the same time, a firefight had already begun on the survival line, countless Zerg swarming towards the impenetrable wall like moths to a flame. The three multiverses simultaneously attacked, erecting a sky-high, earth-shattering silver barrier to block the endless Zerg hordes and continue their advance. Countless Zerg were reduced to ash. Aurora finally struck, his chaos-controlling power erupting in a crimson beam that slammed into the silver barrier. I didn't expect this Aurora to be so well hidden. He's actually a high-level multiverse. At Yaogangsing Pass, Qin Qian, who had come to observe the battle, couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, we underestimated that Chaos Zerg demon. If it weren't for his tendency to slack off, the 7th line of defense would have fallen long ago." Karen sighed beside him. Qin Qian looked at the three multiverses standing in the void. Why did the council only send 3 newly promoted multiverses? If they want to surround and kill Oro, the speakers will probably have to take action, right? Karen shook her head. Because Oro is not the target of the survival line at all. Just then, someone appeared on the city wall. All half-step multiverses, assemble. Although they didn't understand why the half-step multiverses, were summoned to a multiverse-level war, Qin Qian and the others quickly assembled and awaited orders. A resounding voice rang out. "Intelligence on the contaminated area has been transmitted back. Await orders from above. Your goal is to capture the Sword 2 monument in the contaminated area. You may encounter chaos and ancient gods along the way. I have only one order: kill. Fight for control of the Sword 2 monument with all your might." "Yes." Nearly 30 half-step multiverses shouted in unison below. Meanwhile, in the contaminated area, Wu Wang, seeing Oro already engaged in direct combat with the survival line, quickly controlled his void drill to attack the protective shield. The drill was indestructible, ripping through all 3 layers of defense the moment it made contact. Pushing forward layer by layer, it took less than 10 seconds to completely penetrate the protective shield. But at this moment, Mu Xing attacked. If he didn't attack, it would be fine, but when he did, it was with thunderous force. The physical divine domain suddenly opened, and the blood moon space embedded within it directly pulled the 2 void gods into his own world. Wu Wang was not surprised, but laughed. "You finally can't help yourself. What a rudimentary trap." The 2 void gods were mentally prepared, as if they had known it was a trap all along. Mu Xing suddenly appeared before the 2 void gods. "Who are you?" Chongming demanded. Mu Xing opened his arms wide. "Aren't you here just to capture my teammates? And you're asking who I am? Are you Blood Moon?" Even though the 2 void gods had been fully prepared, they never expected Mu Xing to approach them. Mu Xing looked at them. "Did you already know this was a trap, and were waiting for support from other void gods? I know more void gods and ancient gods are waiting in the distance. If they could come to support, they arrive in under a minute. But you don't have that chance." Wu Wang's empty eyes trembled. "A mere 5th-tier god, you think you can stop us? Or do you think your hidden trump card can take us down in this minute?" Chapter 1181. Mu Xing grinned, revealing a row of brilliant white teeth. No, it won't take a minute. You only have 10 seconds. With that, the evil spirit meowed and rushed out of the observer tower. Meanwhile, Tondo, who had made his first move, had circled behind the 2 void gods, blocking their retreat. Just these two cats? Wu Wang scoffed. But the next moment, his laughter ceased. The evil spirit transformed into a dazzling living sun, while Tondo transformed into an indescribable blue guardian. The living sun before them was undoubtedly at the mid-level multidimensional level. And that indescribable blue monster terrified the two void gods even more. Border wall guardian? How is that even possible? Chongming's voice began to tremble. Oh! I didn't expect you to be so discerning. Mu Xing waved his right hand. Go! The evil spirit wielded its tentacles, radiating a depth of light, and attacked Chongming. Tondo, meanwhile, set his sights on Wu Wang. Damn it, Blood Moon, what kind of monster are you? How could you possibly subjugate the border wall guardian? Though Wu Wang feigned composure, his inner panic was evident. He only had time to deploy his void shield and attempt a counterattack with the powerful void force. However, the void force instantly dissipated upon Tondo. The border wall guardian's powerful anti-magic physique allowed it to ignore the multidimensional void force. The only forces that could harm him were the power of authority, or the source energy of the Unity Realm. Wu Wang before him clearly fell outside of these categories. At the same time, Chongming was also captured by the evil spirit. A massive maw sprouted from its living sun, attempting to devour Chongming alive. Chongming roared, transforming into a gigantic void worm, attempting to break free. At the same time, a blazing black light erupted from his hideous mouthparts. Destined death, die. In desperation, Chongming unleashed his trump card, a black murderous aura fused with destined death gushing out. However, the evil spirit was prepared, a black iron crown hovering above his head. 5 emotions intertwined: obsession, rage, betrayal, suspicion, and despair. It drew upon the wisp of inherited authority within the iron crown. While unable to initiate an attack, it was sufficient for defense. The black destined death landed on the emotional barrier, never able to breach its defenses. As the two borrowed powers of authority dissipated, the evil spirit seized the opportunity to pounce, ruthlessly severing Chongming's long mouthparts. Dazzling white light erupted from the core of its living sun. Die! With its trump card blocked, Chongming panicked, and the brief panic plunged it into a deep abyss of despair. His own void power couldn't even block the blazing white light, especially the mysterious dark golden energy contained within it. Wu Wang, save me! He wailed, pleading for help from Wu Wang, who was not far away. However, Wu Wang was already overwhelmed by his own concerns. He had already been entangled by the jelly beans. With a low growl, he unleashed his own trump card. A ray of complete black light of destined death. The destined death transformed into the sharp blade of death, instantly piercing the jelly beans before him. But before he could rejoice, he was horrified to discover that the black light of destined death was being devoured by the blue monster before him. How is this possible? How is this possible? Could it be the true guardian of the border? Wu Wang's mind was broken. He had assumed the cat before him had merely mimicked the form of the border wall guardian and inherited some of its abilities. But who could have imagined that the border wall guardian before him was actually real? Yes, fated death could indeed injure Tondo, but only slightly. Unless the master of fated death came personally, the single strand in Wu Wang's hand would be no match for him. Watching his trump card, fated death, gradually being devoured, Wu Wang had only one thought left: escape. He had underestimated Mu Xing's strength, even though the intelligence had stated that this young man possessed the ability to summon multiple dimensional beings. But all of this was within his calculations. Even if Mu Xing summoned more than 3-dimensional beings, this single strand of fated death would be enough to slay them all. However, the situation at this moment was developing in the opposite direction of Wu Wang's expectations. He desperately broke free from the encirclement and fled into the distance. Wu Wang, don't run! Save me, save me! Chongming's cries for help continued from behind. Chongming continued to wail, his body already half devoured by the evil spirit. The evil spirit, endowed by Mu Xing with a certain devouring ability, gnawed upon the insect souls, growing stronger. Hearing the insect souls' wails, Wu Wang no longer cared for his former companions. He simply wanted to escape this horrific hell of flesh and blood. However, he hadn't gotten far when he felt himself flying back. What's going on? He was just wondering what was happening when he saw an infinite maze, layer upon layer, appear in the surrounding void. The void power he released was absorbed by the maze, and space itself was continuously stretched. Tada tada. Strange footsteps echoed, the sound of countless tiny limbs rapidly tapping the ground. Wu Wang turned sharply. What did he see? A strange-looking maze-like monster stared at him intently. Those trembling eyes shifted across its rotund bodies. An indescribable panic overwhelmed his consciousness. Old. Just then, he heard a meow. Tondo was already chasing him. Wang turned desperately, and saw Mu Xing sitting on the throne of flesh and blood. He knelt immediately. I surrender. Spare my life. Wang was entangled by blue tentacles, and Tondo transformed into a massive mouth, roaming over him. With a single command from its master, Mu Xing, it could devour Wang in a single gulp. Mu Xing flashed before Wang. I surrender. Don't kill me. I do anything you let me do. Mu Xing lowered his head, looking down at Wang. Let me ask you, where did your destined death come from? This destined death was truly unforgettable. Back in Atlantis, he was nearly killed by that Mori's sword. If it weren't for the power of defying fate, he would be a corpse now. Wang raised his head with difficulty. Telling you, can it buy my life? Mu Xing sneered. Do you think you have the right to negotiate? If you don't, you die now. But if you show me value that interests me, perhaps I spare your life. Your time is limited. Although time flows much slower here than outside, my patience is limited. Seeing Wang still lost in thought, Mu Xing waved his hand. Kill him. Just as Tondo was about to bite Wang to death, he quickly spoke. Wait, let me tell you. It's a deal. A deal? This piqued Mu Xing's interest. When we first entered the Ring of Magic through a sudden rift, we encountered a puppet who claimed to have been waiting for us outsiders for a long time. Puppet? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Is her name Mani? Wang nodded. Yes, she made a deal with us. What deal? Destined death in exchange for the power of the void and the power of chaos. Did you agree? Of course. Destined death is the power of authority, after all. How could we refuse? Mu Xing said. With your strength, why don't you seize it by force? Wang shook his head. Not to mention she's just a puppet incarnation. Surely someone who can wield such an authority like destined death doesn't have backers and a trump card. Chapter 1182. Mu Xing fell silent, pulling out the Moonlight Greatsword. This sword in his hand might be his only connection with the Dark Moon. After learning that the borderland lay beyond the Seal Gate, he had considered contacting the mysterious Dark Moon daughter. Unexpectedly, she had come into contact with the Void and Chaos even sooner. If she had struck some kind of bargain with the Void God, his chosen contact plan would likely need to be revised. Mu Xing looked at Wang and asked, What other deals did you make? Wang shook his head again. Nothing. After entering the borderland, we only collected a few rune fragments before encountering Lani, who approached us. Then we were repelled from the borderland by a powerful force. Mu Xing stroked his chin. It seemed the status of the Ring of Law world was even higher than he had imagined. Even these void gods could be easily repelled. How many strands of doomed death do you have left? There are 10 in total. I was lucky enough to get one, and the other 9 strands were shared by the other void gods, chaos, and ancient gods. 10 strands? Mu Xing rubbed his chin. This was a considerable threat. In situations of equal strength, having a strand of doomed death as a trump card greatly increases the chances of victory. Now that the void gods have taken the trump card first, even though the survival line has 10 multiverses, they would likely be at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. Mu Xing began to consider whether to let Ahat lend him some of the labyrinth's authority. Even if the destructive power wasn't as great as doomed death, his life would definitely be saved. Wang looked at Mu Xing. I told you everything I know. Can you please let me go now? Mu Xing sneered. What do you think? Wang's expression turned ferocious upon hearing this. Are you kidding me? My Void Clan's ancestor has emerged from seclusion. He's ascended to the Gi realm. You're doomed. The ancestor has received word of our attack, and will be here soon. Oh! An ancestor who ascended to the Gi realm in this lost land? I'm afraid he's a half-witted one. Mu Xing scoffed. Wang growled. Even if he's a half-witted one, he's no match for Duo Yuan. But just as he finished his words, he saw the image Mu Xing showed him. The ancestor, who was rushing towards the contaminated area, suddenly stopped at the edge. Because a round-faced, fat man in a long robe sat in the void, sipping tea. Don't go any further. Come and have a cup of tea. The ancestor, emanating an aura even more formidable than Dui Yuan's, stopped advancing. He transformed into a blue, humanoid void form. What's your name? You can call me Yun Jian, an unofficial survivor. The moment the survivor title came out, the ancestor opposite immediately flashed a dangerous look. Both sides attacked simultaneously. A flash of black light emerged from his hand, piercing through the universe and exploding several chaotic universes ahead. Across from him, Yun Jian raised his hand, and a dark red flame ignited. Ember, Burn the sky! The flames erupted rapidly, engulfing the heavens and earth, igniting the void. It intertwined with the black light. Shatter! Yunjian shouted softly, and the dot of destined death, engulfed in the ember flames, shattered instantly. At least I possess the full authority of the ember. Although man-made, it is far more powerful than this wisp of destined death. Since you don't want tea, then get out of here, or you die. Yunjian's threat immediately shocked all the void gods present. The ancestor stopped the younger generations from making a move and slowly retreated, all the way to the outside of the battle zone. Yunjian didn't chase him either, because only in the battle zone could he be protected by the survival system and not be rejected by the lost land. The ancestor seemed to have seen Yunjian's limitations, so he simply retreated to the safe zone. At this moment, Wu Wang in the Blood Moon space was already in despair. Who would have thought that the survival line, which he had always despised, actually had a return to Unity Realm, and even stronger than the ancestor? He lowered his proud head. I surrender. Mu Xing said nonchalantly, I give you a chance to live, but I want you to go back and be my traitor. That's impossible. You want me to go back and be a traitor? That's absolutely impossible. Wu Wang shook his head. Then there's nothing I can do. Go to hell. Mu Xing waved his hand, biting Tondo directly into Wu Wang's neck. Wait, I agree. Wu Wang was ultimately defeated by his fear of death. Even the void god was filled with fear of death. He believed the cat before him would prevent his resurrection and reincarnation. Mu Xing extended his right hand and placed it on the cat's invisible head. 30 seconds later, Mu Xing had successfully controlled Wu Wang. He bowed deeply and said, Greetings, Master. As he spoke, he offered up a strand of his destined death. Master, this is for you. Mu Xing merely extracted a strand of destined death for research, then returned the power to Wu Wang. You may return now. Remember, report any movement in the void immediately. Yes, Master. Wu Wang nodded respectfully. After withdrawing this power of fated death, he followed Mu Xing's script and directly detonated half of his original body, adding another half of fated death. With a loud bang, the explosion resounded throughout the 7th war zone, even reaching the void. The void gods confronting each other suddenly looked toward the contaminated area and saw the mutilated Wu Wang burst through the 7th line of defense. Trying to escape? Yunjian attacked directly, unceremoniously wielding the Ember's authority. However, the opposing void ancestor revealed his trump card. A sea of blood rose from his body, the power of the authority he controlled. Though seemingly vulnerable, he leveraged the void's advantage, and the lost land suppression of Yunjian to successfully shatter the pursuing Ember's fire. The brief suppression allowed Wu Wang to escape and burst into the void. I'm sorry, ancestor. Our plan failed. Chongming fell, and I managed to escape by self-destructing my origin and fated death. The ancestor's sharp eyes scanned him frantically, confirming that Wu Wang before him was not being controlled. After scanning several times, he withdrew his gaze. Finding no contract or controlling force, he felt relieved. Alright, let's drop this matter. I was inconsiderate. I didn't expect the survival line to even have someone at the Unity Realm. This was our mistake. The ancestor led all the void gods in a swift retreat, blocking the incoming embers. Yunjian, I remember you. Yunjian snorted coldly, cowardly bastard. Leave your name if you dare. Remember, I am the void ancestor, Wuxiang. You and I will fight one day, and the next time we meet will be your death. How arrogant, Wuxiang, huh? I remember you. Clean your neck and wait for me to take your head. As both sides retreated, they exchanged harsh words. At this moment, a shrill scream echoed from the contaminated area. It was Oro's. At the same time, the starlight in the void shattered, and black rain began to fall from the air, a sign of the fall of a multidimensional void god. Followed by this, black rain also fell on the chaos front, foreshadowing the fall of Chaos Worm King Oro. Survival line, I will not stand with you. A faceless roar roared from the depths of the void. Chapter 1183. As the earth-shaking tremor slowly subsided, the reconnaissance team within the protective shield cautiously raised their heads. The entire contaminated area felt as if plowed through by a bomb, corrosive energy swarming like a thunder snake. Except for the distant mountain protected by the Sword 2 monument, everything around was completely destroyed. Is it over? Li Hongwei craned his neck, looking left and right, fearing a threatening void god would suddenly leap from nowhere. But with a swift movement of his right hand, the madman retracted the damaged shield, which had been damaged by over 80%. Alright, we're safe. As soon as he finished speaking, a fat cat leaped from the void and affectionately hopped into the madman's arms, writhing in his embrace like a caterpillar. Then, Mu Xing stepped out of the void and appeared before them. On his shoulder, the evil spirit burped and smacked its lips, looking unsatisfied. "Captain?" Li Hongwei exclaimed, quickly rushing over to hug his thigh. Mu Xing held the enthusiastic Li Hongwei with one hand and looked at Crazy Man. "Are you all safe?" Crazy Man shook his head. "No, everything's fine." "How's your plan going?" Mu Xing nodded. "Good harvest. Killed one, subdued one. I believe that for a long time to come, those restless void gods won't dare to set foot in the defense zone again." Crazy Man rolled his candy beans and pointed at the Sword Tomb monument behind him. "We found something here. Follow me." Everyone teleported back to the Sword Tomb monument's protective area. Mu Xing stared at the massive stone sword in front of him with some surprise. It radiated a field-like protective zone, actually blocking the remaining power of the void god. As Mu Xing approached the Sword Tomb monument, a divine seal emerged from his side, emitting a scanning light, attempting to decipher the inscription. Mu Xing reached out to touch the stone sword, but was grabbed by the madman. "There's something strange about this monument. It's dangerous." Just then, the divine seal successfully translated the inscription. The inscription seemed to describe a historical record of the giant conquest war. In the 423rd year of the Golden Calendar, Jefuli, the first king of Eldon, under the command of the Eternal Queen Marika, ordered Jefuli to lead an army against the giants to eliminate the threat posed by the giants' evil god's fire to the Golden Tree. This war with the giants lasted for nearly 100 years. In the early stages of the war, the giants, relying on their immense strength and the blessings of the evil god, fought Jefuli's army in a protracted, drawn-out battle. Later, with the Samir people joining Jefuli's army and the mountain goblins betraying the giants, the Golden Tree began to gain an overwhelming advantage. Ultimately, the Queen's army triumphed, suppressing the giants. However, after the battle with the Storm King, the first king, Jelfer, lost the blessing of the Golden Tree and subsequently led the Fated Ones out of the borderlands. The giant war was essentially over, but the royal army continued to hunt giants. Everyone gazed at the translation on the stele. The brief record evoked a glimpse into the protracted conflict. Li Hongwei rubbed his chin. "TSKT. That's why, in many stories, giants are targets of conquest." At this moment, Mu Xing stepped closer to the sword tomb and slowly raised his right hand. "Danger?" the madman warned again. "No problem." Mu Xing placed one hand on the sword tomb. Instantly, all the text illuminated, and a phantom Valkyrie appeared on the sword tomb. Clad in gorgeous armor, wielding a sharp blade, she unleashed an endless stream of sword energy. The evil spirit on Mu Xing's shoulder extended its cat claws, easily blocking the intense sword energy. Soon, a golden badge suddenly flew out from the sword tomb and was grasped by Mu Xing. The front of the badge depicted a towering golden tree, while the back bore the mysterious Elden Mark. Subtitles appeared before him. Elden Mark badge, obtained by passing the sword tomb trial. With this badge, one can enter the world of the Elden Ring through the sealed gate. It's a trial. Mu Xing held the badge in his hand and handed it to Crazy, trying to get another one. However, when he placed his right hand on the sword monument again, it didn't respond. Mu Xing winked at Crazy. Crazy stepped forward and placed a hand on the sword monument. Words lit up, and the shadow of the Valkyrie appeared again. A large amount of sword energy flew out, aiming directly at Crazy. But this time, he had Tondo by his side. A blue void shield illuminated, easily blocking the sword energy. When the shadow disappeared, an identical badge flew into Crazy's hand. The two exchanged glances. Their previous actions had confirmed their suspicions. "It really is a trial. We must quickly pass this news back to the rear," Crazy said, rubbing the badge in his hand. Mu Xing turned back. The polluted clouds in the sky suddenly parted, revealing a large number of half-step multiverses. "Greetings, Counselor Blood Moon." These half-step multiverses saluted Mu Xing, the newly promoted second-level counselor. He waved his hand, signaling them to relax. "How many are here?" "About 30 half-step multiverses have been dispatched." Mu Xing turned to Ron, who was leading the charge. "Grand Commander, I understood the situation here. These Sword Tomb monuments are trial monuments that fell from the borderland. Those who pass the Sword Tomb trial will receive an Elden badge. Carrying this badge allows them to enter the sealed gate." Ron took the badge he handed over and examined it. "This badge seems to contain some mysterious power." Mu Xing said, "The competition for Sword Tomb monuments will begin soon. You can try to seize control of more Sword Tomb monuments. I leave this to you. I need to return to the council first." Mu Xing knew that the Sword Tomb monuments matter could not be concealed. Both Chaos and the Void God would eventually learn of it. If they didn't want to start a war, they would have to negotiate and consult. Before the negotiations began, he wanted to gain control of more Sword 2 monuments. According to his estimation, the number of Sword 2 monuments badges issued was by no means unlimited, so the number of Sword 2 monuments controlled would directly determine the number of people entering the Ring of Magic. Yes! The other half-step multiverses echoed in unison. Just as everyone was about to take action, Mu Xing pulled Ron aside. "Captain, you should be aware of the appointment of a new department director, right?" Ron nodded. "I think the higher-ups are parachuting in a director." Mu Xing took a deep breath. "To be honest, that parachuted in director is me." Ron didn't seem surprised. He had already prepared himself. "You're quite good, too. I'm very optimistic about you." Before he could finish his words, Mu Xing interrupted him. "Captain, that's not what I meant. I meant, you should be the director." "Huh?" Ron was a little confused. Mu Xing scratched his head. "The council wants me to be the director, hoping to tie me down with the position, but I really don't have time for these trivial matters. So I explained to the Supreme Council that you, Grandmaster, will continue to be the director. But, don't say buts. If you don't take the position, I give it to Grandmaster Yunju." "I will," Ron said quickly. Chapter 1184. Just as Mu Xing returned to Yoguang Pass, the supposedly fallen Oro appeared before him. Now, Oro had transformed into a voluptuous human woman, draped in a veil, looking incredibly alluring. "You're free now, so why are you still looking for me?" Mu Xing stared at Oro, seeing through her true nature. Beneath the beautiful illusion lay the hideous Zerg's true form. "I come to express my gratitude. No need to say thank you. This is a deal between you and me." Oro hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you planning to enter the magic ring world next?" Mu Xing glanced at him. "You're asking even though you already know the answer? I advise you not to go." "What do you mean?" "Literally. It's not a good place. A single mistake will result in your death and annihilation. Even with the protection of a return to oneness expert, you might not be able to make it through." Mu Xing stared at him. "What exactly do you want to say?" Oro took a deep breath. "I want to make another deal with you." "Oh!" Mu Xing peeked. The deal he was talking about must be one involving the border area. Oro said, "I have information about the magic ring." "You mean the Elden magic ring?" "Yes. And the information is authentic." "What do you want?" 3 multiplex places." Oro held up 3 fingers. Instantly, Mu Xing's eyes sharpened. "Don't get me wrong, I have no interest in participating in this conflict. I intend to journey deeper into the void. I simply wish to acquire some self-preservation power to protect my brood. I, as a single being, have limited energy, so I need a few loyal and reliable broods to provide comprehensive protection." Mu Xing thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, but you have to gather the resources for the promotion yourself." "Of course." A small box materialized in Oro's hand and flew over to Mu Xing. The moment Mu Xing opened the box, he frowned. He saw a withered, blood-stained finger sealed inside. Then, he quickly closed the box. "Is this a finger from the Two-Fingered Clan? Where did you get it?" Oro smiled. "It was just luck. I happened to come across it and grabbed it. Now you're trading it for 3 spots, so it's a good deal." Mu Xing clenched the box. "I give you 3 days. After 3 days, I preside over your promotion ceremony." Oro handed over another box, this one also sealed, but the contents inside shocked Mu Xing. "What is this? Predestined death?" Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. "He actually gave him this thing. This thing is a hot potato to me. It's not a blessing, but a curse. I advise you not to delve too deeply into it. It's terrifying." Hearing this, Mu Xing stared at the sealed box in his hand. The dark ray of doomed death seemed like a ray of death that devoured all life. "By the way, since we're working so well together, I give you another piece of advice," Oro said. "What advice?" "That world is full of temptations. Don't give in easily, or you'll be doomed. Sometimes, trusting the path you're on isn't necessarily the wrong choice." Mu Xing was silent. Did this guy discover something at the border? Oro may seem to enjoy playing it safe and lying low, but he has eyes that can see through the truth. Those invincible Chaos Lords have perished one after another, yet he remains as steady as an old dog, always making the right choice at the most crucial moment, and then continuing to live forever. This, too, is a form of admirable wisdom. Mu Xing nodded solemnly. "Thank you for the reminder. I keep that in mind." Oro's figure instantly vanished into nothingness, leaving only his voice echoing. "I be waiting here in 3 days. Terra City." Upper floor of the council hall. There were no other council members here, only 10 members of the multiverse. They gathered around a round table, awaiting Mu Xing's arrival. Any new intelligence? Zhou Yuan asked. Mu Xing nodded and briefly explained the process and his dealings with Oro. Of course, he concealed a private transaction between them. After hearing this, a group of people from the Central Plains couldn't help but sigh. The Chaos faction, once so powerful, is now in ruins. Even the Chaos Worm Demon has betrayed Chaos. Zhou Liang, standing beside them, said disdainfully, Chaos has always been like this. The strong are respected, and they are selfish. For them, nothing is too much to betray. Song, standing beside them, couldn't help but ask, letting Oro go, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain? Mu Xing shook his head. Oro is very smart. He knows how to survive safely. Besides, his goal is definitely not in this void. You mean, he wants to go to Hingyu? Song exclaimed. Mu Xing said, it's just a guess. I think letting Oro go might not be a bad idea. Perhaps, he has other ways out of this lost land. After all, the passage in the back room is unstable. We have to make plans. Mini Yuan nodded, approving of Mu Xing's decision. By the way, regarding the news about the Sword 2 monument, everyone, please take a look at these theories and speculations I compiled. Mu Xing handed 10 documents to the 10 Yuans. They quickly scanned them, and Yax looked up and asked, so, the Sword 2 monument is equivalent to entering the border trial field. Indeed, but I'm only providing information and suggestions. As for how the council should decide, I invite the speakers to discuss it. Lan looked at Mu Xing. What are your suggestions? Mu Xing said, I believe the presence of the sealed gate and the contaminated zone here is no accident. We can't escape, we must actively participate. Lan pondered, are you suggesting that there are unknown forces behind all this? I don't know, but I can't help but wonder, Mu Xing said. Lan looked at the other multitudes. What do you think? Zhou Yuan said, since we can't hide, we might as well take the initiative and seize the initiative. A newly promoted multitude nearby couldn't help but say, but now that the Void God has obtained something like predestined death, we probably have no chance of winning against them. The next second, everyone looked at Mu Xing. Mu Xing didn't hold back. I have the Labyrinth God Ahot share some of the Labyrinth's authority with you for protection. Although it lacks offensive power, it's more than enough defense. Until you find the power of authority, it can protect you from the threat of predestined death. Only after hearing this did the multitudes breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Aleem, who had been silent the entire time, spoke up, Blood Moon, I need to trouble you with something. According to our intelligence, the Void God, along with the ancient gods and chaos, has already surpassed us in terms of multiverse number. So, could you please provide us with a few more multiverse promotion slots? Mu Xing didn't refuse, of course, but the council needs to raise the resources for the promotions. At most, I can give the council 5 multiverse slots, and another 30 for the half-step multiverse. Hearing this, Aleem's face lit up with relief. With 15 multiverses, even if the opposing multiverse outnumbers them, there's no need to worry. After all, the 3 opposing forces aren't monolithic, each has its own agenda. Once they enter the border area, their already fragile alliance will likely crumble. Who will ultimately prevail remains to be seen. Chapter 1185. The next day, the battle for the Sword 2 monument unfolded as expected. News of the Sword 2 monument trial spread throughout the survival line. Many were eager to try, especially the geniuses of each race. In one night, the survival line captured 10 of the 30 Sword 2 monuments. The Chaos side was equally fast, quickly taking 10. Now, only the final 10, located in the core area of the pollution, remained, and both sides were still fighting tooth and nail. However, to prevent a war from wasting their strength, both sides tacitly opted for negotiation. Who would have thought that the survival line and chaos, always engaged in a life and death struggle, would actually negotiate? And this time, the negotiations leaned more towards cooperation than confrontation. Both sides had already dispatched their respective negotiating representatives and established a negotiation area in the void. Negotiations were in full swing. Meanwhile, in Kowloon City, at the Blood Moon chapter's headquarters, all the members of the chapter had gathered together for a rare occasion. Everyone eagerly gazed at the blood-red portal of light. Suddenly, a figure emerged from it, radiating a powerful aura. In just a few hours, he advanced from a first-level god to a fifth-level god. He flexed his arm muscles, showcasing his toned physique. How's it going? Handsome, isn't it? Come on, Li Hongwei, stop bragging. You're the last one to advance this time. A burst of teasing rang out from the side. How is that possible? I jumped 5 levels in a row. Who could be faster than me? Li Hongwei looked indignant. Everyone looked at a man standing not far away, towering like a mountain. He held a heavy axe, flames blazing from his shoulders. Man Shan, who had once joined the chapter as the elder statesman, now exuded an aura that suffocated Li Hongwei. How is this possible? Big brother Man Shan has already ascended to the half-step multiverse? He was filled with disbelief. He remembered that when Man Shan entered the light gate, he was only a 5th-tier god. The other party's 5 consecutive jumps were far more difficult than his own. Beside him, a white-haired Taoist priest sat cross-legged in the air, strands of Taoist energy swirling around him, a golden lotus atop his head, a natural and effortless expression. Just like Man Shan, he had successfully ascended to the half-step multiverse. Soon after, more people emerged from the light gate. Qin Su, Bai Li, and Ming Yuan, all 3 of them had surprisingly reached the pinnacle, becoming half-step multiverse. There were also 2 9th-tier gods, Jin Yu and Shilin. These geniuses who joined later advanced at an extremely rapid pace, some already 4th and 5th-tier gods before entering the light gate. Now, after undergoing the baptism of the ascension space, they had successfully leaped to the peak of their potential. That's right, the ascension space. Mu Xing had revamped the previous ascension ceremony, transforming it directly into an ascension space, built specifically for the group's own members. As the enemies they faced grew increasingly powerful, their god-level combat power had fallen behind, and improving their combat power became imperative. At this moment, Crazy and Yi-Wei emerged from the light gate. They had both successfully passed the ascension trial, and ascended to the half-step multiverse level. With the blessing of Mu Xing's vast resources, everyone's breakthrough was as easy as eating and drinking. As for Yi Ling and the others, they had only been at the 1st or 2nd god level when they entered, and had only ascended to the 9th god level. Yi Fei's face beamed as he emerged from the ascension space. Although only at the 7th god level, he had jumped directly from the pseudo-god level. The most surprising thing was the bone cutting, because the honest killer had stunned the entire crowd. He had directly completed the ascension ceremony at the 2nd level of godhood, advancing to the half-step multiverse realm. Wait for my next ceremony, and I definitely reached the half-step multiverse realm. Yi Fei clenched his fists and vowed. At that moment, an old acquaintance emerged from the space, Aelina. Upon learning of Mu Xing's ascension space, this wealthy businesswoman had rushed over immediately, offering 10 times the resources with a wave of her hand. This time, she had also brought 3 close associates and her sister to participate in this side-effect-free ascension space. Now, including her sister Eva, and her 3 close associates, all had completed the ascension ceremony. Congratulations, Sister Aelina. Yi Ling congratulated Aelina. Just then, the light gate closed, and the final person emerged, Mu Xing. He stretched his body, his flowing muscles seemingly glowing. A divine aura blossomed behind him, gradually converging into the divine aura of control. Has the captain reached the multiverse? Someone exclaimed in surprise. No, only halfway to the multiverse. Mu Xing shook his head. With your strength, wouldn't it be better to reach the multiverse directly? Crazy Man was puzzled. Mu Xing looked at everyone. This is what I want to warn you about. Multiverse is ultimately just a compromise. Because of the lack of authority and the energy scarcity of the Lost Lands, we could only settle for the lower-level power of control. The power of control is a cosmic force. It seems to transcend the universe, but in reality, it still hovers at the peak of the cosmic level. What I long for is true multiverse, a multiverse closer to the state of unity. Orina, standing beside him, seemed to understand Mu Xing's meaning. You mean you want to ascend to the realm of multiplicity, where you wield authority? Mu Xing nodded. Yes, that's the true meaning of multiplicity. If you can control the power of authority in the multiplicity realm, when you ascend to the unity realm, you will become one with authority and achieve true unity. Just then, applause erupted, the space split open, and Yun Jian emerged. Well said. This is the true path to advancement, not the helpless path of compromise. He pointed at himself. Don't underestimate me, I'm only at the return to one realm now. I'm the last one in the return to one realm. Not to mention those return to one realms who control the authority of the universe, not artificial authority. Above them, there are those who, as Mu said, have become one with authority, the true return to one realm. Before these return to one realms, my strength is barely stronger than an ant. Someone exclaimed, can those return to one realms be called the old days? Yunjian nodded. You can think of it as the old days of the new era. Of course, Those who ascend to the return to one realm in this era lack the noble bloodline of the old days, so they always be a little less. Noble bloodline? What is that? Mu Xing grasped the key point. Yunjian shook his head. This relates to a deeper secret. Please allow me to be a riddler for once. Some things can only be understood, not explained, or you be in big trouble. Yunjian covered his mouth, not intending to reveal a single detail. At this moment, Asta, dressed in a black cheongsam, suddenly appeared in the hall and reclined on the sofa. Brother, you have good vision and know how to choose the right path. The opening of the magic ring world this time may be your chance. Everyone looked at the cheongsam beauty on the sofa, but dared not even glance at her with disrespect. Even a pervert like Li Hongwei lowered his head, not daring to look up. They knew her identity well, and only Mu Xing dared to speak loudly here. Mu Xing looked at Asta. What? Are you interested in the magic ring world too? Of course, it's not just me, your little girl is interested too. As they spoke, a flash of green light appeared, and a woman in a lace skirt appeared in the hall. Chapter 1186. Mu Bao, I heard you. As soon as she opened her mouth, she noticed Asta lying on the sofa. Hands on his hips, an unhappy look on his face. Why are you here? Asta propped his chin up with one hand. Why can't I be here? This isn't your house. Hey! You want to fight, huh? I keep you company. The two men were about to start a fight when Mu Xing quickly pulled them apart. Okay, my dearest, now's not the time to fight. The dearest looked at Mu Xing. Huh? You advanced? Mu Xing spread his arms. Are your basic skills solid? The dearest pinched Mu Xing's muscles. They are quite strong. No, I'm asking about your foundation. The dearest placed a hand on Mu Xing's 8-pack abs and said, why not just merge with the authority of the anti-fate rules and advance to the multiverse? Mu Xing shook his head, incomplete. The power of the anti-fate authority comes from the ancestral god. If I merge, without gaining complete authority, I'm afraid I'd be a lifelong novice. Can stagnate in the multiverse. What do you want to do? Go to the dark dungeon and obtain the inheritance first? Mu Xing nodded. This is the only way for now. At least I can gain the full power of authority to meet the requirements for advancement. While reverse fate is powerful, if I can't obtain the complete version from the ancestral god, even fusion is useless. Alright then, make your own decision. Mu Xing grabbed the woman's increasingly presumptuous hand on him. Stop touching me. TSK, touching me won't hurt. She rolled her eyes at Mu Xing and plopped down on the sofa, squeezing Haster closer with her small frame. Good news, bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Mu Xing waved at the rest of the group, who were stifling laughter. One by one, they tactfully left the hall, leaving only Mu Xing alone. Good news first. Mu Xing pulled on a white shirt and pulled a bottle of happy water from the refrigerator. The good news is that I sense the aura of my lost authority. Really? Mu Xing's face lit up at the news. Of course, but the bad news is, it only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Mu Xing was stunned. What do you mean? Literally, it disappeared. Maybe someone deliberately hid it. Then is it possible that you sensed it wrongly? How could the power of authority vanish out of thin air? Mu Xing asked. The ant turned her head and brushed off Haster, who was about to touch her hair. Don't touch me. Then she looked at Mu Xing. My sense is unmistakable. It only appeared for a moment, but it was crystal clear. She pointed in a certain direction. That's where I sensed it. Mu Xing looked in the direction of her finger. It seemed to be the direction of the 7th war zone. Could it be hidden in the ring of law? Mu Xing frowned. The ant looked at Mu Xing expectantly. So you helped me regain my authority, right? Mu Xing scratched his head. Of course, but what? But with my strength, I'm afraid I'm still a little short. I need a favor. What favor? Just tell me. I want to advance to level 7 observer. Mu Xing stated his wish. He felt a strong sense of crisis about his upcoming journey. Half-step multiverse power might not guarantee his safety. What if the same situation as in the dark dungeon occurred again? Without the protection of his aunt and the others, could he still turn the tide on his own? He was unwilling to ascend to a normal multiverse, but he also didn't want to take shortcuts. Therefore, he had to acquire a new trump card before entering the ring of law. The ant and Haster exchanged a glance, then looked at Mu Xing. How do you want us to help you? I need forbidden knowledge to break through to the 7th level observer. Are you crazy? At your current level, being exposed to that knowledge too early will either drive you mad or kill you. The ant sternly refused. Mu Xing, however, was determined. I can't think of any other way to increase my strength quickly. Although this method is risky, I have the blood of the ancestral god, and I believe I can handle it. Asta narrowed her eyes. Brother, I promise to help you, but the slightest mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. You must think carefully. Asta? Are you going along with him, too? Auntie glared at Asta beside her. Asta smiled. No storm, no rainbow. Besides, he's not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. One day, he reached higher and further. If you don't fight now, you have to risk your life later. Mu Xing also said firmly, I made up my mind. Let's do it. With that, Mu Xing pushed the door open and walked out. Damn Mu Xing, are you trying to piss me off to death? Auntie yelled and complained in the living room. Asta remained calm. Be at ease, my dear sister. Don't forget, damn brother never fights a battle without confidence. The aunt glared at Haster again. If anything happens to him, I hold you responsible. This made Haster chuckle. My dear sister, why do I find you getting cuter and cuter? She stretched out her hands and fondled the aunt's chubby cheeks. I fight you. In the regiment's courtyard, Mu Xing looked around at everyone. Everyone, prepare for battle over the next few days, consolidate your realm, and prepare to march into the magic ring world. Oh! Cheers rang out from the crowd. Everyone rubbed their hands, as if they had already prepared for the expedition. This was a rare opportunity for their regiment to march in unison, destined to shock the world and rise against the odds. You guys go to the 7th line of defense first. I need to visit the Observer Council. See you the day after tomorrow. After making brief arrangements, Mu Xing headed straight for her destination, the Observer Council, which she hadn't visited in a while. Compared to the last time she was here, the Observer Council had now taken root in the survival line. The massive observer tower towered majestically, becoming a landmark on the survival line. The main tower, in particular, was so tall that its top was invisible. That was the Tower of Adrian, Speaker of the Observer Council. Atop the tower, the 2.0 version of the Void Protocol hovered in the air, piercing the void and providing a window for the observers to observe the void. Mu Xing had just emerged from the teleportation array when Speaker Adrian was already waiting. You knew I was coming? Mu Xing looked at Adrian, and Art and the others beside him, somewhat surprised. Brother, I'm here. Trix waved happily at him. Mu Xing waved back, then looked at Adrian. Adrian narrowed his eyes and smiled. With the Void Protocol, I can become a level 7 observer. As long as I can achieve a certain degree of omniscience and omnipotence in the survival line. Mu Xing nodded, unsurprised. After all, he hadn't deliberately concealed his whereabouts. I'm sure Chancellor Adrian is aware of the purpose of my visit? The other party nodded. The promotion ceremony is ready, but jumping directly from level 5 observer to level 7 isn't easy. Chapter 1187. Adrian said seriously, especially the leap from level 6 to level 7. It's no easier than a half step to a multi-dimensional level. Mu Xing, led by Adrian, began walking towards the Observer Council. Speaker, elaborate. Adrian said, the essence of observer advancement is the accumulation of knowledge. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. And the foundation that supports the height of our observer perspective is the boundless and vast knowledge. Upgrading from level 5 to level 6 only requires a large accumulation of basic knowledge. To advance to level 7, one needs an understanding of all the knowledge at hand, as well as higher-level sources of knowledge. The process of comprehending and gathering knowledge requires perseverance, like water dripping through a stone. One can always achieve a complete understanding of all knowledge. For example, over the years, I mastered all the knowledge at hand, but higher-level knowledge is not only difficult to acquire, but also difficult to obtain. It's difficult to understand, and difficult to comprehend. He looked at Mu Xing. You're here, are you prepared? Mu Xing nodded, not trying to hide it. Yes, I intend to draw upon the forbidden knowledge of old. Adrian paused, frowning. No. Mu Xing raised his right hand, interrupting him. Speaker, I know my limits. This is the path I've chosen. Since I dared to choose it, I must be confident in it. Adrian froze for a moment before coming to his senses. He couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this is why I can't break through to the 7th level observer. I'm old, and I don't have the drive I once had. My thinking has become rigid, making it difficult to break through. As he spoke, his eyes brightened, as if he had finally figured something out. Mu Xing clasped his fist towards Adrian and said, Congratulations, Speaker, on resolving your concerns. I believe you be advancing to level 7 observer in the near future. Adrian, however, bowed to Mu Xing and said, Thank you for clearing my mind. Just as they reached the upper level of the council, a chubby figure appeared before them. "Uncle Master." Mu Xing bowed earnestly. Beside him, Adrian was even more excited. He had long known that Mu Xing had an 8th-level observer by his side. Now that he was here, he was naturally thrilled. "Junior Adrian, on behalf of the Lost Lands Observer Council, greets you, Senior." Yunjian waved to Adrian and looked up at the tower before him and the void agreement overhead. "That's a good idea. Reaching the 7th-level observer level with the aid of this special instrument in this enclosed lost land is truly remarkable." As he spoke, he grasped a scroll with his right hand, handing it to Adrian. "This is a welcome gift for you. It should be helpful in your advancement to the 7th-level observer level." Adrian took the scroll with trembling hands. Even unfolding a corner of it immersed him in a sea of unprecedented knowledge. He hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Senior." Yunjian waved his hand, unconcerned about the small expense. "It's a small favor to you youngsters, and I allow you to circulate this knowledge." Adrian was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Yunjian looked at Mu Xing. "Are you sure you want to take such a risk? With your qualifications, given enough time, and with my knowledge base to assist you, your advancement to the 7th-level observer level will be a natural outcome." Mu Xing shook his head. "Thank you, Master, for the reminder. But what I lack most right now is time. The sealed gate is about to open, and I must become stronger." Yunjian couldn't help but ask, "Don't you still have me protecting you?" "Why worry?" He then calculated with his fingers. "No, I can't even predict the process or outcome of this journey." "How is that possible?" "Master, did you see something?" Mu Xing asked cautiously. Yunjian finished calculating and shook his head. "It's all foggy. I can't even see your fate or future." He was silent for a moment. "Perhaps your decision is right." Mu Xing clasped his fists. "Master, please help me." Yunjian didn't refuse. "After all, you're that old man's disciple." "Master, help you." Mu Xing couldn't help but ask, "Master, can you help me contact Master?" That old man has blocked the secrets of the heavens, and he's at the same level as me. I can't find him unless he looks for me." Yunjian also expressed frustration. Mu Xing felt slightly disappointed. He had hoped to find help from his chief master. Walking up to the top of the tower, he discovered a massive voiding platform. Looking up, the 2.0 void protocol resembled a giant lens, with the void on the other side. On a normal day, observers could observe the void through the lens, providing an extra layer of insurance. "Is this the place for advancement, Speaker Adrian?" Mu Xing turned to look at Adrian. Adrian nodded. "I can't help you much with your advancement, but this platform will help you stabilize your mind. Also, take this insight, it might be of some use." Mu Xing accepted the insight from Adrian and quickly thanked him. Now, every little help from others would be a powerful aid on his path to advancement. At this moment, Art, Trix, and the others also gathered around. "My dear buddy, you're really impressive. You're reaching level 7 observer so quickly." Trix punched Mu Xing in the chest. "You're not far behind either. Art has already reached level 6, right? Level 7 should be within 100 years. Vigo is also level 6, and Trix, aren't you level 5? Trix looked helpless. "To be honest, I still prefer fighting to attending classes." Mu Xing smiled and said, "I give you a surprise when I complete my promotion." "Really? What surprise?" Trix piqued his interest. Mu Xing made a gesture to silence him. "Sure, since it's a surprise, telling you in advance wouldn't make it a surprise." Okay, then we wait for you outside. I wish you success." Mu Xing laughed heartily. "Thanks for your good wishes." As he spoke, Mu Xing pulled the jelly beans out of the observer's tower. "I leave the jelly beans in your care for now." Trix, holding the cat, waved his fist at Mu Xing. "Go!" With a rumbling sound, a massive partition began to descend. Adrian would create a place of absolute tranquility for Mu Xing, isolating him from all external influences, so he could focus on his advancement. Adrian's advancement was fraught with danger for the survivors, and for the observers as well. Any external interference could ruin their advancement. As the massive partitions descended, Adrian cast layer upon layer of barriers. Yunjian, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the dome, suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, layers of knowledge and barriers descended simultaneously. Mu Xing sat alone, cross-legged, at the center of this massive platform. He was the only one here. As he slowly closed his eyes, the space between his brows split open, and a mysterious 14-story tower slowly emerged. Endless knowledge poured down from the tower, instantly flooding the entire retreat area. Here, a lake of knowledge formed. And Mu Xing was immersed in the center of this lake of knowledge. First, he needed to advance from the 5th level to the 6th level, which required the accumulation of a vast amount of knowledge. Chapter 1188. This knowledge is like the foundation piles buried before building a tall building. The first 5 floors are all part of this vast foundation. And now, the 6th floor is the first floor of that towering building, crucial for future development. Advancing to the 6th floor is not difficult. With sufficient knowledge, a vast amount of time, and perseverance, like water wearing away a stone, you can always reach it. Many veteran members of the Observer Council have successfully achieved the 6th level of Observer through years of accumulation. Mu Xing lacks the strength to waste time, so he can only resort to trickery. Time accelerates. Mu Xing shouted softly, accelerating time 10,000 times. At the same time, split. As the Blood Moon, he possessed the ability to split infinitely. So he simply created thousands of clones, using them to comprehend this knowledge separately, finally reuniting them to recover the knowledge he had already comprehended. Finally, he activated the power of reverse fate, rewinding the accelerated time, returning to the starting point, and accelerating again. Admittedly, his silky smooth combo was practically a glitch. Outside, Adrian was worried about how Mu Xing could digest such a vast amount of knowledge in such a short time. Then he saw the scene. It felt as if time had suddenly sped up, the sun rapidly setting from the east to the west, and then, immediately afterwards, it reversed direction from the west back to the east. Thankfully, this was limited to that platform, otherwise, it would be hard to imagine what would happen. Yunqian, standing nearby, had a strange expression on his face. Where did this kid learn this unorthodox style? Adrian couldn't help but glance at Yunqian. Senior, does this count as stealing time? Yunqian shook his head. This is far more despicable than stealing time. He doesn't consume time, nor does he steal time, he simply shifts back and forth within a single time frame. The key is that he can ignore the paradox and causal relationship between time acceleration and time reversal. This power to defy fate is truly terrifying, truly worthy of being a power born from the body of that ancestral god, a power not belonging to this universe. Although Adrian didn't understand, he was still deeply shocked. Senior, this method can be used to advance Blood Moon from level 5 to level 6, but from level 6 to level 7, this trick won't work, right? Yunqian stroked his chin. I don't think so. After all, this kid has given me so many surprises along the way. Just then, a mysterious aura emanated from the massive enclosed platform. Every observer in the Observer Council's headquarters sensed it. They couldn't help but pause, pausing their actions, and gazing at the massive main tower. Someone has been promoted to level 6. Everyone exclaimed, their gazes focused. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see through the layers of isolation. At this moment, Adrian's voice rang out. A council member has been promoted. Don't make a fuss. Disperse. Adrian personally came forward to explain, and the observers gradually dispersed, no longer staring at this place. Meanwhile, on the platform, Mu Xing slowly opened his eyes. Level 6 completed. His observation ability suddenly increased by more than 100-fold. Previously, he could only observe objects within a certain cosmic scale. Now, after reaching level 6, a single unit of the physical universe could no longer block his vision. While he couldn't achieve the omniscience and omnipotence of a level 7 observer, it was a qualitative improvement compared to level 5. He wasn't complacent, however, because he was going to continue his pursuit of level 7. Level 7 was different from level 6, much like the gap between the multiverse and the gods. No matter how powerful a god was, even if he reached half-step multiverse, he was nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the true multiverse. And the leap from level 6 to level 7 was no less difficult than the half-step multiverse reaching the multiverse. Of course, an observer wasn't a combat class. Advancement depended on knowledge and a thorough understanding of the rules. So, spiritual advancement was relatively easy compared to physical advancement. Just like the void gods in the void, once they reached a certain age, advancing purely spiritually was far simpler than for survivors. Just as with the higher levels, Mu Xing planned to advance spiritually first, then seek breakthroughs in his physical body and essence. Level 6 was about accumulating knowledge, while level 7 required a complete and thorough understanding of that knowledge, along with even higher level knowledge to support him. This high-level knowledge is difficult for ordinary people to acquire. For example, Adrian, to advance to level 7, must risk exploring the unknown and forbidden realms of the void. Of course, the observers also have a trump card, the Heart Contract Galaxy. The observers originally created this special space for the purpose of passing on and accumulating knowledge. When someone acquires knowledge, they can share it with others through the heart contract galaxy. This greatly accelerates the observer's advancement. According to the Chief Master, when the heart contract galaxy was created, the atmosphere among the observers was extremely harmonious. They helped each other and shared knowledge, resulting in the rapid emergence of a large number of high-level observers. However, as time passed and the age of desolation approached, the observers began to grow selfish. Mastering more knowledge was the key to their survival during the future age of desolation. Sharing their knowledge, on the other hand, meant exposing their weaknesses and threatening their own safety. Their relationships began to grow distant, and they became wary of each other, ultimately turning hostile. Although the heart contract galaxy hadn't reached that point yet, Mu Xing could already clearly sense the alienation within it. Led by the 8th level observers, they formed small groups. The area where Adrian and his companions were located was extremely remote, making daily communication difficult, let alone sharing knowledge. Mu Xing had never expected to receive help from the heart contract galaxy, so he made the decision to request knowledge from the old ones. Although this was risky, he now had no choice. With a wave of his right hand, the labyrinth god Ahat appeared before him. As a lower-level Great Old One, the forbidden knowledge possessed by Ahat was relatively safe. Mu Xing planned to absorb this knowledge first, then try to borrow from his aunt and Haster. However, he had underestimated the terrifying power of the Old Ones. The moment that forbidden knowledge poured into his mind, he disintegrated into a hideous proliferation. Flesh and blood stretched madly, forming a vast maze of flesh and blood. Reverse. A clear voice echoed throughout the isolation platform. An invisible force began to contract at his core, and his body, transformed by the insane forbidden knowledge, quickly reversed back to its original form. Mu Xing's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, sweating profusely. Blood-red sweat oozed from his pores. Or, is this too much? He held up his nearly collapsing body. The momentary infusion, the mere attempt to analyze this knowledge, had left him feeling worse than death, nearly collapsing. He grabbed a bottle of recovery potion with his right hand and gulped it down. Once his body had recovered, he summoned Ahat again without hesitation. Come again! Chapter 1189. Mu Xing let out a low cry, and Ahat's vast amount of forbidden knowledge poured into him once again. This time, his transformation was much slower than the first time. He was shocked to discover how quickly his body had adapted to the forbidden knowledge of a lesser overlord. This knowledge, originating from Hingyu and relating to the deepest life formulas, evolutionary cycles, and laws of the lesser old ones, was being rapidly absorbed by every cell in his body. Mu Xing noticed red threads of energy spreading and permeating every corner of his body. The ancestral god cells, sealed deep within his cells, were suddenly activated. This scene frightened Mu Xing so much that he quickly stopped, fearing the seal would fail, and the flesh and blood of the ancestral god would break free. Thankfully, after waiting for a long time, the cells showed no sign of breaking free, instead instinctively absorbing Ahat's forbidden knowledge. Even more astonishingly, as they absorbed this knowledge, it began to affect Mu Xing's own cells. He had actually relied on these sealed ancestral god cells to indirectly absorb the dangerous forbidden knowledge. Although only a tenth or a twelfth of it, as long as he consumed a sufficient amount and repeated the process several times, he would be able to fully master this mysterious forbidden knowledge. After repeatedly confirming that his hypothesis was harmless, Mu Xing officially began his experiment. This time, the ancestral god cells were still the primary focus, while he absorbed any scraps from the side. As Ahat's forbidden knowledge was fully infused, the ancestral god cells absorbed it completely, without missing a single detail. At the same time, Mu Xing also devoured the knowledge that had escaped. He even found a balance, absorbing only what was beneficial and rejecting anything that was detrimental, or even incomprehensible. The ancestral god cells acted like a filter, filtering out what he couldn't handle at this stage. The remaining portion was enough for him to lay a solid foundation. As time passed, Mu Xing cycled through time thousands of times, finally completing his mastery of the forbidden knowledge of Ahat. It's done! I truly mastered the forbidden knowledge of this lower-level old one. Mu Xing's mind flickered, and with his right hand extended, he unexpectedly constructed an illusory maze out of thin air. This wasn't a simple imitation, it was a maze constructed from the existing framework, integrating the underlying knowledge of mazes. It's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him fish, and now he had learned the art of fishing. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the maze and began to summon his aunt and Haster. You seem to be adapting smoothly? Haster, arms folded across his chest, transformed into a shadow, observing Mu Xing. The aunt stared at Mu Xing sternly. Are you sure you want to do this? As a descendant of the ancestral god, rashly absorbing ancient knowledge could lead you to an eternal hell. Mu Xing looked up. Do I have any other choice? The ant said, it's not too late to regret now. Mu Xing's eyes were firm, his resolve firm. Go ahead. The ant and Hastur exchanged glances, and both attacked simultaneously. Start with the simplest, and proceed step by step. However, from the outset, Hastur had been pouring the most dangerous forbidden knowledge into Mu Xing's body. In an instant, Mu Xing, along with the blood moon space he had emanated, underwent a terrifying transformation. Dense yellow tentacles filled the entire blood moon space, and he himself was constantly transforming into an inhuman form. Reverse. Mu Xing growled, unleashing his power of counterfeit in an attempt to reverse his transformation back to his original state. The ant exclaimed, Asta, are you crazy? Are you trying to kill him? Asta remained silent, simply increasing his output. Let the critical point overwhelm Mu Xing's unleashed counterfeit power. With a puff, the counterfeit power dissipated, and his body rushed wildly in the direction of continued transformation. The ant attacked Asta without hesitation, but a second before the attack reached her, she suddenly stopped. In that instant, Asta transmitted a flood of information to her. Are you telling the truth? The ant demanded. Hastur glanced sideways at the old lady. What kind of existence do you think the ancestral god is? I don't know, and don't ask me such questions, because even for us of the old ones, this question is taboo. Hastur asked, since it's considered taboo by us of the old ones, do you think a mere human like him can completely suppress the ancestral god's flesh and blood sealed within him? Or will he remain sealed forever, eventually being thrown into the Hengyu garbage dump? Isn't that right? Hastur shook his head. He is our chosen one, destined one day to ascend the Hengyu ladder and continue on his journey, not just to a foreseeable future. Mortals' potential is ultimately limited. They can break through to multiplicity, then to unity, but what happens after that? The ant said, he's a descendant of the ancestral god. His talents are more than that, right? Hastur said, well, even if he can reach the state you and I were in before we were sealed, does he still have a path forward? You should know that Hengyu's life formula has long been determined. Life may appear free, but in reality, its upper limits and evolutionary trajectory have long been pinned down. Didn't you come to this tiny earth to seek that unknown existence, to break through your own limits? If we of old do this, why not him? The ant was speechless. Hastur struck while the iron was hot. Although I don't know who extracted this mass of flesh from the body of the ancestral god, you should know how precious it is. The ant sighed. Yes, the Ancient One spent millions of years, and sacrificed countless of his own kind to obtain a trace of the ancestral god's genes. Now, the life forms created by this trace of the ancestral god's genes are spread throughout every corner of the universe. If he could control this mass of flesh, or even absorb and integrate it, to what extent would his potential be enhanced? Hastur stared at the ant before him. You and I have fought fiercely for countless epochs, but this is not something you or I can decide. It's a formula written deep within our genes from the beginning. I had enough of this. I swore I would break this destiny. The ant's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Do you want to rebel? She had heard Hastur's utterly insane wish. In distant times, someone like her would have been punished with death. Hastur placed a hand on my aunt's shoulder. We should have been the closest of family, but we've been enemies since birth. Now, thanks to Mu Xing, we can coexist for a while. This is our chance, our only chance. Tell me, my sister, what is your choice? My aunt was silent, her mind racing. After a moment, she suddenly looked up. I agree with you. Let's give it a try. Hastur laughed heartily. This is the strongest old man I knew, the once proud Hengyu. You didn't disappoint me this time. My aunt pushed Hastur's hand away with a proud expression. Stop talking nonsense. You're acting like we're all familiar. Don't get so close to me. Chapter 1190. As the two former friends plotted their earth-shattering plan, Mu Xing's consciousness began to sink into a murky ocean. Surrounded by muddy water, every struggle was extremely difficult. A force of gravity dragged him deeper and deeper into the abyss. Just then, he heard a rustling sound, like a conversation. As he sank deeper, the sound grew clearer. Then, he heard the shocking conversation between Hastur and his aunt. What do they want? Just as Mu Xing was puzzled, Hastur's voice rang out. You should have heard that conversation, right? Mu Xing frowned. What do you want? My silly sister and I have reached a consensus and decided to invest in you. Invest in me? Why? Because you are special. You are the best chance I can see to help us sisters break free from the restrictions. Restrictions? What restrictions? Is it your natural hostility? Mu Xing asked. No, not only that, but there's also the life evolution curse inflicted upon her and me. Who could curse you? You're the old ones. Hastur hissed. So what's your choice? Give it a try, or follow the established path? Will this benefit me? Mu Xing calmed down, shifting from emotional thinking to rational judgment. Of course, there are many benefits. If you can control the flesh and blood of the ancestral god, you can completely escape the cycle of reincarnation. What? Mu Xing was shocked. You mean, we can escape the ancestral god's fate of reincarnation? Is that even possible? You can't do it, but if you follow the path I designed for you, relying on the power of another system, perhaps you can go further. Hastur's words were like a devil's temptation, constantly challenging Mu Xing's rational judgment. What's the price? He never believed in so-called gifts from fate. He believed there was no such thing as a free lunch. The price? Perhaps it will lead you down a path that will infuriate all. If you had chosen this path before, you would have been doomed. But with the age of desolation approaching, and everyone preoccupied with themselves, perhaps you could rise against the tide and achieve true transformation. Mu Xing remained silent, pondering. As a survivor, he had always taken every step with extreme caution, as if treading on razor-sharp lines. He knew such opportunities were hard-won, and if missed, they would never return. The price might be high, but for him, it had long been the norm. Okay, I agree, but I have a question. Tell me, why did you choose me? Because you're handsome? Mu Xing, Okay, enough teasing. Hastur's tone turned serious. Because you were chosen by the ancestral god. Perhaps even within his chaotic and disordered consciousness, he wants to make some changes. Also, you were chosen by the survival system. This kind of tacit understanding is unprecedented in countless epochs. Mu Xing quickly asked, Tell me, what exactly is the survival system? Hush. One day, it will tell you itself. But the prerequisite is that you must meet its expectations, and stand high enough to be qualified for an equal dialogue. Mu Xing knew Hastur was telling the truth, so he stopped worrying. I understand. The next second, he was violently pulled out of the murky ocean. Looking down, he saw giant faces floating across the ocean. Those faces looked exactly like his own, some sorrowful, some desperate. They twisted and tangled, chasing him, trying to drag him back into the abyss. At that moment, a long ladder descended from the murky sky. The black ladder had substance, made of pure matter. And atop it, starlight shrouded it, protecting it from the dangers around it. He knew it was his aunt and Hastur working together. When he reached a certain height, he looked down again and saw giant cells, transformed into ravenous devourers, attempting to devour the cages that held them captive. At this moment, tangible streams of forbidden knowledge descended from the sky, flowing into the cages. The greedy cells opened their bloody maws and devoured frantically. As they devoured, the ferocious cells underwent certain changes. What's going on? Are they being assimilated? Mu Xing discovered this astonishing fact. As the cells devoured the knowledge, they themselves underwent tremendous changes. Then, the ant's voice rang out. This mass of flesh and blood, separated from the ancestral god's body, has been drifting in the universe for a long time. It has undergone tremendous changes compared to its original form. Later, it underwent the blood moon experiment, undergoing baptism for eons, and its properties have become very close to the blood moon's origin. Now let's add another fire, tip the scales. Then, at the cost of your own body, you can fuse them, and perhaps completely transform the flesh and blood cells of these ancestral gods. Then you will be able to fuse perfectly within the blood moon body. Mu Xing was stunned. You mean to use me to feed those cells? Indeed. What if they devoured me and haven't completed the transformation and fusion yet? The ant said, That's the price. A life or death gamble. Do you dare take it? Success, and your future will be bright and splendid. Failure, and you perish, leaving nothing behind. Mu Xing didn't think or hesitate this time. The moment he made the decision, there was no turning back. Let me die. Mu Xing made up his mind, transferring his consciousness, soul, and memories into the tiny ultimate embryo deepest within his body. He then fed those cells everything he had. First his body, then the essence he controlled, and finally, he filled the entire blood moon space. Yet those greedy mouths still bared their teeth, eager to devour more. Not good. Still not enough? Mu Xing glanced at the summons within the tower that had followed him for so long. Feed them too? No, Mu Xing rejected the thought. They weren't just his summons, they were already his family. There was no way he was going to feed them too. He began feeding his own bloodline and talents. Blood moon essence, Valrid's talent, chaos bloodline, the blood of the ancient gods. He fed it all in. Finally, he saw the balance was very close to 50%. Anything over 50% would mean successful assimilation. But 49.99% was like an insurmountable wall, blocking him out. Mu Xing glanced at the ultimate embryo he had meticulously nurtured, expending countless energy and resources. Without hesitation, he fed it in as well. Let's go! Finally, Mu Xing, carrying his soul and memories, rushed down as well. Meanwhile, the woman watching all this from outside grabbed Haster's neck and said, "Your idea was terrible. If he dies, I want you buried with him." Chapter 1191. Haster remained silent, his eyes fixed on the scale representing the assimilation progress. The scale was rapidly rising, attempting to cross the 49.99 mark. She pushed the old lady away and directed her voice to Mu Xing. "It's time to throw all your miscellaneous powers of authority into it." At this moment, when his memory and consciousness had been gnawed away to a mere shred of them, the iron crowns emerged from Mu Xing's hands. Emotions, fate, destiny. He threw all of these iron crowns into it. And then, his final trump card, his power to defy fate, he also threw in his own. With a ding, the assimilation scale jumped directly from 49.99% to 50%. When the scale was broken, it quickly jumped from 50% to 50.1%. This tiny 0.1% was a qualitative leap. The devouring ceased, and the cells from the ancestral god began to fuse and return. Mu Xing's devoured soul and other powers were all returned. However, this time, he didn't withdraw these chaotic abilities. Instead, he simply merged them into one. He took this opportunity to integrate all his bloodlines. Ancient God, Chaos, Blood Moon. These bloodlines, fused together by the ancestral god cells, formed a brand new bloodline. I always feel like something's missing. Mu Xing could sense the power of his bloodline. With the blessing of the ancestral god cells, the potential of his new bloodline had been elevated to an unimaginable level. However, compared to his own powerful bloodline, his own spirit and consciousness were suppressed. Mu Xing stopped evolving and asked the ant and Haster, who were guarding the outer realm, what will happen if the body becomes stronger than the spirit? Foolishness! Haster's voice rang out. Mu Xing frowned. Indeed, his bloodline was too powerful, while his inner spirit was too weak. The result was that his body's instincts would overwhelm his will. The end result might be like the ancestral god, a powerful, amorphous sea of flesh. No, I must find a bloodline that strengthens the spirit. By the way, isn't the observer a path to strengthening the spirit? As long as I continue to advance while maintaining the unity of my powerful bloodline and spirit, can I maintain a constant balance? Mu Xing pondered. Also, I need the bloodline of the void god. Their lineage is a purely spiritually evolved bloodline. If I could obtain their bloodline, perhaps I could overcome the problem of the body being stronger than the spirit. After figuring this out, Mu Xing no longer worried about becoming a fool. He began to actively accept the forbidden knowledge from the two old ones. This time, as this forbidden knowledge poured into his body, Mu Xing, with just a glance, instantly absorbed it. With the blessing of the ancestral god's bloodline, this knowledge could no longer harm him. Haster and the ant, who were overseeing all this, couldn't help but exchange a glance, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. He succeeded. Prepare to increase your efforts and make a final push. More knowledge began to flow into Mu Xing's consciousness. Mu Xing began to practice the secret method of advancement given to him by Adrian, beginning the leap from level 6 observer to level 7 observer. With a humming sound, Void Protocol 2.0 in the sky was forced to tear through the void, drawing in a vast amount of information. At this moment, all observers in Observer City took notice of the situation in the sky. Everyone, close your senses and minds. Do not explore that information. It is dangerous knowledge not for you to access. Adrian snorted. Some, unconvinced, attempted to steal this knowledge and information drawn from the void. The result was an instant explosion. Many observers were instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Some people's bodies transformed, their consciousness collapsed, transforming into hideous monsters. Yun Qian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. Good boy, why are you making such a fuss? He quickly took action, setting up layers of barriers to block the information spreading from the void. Some observers, lost in confusion, suddenly regained consciousness, feeling as if they had walked the edge of death. On awakening, only fear remained in their eyes. What exactly is happening? Someone is advancing to level 7. And not just any level 7. At this moment, an elderly elder stepped forward. He was one of the few level 6 observers in the Observer Council, having recently achieved this breakthrough. His eyes, bright as stars, gazed at the towering tower. Elder, are you saying someone is advancing to level 7? Could it be the speaker? No. This person just advanced from level 5 to level 6, and is now striving for level 7. What? The surrounding observers were stunned. Everyone began recording the process. Remember, do not attempt to explore or steal that knowledge. It is a terrible poison to you. The surrounding observers hurriedly took note of these warnings. The rest was simply a matter of recording. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, on the advancement platform, Mu Xing had reached a critical moment. The observer tower above him began to expand. From the 14th floor, another layer grew. A vast amount of information from the void filtered through the tower and merged into Mu Xing's consciousness. He constructed a vast library within his sea of consciousness, rapidly recording all the information and knowledge he received. I never thought that when my realm reached a certain level, I could summon this knowledge directly from the void. Unfortunately, this knowledge is so vast and complex that it can't be used directly. I need to compile it into a book myself. After Mu Xing filtered the tower, only 1/10 of the truly useful information and knowledge remained. Thankfully, the amount was large enough to advance him to the 7th level of observer. Advance? Mu Xing shouted softly, and once again unfolded the ladder of advancement. The ladder stretched into the void. He climbed step by step. His physical strength allowed him to ignore these constraints and surge directly into the depths of the void. Standing atop the ladder of ascension, the knowledge and energy surrounding the void surged in like a tide. Mu Xing embraced all who came his way. He gathered this knowledge and energy, intending to create a special external organ crucial for a level 7 observer, the observer's eye. The observer's eye, also known as the sky eye, could appear in any corner of the physical universe at will. Its field of view was unrestricted. This was an advanced tool of the Aurus, even more powerful than the Aurus, capable not only of observation, but also of attack and defense. As the energy within the void gathered to a certain level, Mu Xing, basing it on his own needs, integrated it into his bloodline and began to construct his own observer's eye. A gigantic eyeball gradually grew and took shape within the void. Blood threads entwined, flesh and blood grew. When the mysterious eyeball was complete, he had achieved his final breakthrough. Level 7 observer, accomplished. The moment he opened his eyes, Mu Xing's vision instantly expanded to the depths of the void. He could even see the void god and chaos plotting in the distance. They had clearly sensed something and roared into the void. Who dares to spy on us? However, when they chased them, they found nothing. Mu Xing withdrew his gaze, deeply satisfied with the powerful observation abilities of a level 7 observer. With these eyes, it was like having a full map vision hack, allowing him to see everything he wanted. Chapter 1192. As the barrier atop the tower began to recede, ripples spread outward in all directions, centered around Mu Xing. A vast amount of knowledge and information filtered from the void poured forth. At the same time, Adrian's voice rang out, "Attention, all observers. Prepare to receive information. The extent of this opportunity depends entirely on your individual talent." With his words, the hesitant observers readied themselves to receive. The ripples expanded, instantly covering the entire observer station area. The gifts from the level 7 observers were like a heavenly rain, enabling many to achieve breakthroughs on the spot. The lower the level of the observer, the greater the benefit. With this vast amount of knowledge, many low-level observers advanced one level. Level 3 is a hurdle, a stage only those with talent are qualified to cross. And now, many level 2 observers have successfully overcome this obstacle and advanced. Even some level 4 and level 5 observers have benefited greatly. Several senior elders directly advanced to level 5 through this gift, becoming level 6 observers. Among these veteran observers, Adrian undoubtedly benefited the most. He was already just one step away from becoming a level 7 observer. Now, with Mu Xing's gifts, once he fully absorbed them, within a few days, perhaps even months, he would surely ascend successfully and become the first level 7 observer of the Observer Council. Mu Xing stood up, bowed to the ant and Haster before him, and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you." The two sworn enemies exchanged a look of relief. Clearly, our bet was right. "Congratulations." The ant gave Mu Xing a thumbs up. "I have another question." Mu Xing began. "Tell me, who exactly took this flesh and blood from the ancestral god?" The ant shook her head. "Sorry, I don't know the answer to that question either. However, according to rumors, in addition to the several offspring conceived by the ancestral god, there was also a defector." "Defector? What do you mean?" "As we all know, the flesh and blood of the ancestral god constantly divides and gives rise to all kinds of life, from weak single-celled organisms to even powerful outer gods. But these resulting lives are never allowed to leave their original body. According to secret history, a powerful individual, split from the ancestral god, broke free of his control through his own will and gained freedom. What? How is that possible? Mu Xing was shocked. How could a fragmented individual escape the constraints of their original body? The ant said. The exact reason is unknown, but it likely took advantage of the ancestor god's preoccupation to sneak away. This powerful fragment never returned after leaving its original body, hence its nickname of a defector. She pointed at Mu Xing. If you ask where that mass of flesh and blood in your body came from, there's only one possibility. It was torn off by the fragment during its escape. I just don't know why it ended up in the depths of the universe. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. Does that special fragment have a name? The old lady began to ponder, searching through her vast memory bank. After a moment, she looked up. Dream Witch, Idhila. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. For some reason, the moment he heard the name, he felt his body tremble slightly, as if sensing something. But this feeling faded just as quickly, like an illusion, vanishing in an instant. Asta, standing next to him, said, to be honest, she's truly your sister. After all, you both inherited the flesh and blood of the ancestral god. Mu Xing looked at Asta's strange smile and said, Why do I feel like you're gloating? Asta suddenly approached, hovering beside him. Because I heard that the dream which loves to devour beings with a similar origin. You might be targeted too. Mu Xing was speechless. Don't try to scare me. I wasn't raised to be scared. Believe it or not, if she comes, be careful. Asta, having successfully frightened Mu Xing, vanished into the tower with a playful air. The old lady yawned, seeming a little sleepy. Mu Bao, I'm going back to sleep. Don't call me unless necessary. Oh! Mu Xing uttered an oh. And the black temple gate suddenly opened, watching her enter. It was clear that as the old lady's strength recovered, the Raya temple was gradually being repaired. When he came to his senses, Art and the others had already arrived to greet him. Congratulations, brother. You become our survival line's first level 7 observer, Trix congratulated. By the way, this is for you. I promised you a surprise. Mu Xing gave each of them a crystal. What's this? A void crystal? Art recognized it immediately. What is a void crystal? Trix held the gleaming crystal in his hands, puzzled, only finding it beautiful. Next to him, Vigo explained, legend has it that it's the most suitable medium for storing knowledge. Don't underestimate this tiny piece. The compressed information within it could even encompass the entire universe. So powerful? Trix clutched the crystal tightly, as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Mu Xing smiled. It's not a precious thing. Once you reach level 7 observer, you'll be able to easily create it. What's important is the knowledge contained within. I think it should be enough for you to reach level 7. However, how much you can truly absorb depends entirely on your talent. I'll quickly return the crystal. No, this gift is too valuable. Mu Xing waved his hand. It was prepared for you, and not just you. I leave 10 crystals for Chancellor Adrian as a reward for those with potential. Mu Xing looked at the weathered man, recalling their first meeting. Alt was undoubtedly a guide on his path to growth. In the world of Dead by Daylight, if he hadn't saved him and bestowed upon him the Observer legacy, he would never have reached his current heights. Alt, I wish you a speedy breakthrough to level 7. Next time we meet, I buy you a drink. Mu Xing smiled. Ha ha, good luck. Alter's face lit up with a long-lost smile, and he waved goodbye. With a single thought, Mu Xing arrived at the 7th line of defense from the Observer Council. The previously deserted line of defense had now become the busiest. The only difference was that the enemy had changed from the Chaos Worm Demon Oro to the combined forces of Chaos and the Void God. Just yesterday, Chaos successfully reached an alliance with the Void God. Some ancient gods also joined the alliance, giving the already weakened Chaos camp a shot in the arm. Not only that, with the help of the Void God and the ancient gods, Chaos Rebirth Plan successfully gave birth to 3 new Chaos Overlords. This boosted Chaos' already limited high-end combat power to over 5. Including the Void God and the Ancient Gods, the number of multiverses reached over 20. Faced with such a powerful threat, the entire survival line of defense did not retreat, but instead actively prepared for battle. Last night, we repelled 3 consecutive exploratory attacks by the Coalition forces, firmly securing the occupied Sword 2 monument. The Void Coalition forces, having failed to gain an advantage, could only withdraw from their defensive perimeter and prepare for negotiations. Chapter 1193. Meanwhile, in the 7th War Zone Operations Conference Room, Representatives from various tribes on the survival line were arguing in a noisy meeting room. Some advocated war, others advocated peace, each side arguing endlessly. Just then, the door swung open with a bang. Everyone's attention was drawn to the newcomer. So noisy? Mu Xing pushed the door open and surveyed the conference hall. The aura he exuded was terrifying. Although not multidimensional, it instilled fear in the newly promoted multidimensional warriors in the main seats. Kid, have you broken through to the multidimensional realm? Lon asked in surprise. Mu Xing shook his head. No, I just reached the 7th level observer. With these words, the council erupted in discussion again. They knew well that the 7th level observer was a rank within the observer rank, but its strength was equivalent to that of a multidimensional combatant. The addition of another multidimensional combatant to the survival line brought a surge of confidence to the group. Mu Xing walked straight to his seat, and was about to sit down when Zhou Yuan pointed to the empty main seat next to him, representing the speaker's seat. Come sit here. Isn't this inappropriate? It's not inappropriate. With your strength and contributions, no one would disagree. The voices of the representatives immediately rang out from below. Yes, we support Counselor Blood Moon as speaker. Support. Agree. Mu Xing hadn't expected his prestige to rise so high without him realizing it. Before, his contributions were sufficient, but his strength wasn't. Now that he'd been promoted, in the eyes of many, he was already a candidate for that position. Mu Xing no longer refused and plopped down next to Zhou Yuan, in the position representing the 5th speaker. Zhou Liang, standing nearby, quickly sent a message of congratulations. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. Mu Xing nodded at him, then turned to look at the other chairman. Chairman, how's the discussion going? Zhou Yuan shook his head. In terms of high-end combat power, our survival defenses are still a little lacking. According to the latest news, the Chaos Rebirth plan has been successful, with 3 new Chaos Overlords born. The Void God Camp has over 10 multiverses. Add in the 5 Ancient Gods, and the Void Alliance has over 20 multiverses. If they gain momentum, and attract those neutral chaos monsters in the Void to join them, I'm afraid this number will increase. The nearby Logic Arbiter, Yax, expressed concern. Yes, even if the sealed Velan and Vigs are pulled out, the gap in high-end combat power between the two sides will still be enormous. Mu Xing asked, what is the Chaos Rebirth plan? Zhou Yuan explained. The so-called Chaos Rebirth plan is a cruel promotion program within the Chaos faction. They force their own kind to devour each other, creating large numbers of half-step multiverses like a breeding insect. They then sacrifice these half-step multiverses to forcibly give rise to new Chaos Overlords. This method purely consumes the future potential of the Chaos race. While it's exhausting the resources, it can replenish a large number of high-end combat power in a short period of time. According to our estimates, they can produce at most 5 more Chaos Overlords in a short period of time. Mu Xing remained calm after hearing this. No rush. Speaker Adrian will soon achieve another breakthrough and become a level 7 observer. Also, I can offer 10 more multiverse slots. It's just a matter of numbers. We don't need to fear the Void Alliance. 10? Even Zhou Yuan was startled by the number Mu Xing threw out. He assumed 5 extra spots would be the limit, but Mu Xing waved his hand and offered 10. Zhou Yuan made a quick decision. Let's do it. The defense line grits its teeth and squeezes out resources. Gathering 10 multidimensional spots shouldn't be a problem. Mu Xing raised his hand and said, after I successfully advanced, I improved the promotion ritual. Now, multidimensional promotion only requires half the resources. Really? The chairpersons became even more excited. Mu Xing nodded. Now was a critical moment for the defense line's survival, and strategy was paramount. Even if the price difference was half, he would only make a small profit. Mu Xing handed over 10 golden tokens. You will decide on the spots. Also, those with the potential to advance on their own shouldn't consider the ritual promotion. We can't be like Chaos, exhausting the resources. Otherwise, I will revoke these spots. Of course. Zhou Yuan nodded, understanding Mu Xing's concerns. To put it bluntly, the multiverses they richly promoted are disposable cannon fodder. The future of the survival line still needs the support of these geniuses. And some of them may be future unified realms. Great. With Speaker Blood Moon's 10 quotas, our multiverse combat strength will reach over 20. We no longer need to fear the Void Alliance. In the conference hall, the worry on everyone's face vanished. The former peace advocates were now like completely different people, each one more radical than the other. They couldn't wait to start a war with the Void Alliance. Let's decide on the quotas as soon as possible. I decided to hold the ceremony this afternoon to increase our leverage for the bilateral negotiations tonight, Muxing said. So fast? Fast? I say it's too slow. If I hadn't wasted a day getting promoted, this should have been done yesterday. Zhou Yuan nodded. Don't worry, leave it to us. The multi-talented people all stood up and disappeared from the conference room. Selecting the quota and gathering resources takes time. Time is limited these days, and every second counts. The representatives in the conference room also hurried away, preparing to bring this news back to their clans. The quota might fall to their own clan, so they naturally had to prepare first. After everyone left, only Muxing and Yuan remained in the large conference room. Aren't you going to prepare? Muxing asked. I have to watch you. No, what's there to see? You're so bold, giving out 10 spots at once. I'm afraid the void won't let the ceremony go smoothly. Muxing calmly sipped his tea. It doesn't matter. If they dare to come, they never return. Just then, Muxing suddenly reached out and grasped. The void around him split open, and a void carrier pigeon emerged, its long tail feathers trailing behind it. It held a letter in its mouth. Muxing immediately recognized the mark on the envelope. It came from Wu Wang. Opening the letter, Muxing's expression grew even more intense. Interesting. The void got the news so quickly. Chaos's spies should have been mostly eliminated. How could it have leaked so quickly? Muxing began to recall every face in the conference room. He was certain there were no traitors. So how did this news leak out less than 30 minutes after it was released? These void gods' methods are quite interesting. What happened? Yuan, standing beside him, looked at Muxing curiously. The news about the 10 spots is leaked. Muxing raised the envelope in his hand. What? How is that even possible? Yuan also looked incredulous. Is there a traitor within the council? Muxing shook his head. No, it's probably not a traitor, but some special detection method used by the Void faction, similar to Observer. Muxing activated his level 7 observer ability, searching rapidly. His eyes fixed in a certain direction. I found you. He took a step forward and gave chase. His observer eye already locked onto his target. Chapter 1194. Meanwhile, somewhere within the 7th line of defense, on a ruined battlefield, a mysterious ancient god with 1,000 eyes observed every movement within Yoguang Pass through his densely packed irises. A vast amount of observational data was continuously compressed and condensed into tangible information. Then, it was transmitted deep into the void. At this moment, one of the ancient god's eyes suddenly burst, spewing foul fluid. The ancient god screamed, and then, bang, 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 his eyeballs continued to explode. He quickly closed his other eyes. Oh no! We've been discovered. Retreat! As soon as he finished speaking, a massive rift suddenly tore through the void, and a terrifying heavenly eye emerged from the crack. Instantly, the 1,000-eyed ancient god felt completely seen through from the inside out. Although he was only a half-step multidimensional ancient god, his functionality was far more powerful than many multidimensional ancient gods. Under his observation, nothing that happened on the 7th line of defense escaped his gaze. Its concealment was even greater, undetectable even to a level 6 observer. Fortunately, Muxing had broken through the level 7 observer barrier and instantly locked onto the 1,000-eyed ancient god. He unceremoniously unleashed the observer's eye, intending to instantly destroy the 1,000-eyed ancient god in one blow, a perfect test of its power. The moment the massive sky eye locked onto the 1,000-eyed ancient god, the surrounding spacetime was sealed off. The 1,000-eyed ancient god attempted to tear through the void to escape, but was fiercely repelled by the invisible blockade. A ray of disintegration light shot out from the sky eye. If it struck, the 1,000-eyed ancient god would surely perish. However, at this moment, a vague black shadow suddenly blocked the 1,000-eyed ancient god's path, blocking the indestructible disintegration light. The decomposition light could not only decompose energy and matter, but even the laws of nature. However, the shadowy figure simply raised its hand, blocking the light. Guardians indeed. Muxing wasn't surprised that the 1,000-eyed ancient god was guarded by powerful individuals. Is it the void god or the ancient god? Muxing mobilized his celestial eye, attempting to penetrate his true nature. However, the being was enveloped in a black mist that acted as an observer's nemesis. Even with his level 7 observer's vision, he couldn't penetrate it and discern its true nature. How is this possible? Muxing hesitated for a moment, and the shadowy figure seized the opportunity, tearing through the sealed spacetime with its bare hands, and escaping into the void, clutching the 1,000-eyed ancient god. When he tried to chase him, he could only see a shadowy figure vanish without a trace. He quickly called out his cheap uncle. Uncle Master, did you see that just now? What the hell are you trying to do, you little brat? Can you please let me have a good meal? Yuan Jian was eating, bowl in hand and chopsticks in hand, when Mu Xing pulled him out of the tower. Mu Xing quickly apologized. Sorry, Uncle Master, I was just too anxious. Yuan Jian waved his hand. Don't blame you. This is the first time I encountered something I can't see through, and I'm even more shocked than you. Mu Xing was stunned. Does Uncle Master know what that thing is? Black barrier. It's a shield condensed from the most turbid dirt in the depths of the void, used to block prying eyes. If you force yourself to observe, you be contaminated by the black barrier. This thing is very common in Hingyu, and it's sold in larger space-time trading areas. Yuan Jian said nonchalantly. Mu Xing frowned. But this isn't Hingyu. Yuan Jian seemed to realize it. Right, this isn't Hingyu. Where did the black barrier come from? Let me see. Yuan Jian looked in the direction the shadow had fled, then turned back after a moment. It's not a black barrier produced in Hingyu. It must have been condensed by that creature in this lost land. But its true form is quite interesting. Mu Xing was somewhat shocked. As expected of an 8th level observer, this Master-in-Chief saw through the black barrier that he hadn't been able to penetrate despite his best efforts. True form? What's its true form? Ancient God? Or Void God? Yuan Jian shook his head. No, it's the Void Ancient God. Huh? Seeing Mu Xing's puzzled expression, Yuan Jian explained. You can think of it as the product of the intercourse between the Void God and the Ancient God. It possesses both the physical properties of the Ancient God and the spiritual properties of the Void God. This kind of mutation is rarely positive, most are substandard, defective products. That creature just now was very dangerous. Be careful next time you encounter one. Seeing his Master-in-Chief's seriousness, Mu Xing took careful note. He had thought that after advancing to level 7 observer, he'd be able to roam freely in this void, but he didn't expect there were always those who could surpass him. It seemed best to keep a low profile after entering the magic ring world. Alright, I'm going back to eat. Yuan Jian stamped his foot and vanished from his sight. Mu Xing stared at the direction the black shadow had left, lost in long contemplation. Afternoon. The ceremony proceeded normally. Perhaps his actions this morning had intimidated those in the void, but no void god showed up to disrupt the ceremony when it began. Zhou Yun nervously scanned the void surrounding the 7th defense line. Like the other two chairmen, Lan sat upright, eyes closed, resting. He looked unfazed. Lan knew full well that Mu Xing had laid a tight net around them. If the void god and the ancient god dared to intrude, they would be in for a bitter end. A cold glint flashed in Mu Xing's eyes, as he presided over the ceremony from the main seat. He had observed the thousand-eyed ancient god, who had escaped that morning, quietly approaching the 7th line of defense again, secretly observing the progress of the ceremony. Get out! Mu Xing shouted fiercely, and the mass of observers' eyes suddenly appeared to the right of the thousand-eyed ancient god. A beam of disintegrating light shot forward, but was blocked by his bodyguards. But then, another eye suddenly appeared to his left. That eye transformed into a bloody maw, biting off half of the thousand-eyed ancient god's body in one gulp. The thousand-eyed ancient god screamed and fled desperately. The shadowy figure acted just in time, blasting the fanged observer's eye apart and escaping with the remaining half of the thousand-eyed ancient god. The observer's eye is truly useful. Wherever it gazes, it can instantly create clones to attack. Mu Xing expressed great satisfaction. Although he hadn't been able to completely capture the thousand-eyed ancient god this time, he had successfully tested the observer's eye's offensive power, and even bit off half of the thousand-eyed ancient god's body. Gather, devour. Mu Xing possessed the blood of the ancient god, so devouring its flesh and blood was no difficulty. After successfully consuming the blood of the thousand-eyed ancient god, he immediately noticed his observation abilities heightened again. No wonder the ancient god sent this fellow to spy on us. This thousand-eyed ancient god's observation abilities are so formidable. This observational talent wasn't something that evolved. It was more like innate talent. Now that Mu Xing had devoured his body, he had naturally taken over his gift, more than doubling his own observational abilities. The next time he saw that black creature, he would surely be able to see through his true form. Get ready. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's voice brought him back from his thoughts. Mu Xing nodded. At the same time, golden rays of light, carrying tokens, descended upon the ground. In just half a day, 10 spots had been confirmed. The visitors were all veterans, who had been stuck at the half-step multiverse for years. Now that they had secured a spot, they were overjoyed. Mu Xing gazed at these veterans. multiverse spots won't be a problem in the future, but these half-step multiverses seem a bit insufficient. Chapter 1195. Evening. At the junction of the 7th defensive line. On the left, the survivors stood in full battle formation, their swords and spears like a forest. On the right, chaos surged, countless monsters roared and howled. One after another, vast figures descended from the sky, illuminating the entire defensive line like pearls. Though the sun had already set, the illuminating Dharma images behind these multiverse-level powerhouses illuminated the negotiation area like daylight. The right camp was clearly more powerful than the left. 6 Chaos Lords, 11 multiverse-level Void Gods, and 5 multiverse-level Ancient Gods, a total of 22 multiverses. On the left, with the 5 speakers, Zhou Liang, and the 5 newly promoted multiverses, even with the evil spirits present, there were only 12 multiverses. The difference between the two sides was a full 10 multiverses. The balance of the battlefield seemed to have long since tilted towards the right. However, the left camp did not retreat. Instead, it maintained its momentum and confronted the Void Alliance before them. Around the negotiation area, numerous creeping chaos and ancient gods loomed, poking their heads out of the darkness. These multiverses, long in a state of neutrality, were also numerous, with dozens lurking nearby. They would not easily side until one side achieved absolute dominance. They would only choose the victorious side, and they would support whoever won. But it was clear that the two sides were far from reaching a decisive victory. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and dense white roots of the survival system crossed over, providing a boost to the left side. The survival system had actually created a physical clone capable of combat. Over time, the survival system had grown increasingly powerful. Each clone alone was equivalent to a peak multiverse fighter, and a top-tier one at that. As a result, the gap between the two sides narrowed to 13-20 seconds, narrowing further. Before the pristine negotiating table, representatives from both sides emerged from their respective factions. This time, the negotiator chosen by the survival line was Zhou Yuan. As the representative of the Xin Yuan transition, he commanded unconditional trust from both new factions and veterans. In addition to the other 3 negotiating assistants, Mu Xing followed behind him. The representative representing the right faction was a young multidimensional void god, and beside him stood Abyss Lord Atalos. In addition to several ancient gods responsible for recording the negotiations, they formed the Void faction's negotiating team. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes grow redder. Atalos stared at Mu Xing, who sat next to Zhou Yuan, and wished he could rush over and bite him. Mu Xing raised his head with a cold expression, a terrifying glint in his eyes that collided with Atalos's fury. Sizzle. The void on the negotiating table was instantly crushed. Totally, neither could do anything to the other. Atalos's face darkened to the extreme. It's a shame I didn't kill you before you were fully fledged. Now you become so powerful. Atalos's rage smoldered. Although he had never fought Mu Xing head-on, his plans had been thwarted by Mu Xing, leaving him humiliated in front of the void gods. The seeds of hatred had already been sown, and now, when they met, he was naturally unceremonious. However, he hadn't expected Mu Xing to become so powerful, and his initial probing hadn't gained him any advantage. He was a veteran of the multiverse, but he hadn't expected a mere newly promoted level 7 observer to possess such astonishing combat power. No, this kid must be trying too hard. He must be killed today. But the next second, shouts rang out simultaneously from both sides. Stop! The void god, seated at the head, glared fiercely at Atalos. The warning in his eyes was undisguised. Though Atalos felt like flipping the table, he ultimately restrained his impulse. He closed his eyes slightly, his powerful aura suddenly weakening. At the same time, Mu Xing, standing across from him, also stopped and sat back in his chair. Are you okay? Zhou Yuan asked concernedly. Mu Xing shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He sneered inwardly. Atalos was indeed weak. The Chaos Rebirth plan not only required a large amount of high-level Chaos energy, but also the source power of the Chaos Overlord as a remedy. The loss of source power was permanent. Even if it were replenished later, it would be insufficient. After the insect demon Oro fled, only 2 elders remained in the Chaos camp, Abyss Lord Atalos and Chaos Time Demon Dialinx. In order to cultivate more Chaos Overlords, they naturally had to sacrifice their own essence. The 2 Chaos Overlords, once at the peak of the multiverse, had suffered a significant decline in their realm after losing a significant amount of essence. From his previous probing, Mu Xing had already grasped Atalos's strength. Looking at the 4 new Chaos Overlords in the Chaos faction, He estimated that their combat power was roughly comparable to that of the multiverse he had richly ascended to. Knowing the other party's trump card, he felt even more confident. The young void god across from him raised his head. All right, let the negotiations begin. Zhou Yuan nodded. So, regarding the distribution of the last 10 sword tombs in the contaminated core zone, what are your thoughts on the void faction? The young void god raised his head with a defiant expression. Instead of answering directly, he introduced himself. I'm Void Yuanmo, Wusheng, the third adopted son of the Wuxiang patriarch. You may not know me, but you should remember the void disaster that struck the third line of defense half a year ago, right? Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes. You were the one who orchestrated the catastrophe that engulfed 2 half-step multiverse members of my Qiu line? Wusheng smiled, pleased with himself. Not only that, I'm a close friend of your traitor, Norn. It's a shame he wasn't up to the task and couldn't severely damage you. My strategy wasn't particularly effective. It was you. Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed dangerously. Until Mu Xing placed a hand on his shoulder from behind him. A chill instantly flooded his consciousness, calming him down. This guy is strange. He broke into a cold sweat. Wusheng glanced at Mu Xing behind Zhou Yuan with interest. You are the newly appointed 5th speaker, Blood Moon, right? I'm very interested in the life evolution formula you have. Interested in a deal? I also like to study that mysterious life evolution formula. Do you think it's possible? Mu Xing said expressionlessly. Don't be so quick to refuse. I believe you'd be very interested in the bargaining chips I hold. Wusheng's face still wore a confident smile, as if he could easily control Mu Xing. Soon, Mu Xing received a message. He narrowed his eyes. My master source device is in your hands? Ha ha ha, don't get me wrong. This source device wasn't stolen by us. It was obtained in exchange from that seeker and my Void clan. Wusheng feigned surprise. Oh? Don't you know that the core of the life evolution formula comes from the origin core of my Void clan? Mu Xing had long known that Hongju wasn't a multidimensional realm, but had reached the unified realm. His sacred device was enshrined in the Elders' Council, but his source device had vanished. He had assumed it was destroyed in battle, but he hadn't expected it to fall into the hands of those void gods. While pondering, he sensed a hidden force attempting to intrude upon the layers of his mind barrier. He snorted coldly, and the divine seal began to actively defend, raising more barriers. At the same time, the observer's eye emerged within his consciousness, its bloody mouth opening wide to devour the invading force. Wusheng suddenly groaned, and blue void blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. I underestimated you. Chapter 1196. Mu Xing looked up expressionlessly. Let's negotiate first. We can discuss our personal matters later. Wusheng, momentarily frustrated and speechless, smiled. Of course, I look forward to trading with you. After these words, Mu Xing noticed a commotion and discussion among the survival line camp behind him. The evil spirit leaned on Mu Xing's shoulder. TSK, 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 this kid has a great plan. Whether you agree to this deal or not, you suffer. Mu Xing nodded. Yes, if I agree to the deal, what will the survival line people think? After all, the life evolution formula is related to the future of the survival line. That would put me on the opposite side of the survival line. If I don't agree, Master Source Artifact will be lost forever. This would be my dereliction of duty as a disciple. Although the Void God clan may not be able to unleash its full power, it is still a threat. What a great strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. The evil spirit licked its paw. How do you plan to break the impasse? Mu Xing had regained his composure. Any choice now would be wrong. Even saying a single wrong word is wrong. This Wusheng seems to possess the ability to manipulate people's minds. If he seizes the opportunity, we could be in great trouble. The evil spirit glared fiercely. Let me eat him. Mu Xing held the cat's head with one hand. Don't mess around, you bastard. These void gods are nothing to be feared. It's just that Wuxiang ancestor who needs your attention. Besides, haven't you noticed those dim gazes in the depths of the void? The evil spirit couldn't help but glance into the surrounding void, then bowed its head weakly. Why are all those old monsters sleeping in the void awake? Mu Xing rubbed the cat's head. So, don't be so quick to shout about fighting and killing. So what should we do now? The evil spirit asked. Adapt to all changes with constancy. Don't attack, don't respond, and you destroy half of his plans. So Mu Xing simply closed his eyes, pretending not to hear Wusheng's words. Wusheng, on the other side, hadn't expected Mu Xing to simply close his eyes and rest, feigning ignorance and refusing to respond. This left him unsure how to proceed, so he had to give up for the time being. Seeing no way to find a breakthrough with Mu Xing, Wu Xing raised two fingers at Zhou Yuan. Regarding the allocation of the 10 sword tombs in the contaminated core area, I allow you, the survival line, to take 2. With a bang, Zhou Yuan slammed the table. That's impossible. 50/50ths is our bottom line. 50/50ths? Wu Xing pointed at the 5 newly promoted members of the survival line behind Zhou Yuan. Just them? Giving you 2 spots is already a blessing. Why aren't you satisfied? Zhou Yuan had already erected a barrier in his sea of consciousness to prevent himself from being affected by Wu Xing's abilities. Even so, the other party's aggressive attitude still irritated him. But Zhou Yuan regained his composure when he realized that his trump card hadn't been revealed yet. He glared at Wu Xing coldly. A 20-80 split is impossible. If this is your sincerity, I think we should just abandon the negotiations and go to war. Ha, war? What do you think you can do to stand up against my Void Alliance? 13 versus 22, who do you think will win? Zhou Yuan remained silent, instead glancing at Mu Xing behind him. Mu Xing glanced at the time, seeing it was just right, and nodded at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan immediately turned around, his demeanor changing. Who said 13 versus 22? Is there a possibility it's 23 versus 22? As soon as he finished speaking, golden rays of light ripped through the sky, blossoming in the void. 10 auras of multidimensional ascension suddenly appeared, shaking the entire void. The beams of light pierced the heavens and earth, causing even the Void Alliance to stare in awe. Did you really succeed? Wu Xing's face turned slightly grim. At this moment, the void split open, and a number of strange, ethereal, mysterious insect corpses fell to the ground. These corpses landed limply beside Wu Xing. Zhou Yuan's face grew smug. How is it? Are you surprised? Surprised? Wu Xing's face had turned grim, as if ink was about to drip. Zhou Yuan continued his taunting. Aren't you just trying to use this low-level, special parasite to parasitize the ascending multiverses? Congratulations on your success, but you also failed. Wu Xing gritted his teeth. What do you mean? You don't really think those half-step multiverses who ascended in secret are real, do you? Is it possible that their true selves have been in the square the entire time, completing their ritual ascension in full view of everyone? What? Wu Xing's eyes widened. Are you deceiving me? Zhou Yuan's lips curled slightly. Criminals usually return to the scene to review their achievements. You offered yourself as the negotiating representative? Wasn't it just to see us fail? Wu Xing opened his mouth, feeling for the first time the feeling of being tricked. At this moment, powerful auras emanated from across space, landing at the forefront of the survival line. 10 newly ascended multiverses appeared gleamingly at the negotiation site. At the same time, Terra City, long unseen, suddenly flew out of nowhere, making a grand finale appearance. Suppressing the void, maintaining a constant spacetime, and using several multiverses as energy sources, the city of Terra instantly elevated its combat power to that of a peak multiverse. Instantly, the situation reversed from 12 to 22 to 24 to 22. The Void Alliance was not only overwhelmed in momentum, but also outnumbered. Wu Xing wished he could spit out blood right then and there. After planning for so long, he had failed. Those special void parasites cultivated at great expense had all been undone. Fight, fight, fight! War cries rang out, and the survival line surged, instantly suppressing the Void Alliance's momentum. This sudden change gave the Chaos Primordials and ancient gods watching nearby a new lease on life. They no longer single-mindedly bet on the Void Alliance. Zhou Yuan stood up with a smile, placing his hands on the table, leaning forward with an air of pressure. Wu Xing, I think a 70-30 split is more appropriate now. We're 70, you're 30. Wu Xing growled, don't push your luck. Push your luck? I wonder who was so aggressive just now. You still want an 80-20th split. Zhou Yuan retorted with unceremonious confidence. Wu Xing's expression shifted, and he was about to explode in anger when suddenly an aged right hand pressed down on his shoulder. He turned sharply. Holy Father? Yes, it was none other than the Void God ancestor, Wu Xiang. At the same time, Yunjian appeared behind Zhou Yuan, supporting him. Old man, I let you get away last time. Let's fight again this time. A terrifying ember of fire emerged from Yunjian's hand. This flame consumed spacetime, so intense that even the surrounding void couldn't contain it. Let's all back down. How about a 50-50th split? Wu Xiang's voice boomed. 55? What the hell do you want? We have the upper hand now. Yunjian snorted coldly. Wu Xiang's densely packed eyes gleamed dangerously. With a wave of his right hand, a mysterious figure shrouded in darkness emerged. The figure's appearance immediately alarmed Mu Xing. His sight pierced through the darkness, revealing its true form. The figure resembled a swirling ball of blue light, sprouting countless tentacles. A dense mass of tentacles formed a humanoid body. It possessed the characteristics of both an ancient god and a void god. Chapter 1197. The gap in the number of multiverses between the two sides narrowed again, reaching 2423. This mysterious individual, who suddenly appeared, was definitely quite capable. According to Mu Xing's estimation, even if not at the peak, he was at least at the advanced level. Wu Sheng, feeling reassured, confronted Zhou Yuan. If a real fight breaks out, even with you multiverses who rely on rituals to ascend, I'm afraid you won't be our match. But the next second, his smile faltered. Adrian, chairman of the Observer Council, arrived, carrying the Void Protocol. Although he was only a half-level 7th-level observer, with the power of Void Protocol 2.0, he possessed multiverse combat power. At the same time, observer towers descended upon the heads of the newly ascended multiverses, unexpectedly connecting their auras into one. Zhou Yuan spread his arms. We're certainly no match alone, but war isn't a chess match. Our survival line is a unified whole. Even if our individual strength is inferior, as long as we unite and hold back an equal number of your multidimensional forces, we still have the upper hand. At this moment, Wu Wang in the Void Camp sent a message to Mu Xing. Master, do you need me to take action? A surprise attack might severely damage or even kill one or two of the newly emerged Chaos Overlords. Mu Xing rejected his offer. Stay put. Playing the hero at the negotiation table will only win face, but lose substance. I still need your intelligence. Understood, Master. Wu Wang's voice gradually faded. And at that moment, in the distant void, chaos swirled, starlight converged, and gradually twisted into a dazzling vortex. Then, he transformed into a humanoid astral body, and appeared before the negotiation table. Then, without hesitation, he stood on the side of the survival line. Xinghua, you traitor! How dare you betray chaos? Atlas roared. The Xinghua on the other side sneered. Atlas, I think you're mistaken. I'm not Xinghua, I'm Bai Huan. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar broke out. The face made of starlight gradually became clear, revealing Bai Huan's appearance. Is it really Bai Huan? That downtrodden prince of chaos? How did he become Xinghua? How could he side with the survival line? Did he defect to the survival line? All sorts of discussions swirled. Zhou Yuan could no longer suppress the mad smile on his face, and he opened his arms. How is it? It's 25/23 now, 30 of 70. Do you agree? Wu Xing's face was so gloomy that it looked like water dripping from it. He glanced at Wu Xiang beside him, hoping he had another trump card to play. However, after waiting for a long time, Wu Xiang still didn't make a move. As if resigned to his fate, he said, 46, this is our bottom line. You have 6, we have 4. If you exceed this limit, then let's fight. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this, decided to withdraw while he was ahead. Although their survival line had the upper hand at the moment, they wouldn't gain much advantage in a real fight. In that case, let's do as you say. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yuan placed a sand table on the table. The 20 sword tombs in the sand table had already been occupied. Only 10 more remained in the core area, closer to the sealed gate. Each of these sword tombs was larger than those outside, and protected a wider area. Zhou Yuan immediately marked off 3 of them. Then he held out his hand for the other party to choose. Wu Xing, frustrated by the negotiation, could only suppress his anger and mark off 2. Then, Zhou Yuan selected 3 more, leaving Wu Xing to take the remaining 2. Wu Xing sneered, don't think taking more sword tomb steel is a good thing. This time, the number of sword tomb steel slots allowed to enter the sealed gate is limited, and there will be divisions. Each camp is allocated the same number. Now that you've taken an extra sword tomb steel, are you hoping to be assigned to the same camp as our Void Alliance? Zhou Yuan offered a professional smirk. Who says we have to send a full force? We can leave this extra sword tomb steel empty. We have 10% more men than you anyway. Wu Xing hadn't expected the opposing group to be so treacherous. His defenses immediately snapped. You son of a bitch, you. Just as he was about to attack, Wu Xiang beside him roared enough. He glared at Wu Xing. You disappoint me so much. At this moment, Wu Wang came out from behind and taunted, Third brother, don't be so impulsive. Isn't that what you always teach us? Wu Xing grabbed Wu Wang's neck, his eyes pulsing with red light, as if he was going to kill him. Wu Wang raised his hands. Third brother, I didn't mess with you. Wu Xiang attacked, slapping Wu Xing away with a single blow. You useless piece of shit, you're still too naive. Don't think you can accomplish anything great just by being clever. Go back and reflect on your actions. Wuxian covered his face, not daring to look up. Yes, Holy Father. Wuxian looked across at Yunjian. In 3 days, the sealed gate will be fully opened. Both sides will then gather here and work together to break the chains. Yunjian nodded. No problem, but you better behave yourself for the next few days. Don't get into any tricks, or I personally go to the void. Wuxian waved at the Void Alliance behind him. Retreat. The void twisted, and the vast Void Alliance instantly vanished without a trace. Zhou Yuan turned and looked at the crowd. According to our estimates, each Sword 2 monument can provide 100 spots, for a total of 1,016 spots. The minimum requirement is a 5th-tier god, and you must go to the Sword 2 monument and pass the test to qualify. However, I suggest that gods below 7th tier should not participate in the test. It's a waste of time. Those who wish to participate in this operation should go to the registration points on the various defense lines to sign up for the test. Time is limited, only 3 days. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire survival camp erupted in an uproar. It wasn't that there were too many spots, but that there were too few. The next 3 days were bound to be a fierce battle. Although Zhou Yuan had lowered the test level to 5th-tier gods, everyone knew that these few spots wouldn't even be enough for the 9th-tier gods, so how could they get a chance? But Mu Xing's next words gave them renewed hope. Don't worry, everyone. After the exploration phase ends, we might start a campaign. When the army needs to assemble, we reserve a spot for everyone. Mu Xing's words immediately gave the survivors hope, promising them a chance to finally get a bite. The survivors had long yearned for the world of the Ring of Law. If they could enter such a high-level world, even the slightest advantage they could snag would be enough to last them a lifetime. As the crowd began to disperse, only this group of diverse and powerful individuals remained. Zhou Yuan looked at Mu Xing. How do you plan to allocate the spots? Mu Xing said, we can't allocate them based on the number of spots in the survival zones. I think we should allocate them based on the factions represented by the different sword tombs. Selecting the survivors best suited to each faction will surely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Zhou Yuan nodded. I agree with you. He looked at the others. What do you think? The others nodded in agreement with Mu Xing's suggestion. In that case, we be divided into 16 groups this time, each led by a multi-talented person. Mu Xing suddenly said, wait, I won't be entering the border area through the Sword 2 monument this time. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhou Yuan asked, puzzled. Mu Xing smiled mysteriously. I have another way to get in. Chapter 1198. The next 2 days were relatively peaceful, both in the defense zone and the contaminated zone. Bound by the contract signed by both parties, even enemies could maintain restraint. After temporarily escaping the threat of the void, the survival defense line constructed a safe passage from Yaguangxiangwen Pass directly to the core of the contaminated zone. This safe passage blocked the pollution, allowing large numbers of survivors to reach the trial zone safely. At the same time, they constructed numerous outposts and secret bases in the contaminated zone to prevent the Void Alliance from conducting surprise attacks without proper military discipline. The Void Alliance shared the same vision, also extensively excavating and building defenses in the contaminated zone. Clearly, neither side relied on the other's honesty and trustworthiness for their own safety. At the same time, the factions represented by the 30 sword tombs had been identified by experts. These included at least 5 major factions and several smaller factions. However, the sword tombs did not clearly specify the names of these factions or the factions they represented. Those who passed the trial would receive a badge. Upon entering the border area, they could use the badge to join the faction it represented. This result caught the survival line off guard. They had expected to choose a faction directly, but it turned out to be a blind box. These badges and tokens looked identical, revealing their true form only upon entering the Ring of Magic. At this moment, in the meeting hall of Yaguang Pass. This isn't good. If we randomly choose a faction, the chances of joining the same faction as the Void Alliance increase significantly. Lan said worriedly after testing a token. Mu Xing took the badge, its golden carving of a golden tree gleaming in the sunlight. Even he couldn't fathom the hidden properties within. The trial phantoms at each sword tombstone were unique. Famous demigods in the borderlands each manifested as phantoms, offering trials to those taking them. Those who passed the trials received a badge as a token of their loyalty. Some attempted to analyze the phantoms to determine their faction affiliation, but all efforts failed. I don't think we need to worry about random factions. We just need to know who the major forces representing the border area are. By then gathering all survivors to join certain factions, we can increase our chances of victory. Secondly, we need to clarify the purpose of the ring world recruiting outsiders like us into the border area. Is it to help achieve peace in the border area, or to ignite a larger war? Zhou Liang leaned over and said, based on my understanding of the survival system, this guy, Old Six, is not interested in anything without profit. He must have been planning this all along. Perhaps he has some kind of illicit deal with the rulers of the border area. Mu Xing was speechless. What about the Chaos and Void factions? The rulers of the border area welcome everyone. Aren't they afraid of being turned against them? Zhou Liang scratched his head. Is that just a simple statement? Don't take it seriously. Mu Xing drew a rough map of the border area on paper. He marked the major cities, and the factions they represented. He also marked the hidden areas of the borderland. Did you see anything? Zhou Yuan looked at him expectantly. Mu Xing pointed at the map. The borderland is in chaos. Now that the ring is broken and the goddess is imprisoned, all factions are eager to seize the ring's fragments and become the new king of Eldon. Among them, the forces and representatives we're most familiar with are the following. Grek, who rules Stonewall City. General Rutten, the Starbreaker stationed in Red Lion City. The Valkyrie Marnia, who led the Knights of the Noble Corruption in their campaign against Galiad. Mungat, the ominous Mondat, who defended the royal city of Rodel and attempted to perpetuate the Golden Order. Mungat, the founder of the Blood Dynasty, who lived in seclusion and secretly plotted a mysterious plan. Lani, the daughter of the Dark Moon, who orchestrated the Night of the Black Blade and completely changed the situation in the borderland. Mu Xing looked at the crowd before him. I'm talking about the most prominent forces and representatives of the demigods in this shattering war that's now affecting the entire borderland. Presumably, the major factions we're about to choose will inevitably emerge from among them. Lon tapped his finger repeatedly on the map. According to my understanding of the border region, in addition to these forces, there are also forces like the Kalia royal family and the Volcano residents, correct? Mu Xing nodded. Yes, these are the forces that are visible, and there are also some hidden ones. For example, the Black Blade Assassins, the Deadborn, the City of Soul, and so on. He raised his head. Of course, what I'm talking about is superficial. To truly understand the power structure of the border region, we need to analyze the true masters behind it. Masters? Everyone's eyes turned to Mu Xing. Mu Xing said solemnly, the outbreak of a war, and even the transformation of an era, is not determined by the superficial competition for the ring fragments. Rather, we must focus on the powerful forces that can truly change history and the world. As we all know, there are 5 known powers of authority. The Golden Law, representing the supreme will. The mad fire that seeks to incinerate everything into primordial chaos. The crimson corruption that has spread through the sealed gate to the contaminated zone. The destined death, the mastermind behind the end of the Golden Age, and the success of the Black Blade Knight. And the true mastermind behind manipulating the creator of the Blood Dynasty, the power of blood. Mu Xing knocked on the table. I believe these powerful forces are the culprits behind the unrest that has plagued the entire borderland. They are also the greatest danger we face upon entering the borderland. As these words were spoken, the surrounding multiverses began to discuss. Someone asked, Speaker Blood Moon, are you saying that the forces represented by these higher-ups are the real protagonists of this war? Indeed, they figure prominently in all the plots, both overt and covert. Only these high-ranking forces are qualified to achieve ultimate victory. Then the man continued, Speaker, are you saying that our goal is to choose a particular side to cooperate with? Mu Xing nodded. At least until we understand the current situation at the border and gain a firm foothold, choosing a particular faction to side with is imperative. Someone else expressed their concerns. But Speaker, these forces are mysterious and dangerous. Relying on them is like courting disaster. What if? Mu Xing waved his hand. I understand what you're worried about. This is just a temporary solution. Everyone saw that Mu Xing seemed to have a plan and deliberation in mind. Recalling the new speaker's performance, they felt confident in trusting him. At that moment, the survival terminal, transformed into a watch, suddenly vibrated. Mu Xing glanced at the subtitles displayed on the screen, his expression becoming solemn. Everyone, please discuss this first. I have some things to attend to. With that, he hurriedly prepared to leave. The group stared at each other in bewilderment. Did something happen? At this moment, Zhou Yuan stepped forward, replacing Mu Xing. Everyone, let's prepare for the sandbox simulation. Chapter 1199. After leaving the conference room, Mu Xing headed straight for the 4th line of defense. He hurried into the lab. How's it going? Any results? As soon as he entered, he was stopped by Yuan, dressed in a white lab coat. You're so old, yet so impatient? Mu Xing gazed into the lab with anticipation. You sent me a message. I left those chairmen behind and rushed here as soon as possible. This concerns my plan. How could I not be anxious? Yuan beckoned him. Come in. The isolation doors ahead opened one after another, revealing the vast laboratory, perfectly organized and operating smoothly. Until Yuan opened the door to Lab 001. Mu Xing's gaze locked on the mysterious stone tablet currently floating in the center of the giant instrument being used in the experiment. A researcher hurried over and handed Yuan a report. Yuan flipped through the experimental data and asked, What are the results? Dean, the experiment went smoothly except... But what? We simulated the replication conditions to perfection, but every time we get to the crucial moment, something fails, causing the experiment to fail. What's the reason? He looked up, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. It seems like something's missing. Yuan was silent for a moment. Okay, you can go down first. Yes. Yuan put down the data. Mu Xing glanced at it. The dense numbers were overwhelming. Now, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news, Mu Xing said. The good news is that according to our tests and experiments, the runestone in your hand is indeed effective, and the coordinates are in the Dharma ring world behind the sealed gate, not some other parallel dimension. Mu Xing's face lit up. So you're saying I can use this runestone to teleport directly into the borderland? Yuan nodded, then gestured for him to calm down. Okay, now let me hear the bad news. Yuan pointed to the data on the table. The plan to replicate the runestone on a large scale has failed. Why? Your lab's resources and technology are top-notch. Even replicating a sacred artifact shouldn't be impossible, right? Mu Xing expressed confusion. You should have heard what I said just now. It's not that we don't want to, but that we can't. We seem to be lacking a special element or power. Without that thing, there's no way you can replicate runestones in large quantities. Otherwise, even if you could create them, you wouldn't be able to teleport people to the borderland. What's missing? Mu Xing asked hurriedly. Yuan grabbed the runestone and held it in his hand. He tapped his fingers, activating the lines on the stone. A faint golden light emerged from the lines, a soft and warm glow, like spring sunshine. See? This power. Mu Xing hurried to memorize the feeling. He reached out and touched the golden light. He felt the pores on his fingers automatically open, as if transforming into miniature black holes, rapidly absorbing the golden light. The power of authority? Mu Xing quickly withdrew his right hand, fearing he might accidentally destroy the rune slate. Yuan also put the slate away. Do you understand now? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and sank into a nearby chair. This is troublesome. I didn't expect the rune slate to contain the power of authority. I suppose this power of authority must be the golden law, representing the supreme will. Yuan spread his hands. I'm at my wit's end now. I tried to use other powers as substitutes, but you should know that's impossible. Unless you can find another golden law power. Mu Xing began to fret. His original plan was to replicate a large number of runestones to summon a large army of survivors. With a constant supply of troops, they would have the confidence to confront the major factions in the border areas. Otherwise, with only 1,000 men, they would be tied up in a war with the Void Alliance, leaving them with no strength to participate in the shattering war. Suddenly, he looked up. Wait, I think I have a treasure. He spread his right hand, and the pledge of allegiance that the former insect demon Oro had presented to him appeared in his hand. The exquisite box emanated a hazy aura. What is this? Yuan looked over curiously. Mu Xing gently opened the box, and Yuan's pupils gradually widened. What is this? A fragment of the Elden Ring? Yuan's voice echoed throughout the vast laboratory. Test it first to see if it's real. Okay, I test it right away. Yuan, delighted, ran into the massive test machine, box in hand, ready to begin the complex process. As the machine began to operate, Mu Xing saw the phantom of a phantom golden tree emerge. An unknown law instantly enveloped the entire laboratory. The lab instruments were shrouded in golden light, imbued with special properties. It truly is the golden law. What an intriguing power. Yuan was practically absorbed in his exploration of this power. His eyes became hazy, immersed in the golden light. A golden tree mark slowly formed between his brows. Suddenly, Mu Xing slapped him on the back of the head. With a snap, the still-formed golden tree mark shattered instantly. Yuan suddenly woke up. What's wrong with me? Mu Xing sealed the tiny fragment of the magic circle. The power of the golden law is affecting you. Yuan was immediately bewildered upon hearing this. I just felt warm and wanted to get closer. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Don't worry, it's resolved. But even without my help, with your status, I don't think the power of this mere magic circle fragment would affect you. Then leave the thing with me, and I study it to see if I can extract the golden law from it to replicate the rune slab, Yuan said. I wait for your good news. With that, Mu Xing hurried away. Wait, why are you running so fast? Yuan looked at him in confusion. I want to verify the information about the ring fragments and the border area with Oro. Yuan warned, I have a feeling this guy is plotting something. You better be kind when dealing with him. Don't worry, I know what he's up to, but he's wiser than many chaos creatures. In that case, I won't try to persuade you any further. You should handle it with discretion. Mu Xing pulled out a chaos communicator and contacted Oro. Have you prepared the resources and materials I asked you to? A grumbling voice immediately came from the other end. You finally remembered me? I thought you were going to break your promise. Mu Xing said matter-of-factly. Who asked you to raise the price? The life evolution formula needs to cool down, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be more satisfying for me to just create thousands of multiverses and crush everything? Alright. Let's meet at our usual place. I'd be waiting. Chapter 1200. Oro, who should have left home 3 days ago, remains within the survival line sphere of influence. It was for no other reason than that, during Mu Xing's negotiations with the Void Alliance, Oro proposed new conditions. He requested 2 additional multidimensional advancement slots, and 10 half-step multidimensional slots. The reward was the intelligence on the border area, which Mu Xing needed most. Mu Xing agreed without a second thought, and gave Oro 3 days to prepare. Now, the deadline had arrived. At the edge of the survival line, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a terrifying giant eye emerged from it. All of Oro's descendants, as if facing a formidable enemy, assumed combat formations. But Oro shouted, retreat. Yes. Mother. As the crack opened, the terrifying giant eye's pupils gradually widened, staring intently at Oro. At that moment, a figure flew out from the pupil, and with their appearance, the giant eye behind them glowed with a blood-red light. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to advance to level 7 observer. Oro congratulated Mu Xing. Mu Xing took a step forward, and the crack behind him vanished, taking the giant eye with it, as if it had never appeared. I thought you'd forgotten your promise, Oro said, somewhat annoyed. Mu Xing spread his hands. This is a 5-dimensional promotion ceremony. You have to let me prepare more, right? Mu Xing's original plan was to give Oro another day to gain more leverage in the trade. However, the situation was changing rapidly, and he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Where's what I want? Mu Xing looked across at Oro. A void crystal appeared in the other person's hand. The void crystal had already taken on an orange-yellow hue, revealing the sheer volume of information contained within. Here is everything I know about the border zone. I hope it's helpful to you. Mu Xing took the void crystal and scanned it briefly, a flood of information gushing out. He grasped it with his right hand, sealed it, and passed it to the divine seal for information analysis and filtering. Have you prepared all the resources I asked you to? Of course. Oro casually slashed through space, revealing a special dimension. Inside, the 5 Zerg scions participating in the Ascension ceremony were already prepared. Next to them, a mountain of void energy crystals lay. You didn't rob the void god's treasury, did you? Mu Xing exclaimed in shock. You have to remember that the price he offered Oro for the Ascension was 4 times the original price. I hadn't expected him to even gather the resources needed for 5 multidimensional ascensions. Of course not. I made a deal with the void god. Mu Xing's face darkened, and he held up the void crystal in his hand. You didn't sell the same information to the Void Clan, did you? Oro quickly shook his head. Don't worry, the information I'm giving you is exclusive. As for the information I traded with the Void God, it was about chaos hybrids. Huh? Mu Xing looked at Oro in confusion. I suppose you've seen those special hybrid creatures, a fusion of ancient gods and chaos? Mu Xing nodded, recalling some unpleasant memories. What does the Void God want this information for? Oro didn't hide it. To create a new generation of hybrids. What do you mean? I also know something about the Creator Clan's experiments. You're probably more familiar with the term ultimate life form than I am, right? Oro smiled. I don't know what you're talking about. Mu Xing's face was expressionless. Oro shook his head. Don't be nervous. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just sharing what I know. Those guys in the Void Alliance are colluding with each other, attempting to break the taboo. I think they must be crazy. Luckily, I escaped in time, otherwise I would have been killed by those lunatics sooner or later. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Oro seemed to be wary of something, and also afraid of something. So he even gone so far as to rebel against the Chaos faction to escape. But what exactly was he afraid of? Oro said, you don't have to delve too deeply. I'm sure you soon find out what those guys are up to. Mu Xing pointed at the void crystal in his hand. Can you sell me one? Do you want one too? The price is 1 yuan. Forget it, I don't want it. Mu Xing decisively refused. Well, since I'm leaving this troubled place anyway, I give this to you. As he spoke, he tossed the void crystal over, which Mu Xing grasped. Are you really giving it to me? How could it be fake? If you don't want it, you can give it back. Mu Xing quickly clenched the crystal in his hand. Just kidding. Okay, begin the ritual. After it's over, I leave and never come back. Clearly, Oro had had enough of this place, and was determined to leave this void. Mu Xing paused before beginning the ritual. I have one more question. Oro was very clever, and seemed to know what Mu Xing wanted to ask. I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, I leave signs along the way. If I successfully find the way out, you can follow me. But if I fail, I have helped you explore the way. Mu Xing thought for a moment, and handed Oro a document about the back room. What is this? Another path, but it's very dangerous. Even a multiverse could easily get lost there. This path isn't yet through. If you encounter danger, escape here. If you encounter someone named Zemo, just tell me my name. Clearly, Oro's performance had earned Mu Xing's trust. He was a person worth winning over. Thank you. He took the information Mu Xing handed him, and suddenly shook Mu Xing's hand. Young man, are you interested in having a litter of insects with me? I believe your bloodline will allow my Zerg to metamorphose, and there will be unexpected rewards. This frightened Mu Xing so much that he quickly retracted his hand. Although Oro's human form was quite alluring and gorgeous, he simply wasn't interested in a single insect and decisively declined. Well, let's not force this. Oro looked regretful. What a shame. If I had a little more leverage, perhaps you agree. Mu Xing quickly rushed into the alternate dimension and began the ritual. This isn't about leverage, and I'm afraid no one can handle my genes right now. Oro didn't respond, but silently unloaded all the resources he had prepared, piling them up like a mountain. Mu Xing then released the life evolution formula and prepared for the ascension ceremony. After conducting several ceremonies, he had become thoroughly familiar with the ascension process. He was proficient not only in the half-step multidimensional ascension ceremony, but also in the multidimensional ascension ceremony itself. So, in less than half a day, when 5 Zerg spawn emerged from their cocoons, Oro had become the third largest force in the void. With him and his 5 spawn, there were 6 multiverses in total. With such a powerful faction, no matter how vast the void, they could conquer any territory. The ritual went smoothly. You provided a generous amount of resources, so I raised the cap on these spawns for you. Their strength should reach the limit of the primary multiverse. Thank you very much. I hope we meet again. With that, the surrounding void began to vibrate, and a massive Zerg hive tore through the void, revealing itself. With a humming sound, a dense swarm of Zerg followed his footsteps, and began advancing deeper into the void. Chapter 1201. Day 2. The 2 camps, the Survival Line and the Void Alliance, were already in position. They waited patiently for the tightly sealed gate to open. At exactly 8 o'clock, the rattling sound of chains trembling echoed throughout the void. With each tremor, the contamination in the contaminated area grew more intense. The black tide of pollution transformed into waves, spreading in all directions. Thankfully, both sides had already prepared for it. Before the black tide of pollution arrived, they had already taken refuge in the Sword 2 Monument Protection Area. The protective barrier cast by the towering stone sword rendered the black tide of pollution helpless. But the crimson corruption that then gushed out of the gate struck everyone as a formidable threat. They laid down layer upon layer of protective barriers. This horrific contamination could not be purified, only consumed and isolated. Using layer upon layer of protective barriers, they continuously consumed the corrosiveness of the crimson corruption, ultimately allowing it to achieve a stable equilibrium with the surrounding environment. Crimson corruption gushed from the cracks in the doorway for several hours before slowly stagnating. The door's appearance wasn't intended to spread contamination, but rather to detoxify. As the black tide of contamination and crimson corruption were expelled, the black gate finally revealed its true form. A gleaming golden gate, seemingly cast from gold, came into view. Engraved upon the gate was a massive golden tree. Its lush branches and leaves shaded the sky, golden veins extending from its crown to its roots. Atop the golden crown, engraved was the symbol of the ring representing the current goddess, Marika. It was a simple yet magnificent symbol composed of 4 golden rings. Together, they supported the crescent-shaped Elden Ring at its apex. The mere imprint upon the gate emanated a mighty power enough to make those below the rank of god dare not even look directly at it. Despite this, the onlookers strained to see what was going on. But in Mu Xing's view, the ring's mark presented a different image. It was decayed and broken, riddled with cracks. It struggled to maintain its former glory, but the decay had already penetrated its very bones. The dark pollution wasn't an external source. It was the rot and filth seeping from within the ring. The great tree above the gate was now a rotten shell. Deep within its golden bark, its veins no longer flowed with noble golden blood, but rather with viscous black water. All these signs foreshadowed an intriguing truth. The old gods had decayed, and the new gods had yet to emerge. If a new king of Elden could not be born at the border, the age of decay would drag the entire world headlong into the abyss of destruction. After a while, Mu Xing regained consciousness and rubbed his sore eyes. The observational abilities of a level 7 observer were incredibly powerful. The fog that had previously perplexed him now pierced the truth with a single glance. At the same time, he sensed a unique call emanating from the Golden Gate. It was like the faint cry for help from a dying patient. Who was it? Was it the mournful cry from the borderland? Or was it the cry of the previous goddess, Eternal Queen Marika? Mu Xing knew he wasn't the only one who heard this call. Everyone present who had secured a spot had likely heard it. At this moment, there were 1,600 spots for the survival line, and 1,400 for the Void Alliance. A total of 3,000 spots. The two sides were locked in a multi-dimensional confrontation, neither willing to yield. Multi-dimensional combat forces couldn't intervene in the borderland in the early stages, and had to maintain a deterrent effect on their opponents from the outside, to prevent the enemy from stealing their base. Stinky boy, I can't go in with you this time. The evil spirit rested on Mu Xing's head, a look of regret on its face. Mu Xing plucked it off his head and said, "Is it my fault? If you hadn't shown up earlier to show off, I might have been able to sneak you in. Now, to maintain the balance of power, I have to put up with you for now. Damn it! There are so many delicious foods in the border area, and I can only stare blankly. I regret this." The evil spirit was about to cry. Just then, Tondo suddenly leaped onto Mu Xing's shoulder. He looked at the evil spirit with a smug look on his face, wagging his thick, furry tail. "Brother Do, for your loyalty, you can go in and eat the meat, but please save some soup for me." Seeing the evil spirit's tactful attitude, Tondo meowed in satisfaction. "Thank you, Brother Do." The evil spirit couldn't hide his excitement. Only after the evil spirit's return to the multiverse did Tondo finally drop his aloof demeanor and leap into Mu Xing's arms, rolling and acting cute. At this moment, the rest of the group also came over. "Captain!" "Hello, Captain!" Everyone greeted them. "Are you all here?" Mu Xing looked around. Yifei swooped over and hugged Mu Xing's thigh. "Brother, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I didn't make the half-step multiverse." Mu Xing dragged the guy away. "Get lost. Work hard, and you'll be able to advance next time." "I definitely work hard." The boy snapped to attention. Mu Xing looked at the others. "Did you all get your spots?" Everyone in the group, half-step multiverse, flashed their badges. This entry into the border area is not just a test, but also an opportunity. Everything should proceed according to plan. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Mu Xing nodded in satisfaction. I stopped talking nonsense. Let's prepare for action. With that, he returned directly to the multiverse. Zhou Yuan looked at him. Everything arranged? Yes, but no amount of planning can prevent unexpected events. How far they can go depends on their own efforts. Mu Xing glanced around at the multiverse behind him. How are their arrangements going? Zhou Yuan whispered. The rune slabs you gave us are indeed effective, but now is not the time for us to enter the border area. The other side must have made preparations as well, but we can't act first. Mu Xing, of course, understood his concern. He was worried about the Void Alliance launching a surprise attack and a comeback. If the defense line was breached, the promising situation would be ruined. Mu Xing said, since that's the case, I go ahead. I leave my clone behind. As long as there's no major engagement, the other side won't be able to tell who's real. Zhou Yuan nodded. Don't worry about this. If anything happens to you at the border, remember to contact us immediately. Mu Xing nodded, retreated, and detached his main body. Still, His clone continued to chat with Zhou Yuan. Soon, the chains on the door stopped vibrating, as if all the toxins had been expelled. Not only did the door radiate a brilliant golden light, but even the chains shone with a dazzling golden glow. The door suddenly shook, and everyone heard an ethereal voice, as if it came from another world. The Eternal Queen sincerely invites all travelers from the outer realms to participate in this battle for the throne of Elden. I declare that all participants are eligible to seize the fragments of the Elden Ring and compete for the throne. This voice immediately caused an uproar in both camps. At the same time, all survivors who have secured a spot in the trial have received a quest from the survival system. Main quest released, King of Elden. King of Elden, enter the junction to participate in the battle for the ring. Seize ring fragments to qualify for the King of Elden competition. This quest is mandatory and cannot be quit. The rewards are generous, so all participants should be prepared. Chapter 1202. Here it comes. As the survival system released its mission, Mu Xing's emotions were stirred. He stared at the golden gate, muttering to himself, "Is that voice coming from Marika?" No. He shook his head. It might not be Marika herself, but perhaps her messenger. Mu Xing muttered to himself, waiting for the gate to open. Finally, the golden gate finally moved. A dazzling golden light seeped through the crack, and a vast and majestic aura gushed out. This aura shocked everyone present. Even Yun Jian and Wu Xiang, who was confronting him, could not help but stand up. They stared intently at the golden gate. As the golden light spread, it spread like warm sunshine. However, both Yun Jian and Wu Xiang, as if facing a formidable enemy, released a source barrier to block the warm golden light. It wasn't until the golden light struck the essence barrier that everyone realized it wasn't a gift, but rather a deeply corrosive and bewitching force. The golden light seemed to materialize, transforming into a ravenous beast, seeking to break through the essence barrier. But this was the void after all. After leaving the boundary, the golden light rapidly weakened, even being suppressed by the void's rules. It lasted only 10 seconds before completely dissipating, transforming into a harmless, soft glow. The moment the gate opened, it delivered a powerful warning to everyone. Whether it was a deterrent or a warning, everyone speculated. The gate began to open, and golden powder rustled from the heavy door, causing the surrounding void to tremble and roar. The gate is about to open. All qualified candidates had already prepared to rush through the gate, each eager to be the first to take the plunge. Representatives from both factions glared, neither giving in. The Void Alliance participants roared at them. The survivors, in turn, gestured to slash their throats at them. As the gate swung open, everyone seemed to see a golden tree of indescribable size within it. The tree seemed close, yet in reality far away. The more they looked, the more mysterious it became, as if it wasn't just a tree, but contained an entire universe. At this moment, a countdown appeared above the gate. All participants prepared to charge. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the count reached 0, the gate opened completely, and a total of 3,000 elite soldiers rushed towards it. As they approached, the gate seemed to grow larger, and they themselves shrank smaller. This unique illusion made outsiders feel as if they were traveling through another dimension. As the first participant rushed through the gate, a runestone gleaming with golden patterns appeared in Mu Xing's hand. "Are you ready?" Mu Xing touched Tondo on his shoulder. "Meow." Tondo meowed sweetly, hugged Mu Xing's neck tightly, and allowed himself to be enveloped by the golden light from the rune slab. The next second, the golden ball of light expanded and contracted, disappearing in an instant. Countless epochs ago, the world was still in chaos. Unknown when, within this endless chaos, a mysterious world was born. It was the meeting place of humans, gods, and the dead, and the origin of all dimensions and worlds within this chaos. At the center of chaos, the first spark ignited the furnace of life. It was the source of primordial life, symbolizing the pure vitality of chaos and wildness. With the birth of the life furnace, this desolate world began to evolve into a variety of life forms. Dragons, giants, ancestral spirits, horned people, winged people. The appearance of these first creatures completely transformed the world known as the Junction. The life furnace also endowed these creatures with the purest wildness and primal power. The dragons were the most powerful, and the most powerful of the dragons was Platon Sanx. It possessed the power to manipulate chaos thunder and the laws of time and space. With its immense power, it became the first ruler of the Junction. It resided in the legendary Famyazra. It ruled over creatures such as the horned people, winged people, and various hybrid life forms. Its intimidating power encompassed most of the Junction, forcing all creatures to submit. Of course, Dragon King Platon Sanx's influence was not all-powerful. There were also forces such as the giants, the ancestral spirits, and the mysterious eternal city that clashed with it. The giants are the dragon's natural enemies, wielding the powerful power of chaos fire. Even the dragon king Platon Shanks finds it difficult to subdue them. The ancestral spirits believe in the mysterious ancestral spirits, and pursue the cycle of life and the balance of nature. They maintain a delicate balance with all major factions, and strive to exercise restraint against the powerful threats posed by various tribes. They remain reclusive, and pose no threat to other tribes. The Eternal City stands in stark contrast to the ancestral spirits. The Night Witches, their rulers, worship the stars and the moon. They are suspected to be the first tribe to encounter foreign knowledge and power, creating a brilliant civilization. They call the ancestral spirits a primitive race devoid of civilization. They themselves actively pursued ever greater power, such as secretly researching hybrids and the power of dragons. These factions thrived and grew stronger in the pristine lands of the borderland. Alliances and conflicts arose between the various factions. But all was relatively harmonious. Under the radiant light of the crucible of life, the borderland flourished. But soon, changes arrived. This world of power and savagery was coveted by powerful outsiders. Some outer gods from beyond the borderland began to secretly spy on this world of infinite possibilities. They carefully established their presence in this chaotic borderland, continuously expanding their influence. Thankfully, thanks to the protection of the Dragon King Platon Shanks and the laws of the borderland, the mysterious outer gods ultimately did not dare descend directly. But everything changed with the fall of the golden meteor. The being claiming to be the supreme will cast its gaze and power upon this chaotic borderland. The golden meteor struck the forge of life, igniting a fire powerful enough to consume the entire world. The ancient age of chaos ended in that conflagration. The dragons were overwhelmed, and the hybrids suffered heavy casualties. The power of the giants, the ancestors, and the eternal city rapidly dwindled. No one could avert the calamity's outcome. They could only do their utmost to protect their own kind from extinction. As the flames faded, only ash remained on the earth. The forge of life, once nurturing all life, was destroyed by the golden meteor. This era, also known as the Age of Ashes, came to an end. The advent of the Age of Ashes brought an end to the ancient era. The forge of life was destroyed, and much of the borderland was reduced to ash. And the Dragon King Platon Shanks lost his faith in the shattering of the forge. The collapse of the system and the changing times shattered the Dragon King's righteousness. He chose to exile himself, along with his capital, Famazra, into the rifts of time and space. The world seemed to have ended at that moment. However, no one could have anticipated that the golden meteor would bring not only destruction, but also rebirth. As the golden meteor sank into the earth, it began to take root and sprout in the ashes of the world incinerated by flames. It absorbed the power of the forge of life, fused with its core, and rapidly grew into a gigantic golden tree. Chapter 1203. The growth of the golden tree signifies the arrival of a new era. With the birth of the golden tree, the faith and legacy of the Supreme will gradually spread across this land. New forces rose against the tide, including those who abandoned the faith in chaos and embraced the golden law. Humans. The rise of humanity was more like the will and manipulation of the Supreme Will. Their emergence quickly replaced the rule of the Dragon Clan in the borderland, and in a remarkably short time, they became the most powerful force in the borderland. They established kingdoms, founded academies, and formed tribes. Their footprints spread across the world. Under the guidance of the Supreme Will, some built the Supreme Royal City around the Golden Tree, Rodel. The ruler of the Royal City was Marika, a rare race chosen by the Supreme Will. She harnessed the power of the Horned Men to defeat the Night Queen, who held the power of death. She harnessed the power of death to transcend the boundary between humanity and God. During the ritual of the Gate of God, she received the infusion of the Supreme Will's power. Her body, suspended by golden threads, absorbed the boundless power of runes. Finally, she completed her transformation from human to God, becoming the new deity of the Junction and ruler of the royal city of Rodel. Under her rule, Rodel grew rapidly, its power steadily increasing. At the same time, under the guidance of the Supreme Will, she began to forge the Elden Ring, representing the laws of the world. Using the Elden Ring and the Golden Tree, she guided the golden law of the Supreme Will into the Junction, using it to rule the entire Junction. From then on, the Junction became known as the Golden Eternal Land, and Marika was honored as the Eternal Queen. With the blessing of the Golden Law, more and more people are believing in the Golden Tree. The Golden Law not only grants them immense power, but also immortality. After death, all believers in the Golden Tree, summoned by the Golden Law, will have their souls reincarnated and return through the Golden Tree's reincarnation mechanism, freeing believers of the Golden Law from the burden of true death. The Golden Law also represents three major laws: eternity and immutability, determinism, and the rejection of the unclean. Eternity and immutability requires believers of the Golden Law to reject natural aging, disease, and unnatural death. Determinism requires all life to follow the guidance of the Golden Blessing and believe in the Golden Tree. Anyone who disobeys will be exiled. Rejection of the unclean specifically targets the ancient races born from the crucible of life. They will be ostracized by the borderlands, and everyone will regard them as blasphemers of the Golden Law. With the support of these three laws, the kingdom's power grows ever stronger. Marika summoned all humans who believed in the Golden Tree and began a campaign of conquest against the borderland. Based on Rodel, they quickly occupied half of the borderland. Then, they launched an attack on the ancient giants. As a god, Marika clearly sensed that the giants' ash-extinguishing flame possessed the power to incinerate the Golden Tree. To eliminate this hidden danger, she resolved to destroy the ancient giants. However, the initial battles were not smooth. Although the expeditionary force possessed the Golden Tree's blessing and immortality, the giants, with their formidable physiques and the power of the fire god, defeated the human coalition forces. The two sides remained deadlocked for years. With the entry of Galfrey, the first king of Eldon, chosen by Marika, into the fold, the tide of war began to shift. Humanity began to widely spread the benefits of the Golden Rule, uniting with other factions to form the Royal City Coalition. They also instigated the rebellion of the giants, the mountain trolls. In the final decisive battle, Galfrey, the first king of Eldon, confronted the giant king. The mountain trolls' rebellion proved incredibly powerful, and the coalition quickly routed the giant army. Ultimately, the giants were annihilated, leaving only the last remaining fire giant, who was cursed by Marika, destined to be the guardian of the volcanic cauldron that held the ashes of extinction. In this battle, Galfrey suffered a severe injury, losing the blessing of the Golden Tree and being forced to retreat. Marika exiled him outside the borderland. The coalition then continued its advance, easily sweeping away the surrounding factions and conquering much of the borderland. However, as the coalition forces advanced into the Linia region, they encountered their greatest difficulty and obstacle yet. The ruling Kalia royal family held them firmly at bay in Linia. The Kalia royal family was proficient in various pyroxene magics and possessed a formidable army of magic knights. Their knight guards rivaled even the greatest heroes of the coalition. The most powerful mage was the Full Moon Queen, Lanera, who ruled over the Kalia royal family. The Full Moon Queen, worshipping the stars and the moon, wielded powerful full moon magic. Her destructive magic was so devastating that even the tens of thousands of human coalition forces were powerless. Additionally, Linia's unique environment hindered the human coalition's efforts, but despite their best efforts, they were unable to conquer the region. As the war raged, far away in the royal city of Rodel, a red-haired hero named Radagon began to rise to prominence. He quickly became the vanguard general chosen by the goddess Marika. To capture the royal family of Kalia, the red-haired hero Radagon personally journeyed to Linia to confront Rhaenyra. After days of fierce fighting, resulting in heavy losses, the human coalition remained unable to capture the royal family of Kalia. A dramatic scene unfolded. Radagon and Rhaenyra fell in love on the battlefield. Despite the objections of the Kalia nobles, Rhaenyra sent a marriage proposal to the royal city of Rodel. Ultimately, Marika agreed to Rhaenyra's and Radagon's marriage proposal, and the two sides signed a peace agreement. Soon after, Radagon and Rhaenyra were married, and the royal family of Kalia formally submitted to Rodel's rule. However, this union and marriage did not last long. At the summons of the goddess Marika, Radagon, the red-haired hero whom Rhaenyra deeply loved, resolutely abandoned her and returned to the royal city. Just half a month later, news arrived from the royal city that Radagon had ascended to the throne of King Eldon, becoming Marika's second husband. This news left Queen Rhaenyra devastated. However, the situation was already set in stone, beyond redemption. With this, the power of the royal city of Rodel virtually dominated the entire borderland, and a new golden tree age descended. After the ancient age, the age of ashes, and the age of conquest, the golden tree age seemed to represent eternal peace and tranquility. Everything seemed so beautiful. However, the golden tree was not omnipotent, and the golden law was not perfect. Under the golden law's rule, the borderland gradually became a place of unchanging eternity. Without death or strife, a mysterious supreme will send its finger messengers to control people's beliefs and destinies. It seems as if they intend to completely transform this borderland into their own private backyard. Everyone's fate is governed by the golden rule, following a predetermined path. However, there are always restless souls who refuse to submit to this future without freedom. Chapter 1204. The divine being named Lani was the third child of the red-haired hero Radagon and the full moon queen, Rhaenyra. She was the product of a political marriage. She then experienced Radagon's betrayal and departure. Consequently, both she and her two brothers, the star-smashing generals Latin and Rakad, were not recognized by the royal city. Similarly, Lani never recognized the royal city of Rodel, which represented the Golden Rule. In her view, she and the Golden Rule were natural opponents. First and foremost, there was a conflict of faith. She and her mother, Rhaenyra, were both believers in the stars and the moon. The freedom they espoused was inherently at odds with the Golden Rule's eternal immutability. Add to that the irresponsible father's abandonment of their mother and siblings, leaving the Kalia royal family in an extremely awkward position. The full moon queen also became insane due to Radagon's departure. A variety of factors led Lani to decide to rebel against the Golden Rule and end the eternal Golden Age. She first stole the predestined death sealed within the Black Sword. Then she orchestrated an operation known as the Night of the Black Blade. That night, the Black Blade assassin, bearing the predestined death, infiltrated the royal city of Rodel and assassinated the eldest prince, Golden Godwyn, born to the first king of Eldon, Gofri, and Marika. The chaos unleashed by this assassination even directly affected the world's balance. The Golden Tree Age, known as Eternal, collapsed in a remarkably short time. Golden Godwyn's soul was slain by the predestined death, disrupting the Golden Rule's mechanism for soul reincarnation. However, his body remained intact. The disruption of the souls returned to the tree caused untold changes in his body. His corpse began to contaminate the roots of the Golden Tree, and monsters known as the Dead-Born began to spawn in the borderlands. The pollution from the corpses grew increasingly severe, further disrupting the Golden Tree's soul-returning mechanism, rendering more and more of the dead unable to resurrect through the soul cycle. Their souls died, but their bodies remained alive, transforming them into undead zombies. These Dead-Born possessed an innate hatred of the living, and would indiscriminately attack them. The emergence of the Dead-Born began to shake the long-standing peace of the borderlands. Dead-Born crises began to emerge across the region. The contamination from the corpses also caused some of the Golden Tree's roots to mutate, transforming into bizarre dead roots. As long as the dead roots existed, the Dead-Born could not be eliminated, and would only continue to appear. A crisis from the living dead began to spread across the borderlands. However, the goddess Marika, the guardian of the kingdom, did not seek to eliminate the threat of the Dead-Born. Instead, she was consumed by grief over the death of her son, Godwyn. Suddenly, one day Marika, like a madman, took up the hammer she had used to forge the Elden Ring and fiercely smashed the ring, bearing the Golden Law. The ring shattered, and in that instant, the Golden Law's rule was broken. Marika's action directly angered the Supreme Will. She and Radagon were stripped of their freedom by the Supreme Will and imprisoned within the roots of the Golden Tree. The Elden Ring had shattered, its rune fragments scattering across the world. These powerful rune fragments were obtained by the demigods of this borderland. Against these turbulent times, they rose against the tide, waging war and ushering in the longest period of chaos in the borderland. This war, which lasted for tens of millions of years, nearly destroyed the once-ordered Golden Tree. Thus, it became known as the Shattering War. The chaos and disorder of the Shattering War deeply disappointed the Supreme Will. Thus, he abandoned the goddess Marika and instead turned his sight upon the Fated Ones, who had lost the Golden Blessing and been exiled outside the borderland. The Supreme Will resurrected them, allowing them to regain the Golden Blessing. The Fated Ones set out to fight for the title of King of Eldon, ushering in a new era. An unknown amount of time passed. The fleeting teleportation took Mu Xing a long time to adjust to this confining darkness. He had not entered the ring world through the trial qualifications, but rather through the rune slabs, akin to sneaking across. The rules of the borderland, the Golden Law, the Supreme Will's gaze, these potential threats to his existence forced him to be cautious. In the narrow underground space, red tentacles of flesh and blood extended like spider silk, instantly devouring all living things around him. In particular, the two black rats brought Mu Xing information about the laws of life in this world. The flesh and blood of the ancestral god devoured everything, analyzing it all. After integrating the genetic information of life in this world, he quietly transformed his body to adapt to the unique laws of this place. Not enough. After devouring the two rats, Mu Xing discovered that their life forms were too low-level, insufficient for him to fully adapt to the laws and order of this new world. So, he manipulated the blood threads to extend deeper into this narrow, dark space. Soon, he slid through a tiny crack and entered a vast, empty room. Inside the small chamber, constructed of ancient stone slabs, the stifling atmosphere of decay had lingered for millennia. This place resembled a decaying mausoleum. And right there, a medium-sized sarcophagus caught his attention. He saw a golden energy gradually gather from the ground, forming a small golden tree. The tree rapidly grew on the sarcophagus, finally dissolving into light and vanishing. With a loud bang, the heavy sarcophagus lid was pushed open by a tremendous force. A corpse clad in rotten clothes rose from the sarcophagus. He opened his colorless eyes, and at the same moment, a golden mark shone within them. The breath of life surged through his body. Is this a fated one? The threads of flesh clinging to the stone wall coalesced into an eye, carefully observing the scene before him. This was the first time Mu Xing had seen a fated one resurrected. These blasphemers, once banished by the golden tree, had now been reclaimed by the supreme will in this way. The fated one gazed bewilderedly at the dark chamber, his mind devoid of any memory. He struggled to emerge from the sarcophagus, gradually familiarizing himself with his withered body. He noticed the armor and sword placed on the stone platform nearby. Like his own decaying body, they had been buried here for years. Instinct within his flesh seemed to stir memories, prompting him to reach for his former weapons. But at that moment, red veins of blood, wrapped in the will of a predator, instantly swooped down from the wall. The veins entwined, enveloped, seeped, devoured. The process flowed like flowing water. Mu Xing decisively flowed through the narrow gap and began to devour the fated one before him. How could the newly resurrected fated one resist? Almost instantly, he was devoured and assimilated by Mu Xing's genes. The next second, the fated one opened his eyes, but the golden mark was gone, leaving only blood-red eyes. Andre Chris, the fated one abandoned by his family, has been buried in the cemetery for 133 years. A rough voice emanated from his dry throat. His rotting clothes quickly crumbled to ash, his withered muscles rapidly filling up, and his heart began to beat. He slowly raised his head and grabbed the rusty iron sword from the nearby stone platform. Chapter 1205. Quickly adapting to this fused body, a golden halo appeared in Mu Xing's hand. Even as a level 7 observer, he couldn't discern the ring of rules representing the golden law. He could only carefully imprint it on his forehead. He devoured the fated one in order to adapt to the rules of the intersection zone, thus avoiding being suppressed and rejected by the rules of the world. And his greatest fear was the mysterious supreme will. While its power couldn't directly interfere with the intersection zone, it could use various infiltration methods to bring down its power. Mu Xing didn't want to be confronted by the supreme will at this moment. He tried to maintain the body of the fated one as intact as possible. The power of the golden law required further analysis and research. In the tower, the divine seal was already operating at full speed, but the opportunity to break it remained distant. Master, I might just need some time. How long? I don't know. But if you can gain more power from the golden law, you should be able to crack it faster. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. I see. You mean you need to kill monsters to level up, right? The divine seal warned, Master, please be careful. I can sense a powerful will watching over this world. If you're discovered, it could cause considerable trouble. What level? The divine seal pondered for a moment. This will is unfathomable. While it can't directly interfere with reality, it monitors every corner of this world. Furthermore, the Golden Tree's laws are incredibly powerful, their strength equating to a kind of authority. Presumably, the power carried by those fragments of the Elden Ring will be even greater. Mu Xing fell silent. He had originally thought that his strength as a level 7 observer would allow him to sweep across the borderland. After all, the nominally strongest being in the borderland was only a demigod. But now it seemed he had overestimated that. With the power of the ring fragments, who knows how powerful those demigods would be, perhaps reaching the multiverse. Or even the Unity realm. As expected of a high-level world, the power system was terrifyingly strong. At least even his level 7 observer strength couldn't suppress the golden rule. Guess I have to keep a low profile early on. He tapped his forehead and communicated with his aunt in his mind. Can you hear me, Aunt? Yes, I can. I'm not deaf. I successfully entered the magic ring world. Can you sense if your authority is in this world? A moment later, the aunt's voice rang out. Strange, I don't sense anything, but this world feels familiar to me. What do you mean? I don't know. It's just what it says. Then are you coming out? No, this place doesn't give me a good feeling. I can sense the presence of at least 4 outer gods. Are there really outer gods? The kind I understand? What else? I suggest you stay low and grow your strength. Get 2 magic ring fragments first, so you have the power to protect yourself. Mu Xing felt the absurdity of this. When did multidimensional combatants also need to find ways to protect themselves? At this moment, Haster's voice rang out. This is an interesting world. Perhaps there will be great gains here. Mu Xing turned to Haster. So what do you think? I will take action when the time comes, but I want you to use your chips in exchange. Mu Xing knew Haster wasn't so kind. What bargaining chips? A fragment of the magic ring, rune power, or a special golden item will do. Thank you, but I go find my aunt. Mu Xing flatly refused. Brother, this green-haired girl has lost her power. How much strength does she still have? It would be more efficient if we worked together. The aunt immediately retorted, Haster, if you don't want to contribute, then stop talking nonsense. Wait until I get my power back, and I beat the shit out of you. Mu Bao, let's ignore him. If she doesn't help, I help you. As soon as these words were spoken, Haster's laughter, like a triumphant success, echoed from the side. My dear sister, you said that yourself. Don't forget your promise. The aunt seemed to suddenly come to her senses. You're so good, Haster. You're trying to trick me? Mu Xing hurried to intervene, preventing the 2 ants from fighting. Okay, everyone, pause for a moment. Let's discuss our next plan. Plan? What plan? We haven't even figured out the border situation yet. It's too early to talk about a plan. Go explore the map and gather intelligence first. The old lady seemed still furious. With a clang, the temple gate, which had just opened, slammed shut again. Oh! No. Mu Xing awkwardly withdrew his raised hand. Asta's voice beckoned. Never mind the green-haired girl. Let's work together. Mu Xing glanced at Asta. What exactly do you want? Asta spread his right hand, and the shadow of a golden tree emerged. I want the golden law. You have a big appetite. Haster said, you should know that I am the spokesperson for the Sea of Stars, symbolizing freedom and disorder. The golden rule's attributes contradict the freedom I uphold. I intend to study it carefully. Perhaps I can break free from its shackles. Mu Xing said, then why don't you seek the power of the starry sky and the moon, the faith of the full moon queen? Perhaps they share your origins? Haster shook his head upon hearing this. As an old one, I most avoid seeking powers with similar attributes. Once they meet, it's a fight to the death, and one side will inevitably be devoured. The roots of the faith represented by the full moon queen are unknown. I need to observe them carefully. You are cautious. Mu Xing couldn't help but say. Of course. After all, this is the most important lesson those ancient gods taught me. Haster's voice faded away, and Mu Xing's fusion with the Fated One completed the final step. He donned his chain mail, and drew his sword. This Andre Chris was once a noble knight, a master swordsman. However, because he lost his golden blessing and became a Fated One, he was ruthlessly abandoned by his family. He was cast into the dark aristocratic tomb, left to fend for himself. After days of desperate groping, he finally chose to commit suicide, becoming a deadborn. Mu Xing dug through the few remaining memories in his head, but they were of limited use. He decided to leave the tomb and head to the Chris family to gather the latest intelligence on the border area. Rumble. With a rustling of dust, Mu Xing pushed open the heavy tomb door. He thought the door was the exit, but as soon as he opened it, a living corpse wandering the tomb rushed towards him. These are the deadborn, the product of the golden tree contaminated by the corpse of Golden Godwin. The hideous, warty black roots entwined around the tomb are the dead roots that have mutated from the roots of the golden tree. The dead roots spread, disrupting the cycle of reincarnation and resurrecting the deceased, but leaving their souls behind, turning them into dangerous, fearless zombies. These deadborn cannot be truly killed, even if their bodies are destroyed and burned to ash. After a short while, under the influence of the dead roots' rules, their bodies will resurrect again. The cycle of cause and effect never ceases. Chapter 1206. Mu Xing flattened the zombie against the tomb wall with a single slap. While it would eventually resurrect, it would take some time. But the moment the zombie was slapped to death, a faint golden energy emanated from its body, converging into Mu Xing's palm. What is this? The power of the runes? Mu Xing instantly recognized this faint golden energy. It was the very power carried by the magic ring, the runes. This power originated from Malika, the golden tree, and ultimately, from the supreme will. The feeling was familiar to Mu Xing, like his leveling journey in the dark dungeon. However, the power of the runes was even more powerful than that leveling power. When Mu Xing absorbed it into his body, He could clearly feel his body strengthened. Divine Seal, pause your research on the Golden Law and focus on analyzing the power of the runes. Yes, master. At that moment, Mu Xing's eyes blurred, and Tondo unexpectedly leaped out of his tower and landed lightly. It turned and meowed at Mu Xing. You want me to follow you? Meow. As if sensing something, Tondo led Mu Xing through the deep tomb. The tomb was even larger than he had imagined. With the end of the Golden Tree era and the increase in the number of fated ones and deadborns, the nobles, to deal with these troubles, dug the tomb ever larger. It was like a maze. Tondo's night vision allowed it to navigate the dark space with ease. Occasionally, it easily evaded the traps designed to prevent intrusion. Mu Xing had just caught a flying arrow when a blazing flame erupted from the wall to his left. The invisible barrier broke through the flames, forcing Mu Xing to use his telekinesis. Meow! Tondo called out, urging Mu Xing to follow. Finally, it stopped before a massive tomb. Mu Xing peered into the chamber, which was pitch black. In the center, a stone sculpture nearly 3 meters tall stood. Returning tree guard dog? Mu Xing recognized it instantly. It was a golem created by ancient magic. It loyally guarded the tomb, and upon detecting an intruder, it would instantly come to life and attack. Meow! Tondo pointed with his paw at the stone door behind the returning tree guard dog. That must be the main exit from the tomb. So, this special golem wasn't just there to prevent tomb robbers from entering, but also to prevent the deadborn within from leaving. Tondo swiftly and lightly ran forward, toward the stone sculpture. Suddenly, the eyes of the massive stone sculpture glowed red, a sign that the golem had been activated. It raised the heavy stone sword in its hand, its magic flowing, rapidly activating. However, before Mu Xing could make a move, Tondo had already pounced. The moment the golem activated, Tondo had already stepped on its head. With a single leap and kick, the sturdy golem was crushed to the ground. A vast amount of rune power converged on Mu Xing, and he grasped it in his hand. Those killed by Tondo will also belong to me? Mu Xing examined the wisp of rune power in his hand. No, that's not right. It seems that only those fated ones blessed by gold can absorb rune power. It seems that the Supreme Will has truly given up on Marika and intends to use these fated ones to recover rune power and reforge the Elden Ring. Mu Xing muttered to himself when Tondo reminded him again. Looking up, Tondo was drawn to the cluster of roots growing from the stone wall behind the golem. The dead roots here were even larger and more hideous. They resembled a mass of countless twisted corpses tangled together. Tondo scratched and dug out a pitch-black seed from the dead roots. Meow! Tondo shoved it in front of Mu Xing. What is this? Mu Xing picked up the seed, and its message surfaced before his eyes. Contaminated golden tree seeds. Mu Xing glanced at Tondo. This was what it cared about. Tondo, playfully lying on Mu Xing's trouser leg, looked at him expectantly. It was clear that Tondo wanted to eat it. No, you can't eat this. It's contaminated. Hearing this, Tondo immediately expressed disappointment. Mu Xing had no choice but to pull out his cans and cat food to feed it first. He carefully examined the contaminated golden tree seed. How could a golden tree seed appear here? And contaminated? Mu Xing looked around. This was indeed just an ordinary noble tomb. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's get out first. He lifted Tondo, who had recently gained a pound, and reached out to push open the heavy tomb door. This time, it was no longer a deceptive barrier, but the actual tomb gate. The glaring light filtered through the gate, forcing Mu Xing to squint. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the light, he saw a long staircase. Meow! Tondo was excited, eager to leave this dreary tomb as soon as possible. Rubbing his cat's head, Mu Xing strode out of the tomb and ascended the steps, step by step. Where is this? He stared bewilderedly at the narrow canyon before him. What kind soul would build a tomb so deep down? A hazy light seeped down from the canyon above. Looking ahead, he saw a light seeping in. A few hundred meters wasn't a formidable barrier, but at the end of the canyon, Mu Xing saw a terrifying obstacle. It was a horrifying, twisted monster, forcibly stitched together from countless broken limbs. Its body was tall and disproportionate. Its pale skin was covered in purple-black rotting blood vessels, and its joints were exposed by rough sutures. The head barely retained a human face, but it was distorted, its eyes bloodshot and bulging, and the corners of its mouth were torn all the way to its ears. Mu Xing could see struggle and despair in its slightly cloudy pupils. It seemed to still have a glimmer of consciousness. From the back of its neck grew an extra arm that didn't belong to it, its fingers twitching spasmodically. Meanwhile, The torso and limbs were densely studded with limbs from various bodies. Some arms clutched rusted weapons, while others dangled limply. Limb removed noble, a twisted name echoed in Mu Xing's mind. This was a forcibly spliced monster, created by Greg, the golden descendant of the ruler of Stonewall City. His mad pursuit of power led him down this dangerous and maddening path. By grafting limbs from other humans, or even other creatures, he enhanced his original form's combat effectiveness. This was a desecration of life, and a challenge to the Golden Rule. However, in this age of shattered magic and moral decay, no one could prevent such tragedies. Just as Mu Xing approached the canyon's exit, the crawling monster awoke. It seemed to be the guardian of the canyon, and numerous twisted corpses lay nearby. It had clearly slain a significant number of people. The moment it spotted Mu Xing, the monster roared and lunged at him. As it moved, its grafted limbs swung uncoordinatedly, creating a harsh sound of bones rubbing against each other. With several arms braced against the ground, it lunged forward in a bizarre manner. The ceremonial sword and the beast-patterned shield in its right hand were raised high. Just as Mu Xing used her telekinesis to block the sword's blow, the monster's chest suddenly split open, and a deformed arm covered in barbs emerged, brandishing a sharp bone blade and unleashing a torrent of slashing blows at Mu Xing. Chapter 1207. Mu Xing didn't rush to kill the monster known as the Limb-Gathering Noble. Instead, he carefully observed its movements and structure. It was hard to imagine how the limb grafter had managed to attach these limbs that didn't belong to him and keep them alive. If they were just human limbs, it would be understandable, since they were all from the same species. But the fact that he clearly had limbs from another creature was truly inconceivable. Even the creators, those ardent enthusiasts who create life, would only start from the origin of life and perform genetic fusion or mutation. They wouldn't just crudely splice limbs from different creatures together. What was astonishing was that after the splicing was complete, he actually managed to control the grafted limb and perfectly utilize its abilities. The arm protruding from the limb-grafting noble's chest was clearly not a human arm. It was more flexible, more powerful, and better protected by the limb-grafting noble. A torrent of slashing blows continuously pounded against the mental shield, creating ripples. Tondo breathed on the monster. If Mu Xing hadn't stopped him, he would have been slapped away. At this moment, the divine seal presented a diagram of the limb-reattaching noble, outlining its operating logic, internal cycles, and its strengths and weaknesses. Scanning the diagram, it was undeniable that the person who came up with this limb-reattaching method was truly a genius, capable of overcoming the inherent incompatibility between living things. What intrigued Mu Xing even more was the method the other party had used to eliminate this incompatibility. After analyzing the limb-reattaching noble before him, Mu Xing grasped it with his right hand, crushing it into a pulp with his powerful mental power. Ding, you obtain the item, Ritual Straight Sword. Ding, you obtain the item, Golden Beast Pattern Shield. The crisp chime of the survival system echoed in Mu Xing's ears. He froze for a moment. Such a clear system sound was a bit off-putting. In previous native worlds, the survival system was either blocked or interfered with. It was clear that the survival system had put a lot of effort into conquering this world. Picking up the two weapons that had fallen to the ground, Mu Xing noticed that the limb-attached noble, who had been crushed into a pulp, was not yet completely dead. Many of its limbs were still twitching and twisting involuntarily, looking rather creepy. Red flames flew from his hands, instantly incinerating the disgusting monster into ash. Only then did a wisp of golden rune energy fly out from the ashes and land in Mu Xing's hands. As the rune energy merged into his body, he instantly felt a significant increase in strength. Not only this faded body, but even his true form had improved. Interesting. This rune power can actually enhance the physical strength of a level 7 observer like me. Just as Mu Xing emerged from the canyon, sword and shield in hand, his vision suddenly opened up. Ahead lay a crumbling hillside, with shattered buildings scattered throughout the overgrown wasteland. Looking up, he saw a golden tree of indescribable size. As its name suggests, the golden tree towered into the clouds, its massive canopy shading the sky, its entire body aglow with a hazy golden light. The tree seemed ethereal yet possessed substance, near yet far. The legendary world trees of some worlds pale in comparison to it. This was the golden tree, its roots reaching every corner of the borderland, and the golden laws dangling from its branches blessed every devout believer. Yet now, this vast golden tree was showing signs of decay and decline. Beneath its radiant exterior, its inner decay had begun. Just as this world, once watched over by the gods, now teetered on the brink of destruction. Mu Xing withdrew his gaze. He could sense the rune energy within his body stirring. Divine seal, If I continue to absorb this rune power, will it eventually transform into a rebellious force, controlling or destroying me? The divine seal's voice rang out, Master, rest assured. I will precisely observe the changes and properties of this rune power. At least from what I observed so far, this rune power seems to have been filtered by the survival system, greatly reducing its harmfulness. System filtered? Mu Xing was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. Since the survival system dared to focus its attack on the border, it must have made some preparations. Continue analyzing the power of runes, quickly. Understood. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and Huaming flew out of the tower, rapidly growing larger and transforming into a white horse. Tondo rested on Huameng's head, and Mu Xing mounted Huameng's back. Go to the town ahead. Mu Xing pointed at the mysterious town at the top of the hillside at the end. Compared to the game, the border between the real world and the real world is much larger than one might imagine. Villages and towns abound. According to this body's memories, that's where the Chris family rose to prominence. Huameng carried Mu Xing all the way to the distant town. The once peaceful wilderness was no longer safe. Occasionally, one would encounter alienated beasts and deadborns. They roamed the desolate land, leaving the once fertile fields now overgrown with weeds. Huameng's steps were graceful and agile, like a gust of wind, crossing the wilderness. Finally, he stopped in front of the town. The once prosperous town was now enclosed, transformed into a military fortress. Sharp wooden fences formed a defensive perimeter, protecting the town from sudden attacks by wild beasts. The town's nobles and wealthy had fled to the fortified city of Stonewell. Those left behind were the peasants, the elderly, the weak, and the sick, unable to escape. Guarding this area were the soldiers of Stonewell's new lord, Greg. Most of them had followed Greg from the royal city to the Ninderfew region. Though Greg was a minor Goldenborn, these soldiers remained loyal to him. As the Shattered War intensified, even the remote region of Ninderfew began to feel a sense of trepidation, a sense of danger everywhere. To consolidate his rule, Greg deployed his soldiers to these settlements, transforming them into military fortresses to protect the city of Stonewell. Years of war and tight military budgets have left the patrolling soldiers emaciated. Even their equipment is tattered, making them look almost incapable of fighting. Only the knights, clad in armor and armed with spears and shields, are the backbone of this military town. With a wave of his right hand, Mu Xing transformed his attire into aristocratic garb. At the same time, he pinned the Chris family crest on his chest. Entering the town requires proper identification. Huameng neighed, approaching quickly. Shh. As he approached the town entrance on his white horse, a group of Greg's soldiers surrounded him. Who are you? Stop. The leading soldier raised his pale, gaunt face, sunken eye sockets, and skin as thin as those wandering dead born in the wilderness. Mu Xing pointed expressionlessly at the emblem on his chest and shouted, You dare to stop me, a noble of the Chris family? Get out of here. Chapter 1208. The soldier didn't seem to be impressed. Who cares about the Chris family? It's getting dark, and no one is allowed to enter this town. Just as Mu Xing was about to force his way in, a large, palm-leaf-shaped hand suddenly grabbed the frail soldier's head. A pair of eyes gleamed with a terrifying ferocity beneath the heavy knight's helmet. It seemed as if a single exertion of force could crush the soldier's head. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. This was Knight Greg, a member of Greg's elite division. A double-edged axe, representing the Golden Clan, was tattooed on his left chest. Compared to the frail soldiers, he stood 2 meters tall and was muscular. His heavy plate armor gave him the appearance of an ironclad gate god. These knights, blessed with the gift of gold, were far superior to these soldiers. They wielded the golden law, and some even employed pyrotechnics. The soldier, whose head was pinched, was terrified. Knight! Sir Knight! The knight flung him aside, and looked up at Mu Xing, who was riding a white horse. Are you from the Chris family? Yes. Mu Xing pointed to the emblem on his chest. Name? Andre Chris. As he spoke, a dazzling golden holy emblem shone in Mu Xing's hand. It was the outward manifestation of the golden blessing. The knight, upon seeing the golden holy emblem in Mu Xing's hand, immediately struck his chest with his right hand and saluted. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, ordered his soldiers to remove the barricades at the gate, clearly acknowledging Mu Xing's noble status. Or rather, acknowledging Mu Xing's status as a golden blessed one. After all, the fated ones were not qualified to become nobles. Mu Xing hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, and the knight didn't seem to have too many doubts. But that made sense. After so many years of fighting in the Shattered War, the people of the Borderlands had long since begun to waver in their faith in the Golden Tree. The number of those who could receive the golden blessing was dwindling. As a devotee of the golden tree, Greg's soldiers and knights would naturally steadfastly defend those who still believed in the golden tree's blessings. As the emaciated soldier, battered and dazed, struggled to rise from the mud, Mu Xing had already entered the town on horseback. The town wasn't large, and as the sky darkened, dim lights began to illuminate the buildings along the streets. Mu Xing's target was the town's largest building, Chris Manor. It was the birthplace of the Chris family. Although they had long since moved to Stonewell, they still retained a family estate there. It was also the brightest place at night, aside from the military barracks. Mu Xing slowly approached on his white horse, finally stopping outside the heavy iron gate. The faint sound of music drifted from the manor, clearly indicating that people still lived there. This scene made Mu Xing feel somewhat sentimental. Even in this era of devastation and displacement, the nobility could still enjoy a brief moment of peace and tranquility. Who is it? The guards had already spotted Mu Xing, who had stopped at the door. Mu Xing also noticed that their clothing was surprisingly better than that of the Greg soldiers. One of them was even more sturdy and robust, his energy brimming with vitality. He carried a mace and stood in front of Mu Xing. But he didn't act presumptuously. After all, in this day and age, many could wear silk and ride white horses. Even the lesser nobles of Stonewell City could hardly boast such a grandeur. Especially when he saw the emblem on Mu Xing's chest, he immediately fawned like a puppy. Which young master of the family is this? Mu Xing ignored the man's flattery and pointed to the gate. Open the door and tell them Andre from the Chris family has returned. As he spoke, a golden holy emblem appeared on his palm. The holy emblem startled the guard, who quickly opened the gate and ordered his men to pass on the message. Mu Xing looked around the manor, a hint of displeasure on his face. Who's looking after the manor now? How come they don't even bother repairing the collapsed outer wall? As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard. A young man in aristocratic attire approached, surrounded by a group of people. Who are you? How dare you interrupt your grandfather while he's drinking? Mu Xing jumped off his white horse, passed through the guards, and instantly appeared before the young man, grabbing his neck with one hand. The young man rolled his eyes, his hands lashing out. Then Mu Xing threw him to the ground. Remember my name, Andre Chris. The young man clutched his neck and coughed furiously, sniffing the air greedily. The others nearby stared at Mu Xing with horror. Especially the two scantily clad women nearby, who had clearly just engaged in illicit activities. Andre Chris? You're my great-grandfather? The young man was utterly terrified, his eyes gleaming with fear. Wait, weren't you banished as a fated one? A golden, blessed holy light appeared above Mu Xing's head, and his eyes shone with a golden glow in the darkness. This scene completely shocked everyone present. I awakened with the golden blessing, specifically to come back and clean up the mess of you Chris family members. The young man immediately prostrated himself at Mu Xing's feet. Great-grandfather, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Mu Xing's golden blessing was like a master key, incredibly useful. Get up. Get everyone in the family together at the ancestral hall, and get rid of all your cronies and your shady mistresses. Yes, great-grandfather, I'd do it right away. The terrified young man quickly dismissed the group, fearing he would further anger Mu Xing. Especially after seeing the white horse suddenly transform into a large, furry white dog, he became even more determined to expel these cronies. Meow meow meow. Tondo happily jumped onto the golden stone tablet in the ancestral hall, and began to steal the offerings from the altar. The tablet was engraved with names, stretching back to Chris's generation, with the names of every generation inscribed on it. This thing resembled a spirit tablet, a sacrificial tablet used to honor ancestors. Mu Xing quickly found his own name on the stone tablet. However, it was dim, standing out from the golden names. Just then, the young man from earlier walked in with a few others, bowing respectfully. Greetings, great-grandfather. What's your name? Theodore Chris. The young man named Theodore said tremblingly. Mu Xing quickly found his name at the very bottom of the stone tablet. Along with his were those of a dozen or so contemporary descendants of the Chris family. Only his name and a few others remained in gold. The other 7 or 8 had faded to gray. Gray was a sign of those who had faded, signifying the loss of the blessing of gold. While this was uncommon during the Golden Tree era, it was now the norm during the Shattered War. The number of those who could receive the blessing of gold was dwindling. According to seniority, I'm your great-uncle's grandfather, your great-grandfather. You can call me great-grandfather, or Viscount Andre. Yes, great-grandfather. Theodore called out with great respect. And then what did he see? The previously dim name on the stone suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light, becoming the brightest on the stone. Shock and surprise, even a hint of trepidation, filled his eyes. Chapter 1209. Do you have the family history? I want to see what happened to our family during my absence. Theodore hurriedly sent someone to look for it, and soon a servant respectfully presented it. Mu Xing flipped through the history book, and was surprised by the detailed records of the family's history. It would help him understand the current situation in the border area. With the end of the long and prosperous Golden Tree era, the Shattering War arrived, leaving this land ravaged by wars both large and small. Chris originally a small peddler. Through decades of hard work, he accumulated a vast fortune. Once a person achieves financial satisfaction, they begin to pursue fame, fortune, and power. Becoming a noble in Stonewall City became his lifelong wish. But in this era, it was extremely difficult for a commoner to become a noble. Even though he spent vast sums of money and made all the necessary connections, he still could not be accepted by the upper echelons of the nobility, let alone receive a noble title. However, things soon took a turn for the better. As the Shattering War gradually spread from the continent's center to the remote Nindofu region, the northwestern fortress of Stonewall City faced its greatest change. To defend against the Red Lion Legion's attack, the blessed King Munget infected the Grek, a clan with a weak golden bloodline, to this region. He also dispatched his avatar, the ominous demon Malkit, to assist him in suppressing the rebellion in Nindofu. The shift in power structure finally gave Will an opportunity. He not only donated a large amount of military funds to the new city lord, Greg, but also helped build military camps. Most importantly, he gifted Greg a mysterious manual he had unearthed from ancient ruins. Although the historical records don't record the exact nature of that ancestor's gift, after that, his status skyrocketed. In just 10 years, he rose from a commoner without noble status to a noble. By the time of Chris's third generation, they had become one of the most prestigious noble families in Stonewall City. Mu Xing closed the family history book in his hand and looked at Theodore, who still stood respectfully before him. As one of the heirs of the Chris family, why are you coming to the ancestral home instead of staying in Stoneville? The young descendants showed a hint of fear on their faces. I'm fleeing here because I don't want to be transformed into one of those horrific limb-attached monsters. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Theodore gritted his teeth and said, It's not that I don't want to sacrifice myself for the honor of my family, but I would rather defend my country on the battlefield than be sent to Greg's laboratory and turned into a monster. Aren't you nobles? Why are even nobles being transformed into monsters? Mu Xing was puzzled. A few years ago, after the Valkyrie Marnia led her army to crush Stonewall City with overwhelming force, our city lord went completely mad. To strengthen the city's defenses, he no longer cared about ordinary soldiers. He wanted a more powerful army. The family had already decided on the quota, and I wasn't supposed to be included, but what? My brother played a trick behind the scenes to get me in. To avoid becoming a monster, I was forced to relinquish my family inheritance and, with the wealth I accumulated over the years, return to the ancestral home to serve as its caretaker. He observed Mu Xing's expression with a certain awe. Although this place is remote and boring, it's at least safe for now. He had expected his great-grandfather to throw the cup at him, but instead, a strong hand lifted him up. Great-grandfather? Get up first. This isn't your fault. Mu Xing sighed. I just didn't expect the situation in Stoneville City to have deteriorated to this extent. What's happening with Greg? Theodore waved the others away, then closed the door. Great-grandfather, according to my latest intelligence, Stoneville City recently held a dragon hunt. Dragon hunt? Yes, Greg led his troops to kill a powerful fire dragon. It said he intends to attach its head to his own body. Mu Xing stared at Theodore before him. The young man didn't seem as dissolute and incompetent as he had first appeared. According to the latest news, Greg seems to have completed the limb attachment ritual. I'm sure his combat effectiveness has been significantly enhanced, Theodore said respectfully. Theodore, you're not quite the playboy you appear to be, are you? Theodore was stunned for a moment, then realized he had been acting too normal. Great-grandfather. I was also trying to protect myself. If my brother discovered that I was still capable of vying for the inheritance, I'm afraid he would send assassins to kill me without hesitation. To save my life, I can only pretend to be a reveling young man. All right. Mu Xing placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't be nervous. I returned to purge the filth and dirt from my family, and also to avenge my exile. He met Theodore's eyes. Will you follow me? If I succeed, you be the next head of the Chris family. At this, the playboy's eyes instantly blazed with ambition. Really? Mu Xing pointed at himself. Don't you see how similar we are? We're both exiles. So why aren't they the ones exiled? Theodore seemed to have made up his mind and knelt. Great-grandfather, I am willing to follow you. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good. You be glad you made this decision tonight. As a reward, I have a gift for you. Mu Xing extended his right hand, and a bottle of G-Virus serum appeared before Theodore. Inject it into your heart, and it will grant you strength. Theodore barely hesitated, taking the serum and injecting it into his own heart. Boom, boom, boom. A pounding heartbeat echoed as his body rapidly expanded, a powerful mental force radiating outward in all directions. Objects throughout the room floated in this force. At the same time, his body transformed into a powerful super tyrant. He ascended directly from an ordinary being to a superior life form. How do you feel? Mu Xing asked. Theodore clenched his fists. I never felt better. Try to control this power. Don't overindulge it. Understood. It must be said that Theodore's comprehension was truly extraordinary. He had mastered control of his body in just 3 minutes. His body twisted, then returned to its original form. Thank you, great-grandfather, for giving me strength. Mu Xing stood up. This is just the beginning. Come back to Stonewell with me tomorrow. We must take back what we lost with our own hands. Yes, Theodore roared excitedly. Chapter 12:10. When the morning light shone upon the chaotic land of the borderland, the miraculous golden tree was cloaked in a dazzling glow, illuminating the entire world. Ninjafu, located in the northwest corner of the continent, borders the ocean. Perennially ravaged by storms, it is also known as the Land of Storms. When a storm forms in the distant depths of the ocean, a fierce wind, mingled with the salty smell of the sea, blows across the land. Mu Xing awoke to a cacophony of noise. Theodore ran, shouting, banging on the door. Mu Xing awoke from his cross-legged meditation. After a night of meditation, he had fully adapted to the laws and rules of this world. Using Andre's faded body, he even forged a connection with the golden veins. Unfortunately, time was too short to delve deeper. There was a knock on the door, and Theodore seemed extremely anxious. With a flick of his right hand, the door swung open, and Theodore, in a hurry, groaned and fell into the room. How unruly! How disgraceful! Theodore scrambled to his feet and saluted. Great-grandfather, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? Greg's soldiers are arresting people again. Mu Xing turned his head to look outside the manor. The town was in turmoil. The armed soldiers were going door to door, arresting people with lists. They were arresting the young and strong men of the family. Anyone who resisted was either severely beaten or simply suppressed. At the head was a knight in golden armor, riding a maroon horse and holding a sharp blade. With a cold look in his eyes, he directed his soldiers to arrest people. These people had clearly come from outside the town, and some carried the flag of Stonewell City. Who are they? Mu Xing asked. My great-grandfather, I think they're the noble knights of Stonewell City. They're a powerful cavalry regiment formed by the city's nobles. However, this cavalry doesn't participate in warfare. Instead, they maintain city discipline and suppress rebellions. Perhaps they come here to recruit men for Stonewell City's manpower, or perhaps... What? Or perhaps they're searching for unfortunate individuals to provide raw materials for Greg's limb reattachment corps. Mu Xing's eyes shone coldly. Noble Cavalry Corps? Perhaps this is a good opportunity to infiltrate Stonewell City. Just last night, Mu Xing received a new task from the survival system, faction selection. Despite his imagined random faction assignment, those who qualified for the Sword 2 Monument Trial had the right to choose their own faction. There are currently 7 main factions, and several secondary factions to choose from. The main factions are the Red Lion Legion, led by General Latarn of the Broken Star, and the Royal City of Rodel, represented by the evil King Munget, Valkyrie Marnia and her Order of the Holy Knights, Blood King Munger and the Blood Dynasty he founded, the Volcano Palace, controlled by Profane King Lakad, the Royal House of Kalia, represented by Full Moon Queen Rhaenyra, Stonewell City, guarded by the Reaper Grek and his Grek Legion. In addition, there are several smaller factions to choose from. For example, the Realukri School of Magic, the Flame Cult, the Ancestral People, the Eternal City, and so on. These factions are weaker than the 7 major factions currently in the Shattered War, but they should not be underestimated. I believe many will choose these factions. Although Mu Xing had managed to enter the border area by smuggling, fighting alone was not a viable option. He decided to first seek refuge with a faction, and then slowly build his forces. Stonewell City was the closest to him, so he decided to first confront Greg, the man with a weak golden bloodline, who had been fortunate enough to obtain the Great Rune Fragment. If he could kill him, he could seize a powerful Great Rune Fragment. Just then, there was a knock on the manor's door. The knocker seemed impatient. "Open the door! Open the door!" Theodore instinctively glanced at Mu Xing, a flicker of fear in his eyes for the knocker. Clearly, he hadn't fully adapted to his newfound power, and completed his transformation. "Go open the door." Mu Xing nodded. Only then did Theodore hastily order the servants to open the door. But before the door could be safely opened, a powerful force struck. Someone kicked the door with a fierce kick, sending both the person and the door flying over 10 meters. The servants fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Mu Xing looked up, meeting the eyes of the Golden Knight behind the one who had kicked the door. "You're dilly-dallying, are you courting death?" The one who had kicked the door was a barbarian soldier, a veteran of battle, whose brute strength had earned him a loyal thug status. "Stop it! This is the Chris family's ancestral manor. Who dares to be so presumptuous?" Theodore was clearly furious. He had already opened the door, yet he still tried to break it down, clearly on purpose. "Knight Commander, let me chop this brat down." The barbarian soldier raised his axe, his expression stern. Theodore pointed at the mounted Golden Knight. "Nia, are you mad? How dare you bring men to break into Chris Manor? Don't forget, you're also a member of the Chris family." The Golden Knight named Niador looked up. "Theodore, my dear cousin, I didn't expect you to be hiding here. I had a hard time finding you." Theodore gritted his teeth. "That Catalan guy sent you here, didn't he? You truly are his most loyal lackey." Nia's voice was icy. "I advise you not to try to resist anymore. Come back with me today, or die." Theodore's expression darkened. "Is my brother so impatient? I already gave up the fight for the family inheritance. Why is he still trying to kill us all?" Nia waved her right hand, and over 20 soldiers rushed in, surrounding Theodore and Mu Xing. "You know too many family secrets, and only the dead know how to protect them." The nearby guards raised their weapons. "Master Theodore, let's fight them." The burly gatekeeper, who had blocked the road yesterday, still had some courage. He roared, axe raised, and charged at the Golden Knight. But before he could get close, a violent storm erupted from Niador. The storm, like a knife, sent the guard flying, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone. He flew sideways, landing heavily in front of Theodore. Nia slowly drew the knight's sword from her waist. The power of the storm not only surrounded her, but also tiny flashes of lightning danced on the blade. Interesting. As expected of a high-ranking world, a mere knight commander is considered a superior being. Mu Xing saw through it immediately. This Nia was a superior being. The combat power of those soldiers was terrifyingly high. Pure stats were absurd. "Great-grandfather, please allow me to kill them." Theodore was furious. Invisible telekinesis swirled around him, slowly levitating the rubble on the ground. Mu Xing placed a hand on his shoulder. "They can't die yet, but I will inflict more pain than death." As soon as he spoke, countless blood threads suddenly erupted from the ground. Instantly, they enveloped the knights and soldiers. They screamed in agony, including Nanya. He had a premonition that something was wrong, and actually used the power of the storm to soar into the air, trying to fly away. Chapter 12:11. However, he was Mu Xing's primary target, and just as he leaped into the air, he was violently yanked down. What greeted him was Theodore's powerful punch. His fist had become bone-hardened, and it was studded with sharp spikes. Bang, bang, bang. The punches continued to strike, pounding against the ornate armor of the noble knight, engraved with a sword and a rose. The magical runes on the armor continuously erupted with lightning and storms, blocking Theodore's blows. "Die!" Theodore roared, concentrating all his muscle power on his right fist. While simultaneously wielding his mental power, he struck Nia in the chest. Crack! The ornate armor was shattered, and Nia was sent flying, smashing against a statue and finally, fiercely cracking the wall. Theodore had expected this punch to kill Nia, but he didn't expect Nia to struggle a moment before crawling out of the rubble. The tattered armor tore through his body, revealing a muscular body. What was most striking was the skin on his chest and back. It was clearly not his own skin, but some rough, hairy kind, a fusion of flesh and rock. "I really underestimated you, Theodore. You've been hiding your abilities. Is this strength your hidden confidence?" The rough skin on his chest crackled with lightning. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, mingled with the force of a storm, blasted directly at Theodore. Theodore quickly crossed his arms, raising a telekinetic shield. However, he was still thrown backward, vomiting blood. "You even performed a limb reattachment ritual on the skin of a storm giant?" Theodore stood up trembling, looking utterly embarrassed. A massive hole had been burned in his chest by the lightning, its edges scarred by the storm. Nia spread his arms, lightning flickering in his hands. In these chaotic times, noble status can no longer protect us. Only strength holds true. He lowered his head, looking down at him. Are you ready to die? But he soon realized something was amiss. The blood threads emanating from the ground had completely enveloped the courtyard, trapping everyone within. Theodore trembled and let out a strange laugh. When he stood up, the terrifying hole in his chest had completely healed. You're right. In this world, only strength can protect us. Can we resist the fate we refuse to face? His body began to swell and mutate, rapidly taking on the form of a super tyrant. Giant eyeballs moved from his shoulders to his chest, a terrifying sight. His stature soared to 3 meters, forming a stark contrast to the 2-meter-tall Nia across from him. A powerful sense of oppression washed over Nia, making her feel the suffocation of death. You? What kind of monster are you? Nia took a half step back, her whole body tense. Monster? Compared to my ugly appearance, the ugliness of you lim-attached people's hearts is even more disgusting to me. Theodore roared, red lightning emanating from his body. That was the materialization of the power of the Super G virus. Mu Xing was very pleased with his masterpiece. His potion was now selling very well among the new survivors. He had eliminated the virus's infectiousness and corrosiveness, without any side effects, and could even cleanse the virus from the body with a special blood. A drop of apostle serum appeared in his hand. If this kid was a good person, he wouldn't mind training him well. Wrapped in red lightning, Theodore rushed out, colliding fiercely with the storm and thunder radiating from near. However, this time, the thunderstorm shield failed to stop his claws, and was pierced directly through. Wait. Before Nier could finish his words, the claws had already pierced his chest. Theodore lifted Nier high, and Nier struggled desperately against the claws like a skewer of meat. The rough skin on his chest, shattered by the claws, instantly lost its original efficacy, unable to summon the power of storm and thunder. Don't kill him! Mu Xing's voice rang out. Yes! Though furious, Theodore didn't completely give in to the killing spree, remaining reasonably lucid. He threw Nier to the ground. Nier's body trembled, blood oozing out, and he looked like he was about to collapse. The blood threads entwined, instantly enveloping him. After venting his anger, Theodore returned to human form, his face pale and somewhat frail. How do you feel? Mu Xing asked. I feel better than ever. Thank you, great-grandfather, for the strength you bestowed upon me. Mu Xing shook his head. This is just the beginning. Here, give it to you. Inject it. Mu Xing pulled out a second vial of special serum. What is this? Excellent stuff. It will take you even further. Theodore's excitement deepened, and his awe of Mu Xing deepened. He eagerly plunged the syringe into his body, and his flesh and blood immediately seemed to melt. The flesh and blood swirled like boiling water. This strange transformation, combined with the changes in the blood-soaked tissue, frightened the guards unconscious. Mu Xing, however, had long since grown accustomed to this. With a flick of his right hand, blood threads merged with the bodies of the soldiers and knights. When Nia raised his head again, only humility and loyalty remained in his eyes. Greetings, master. Mu Xing reached out and pressed his hand against Nia's forehead, quickly accessing Nia's memories, gaining a new understanding of the situation in Stonewall City and the entire borderland. As he had suspected, the borderland was currently in the midst of the most chaotic period of the Shattering War. However, unlike the time period in the game, Valkyrie Marenia had not yet suffered a mutual defeat against Star-Shattering General Rutten. The major factions were actively expanding and preparing for war. In other words, the Crimson corruption had not yet erupted to contaminate the borderland, and Rutten was still at his peak. Other factions were eager to make their move, the big fish preying on the smaller ones, aggressively expanding their spheres of influence. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. In that case, should he join a stronger faction? For example, the Valkyrie, who was currently in the limelight? Or perhaps Latarn? He then dismissed the idea. There were undoubtedly many survivors, and members of the Void Alliance, who had joined these two factions. Going in would not only yield no benefits, but would also expose him to the public. Besides, he wanted to test the true strength of these demigods before making any plans. After all, this wasn't a game. The power of these demigods was likely even greater than he had imagined. As Mu Xing regained his composure, Theodore also completed his advancement. In just 2 days, he had risen from an ordinary person to an apostle. Mu Xing remained calm. With his current wealth and means, recreating even the lowest level of multiverse in a short period of time wouldn't be a problem. Let's go, let's leave town first. Mu Xing waved at Theodore. Great-grandfather, I have a request. Theodore suddenly spoke, gesturing to the unconscious loyal servants nearby. Mu Xing understood his meaning, and waved a hand to throw out a dozen or so doses of Super G virus serum. At that moment, another group of knights approached the manor and stopped at the gate. Naya, can you hurry? Lord Godok is urging us to return all the slaves we captured today. Mu Xing looked outside the door and saw another noble knight commander in golden armor. Chapter 12:12. I'm coming. Why are you rushing me? You're the one who talks the most. Get out of here. Nia cursed angrily, unceremoniously. Nia, you delayed Lord Godok's journey? Don't blame me for reminding you. The man didn't dare get angry. He just left a harsh word and led his troops away. Behind them, men and women, young and old, all handcuffed and shackled, were escorted away in rows. Evidently, half the town had been captured. Who's Godok? Mu Xing couldn't remember the name for a moment. Nia said respectfully, my lord, Godok is currently Lord Godok's most favored servant. As one of the leaders of the limb replacement project, he personally captured most of the slaves used in the ritual. Mu Xing suddenly remembered this man. In the game, he seemed to be a demoted gatekeeper, responsible for guarding the gates of Stonewall City. Historically, he had also been a favorite of Greg's. Today, Godok, still a figurehead of Greg, led a vast slave-capturing army. Some of the strongest slaves would be inducted into the army, while many more would become material for Greg's limb-replacing army. Under Mu Xing's orders, Nia reorganized the soldiers and took the slaves with her. Mu Xing also blended in with the crowd. He and Theodore disguised themselves as soldiers, intending to meet Godok. If possible, they should first subdue Godok. If successful, he would be the perfect springboard to contact Greg. As the army left the town, the knights and guards seen yesterday lined up on both sides of the town gate. Their eyes held contempt and disgust. Clearly, these kingdom soldiers did not approve of the actions of this slave-grabbing army. If it were the Golden Tree Age, these bastards would have all been executed, hanged in the streets, one soldier said indignantly. Though frail, he was from the royal city after all. Shut up. The knight beside him shouted angrily. The soldier could only lower his head, daring not to speak again. Mu Xing glanced sideways at Theodore beside him. His eyes were filled with rage, genuine. This was one of the reasons Mu Xing had chosen him. At least he hadn't fallen in with the nobles, who worshipped the limb-grafting ritual. Otherwise, he would have been killed the moment they met yesterday. Mu Xing looked up. The line was long, and the slaves were numerous, at least several hundred. After they left the town and walked 2 hours further, they came upon a makeshift military camp. Over the camp fluttered the lion flag representing the city of Stonewall. We're almost there. Just then, the military camp also spotted them, and a loud horn blast echoed in the distance. As the group approached, Mu Xing noticed that there were even more slaves here. Together with their own group, their number reached over 1,000. Soon, Mu Xing spotted the leader of this slave-catching army, Godok. Godok was now in high spirits, clad in magnificent general's armor, with a lion emblem emblazoned on his chest. Mu Xing calmly made a tentative move. A thread of blood suddenly emerged from the ground, rushing towards Godok. Just as he was about to succeed, Godok erupted with a golden light of his own accord, and above his head, the emblem of the Elden Ring appeared. A mysterious force shattered Mu Xing's blood corrosion. A terrifying golden aura rose from him, centered in a radius of several kilometers. A massive shadow solidified into the ethereal image of a king. Fragment King Gorak. A name suddenly appeared in Mu Xing's mind. He quickly retracted his tentative attempts and crouched down with the others. This guy actually possesses the blessing of the Great Rune, the Ring Fragment. Gorak doesn't look as weak as he appears in the game. Such might, power containing the power of authority. Could its owner be comparable to the multiverse? Mu Xing frowned and stopped attacking. If Gorak were summoned, it would be very troublesome. And what worried him most was that someone from the Void Alliance would seize the opportunity to attack. He didn't want to be exposed too soon. Who is it? How dare you attempt to desecrate the majesty of the Fragment King? Gorak's roar echoed through the sky. His angry eyes darted around. Fortunately, Mu Xing's actions were extremely secretive, and Godok didn't notice. After searching for a long time without success, Godok gradually calmed down. His face was extremely grim. He hadn't expected that his outing would actually lead to his being targeted. Those strange blood threads, if it weren't for the blessing bestowed by the Fragment King, he'd probably be finished for the day. Return to the city. He didn't dare linger here any longer, wanting only to return to the safety of Stonewall City. The army began to march back to camp, but the sheer number of slaves nearly caused chaos. This showed how poorly disciplined this army, composed of noble knights and slave soldiers, was unable to fight. They could only help Greg capture slaves. Mu Xing was analyzing the blessing that had just erupted from Godok. He had the Divine Seal take a picture. Divine Seal, have you found anything? The Divine Seal's voice rang out. Master, Godok does bear traces of blessing. The source of this blessing must be the fragment of the magic circle in Greg's hand. Mu Xing asked, can this reveal anything about Greg's strength? The Divine Seal said, the Golden One blessed by the magic circle fragment will experience a surge in strength. The demigods here are not the demigods we know. Judging from their power alone, they are probably already at the half-step multidimensional level. So strong? Master, we haven't seen Greg's true form yet. His true strength is unknown, and we can't judge from a single image. Mu Xing was silent. This truly was a terrifying world. He had to be more cautious in his next move. The team wasn't moving very fast. It was almost dark when they arrived at the legendary and ancient Storm City. In the distance, above the coastline before nightfall, atop a towering cliff, a majestic city stood like a palace of a god, towering over the stormy plains. The gray-brown stone walls, eroded by wind and time, bore countless cracks, resembling the jagged spine of a giant beast. Soaring Gothic spires pierced the dark clouds, their ornate lion banners atop them fluttering in the storm. The castle's main gate, wide and heavy, like the hand of a titan, was now closed, leaving only the side door open. Soldiers bustled about, but no civilians were seen. A large number of slaves were being brought into the city. The high walls had once forged Stonewall's glory, but now they were scarred. The cliffs above were craters blasted by massive cannons, and within these holes grew strange thorns, adding a touch of danger and corruption to this ancient city. Whenever a storm swept over the cliffs, the entire building let out a low groan. Mixed with the inhuman roars emanating from the depths of the city, this most famous fallen castle in the border region was shrouded in a constant feeling of suffocation and oppression. Only by approaching it in person could one understand why Stonewall City was the most sturdy military fortress in the Northwest. Unless one were a top-tier warrior like the Valkyrie, no ordinary army could capture this easily defended and impenetrable fortress. Chapter 12:13. Is this the city of Stonevale? Mu Xing, a man of experience, was still captivated by the magnificent city before him. Theodore's voice came from the side. Great-grandfather, Stonevale is a city with a long history, dating back to ancient times. Back then, it was known as Stormvale. It wasn't originally built by humans, but by storm giants, who once ruled this land. But with the end of the ancient times, and the rise of humanity, Golfer, the first king of Eldon, conquered this land. While destroying the fire giants, the storm giants were also defeated. From then on, humans occupied the Stormvale fortress, renamed it Stonevale, and it became the most important military fortress in the northwest border region. At the same time, the storm giants, once the rulers, were driven out and now roam the storm-ridden wilderness. Mu Xing glanced at Theodore. Unexpectedly, this young man was also a polymath. At that moment, Godok's army finally arrived before the mighty city. With a blast of a horn, the heavy gates began to slowly open. Numerous slaves pushed the wheels, and the thick hinges slowly swung the gates of the massive city open. The noble knights roared in unison, raising their banners high. Soldiers from the city responded, lining the streets in welcome. Godok, atop his towering white horse, became the center of attention. He reveled in the glory of being the center of attention, lost in the enthusiastic cheers. Suddenly, the troops stopped for a moment. Godok quickly halted his horse, leaped off, and galloped forward eagerly. The earth trembled as something approached. A massive golden chariot, lifted by 4 mighty mountain goblins, sat a king clad in a magnificent storm-patterned robe and crowned with a jeweled gold crown. His eyes were slightly closed, his presence imbued with a sense of majesty. A towering golden knight accompanied him, carrying the renowned Golden King's battle axe. His appearance was met with a sea of cheers and praise. The nobles knelt in greeting. Grek? Yes, it was Grek. He was known as the most cowardly of the Golden-born, but his imposing presence now made him seem like a true king, the sole ruler of the city of Stonewall. He was immensely tall, a divine trait unique to the Golden-born. And Greg's father was none other than the renowned Godwin the Golden. However, Greg had not inherited his father's powerful golden talent. His golden bloodline was extremely weak. At this moment, as the golden chariot slowly came to a stop and was placed on the ground by the mountain goblins, Godok had already hurried forward, kneeling respectfully on one knee and bowing his head in a knight's salute. Greetings, His Majesty the Fragment King. Greg, atop the golden chariot, slowly opened his eyes, a golden light radiating from them. Behind him, a dazzling Elden Ring symbol emerged clearly. As he slowly stood, though not as tall as the 7 or 8 meter tall mountain goblins nearby, he still reached over 3 meters in height. As his cloak slowly unfolded, twisted, bizarre arms emerged from it. In his pursuit of greater power, Greg grafted the arms of various powerful warriors onto his body. Special limb replacing techniques allowed him to acquire the combat skills and strength of these powerful warriors. Greg's true form was now revealed, and his former dignity was no match for him. He was a twisted, hideous monster. The sight terrified the slaves, some fainting on the spot. However, the nobles present had long since grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, they displayed fanatical expressions and chanted the name of the Fragment King. When the body is twisted, the mind is twisted as well. After limb reapplication became a trend in Stonewall City, it became a sought-after beauty. Your Majesty, Goddick has fulfilled his mission and hunted many slaves for you. He gestured to the thousands of anxious slaves behind him. At the same time, the sound of running wheels echoed, and the roars of wild beasts were heard. Inside a heavy iron cage, a ferocious rune bear roared and struggled. The mere sound waves ruptured the eardrums of the surrounding slaves. The soldiers exerted all their might to control the carriage to prevent it from overturning. Your Majesty, this is a surprise I prepared for you, Goddick said. At this moment, a noble exclaimed, look at the markings on its body. It's a Bear King. It's the Rune Bear King. Suddenly, the Bear King erupted, its markings illuminating with a dazzling rune light. The terrifying pressure sent the surrounding soldiers flying, even the elite knights flying. The Bear King's size continued to expand, crushing the iron cage that could have held the giant. The Bear King's size exploded to 10 meters, and its slapping the ground threatened to cause a terrifying earthquake. At this moment, Greg rushed over, leaping high into the air, and dropped from the sky, placing a hand on the Bear King's head. Mu Xing noticed that the grafted human arm on his shoulder suddenly glowed. This instantly increased Greg's power. Boom! The entire city of Stonewall trembled. The terrifying Bear King was pinned to the ground by Greg's single hand. Though the Bear King struggled mightily, he could not break free. Little thing, don't move. Greg's grinding voice rang out, making those around him want to surrender. Just when everyone thought the Bear King was about to be subdued, Greg suddenly glanced up at the towering city wall. Is it finally here? Mu Xing had long noticed the shadows hidden on the wall. Clearly not a creature from the borderland, they carried a dangerous and eerie aura. The hidden ones on the wall suddenly attacked, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. Each crack had eyes peering out. Black tentacles emerged from these spatial cracks and attacked Greg. It's actually a half-step multiverse-level ancient god. Mu Xing pulled Theodore back, all the way outside the city gates to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The spatial intensity at the border was extremely high, and this ancient god was able to tear it apart. He must be an ancient god well-versed in the laws of space. However, manipulating space here wasn't so easy, which was why he transformed into a physical form to attack Greg. There were always those who were tempted to attack the holder of the Grand Rune, the Ring Fragment. And Greg, nominally the weakest Grand Rune holder, would naturally be a target for those with ulterior motives. Mu Xing believed that there were many more eyes watching this place. This ancient god was merely the first one they had pushed to the front. In Mu Xing's eyes, there were no fewer than dozens of prying eyes nearby. Among them were ancient gods, void gods, and even survivors. These people were looking to pick on the weakest, and Greg was their weakest. Faced with the sudden attack, the surrounding nobles fled in terror, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Greg, the targeted figure, slowly raised his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He pinned the Rune Bear King with one hand, then with his right hand, the Golden Knight's respectfully raised golden battle axe flew into his grasp. Bang! The heavy hammer swung, shattering the black tentacles. Chapter 1214. Before the attacking ancient god could react, a terrifying storm suddenly erupted from Greg's body. The storm instantly transformed into a violent tornado, unable to withstand even the spatial rifts, and shattered. The tentacles were severed by the spatial rifts, and the ancient god let out a shrill scream. Jarek fixed his gaze on the city wall and leaped up, his golden battle axe gleaming with a dazzling golden light. The shadow of a giant golden tree could be vaguely seen. The ancient god clearly sensed something was amiss. This limb Greg was even more powerful than he had imagined. He, a half-step multidimensional ancient god, was being suppressed. Although this was largely due to his inability to fully adapt to the rules of the borderland, preventing him from unleashing his full combat power, it was enough to demonstrate the power of the Fragment King before him. He was definitely not the cowardly and defeated Golden Descendant depicted in the game plot. He made a split-second decision: escape. The ancient god tore through space, attempting to escape through the spatial rift. However, a bloodthirsty grin spread across Greg's face, and a gleam of greed shone in his eyes. Greg was clearly intrigued by the ancient god before him. As he brought down his golden warhammer, the fragment of the ring known as Greg's Great Rune instantly sealed off the void. The ancient god was horrified. He, a master of spatial manipulation at the level of a half-step multiverse, was trapped within it. Boom! The earth trembled as the ancient god's true form, hidden within the spatial rift, was struck directly by the hammer. The powerful form shattered, the barrier of laws failing to block the blow. Some unique force directly crushed the power of laws, and the power of the ancient god. The eyes of the ancient god continuously exploded, spurting foul black blood. This black blood corrupted everything, but when it fell on Greg, it was purified by the golden light surrounding him. Greg reached out with his mighty hand, and pulled an ancient god core from the shattered ancient god's body. The tumor-like core continued to writhe frantically, but Greg unceremoniously sealed it within the pyroxene. The ancient god screamed as Greg's hammer smashed its head. Black blood splattered into the void, and a dazzling emblem fell from the ancient god's body, caught in Greg's hand. He stared at the emblem in his hand. It was the emblem of every trial taker who entered the borderland. As the ancient god died, the emblem in Greg's hand slowly crumbled to ash. So powerful? He actually killed a half-step multi-dimensional ancient god? Muxing stroked his chin, gazing at Greg in the sky with interest. It seemed that this fragment king, Greg, was even more powerful than he had imagined. Easily slaying a half-step multidimensional ancient god, his own combat power must have reached the multidimensional level. Is it the enhancement of his golden bloodline, or the fragment of the magic ring? Or perhaps... Muxing looked up at the sky. He knew Greg's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He feared there was a greater game and conspiracy behind it. Next to him, Theodore was terrified. The terrifying battle scene just now made this newly advanced apostle feel like Alexander. A sense of unease spread within him. Until Muxing's powerful right hand rested on his shoulder, and in an instant, all his worries and fears vanished. Great-grandfather. Muxing patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. Only then did Greg leap from the sky, landing heavily beside the Rune Bear King. The Rune Bear King, previously furious, now prostrated itself on the ground in fear, staring with horror at Greg, who was reaching out to it. The Rune Bear King groaned, then carefully crawled to Greg's front, bowing his head respectfully in submission. Ha ha ha. Godok, I love the gift you brought back. Greg laughed heartily, pointing at the scattered ancient god tentacles around him. Send them all to the lab. Greg remounted the golden chariot, and the 4 towering mountain goblins quickly lifted it up and headed towards the interior of Stonewall City. Muxing noticed that the voyeurs, who had been waiting to make a move around him, were withdrawing their gazes. Greg's attack had immediately startled these peepers, forcing them to consider whether they could withstand the Golden One's attack. Master, according to my calculations, Greg's combat power, enhanced by the Great Rune, has likely reached the multiverse. The Divine Seal's voice echoed in Muxing's mind. As expected? Muxing wasn't surprised. He even felt it was natural. Otherwise, Greg's Stonewall City wouldn't be worthy of being one of the main factions. But Muxing still felt that Greg was the weakest of the other kings. It was simply because, as a golden one with a rare golden bloodline, Greg simply had too few hidden cards. Compared to other legitimate golden ones, his strength was probably at the bottom of the heap. Muxing's thoughts raced furiously, and a series of plans began to form in his mind. Great-grandfather, should we enter the city first? Muxing was brought back to his thoughts by Theodore's voice. Let's go back to the Chris family first, Muxing said. Okay. With that, Theodore happily shouldered his bag, while Nia, beside him, led the way without a word. Soon, the northern residential area of Stonewall City. Although Stonewall City was a military fortress, it also had a considerable residential area, over 100 times larger than in the game. The permanent population here exceeded several 100,000, and with Greg's massive army, the number exceeded 1 million. This city was the largest in the northwest region of Ninjafirm. Half of the newly captured slaves were assigned to the army, while the rest were thrown into Greg's limb replacing factory. Now, not only did Greg's limb replacing corps perform limb replacing in the city, but even some soldiers and nobles performed it themselves. Limb replacing involves transferring the power of the limb's owner to one's own body, a considerable temptation for many without magical or warrior talents. Although the twisted graft was unsightly, it was a minor price to pay for the power it gained. Soon, they arrived at the gates of the Chris family. The fact that they could own a single building and occupy a considerable area in the land-scarce city of Stoneville spoke volumes about the Chris family's status within the city. Even the guards were armored knights, their weapons costly magical weapons. Before Near even entered, she saw the Chris family returning from the street. Many people came forward to greet her. Since Near was now Godic's right-hand man, many sought to curry favor. However, when they saw Theodore, standing next to Near, carrying a backpack and wearing a tattered soldier's uniform, they immediately expressed disgust. "Theodore, you have the nerve to come back." A discordant voice rang out. From the crowd, a young man dressed in silk stepped out, followed by two tall, well-armored knights. "Calanthe!" Theodore clenched his fists and growled like a beast. Chapter 12:15. The visitor was none other than Theodore's biological brother, Catalin. As the eldest son of the current patriarch, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, receiving the most powerful golden blessing of all his descendants. As a result, he has always been surrounded by a halo, and has been carefully nurtured by the family. At the same time, his arrogance and pride made him intolerant of any competition. Even though his younger brother, Theodore, had always presented himself as a non-threatening person, he still considered him a potential threat, and wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. Not long ago, he used his connections to get Theodore's name reported to the newly formed Noble Limb Replacing Corps. Composed entirely of nobles, these limb replacing corps utilize the finest materials, and are more powerful than ordinary limb replacing practitioners. However, limb replacing is a dangerous procedure, and one misstep can lead to death for a variety of reasons. Wound infection, ritual errors, and body rejection are all fatal factors. In the increasingly chaotic era of the Shattered War, nobles, to maintain their status, each family would send a son into the Legion of Reattachment. This was how Greg would continue to tolerate these nobles maintaining their position. Theodore knew this was a plot by his brother to kill him. To save his life, he gave up his claim to the family heir and fled outside Stoneville. Now, he had no choice but to return and face his ruthless brother. But now, he had changed his tactics, and he was no longer the incompetent scion of his family. He walked straight towards his brother. The two knights nearby reached out to block Theodore's approach. But they were lifted up by invisible telekinesis, and with a whoosh, the two knights' arms were instantly broken. The two knights fell to the ground, uttering shrill screams. Theodore took 2 steps to stand before Calanthe, looking him in the eye. "This is my family too. Why can't I come back?" Calanthe's expression had completely changed, not only with surprise, but also with anger. A golden mark appeared in his pupils, and a violent invisible storm suddenly erupted before the two of them, crashing into each other with a loud bang. In the end, however, neither could do anything to the other. "You achieved greatness, my dear brother. But today, you are not worthy to enter this gate." The two men attacked directly, striking deadly blows after a disagreement. Then, the two froze, unable to move. Footsteps rang out, and Mu Xing approached, step by step. With each step, everyone present felt their hearts pound. Who are you?" Calanthe sensed the mortal danger, and every cell in his body was sounding an alarm. Mu Xing glanced sideways at Cartland, then at the two knights guarding the gate. "Tell the current head of the family, Dotes, to come out and see me. Tell him that his grandfather, Andre, has returned." The terrifying pressure made the armor of the two knights creak and creak. Not daring to delay, the two hurried through the gate. Mu Xing pushed Theodore and Cartland aside, who were confronting each other. "You two youngsters, be quiet." He glared at Cartland, causing her to shrink back, fear spreading within her. He murmured, "Andre? Who is that?" He looked up suddenly. "Andre? Are you the fated one exiled from the family?" Snap. The next second, Theodore slapped Catalin across the face. "You think you can call my great-grandfather by his name?" His cheek was swollen, but Catalin dared not object. He was completely suppressed. In his eyes, there was only anger and resentment towards Theodore. Soon, hurried footsteps could be heard, as the current head of the family hurried out. Count Dotes, the current head of the Chris family, inherited his father's title, and continued the family line to this day. He strategized and maintained the family's glory in these turbulent times. The man's expression was serious, and as he rushed out, his eyes met Mu Xing's. He recognized Mu Xing instantly. But he didn't call him Grandpa. Instead, he shouted, "Who is this? How dare you impersonate a member of the Chris family? Capture him!" The surrounding elite knights rushed out, trying to subdue Mu Xing. "You're overestimating yourself." Mu Xing snorted coldly, and a heavy telekinesis descended, sending everyone present kneeling to the ground, including the current head of the family, Dotes. A golden blessing shone in Mu Xing's pupils, and a light of blessing also manifested behind him. Dotes' eyes widened. Golden blessing? How is that even possible? Mu Xing looked down at him. What did you just call me? Dotes quickly lowered his head. Grandpa, Dotes greets you. Mu Xing's telekinesis grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up. I thought you'd forgotten me. Dotes rolled his eyes. I wouldn't dare, Grandpa. I'm just worried someone might be impersonating a member of the family. It wasn't my fault. Mu Xing threw him to the ground. That's best. He ignored everyone, strode through the door, and plopped himself down on the main seat in the hall. Dots hurried in with his men, each bowing their heads and kneeling respectfully on the ground. Where are the rest of the family? Where are the elders? Mu Xing asked. Seeing Dots remain silent, he looked at Theodore beside him. Theodore stood up and said, My great-grandfather, all the elders, including the previous head, were beheaded by Dotes. At this, Dotes roared, You rebellious son, stop talking nonsense. Mu Xing frowned. What's going on? Theodore also stood up now, unfazed by his father's threats. My father wasn't the legitimate heir. After the previous head passed away, my uncle, the eldest son, should have inherited the family. But my father hired assassins to carry out the assassination. In one night, he slaughtered all the elders and killed my uncle's entire family. He then became the new leader of the family. Bullshit! Dotes roared. He rushed towards Theodore, intending to kill him. However, before Dotes could even take a step, Mu Xing pinned him to the floor, unable to move. Did I tell you to be quiet? How dare you attack me? Crackle, crackle. There was the sound of bones breaking. Dotes screamed miserably. Catalin, standing nearby, was terrified. Father! Mu Xing looked at Theodore. Go on. Theodore calmed himself. After killing those elders, my father even used their limbs to create his own limb-grafting warband. These dangerous monsters became his killing tools to protect and maintain the family's honor. Anyone who disobeyed him would become their food. My mother was transformed into a limb-grafting monster just because she disobeyed his plans. Theodore stared at the father and son with hatred. Sometimes, I'm ashamed of the crisp blood flowing through my veins. Dotus, my respected father, you truly deserve to die. Just then, a rustling sound rose from the ground. At Dotus's call, the strange-looking limb-grafting nobles rushed out and surrounded Mu Xing and the others. Today, you all must die, he roared. But the next second, his pupils suddenly widened. Chapter 12:16. The empty hall seemed preset with a levitation trap. The hideous-looking nobles with grafted limbs rushed in, then floated helplessly like hydrogen balloons. No matter how strong or furious they were, they could only spin in the air in a comical manner. How is this possible? A trap? When? Dotus glanced around, trying to find the center of the levitation trap. But everything in the room was normal. There were no magic arrays or runes. When Dotus looked at his so-called grandfather, the hazy golden light emanating from him made him look like a deity descended from the earth. Grandfather, I know I was wrong. Don't kill me! Mu Xing glared at Dotus coldly. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. With those words, the hideous, twisted, grafted monster screamed in midair and exploded into a bloody mist. Plop! Both Dotus and Catalin collapsed to the ground, powerless. Their eyes were glassy, and despair rose within them, knowing it was all over. Years of painstaking work, destroyed in an instant. Theodore looked at Mu Xing. Great-grandfather, let me kill them. Mu Xing raised his right hand and stared at Dotes. I give you one night to think it over. Hand over all the power and secrets you hold to Theodore, or I will hang your heads from the walls of Stonewell. The two men paled, knowing this was their last chance for life. They kowtowed, their scalps bruised, before being dragged into the family dungeon by Theodore's men. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the water element washed away all the filth in the hall. The wind element rose, carrying away the bloody scent. When Theodore returned, a bright smile spread across his face. How's it going? Have they agreed? Don't worry, great-grandfather. I have 1,000 ways to get them to relinquish power. Mu Xing knocked on the table. Dotus should possess the secret of limb reattachment. It's very important for you to extract this secret from him. Yes. At this point, Theodore was completely subservient to Mu Xing, with a heartfelt admiration and respect. But he was puzzled. Great-grandfather, you should be the head of the family. Why give it to me? Mu Xing shook his head. A great chaos is coming. I have more important things to do. Besides, I've been lying in the tomb for so many years. I should have abdicated long ago. Theodore bowed his head deeply. Great-grandfather, I have a room ready for you. Please follow me. After the day's turmoil, Stonewall City once again returned to peace. But the storm continued. The wind blew through the ancient, fortified city, vibrating the air and emitting a banshee-like wail. Deep beneath the city, shrill, eerie cries could be heard from time to time. However, the sound was muffled by the wind, making it extremely faint. Sitting upright in his room, Mu Xing was reading the latest news sent by Manshan and Taoist Qingzhu. Of course, there was also news from Crazy. They had successfully entered the border area and had already chosen their faction. To be on the safe side, they split into 3 groups. Crazy and Yi Wei joined the Red Lion Legion under General Latarn of the Shattered Star. Qin Su, Ming Yuan, and the others joined the Valkyrie Marinia's Order of the Zuanfu Knights. Manshan, Taoist Qingzhu, and their companions traveled to the royal city of Rodel and joined the Golden Tree faction. According to the messages they sent, the majority of survivors chose these 3 factions. On the Void Alliance side, the majority chose the Blood Dynasty, the Volcano Residents, and the Kalia royal family. As for the city of Stonewall, controlled by Greg, it was almost universally disdained. This city had neither strength nor strategic value, making it pointless to join. Mu Xing sent them a reply via Soul Messenger, informing them of his location and his intended next objective. He had already made his decision before receiving these letters. He must accomplish the several objectives he had for coming to this junction. First, help the Ant regain the power of authority. Second, gather a complete stream of power and advance to the true multiverse level. Third, if possible, help other teammates seize the power of authority, paving the way for their advancement. As for the fourth, the dim moonlight greatsword emerged from Mu Xing's hand. This weapon had been with him for a long time. It was time to find an opportunity to fully repair it and complete the advancement. Moreover, this weapon is a crucial token for unlocking the main storyline about Lonnie. Since he arrived at the border, he naturally had to actively participate in the planning, rather than hiding in this remote city of Stoneville. As the sun set, the sky over the border dimmed again. Mu Xing closed his eyes slightly, as if in meditation. But at that moment, silent footsteps had already crept into the mansion, and a shadowy, ghostly figure swiftly moved through the mansion. Soon, through the carved glass window, the shadow spotted Mu Xing meditating in the room. The newcomer, wielding a strangely shaped black sword and wearing a tight, assassin-like outfit, was tall and well-proportioned, clearly a woman. Empowered by her suit and special abilities, her figure vanished into the darkness, as if draped in a transparent veil, making her movement silent and even harder to detect. However, this disguise couldn't hide from Mu Xing. She had already spotted her approach the moment she entered the mansion. The assassin infiltrated the room as light as a feather, appearing behind Mu Xing with an uncanny movement. She slowly raised the black knife in her hand and stabbed it fiercely at Mu Xing's heart. The strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless, the instinctive killing intent honed after assassinating countless targets. Puff! The knife pierced Mu Xing's chest fiercely, but the next second, the eyes beneath the hood trembled. Something's wrong. Paw, paw, paw. Applause rang out. As expected of the legendary Black Blade assassin, her assassination skills are truly exquisite. The female assassin turned sharply, the black knife in her hand slicing a dangerous arc through the air. The black knife erupted in black flames, entwined with a dangerous dark red power. Destined death? Mu Xing recognized the power instantly, and the identity of the person who came was clear. The black flames woven with destined death slashed towards her, and the female assassin's figure blurred. With a graceful step backward, she launched a series of slashing blows. Since a sneak attack failed, she could only attack with force. However, Mu Xing immediately drew out the Moonlight Greatsword, and hazy moonlight rose from the blade. The fragments of the Dark Moon Greatsword, fused within the Moonlight Greatsword, seemed to sense a call from this world and emerged from the blade. The Moonlight Sword energy blocked the black flames. Destined Death, while powerful, was not the only one who could wield it. The female assassin before her clearly did not understand the true meaning of Destined Death, and was merely passively wielding its power. Seeing her attack blocked, the female assassin knew her mission had failed. And the sword itself frightened her. She quickly abandoned the attack, smashed through the door, and fled into the distance. Chapter 1217. Mu Xing didn't pursue, but instead, sheathed his Moonlight Greatsword, hoping the female assassin would relay information to the person behind the scenes. However, he hadn't anticipated the Dote's father and son's connection to the Black Blade Assassin Order. Mu Xing extinguished the black flame in his hand, his lips curled slightly. This is getting more and more interesting. Soon, Theodore arrived with his guard knights. Great-grandfather, what happened? He was in his pajamas, looking bewildered. He had rushed over the moment he heard the commotion. Mu Xing waved his hand and repaired the shattered wooden door. It's just a minor assassin, nothing serious. You can go back. Theodore hesitated. Great-grandfather, do you want me to send someone to protect you? Do you think it's necessary? Mu Xing glanced at him. Theodore scratched his head. After 2 days of spending time together, he understood his great-grandfather's strength and temper all too well. I take my leave now. By the way, I take you to see Greg tomorrow. Just as Theodore was about to leave, Mu Xing suddenly said something that nearly frightened the young man to death. Great-grandfather? Stop talking nonsense, it's settled. Though his heart trembled, Theodore nodded in agreement. Every noble in the city had to report to the city lord upon any power transition, or else it would be considered disloyal. This was especially true for a noble family like the Chris family. After Theodore said goodbye to Mu Xing didn't return to his room to rest. Instead, he released his observer's eye and drifted towards the city lord's mansion. He knew well that after the day's trials, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Although Greg had displayed immense power during the day, forcefully subduing a half-step multidimensional ancient god, but the outsiders were well aware of Greg's weaknesses and limitations. They would definitely come again. So he planned to make some preparations in advance. When Mu Xing's observer's eye appeared in the city lord's residence, he heard a violent cough. The cough was accompanied by labored breathing, like asthma. The body of the scorpion was cast as a distorted shadow in the dim light. The shadow rose and fell, as if experiencing some unimaginable pain and torture. In the vast room, Mu Xing's eyes appeared in a mirror. Greg had already stripped off his gorgeous battle robe, revealing his alienated and twisted body. The various limb grafting experiments had already caused severe changes in his body. His skeletal and muscle structure was different from that of an ordinary human. Not only were the grafted arms, but also the skin of a storm giant had been stitched onto his back. He endured the intense pain caused by the graft rejection. The ritual magicians and healers around him waited respectfully, awaiting the city lord's orders. On the operating table nearby, newly reattached limbs were laid out. An ancient god's tentacles, a dragon's head, and a massive heart. Mu Xing's eyes turned to the next room, where he saw the corpse of a massive dragon, its head decapitated, and its vital parts dismembered. Next to the dragon lay the ruined bear king he had seen earlier that day. This bear king's chest had been cut open, its massive heart ripped out. It was long dead. The rest were the corpses of various creatures, wild wolves, vultures, and even a gigantic lobster. These corpses were protected by a special magical formation. Even long after death, their flesh and blood remained alive, ready for reattachment. Mu Xing's gaze returned to Greg. The doctors had already begun to move. They were about to implant the enormous heart of the ruined bear king into Greg's body. Greg used some secret technique to shrink his heart. Then, baring his chest, he growled, "Come on!" As the doctors precisely cut open Greg's chest, they discovered his internal organs had long since been replaced with those of various powerful creatures. That golden heart was his source of power, and only this heart, bearing the blood of gold, could sustain this twisted body. And now, in pursuit of even greater strength, Greg decided to acquire another heart. The heart of the ruined bear king was clearly his target. "My king, this will be very painful. Please bear it," the doctor next to him said. "Come on." Greg had made up his mind. They began to perform their exquisite surgery, severing the aorta from the golden heart and connecting it to the new one. Then, they performed a series of modifications and sutures. However, simple grafting and stitching could not guarantee a perfect fusion. So the ceremony began. The magic of the limb-joining ritual shone brightly. A ritualist, shrouded in black robes, stepped forward, holding a stone jar. He said respectfully, "My king, the process will begin." He opened the jar, and an unbearable stench spread. The substance resembled rotting corpse fluids mixed with a murky bloody paste. Despite its decay, it still retained a powerful vitality. It was like life snatched from the hands of death. The ritual magic circle glowed, its light flowing like blood toward the heart. Then, the ritualist began using a special tool to remove the thick liquid from the jar, and carefully applied it to the stitched joints of the heart. A miraculous thing happened. The corrupted liquid suddenly burst forth with a powerful vitality. This vitality caused the organs of two completely different creatures to begin to grow and fuse together. Even Mu Xing found this scene inconceivable. He actually sensed the power of the golden bloodline within the liquid. Interesting. What exactly is this corrupted liquid? As the wound healed, the ritual magic began to activate the Rune Bear King's heart. Boom, boom, boom. A mighty heartbeat echoed. It had come alive, becoming a part of Greg. Greg clenched his fists, a powerful force rising from him. Ha ha ha, worthy of the Rune Bear King's power. Greg was clearly delighted with the new heart. He gazed at the ancient god's core sealed within the pyroxene. Can this thing reattach limbs? The ritual leader nearby said respectfully, My king, the core of that foreign god is extremely dangerous. It houses his undying will. Recklessly reattaching a limb would only risk possession. Jarek was disappointed. When can we remove that will? At least a month. A month? No, too long. I give you a week. The ritualists looked at each other in bewilderment. If you can't do it, I kill you. Greg growled. Yes. We do our best. The others quickly agreed. All right, continue with the reattachment. Next, I attached the dragon claw to the left hand and the dragon's head to the right arm. Jarek had long coveted the dragon's power and couldn't wait any longer. However, the nearby healer said, My king, the Rune Bear King's heart still needs to adapt. I advise against continuing with the dragon's limb reattachment. This infuriated Greg, and he grabbed the healer with his massive hand. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? The healer's bones were broken, and he begged for mercy. Finally, Greg threw him to the ground, and then various healing spells fell on him. Just as the others were about to reattach Greg's dragon head, Greg suddenly raised his head, a murderous glint in his eyes. Mu Xing's eyes quickly faded, and Greg's spiritual consciousness swept across the entire city of Stoneville. He overturned the surrounding operating tables, burst through the roof, and soared into the sky. With a swift grasp of his right hand, the golden battle axe flew into his hand. Get out of here, everyone! Greg's furious roar echoed through the sky. Chapter 1218. Mu Xing's observer eye quietly followed the clouds. He noticed 3 half-step multiverse-level powerhouses approaching. The Void God, the Ancient God, and Chaos had all arrived. Mu Xing also spotted 2 human half-step multiverse-level beings lurking nearby. His observer eye instantly appeared before the 2 men. Leave this place, and tell the council that survivors are not allowed to touch Stonewall City. The 2 men were startled at first, then immediately recognized Mu Xing. Is that you? Speaker Blood Moon? Mu Xing made no effort to disguise himself. Yes, it's me. Don't send anyone else. I be keeping an eye on this. Yes, Speaker. Although they didn't know how the newly appointed speaker had gotten in, they knew the speaker's words were correct. Remember, this information must not be leaked. Only tell the council's top brass. Understood. The 2 men quickly retreated, quietly disappearing from Stonewall City. Soon, Mu Xing was drawn to the situation in the city. Greg, hand over the Great Rune, and I spare your life. The leading Void God issued a direct threat. Ha ha ha, you, a bunch of alien reptiles, dare to challenge the Golden Law? Greg laughed heartily, and his grafted arms unsheathed various weapons. The golden battle axe in his hand erupted with a dazzling light, instantly illuminating the entire city. Greg, your golden bloodline is thin. The day's outburst must have exhausted you, right? Surrender now, and I grant you a quick death. But their only response was Greg's furious roar. He unleashed a violent storm, sweeping the 3 half-step multidimensional threats high into the sky, preventing them from reaching Stonewall City. At the same time, the entire city lit up in golden light, a magical defensive formation activated. A small golden tree floated into the air, casting a protective curtain. Die for this king. Jarek swept like a dragon, his violent power unleashing unchecked. The newly reattached rune heart provided him with a surge of strength. A wave of blood-red energy swirled around him, the power of the Rune Bear King, dyeing the sky crimson. But just as Greg charged toward one of his opponents, countless void chains entwined themselves from the void. A trap? Jarek sensed something was amiss, and tried to retreat, but the chains behind him also cut him off. At the same moment, an abyss formed beneath his feet, threatening to swallow him. Jarek, enraged, unhesitatingly activated the golden blood within him. A golden light descended from the sky, poised to penetrate his body. It was the power of the golden tree's blessing. But at that moment, a void wall blocked the fall of the blessing. Greg watched helplessly as the blessing dissipated in midair. As a last resort, he burned his golden blood, surging his strength. Oh no! This guy is about to unleash multiverse-level power, cried the Chaos. However, the leading Void God sneered. This mere thin golden bloodline can't fully activate the power of the great rune within him, trapping him to death. When his golden bloodline is exhausted, and the great rune's power can no longer sustain him, that will be his death. Clearly, The newcomers had thoroughly studied Greg's weaknesses and had every backup plan in place. Especially the Void God. A special void crystal appeared in his hand. Suddenly he crushed it. A powerful force poured into his body, temporarily boosting his strength to the multiverse level. These void gods are truly willing to spend a fortune. This sealing crystal contains multidimensional power, and to seal even 1% of that power requires 99% of it. This crystal has probably drained the power of a multidimensional void god. It will take 10 days to half a month to recover. Mu Xing muttered to himself, explaining the origin and nature of the special void crystal. With this power, the void god immediately suppressed Greg. Even though Greg could unleash his full power, he was beaten back. Furthermore, trapped in the enemy's trap, Greg couldn't even hit anyone even with his depleted power. Boom! A tremendous force knocked Greg down from the clouds, crashing him onto a cliff. Why are you attacking Stoneville? Greg growled like a wounded hyena, baring his fangs. Chaos approached. Haven't you heard the saying an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure? Oh, you might have heard that correctly. I learned it from the humans on the survival line. It means that if you were innocent, but possessed a treasure, then you would be guilty of a grave sin. Greg's eyes widened. Who could have imagined that, while he was already unreasonable, these people were even more unreasonable? Greg struggled to his feet. You think you can take the great rune from me? He roared again, his heartbeat pounding, as he began to overclock the heart of the Rune Bear King to its limit. He continuously released greater and greater power. Open! With a roar, a crescent moon appeared above Greg's head. The runes curved, the manifestation of the great rune, the fragment of the magic ring. Kill him! He's trying to forcibly detonate the great rune's power. Greg, exerting all his strength, stood up. Everyone thinks I, Greg, am a coward, unworthy of being the heir of the Golden Rule. But it's not my fault. What if I wasn't chosen by the goddess? What if my golden bloodline is weak? I, Greg, am still the heir to the ring fragment. Golden power seeped from the earth veins and converged into his body. His words seemed to trigger a force of recognition, and a large amount of golden power began to merge into him. In the sky, the void god laughed. You overestimate your abilities. Die! A torrent of void descended from the sky, slamming into Greg, and the newly gathered golden power suddenly dissipated. No! Greg screamed. He had finally been recognized once, but now his hopes were ruthlessly shattered. Two of the void god's accomplices attacked together, attempting to decapitate Greg. At this critical moment, Mu Xing made his decision and took action. Greg could not die, no matter what. While the great rune in Greg's hand was tempting, and he was confident he could seize it after these men killed Greg, but the Divine Seal's research into the power of runes and the Golden Law revealed that even seizing the great rune would be futile. To wield the great rune's power, one must gain its approval. And plundering clearly could not gain the great rune's power. This was the true reason why the Borderlands were divided into camps and chosen sides. What they were fighting for wasn't the fragments, but the approval of the Golden Law. Realizing this, Mu Xing naturally wanted to protect Greg. If he acted at this critical moment, he would likely gain considerable recognition. A golden sword energy flew out, and Destiny's powerful force slashed through the void, intercepting the void god's attack. The void god, sensing danger, turned and fled without hesitation. Oh no! A powerful multiverse warrior is nearby. Retreat! You've beaten someone and you're running away. Stay here. Mu Xing gave chase. Why are you going too far, sir? Will you please give us a chance to live? The void god clearly sensed multiverse-level power. A half-baked warrior like me, only able to unleash a modicum of multiverse combat power with the aid of the sealing crystal, how could I possibly contend against a true multiverse? Chapter 12:19. The escape abilities of several half-step multiverses were truly remarkable. The void god directly erected a void ladder, capable of traversing past and future. The ancient god created a rift in space-time, attempting to escape through it. The final chaos instantly disintegrated into countless particle cells, fleeing in all directions. As long as a single particle cell survived, he could be reborn. However, the moment the giant eye in the sky opened, all these methods froze. Observers would observe cause and effect from a third-person perspective, penetrating time and space. No matter how ingenious their escape methods, they were ultimately just a few half-step multiverses. Mu Xing's level 7 observer's abilities unfolded, and a cold voice rang out, Omniscience. With a humming sound, the space through which the half-step multiverses fled became transparent, their existence transformed into visible data by this power. Just as the fleeing beings were locked in the void, the giant eye suddenly transformed into a bloody maw, devouring chaos and the ancient god in one gulp. The void god tried to flee, but was swallowed up by the massive maw that suddenly appeared before him. Mu Xing still lacked the power of the void, so this void god arrived just in time. His body was strong, but his mind was relatively fragile. The rank of a level 7 observer alone wasn't enough to control his body. If he forced his physical strength, he would likely lose control. Gather, devour. A low growl emanated from the massive observer's eye, frightening Greg on the cliff. He wondered if he could forcibly burn his bloodline and activate the power of the Great Rune to defeat it. After dozens of deductions, he gave up. It seemed as if all his methods were meaningless before that eye. After all, his bloodline was too weak, unable to unleash the true power of the Great Rune. He closed his eyes slightly. Kill me! However, he waited for a long time, but the death knife never fell. When he opened his eyes, he saw a man in noble attire standing on the edge of a cliff. Greg tried hard to search his mind for any memory of this man, but ultimately, he could not recall anything. The humid sea breeze blew in from the depths of the ocean, passing over the towering walls of Stonewall City, and as it fell on Mu Xing, only a light breeze remained. Everyone knows that the Golden King Godwin is a divine being of immense power. He is the eldest son of the goddess, and the first king, inheriting his mother's gifts and his father's strength. Born bathed in golden holy light, he possesses the inherent ability to wield the strongest power of the Golden Law, achieving remarkable feats in the war against the ancient dragons. He was once hailed as the perfect successor, a being destined to surpass both his mother and father in the future. But Mu Xing paused, turning to look at Greg, who leaned against the cliff edge. His expression was grim, his white hair dancing in the cold night air. But what? He stared at Mu Xing. But he gave birth to a child whose golden bloodline is nearly extinct, hopelessly thin. This child is humble, cowardly, and incredibly weak, considered a disgrace to the golden bloodline by all. As he spoke, Mu Xing observed Greg's expression. Greg clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. He was furious, wanting to vent his anger, but he didn't dare to. Are you here to humiliate me? Mu Xing turned around. No, I'm just here to tell you the truth about why your bloodline is so thin. What do you mean? Greg narrowed his eyes. Mu Xing suddenly approached. Everyone knows Godwin's golden bloodline is incredibly rich, pure, and holy. So how could he give birth to a son like you, one with virtually no bloodline at all? Is it a mutation? A curse? No, I don't think it's any of those things. How powerful is the legacy of a godman? Even if your mother is just a mortal, she inherit half of their gifts. Mu Xing's lips curled slightly. The only explanation is, your bloodline was artificially drained. Greg's eyes widened. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. The goddess's offspring was assassinated. If she wants to resurrect her son, she needs a sufficient bloodline to support her. And as the closest bloodline to Godwin, you're the perfect candidate for a blood transfusion. So, you weren't born with a weak bloodline, but rather someone took it away. Mu Xing stared into his eyes, peering through them into his past. Shortly after Greg's birth, his father died on the night of the Black Blade. Without his support, he was naturally even less well-liked. From childhood, he was a figure disdained by everyone, and his rare bloodline made him naturally lonely. As he grew older, he began to degenerate, taking up gambling and drinking, and spent a long period of his life in decadence. But all this changed after the Shattering War began. The new king, Radagon, and the goddess were imprisoned by the supreme will, and the power structure of the royal city collapsed. At this moment, the evil king, Munget, stepped forward, reorganizing the royal city and rallying forces to prevent the kingdom's collapse. It was at this time that Greg was re-employed. Originally a marginalized figure, he unexpectedly obtained the circle's most core fragment after its shattering. Though his bloodline was weak and unable to unleash the full power of the fragment, he nonetheless possessed the golden bloodline, and was dispatched by Munget to the northwestern lands to guard the fortress of Stonevale. This was the beginning of Stonevale's tragic history. To gain power, Greg became obsessed with the ancient and sinister ritual of limb grafting. He had no great ambitions, merely seeking a safe haven, relying on the power of his grafted limbs to survive in this turbulent world. Now, the situation has shifted again, with the intervention of outsiders deepening the chaos of this shattered war. Greg saw a reflection of his past reflected in Mu Xing's eyes, and he was lost in thought, his thoughts unsettled. He suddenly smiled. Even though I don't know who you are, even though you just saved me, don't think I'd be grateful. Besides, the possibility you mentioned is ultimately just your conjecture. Mu Xing stood up. You should have a good judgment on whether it's my guess or not, right? And the best evidence is that the core fragment of the magic circle chose you as its master. Because your bloodline, though thin, is the purest. It's a pity. You failed its expectations. Instead of diligently replenishing your golden bloodline, you indulged in the evil art of limb grafting. You should understand that no matter how many limbs you graft, they are ultimately just external objects. Greg struggled to his feet, his chest a bloody mess. The wound had burst open. The heart of the newly grafted Rune Bear King had already ruptured. If it weren't for the support of the Great Rune and his golden bloodline, he would have died in the encirclement. What do you want? Greg panted, the grafted limbs on his shoulders beginning to wither. Mu Xing looked back at the massive city so close. How about we discuss a partnership? Partnership? I help you get everything you desire: fame, status, power, authority. What about you? What do you want? Greg knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. I want the ring fragment, and your loyalty. Chapter 1220. Godwin groaned, his breathing becoming labored, and blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth. The blood, streaked with gold, was becoming increasingly thinner. Clearly, the after-effects of the limb graft were beginning to take their toll on him. You want to become king? Greg stared at Mu Xing. No. I simply want to obtain some great runes. Becoming king has nothing to do with me. In exchange, I can push you into that position, allowing the true heir to return to the throne and take back what is rightfully yours, rather than allowing those usurpers to seize the throne. Greg stared at his broken hands. Does someone like me still have the right to sit on that throne? With a flick of Mu Xing's right hand, his chest was cut open, and the shattered heart of the Rune Bear King was ripped out. His internal injuries were perfectly healed, and Mu Xing also helped purify the golden blood within him. This power. Greg felt the changes in his body, feeling a lighter feeling than ever before. How is it? Do you see my sincerity? Greg stood up, his injuries rapidly healing under the healing power of his golden bloodline. In just a minute, all scars were completely gone. Okay, I cooperate with you. I acknowledge you as my master. As long as you help me become king, you get everything you desire. Mu Xing smiled with satisfaction, his fingers sketching a contract in the air. It bore the distinct mark of the golden tree. This is a contract, governed by the laws of the universe. If violated, body and soul will be annihilated. This time, Greg made his choice without hesitation. He bit his finger and pressed his bloody handprint on the contract. As Mu Xing followed suit, it transformed into 2 streaks of golden light, falling upon both of them. At the same time, a dazzling arc emerged from the great rune above Greg's head. A dazzling golden light descended from the sky, striking Mu Xing's brow, and a clear rune mark appeared. Ding! You have successfully chosen your side and earned the recognition of Greg's great rune. By earning merits, you can gain more recognition and blessings from the great rune. The crisp chime of the survival system echoed in Mu Xing's ears. He touched the mark and felt a boost across all his attributes. Greg's great rune is the most core magic circle fragment, so the bonus is the most balanced. This bonus is so powerful that even with his strength as a level 7 observer, he could feel his spirit and soul being boosted again. It was at least 5% higher. 5% might seem small, but 5% at the multiverse level is an absolutely terrifying bonus. Interesting. Such a significant boost after just the first blessing. If recognition increases, the bonus will likely be even greater. Mu Xing pondered, if he could gain 100% recognition from the Great Rune, or even claim it for himself, how terrifying would the bonus be? No wonder both the Survival Line and the Void Alliance preferred a temporary ceasefire to enter this border area. He was already beginning to feel a faint anticipation. Now that the contract was complete, Greg bowed slightly and knelt on one knee before Mu Xing. Greg greets my lord. Mu Xing waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted him up. From now on, you will be the commander-in-chief. I will hide behind you and help you ascend the ladder. But before that, I must help you reclaim your own golden bloodline. Greg was stunned. Reclaim my bloodline? How is that possible? Mu Xing said, if my guess is correct, your bloodline didn't vanish into thin air. Instead, it followed your father, who could not be revived, and its power merged into the roots of the golden tree and into this very land. Mu Xing's words were not without purpose. Just now, he had noticed that when Greg erupted, he had activated the golden power within the Earth's veins. Those powers originally belonged to him, which is why he activated them. Really? Greg asked expectantly. Mu Xing nodded. Let's go back first. We see tomorrow. He started to leave, but stopped. Stop the limb reattachment ceremony for now. I find a way to help you remove those ugly grafts. Greg bowed his head respectfully. Yes. When Mu Xing returned to the Chris family. Meanwhile, the entire city of Stoneville remained peaceful. Thanks to the barrier he had set up, these mortals were apparently unaware of the terrifying battle that had just unfolded. Theodore emerged from the cellar, holding a blood-stained whip. Great-grandfather. Theodore hurried over to pay his respects. Clearly, he had interrogated the father and son overnight. How's it going? Any results? Theodore wiped the blood from his hands and pulled a manuscript from his bosom. What is this? The secret art of limb reattachment. According to the secrets I unearthed from them, this art was originally discovered by Chris's ancestor, Will Chris, when he stumbled into a ruin while traveling for business. Later, when Greg became the new Lord of Stoneville, Chris approached Greg with this secret book and presented it to the new Lord. Since then, the Chris family's status in Stonewall City has steadily risen, quickly ascending from the lowest nobility to one of the city's most powerful. The Chris family has always been behind Greg's limb-replacing endeavors. Whether it's capturing slaves, forming a limb-replacing army, establishing laboratories, or recruiting personnel, the Chris family is behind it all. Mu Xing flipped through the manuscript quickly. I never expected this limb-replacing technique to originate from the ancient potman technique of the Horn people. Theodore, standing nearby, asked curiously, Great-grandfather, what is this potman technique? Do you know about the warrior pot? Theodore pondered for a moment. I heard some rumors. It's said that large pots containing the flesh and blood of deceased warriors, fused with the power of the golden tree, mutated into a new, mysterious form of life. Some warrior pots retain the memories and consciousness of their former warriors, possessing formidable martial powers. Mu Xing nodded. The so-called potman technique is the predecessor of the warrior pot, but its purpose are different from those of the warrior pot. In ancient times, the Horned people stuffed witches and the chopped flesh of sinners into pots, attempting to transform the sinners into good people, thus creating creatures similar to potman. And this limb-replacing technique evolved from potman technology. But what? Theodore looked at Mu Xing. But I'm curious. Times have changed. The life furnace was long since devoured by the golden tree, and the power that allowed life to fuse has long since disappeared. How did Greg manage to successfully perform the limb reattachment technique? Mu Xing put away the secret technique. He felt it necessary to ask Greg tomorrow, confident that he would give his own answer. He looked at Theodore. You done well. From now on, I will officially nominate you as the head of the Chris family. These potions are for you. Use them to build a powerful family. Thank you, great-grandfather. Theodore excitedly accepted the box Mu Xing handed him, filled with various potions. Chapter 12:21. The next morning, Mu Xing awoke from his trance. He had spent the entire night diligently trying to fuse the blood of the Void God. However, his progress was meager. After an entire night, he had only achieved about 3%. It wasn't that he wasn't working hard enough, nor that the ancestral god's blood wasn't powerful enough, but rather that the Void God's blood required him to fuse his spirit into it. Only in this way could he fully acquire the Void God's blood. This process wasn't as swift as the fusion of flesh and blood, and it would probably take some time to adjust. Before he could leave, Theodore came running over, knocking on the door again. How can you be so impulsive? You be the head of the family from now on. Mind your image. Mu Xing glared at Theodore speechlessly. Theodore ran breathlessly. No. It's people from the city lord's mansion. They're here to take you to see Lord Greg. A lot of people have come. Even the city lord's palace guards are here, and they're all at the door. Mu Xing simply said, send them back. I go myself later. Theodore was bewildered. Great-grandfather? Don't worry, just tell them what I say. They listen. Despite his bewilderment, Theodore ultimately went anyway. A moment later, he returned, a look of excitement on his face. Great-grandfather, they're really gone. Mu Xing walked towards the dining room, as a matter of course, unsurprised. Clearly, Greg had already given the order. Great-grandfather, what do we do now? Should we pack up and run? Mu Xing's head slammed against his forehead. Why run? Let's eat first, then go back to the city lord's mansion. Theodore was incredibly uncomfortable during this meal, constantly switching between running and struggling. Finally, Mu Xing dragged him directly to the city lord's mansion. To his surprise, the journey was smooth, and upon arrival, he was greeted by a special person. Please follow me, both of you. The city lord has been waiting for you. The man was the city lord's butler, tall and thin, a butler-like figure. Greg had served him since childhood. He also looked more than a normal human, possessing a long lifespan. Now that Greg had been granted a fiefdom here, he had followed him along. Mu Xing looked at the butler. Didn't we alert the one in the city? Don't worry, that person is just an avatar. Normally, they exist in a secret room, and they awaken only when the will of the one in the royal city is manifested. Mu Xing was referring to none other than the avatar left behind by the Omen King Mungert in Stonewall City, the Omen Demon. Normally responsible for monitoring Greg, he occasionally helps defend Stonewall City. Mu Xing cared most about this clone, so he kept a close eye on its movements. Thankfully, his arrangements yesterday had worked, and the battle hadn't alerted the clone. When the butler led the two into the city lord's mansion, Theodore was immediately captivated by the scene. "This is my first time in the city lord's mansion," Theodore exclaimed. "Hasn't your father ever brought you here?" Theodore shook his head. "My biased father favored his eldest son the most. Ever since my mother uncovered his scandal, he's also harbored a grudge against me." Mu Xing shook his head, feeling that these nobles were a bunch of mentally ill lunatics. They passed through a long, hollow corridor and entered the city lord's residence. Led by the butler, they navigated the castle like a maze. Finally, they reached the very top of the city, the palace symbolizing power. Theodore, son of Dotes, greets the city lord. Theodore was visibly nervous, prostrating himself upon entering with a look of respect. But then, Mu Xing lifted him up. Theodore then saw clearly that Greg had prepared a sumptuous meal, seemingly just for them. He was secretly worried, wondering if this was his last breakfast. Just then, Mu Xing spoke from beside him. "I won't eat. Take me to the basement first." The lofty city lord nodded respectfully at Mu Xing. "Please follow me." Then he saw the city lord himself leading the way and opening a nearby room. In the room, a metal elevator awaited them. Great-grandfather? Theodore couldn't help but glance at Mu Xing. He felt like things had completely deviated from his expectations. "Don't worry." Mu Xing placed a hand on his shoulder, causing Theodore to relax. With the clattering sound of gears, the butler activated the elevator. The mechanical elevator carried them down. Theodore swore he had never been so deep beneath the city. It was like stepping into a terrifying dark abyss. From the depths of the dark castle, strange screams and shrill, eerie roars echoed, chilling him to the bone. When the elevator reached its destination, Theodore's steps were trembling. Deep within the castle lay Greg's limb-splitting factory. This place looked more like a slaughterhouse, with countless corpses piled high, human and other creatures. In the nearby limb-splicing room, strangely dressed ritualists and healers were splicing the limbs of various creatures together. After the stitches were sewn together, they were fused together through a ritual, and finally smeared with a foul-smelling pus, allowing the limbs to grow together. Ugh! Theodore, unable to hold back, squatted nearby and vomited. Mu Xing's face remained expressionless. He had seen far more horrifying and disgusting scenes than the one before him, and he had long since grown immune to them. Mu Xing looked at Greg and said, "These grafts are too weak, and there are too few of them. Not only the royal city's army, but even ordinary regular troops would struggle to withstand them." Greg turned to Mu Xing and said, "What's your suggestion? The idea is correct, but we need to use the limbs of stronger creatures. And your grafting method is too slow. I give you something new." Mu Xing handed over a secret manual. Greg looked in the light. "The secret art of undead abomination fusion?" Mu Xing said, "This is technology from another world. It can use corpses and necromancy to create special abomination monsters. Not only can it reattach limbs, but it can even quickly reassemble flesh like a warrior pot, turning them into fearless warriors. The stronger the flesh, the stronger the abomination." Mu Xing walked to the limb reattachment lab. "Your limb reattachment can only fuse with a portion of these materials, but abominations are different. Any scraps can be used." Jarek was overjoyed and delighted when he heard this, clutching the secret book tightly. "Great! With this abomination technology, my limb reattachment army will achieve new breakthroughs. Now, not only slaves, but also the beasts and monsters of the wilderness can be added to the roster. Combined with the secret art of reattachment, all kinds of super abominations can be created." Jarek's eyes lit up as he spoke. Mu Xing said, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Can you reveal your greatest secret to me now?" Greg nodded, "Of course, my lord. Please follow me." Theodore, standing beside him, looked bewildered. "My lord." He swore he had heard correctly. This Lord Greg actually called his great-grandfather my lord? Chapter 1222. As the elevator continued to descend, Theodore realized that he had never seen the entirety of this ancient castle in his entire life. This magnificent structure was surprisingly deep underground, like a canyon. As soon as the secret elevator's exit opened, a suffocating, strange, and decaying smell hit him. The filthy ground resembled a mixture of mud and mincemeat, and one could even feel the rotting flesh slightly wriggling underfoot. Greg trudged into the darkness with heavy steps. He heard rustling sounds in the darkness. It was damp and dark. The air was filled with the stench of decay and a suffocating, sickening smell. Deep within the vast cavern, where twisted tree roots clung and sewage flowed, something seemed to wriggle. As they approached, they discovered it was a mutated tree. It was like a cursed life manifested. Its massive trunk resembled an ancient giant tree forcibly awakened, writhing in agony. But the bark had long since rotted and peeled away, revealing the dark red, charred flesh beneath, writhing like rotting entrails. This flesh mingled eerily with the broken wood fibers, constantly oozing a sticky, foul-smelling pus. Its form was indescribable, a monstrous hybrid of a flayed giant snake and an elk, now parasitized by vines. It had no head, but a massive, fang-studded maw opened at the front of its torso, emitting a silent roar. As they approached, the creature suddenly awakened. Countless root-like appendages erupted from its bloated body, lashing and clawing frantically at the ground and rock face. Its movements were both ferocious and carried a frenzy born of immense pain. Frightened, Theodore hid behind Mu Xing, only to find countless tiny roots emerging from the ground, entwining his legs and feet. "Great-grandfather, save me!" he cried out in fear. At that moment, Greg made his move. He thrust out a hand, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from his palm. That golden light, like the warm spring sun, quickly dissipated the monster's fury. After a while, the violent tree monster slowly calmed down. At this moment, several people emerged from the nearby passage. They ran to the strange tree, scraping the putrid pus from its body, and carefully placing it into jars. Clearly, the strange pus Greg had used in his limb reattachment ritual had been scraped from this very tree. Once the pus had been scraped away, the enormous tree monster seemed to feel more comfortable, its movements becoming gentler. "Great-grandfather, what kind of monster is this?" Theodore asked tremblingly. "Rotten tree spirit." "Rotten tree spirit? What is that? Have you seen dead roots?" Theodore nodded quickly. "Those creatures look like demons with bared fangs and claws. They're said to be the result of the evil thoughts of those who disbelieve in God polluting the earth, giving rise to these twisted creatures." Mu Xing was stunned. Was this how the rumors spread about the origins of dead roots? Perhaps the Golden Clan had distorted the facts. Mu Xing said, "Rotten tree spirits are even more mutated than dead roots. They were originally the spirits of young golden trees, but after being polluted, they became what they are today." "But," Mu Xing stroked his chin, staring at the tree monster before him. "But what, great-grandfather? But the golden tree sapling's abilities aren't yet capable of producing such a rich life force. Although this energy is contaminated, it still contains a wealth of life force." He looked at Greg beside him. "Can you tell me why?" Greg didn't hide anything. "Follow me." Greg led them deeper, past the decayed area, while Theodore stayed as far away from the grotesque, rotting tree spirit as possible. As they went deeper, the ground, though no longer covered in rotting flesh, was dominated by countless protruding black roots. When Greg stopped, they were met with a horrifying sight. Twisted roots tangled together, dead roots and healthy roots piled together to form a terrifying, grotesque face. What is this?" Theodore felt he had seen enough anomalies today. Greg actually walked up to the giant face formed by the twisted, piled-up roots. His rough right hand pressed against it. "This is the face of my father, whose soul is dead but whose body lives on. Perhaps it was fate that I was sent by Munger to this remote northwest region, and found it beneath this ancient castle. I don't know if this was the guidance of the golden tree, or my deceased father's final care. Ironically, at the height of his glory did not shine upon me. After his death, the pollution that flowed into the earth became my aid, thousands of miles away. This is the source of Stonewell's pollution, the place where life force converges. I draw life force from this place by feeding the rotting tree spirit. Using its pus for the limb reattachment ritual has, by some strange coincidence, become the perfect combination. My abilities are limited, but this is the best way I can think of to enhance my strength." Mu Xing walked over and gazed at the grotesque face fused with the tree roots. That face shone with death and despair, frozen in the helplessness and confusion of the night of the assassination. He couldn't comprehend that he had fought so brilliantly for the kingdom, driven back the ancient dragon, and protected the people, only to perish in a silent assassination. Perhaps the power that tainted the golden tree also carried Godwin's wrath and curse. It seemed he had long anticipated Greg's arrival in Stonewell City, and had taken his own way to protect his cowardly son. Mu Xing placed a hand on Greg's shoulder. "The world wasn't meant to be this way, and your fate wasn't meant to be this way." Greg looked up at Mu Xing. "My lord, I want to take back everything that belongs to my father, everything that belongs to me." Mu Xing nodded, A good choice. Now that the great apocalypse has begun, this chaotic game is the perfect opportunity for you to rise. Greg frowned, but Stonewall City's foundation is too weak. The Mortal Legion's combat power is limited. The Limb Reclamation Legion, due to its scarce production of life ichor, currently numbers only a few thousand. How can we win in this battle? Gain the upper hand in the struggle? Have you forgotten the secret technique of abomination I just gave you? Jarek seemed to understand something. Do you have a method to increase the production of life ichor? Mu Xing nodded and held up 2 fingers. 2 methods. First, capture more rotten tree spirits and raise them. The more they are, the more they will produce. Second, artificially cultivate more rotten tree spirits. Jarek was stunned. How can we cultivate more rotten tree spirits? Mu Xing spread his right hand, and the contaminated golden tree seed appeared in his palm. I found this among the dead roots in the tomb. Although this contaminated golden tree seed has a weak vitality, if you water it with your blood, I believe it will take root and sprout. You can send people to collect more of these contaminated golden tree seeds. Chapter 12:23. Greg hesitated. My lord, the golden tree seeds represent hope for the future. Isn't it a bit excessive for us to cultivate rotten tree spirits? Clearly, as the descendant of Golden Godwin, having grown up in the royal city, Greg still harbors a deep desire to preserve this crumbling golden age. Mu Xing pointed at the strange face in front of him. Don't you understand? The golden tree era will inevitably end. This is a reality that no one can change. Do you really think that with your dead father's body, you can pollute the entire golden tree and the entire world? Really? Mu Xing shook his head. You overestimate the power of a demigod. Even a god, not even Queen Marika, couldn't do it. The true source of pollution comes from the death and filth suppressed by the golden law. Everything has 2 sides. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is life, there is death. And the golden law. The law forcefully shifts the balance, suppressing death, leaving only eternal life and unchanging constancy. But those opposing forces and laws don't disappear, they're merely suppressed. Or rather, hidden by the golden tree's existence. And if even a tiny flaw appears in this perfect interception net, the negative forces hidden for countless years will erupt completely. The light and warmth enjoyed at the border are destined to cause future generations the consequences of darkness and death. Mu Xing's fingers were entwined with golden threads, his golden eyes of destiny seeming to see through everything. Greg was stunned for a moment before recovering. You mean? My father's death was just a trigger. That's right, so he's not the source of the contamination, but the trigger that pierces the golden web of hypocrisy. Greg fell silent. For the first time, he began to wonder if his previous insistence was right, and began to question the once perfect golden age. He stood up, seemingly resolved. Come here, he growled. Several shadows appeared before Greg. Listen to my orders. From today on, I want you to mobilize all your forces to do 2 things. First, capture more rotten tree spirits. Second, collect golden tree seeds, even contaminated ones. Yes. The shadows quickly dispersed after receiving the order. Until Greg made his decision, Mu Xing applauded. Very well. You made the best decision of your life today. You will be grateful for your awakening today. With that, Mu Xing gestured for Greg to sit cross-legged on the strange face. Today, I will help you reclaim the power that once belonged to you. A crescent-shaped rune appeared above Greg's head. It was a corner of the Elden Circle, the very core. As it activated, the golden power within the earth veins and tree roots was drawn into motion. Instantly, this polluted rootland glowed with golden light. Mu Xing, using his level 7 observer abilities, amplified the power of Greg's golden bloodline, drawing all the golden power within a 10,000-mile radius to this point. Greg's expression was filled with excitement. He had never felt such a rich golden power before. Even the so-called geniuses of the golden blessed in the royal city could only compare to this. He could almost hear the sound of the golden blood coursing through his veins and heart. The blood that once belonged to him now steadily flowed through the tree roots beneath his feet. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the bizarre grafts on Greg's body began to wither and peel off. The transformed body also began to reject the organs that did not belong to him. By the time the storm giant skin on his back peeled off, Greg slowly stood up, his height having grown to nearly 4 meters. Strong muscles, a perfect figure, and his long overdrawn, pale hair now transformed into a dazzling golden blonde. Age vanished, and youth returned to him. Mu Xing handed him a special potion. What is this? My gift to you will increase your affinity with the power of gold. Of course, after using this potion, you will be forever loyal to me. Think it over. Greg didn't think twice, and plunged the syringe into his chest. This was the special serum that Mu Xing had created using the Blood Moon bloodline. The constraints of a contract are ultimately external, while the control of bloodlines is tangible. When Greg absorbed this serum, he instantly gained the ability to gather and devour golden ones. As long as he continued to gather and devour golden ones, he would become increasingly powerful. When Greg opened his eyes again, Mu Xing seemed to see another golden godwin. The strange face on the ground grew clearer, as if sensing the continuous purification of its offspring's bloodline. It instinctively gathered more and more golden bloodlines from farther away. Greg spread his arms, and the rune arc above his head shone brightly, with golden lines falling continuously. Meanwhile, Mu Xing, standing beside him, also successfully obtained a share and felt his physical strength significantly improved. As the rune arc slowly faded, Greg's transformation from fool to genius was finally complete. "How do you feel?" Mu Xing asked. Garak clenched his fists. "I feel better than ever. My physical strength, my golden bloodline, and the great rune's recognition have all seen a qualitative leap. Now I can maintain my peak state without burning my golden bloodline. If I tap into the power of the great rune, my combat power will rise even further. Congratulations, you're now Golden Greg." Mu Xing nodded in satisfaction. He had finally unearthed this talented young man. "Thank you, my lord." He knelt on one knee. As the serum completely absorbed, his loyalty to Mu Xing grew stronger. Rising. Soon. The city lord's mansion. Just as Greg was about to celebrate, a goshawk messenger arrived from the distant center of the borderlands with news. The messenger respectfully handed the letter to Greg, who then passed it directly to Mu Xing. From today on, Mu Xing had a nominal role, Greg's aide. He unfolded the folded letter and read quickly. "My lord, who brought this news?" Mu Xing placed the letter on the table. "This is from the royal city. This message should have been distributed to all the major factions in the borderlands. Right now, your uncle, Mungert, the spokesperson for Rodel in the royal city, has sent invitations to all factions, inviting them to meet in Silverlight City to discuss the restoration of the Elden Ring." Greg sneered at this. Is Mungert crazy? Is he trying to get everyone to hand over the ring fragments and help him repair it? Let's not even talk about whether he has the charisma. Even in terms of strength, does he think Rodel is still the supreme Rodel he once was? Mu Xing shook his head. "No, this trip must go." Greg was anxious. "My lord, you don't really believe Mungert's nonsense, do you?" "No, of course not. What I mean is, this conference will determine who is worthy of vying for control of the border territory. I believe all the prominent forces will be there. This meeting is the true beginning of the Shattering War, so we naturally have to show up." Chapter 1224. Greg didn't quite understand what Mu Xing meant by qualifications. He had never considered conquering the world, and his mindset hadn't changed. But since he had chosen to trust Mu Xing unconditionally, as long as he obeyed, this lord would surely lead him to victory. But at that moment, his eyes narrowed, murderous intent filling him. How dare these guys come? Mu Xing tilted his head and gazed into the distance, only to see the sky suddenly dark clouds converge into a massive vortex. A gigantic skull face emerged from the vortex. Another half-step multidimensional chaos will, a shifting shadow emerged from the dark clouds. "Lord, let me deal with them." Greg was eager to experience his newfound power. "Don't kill them," Mu Xing warned. "Understood, Lord." Greg lifted the golden battle axe and soared into the air, a dazzling golden light illuminating the sky. Mu Xing glanced sideways at the peak of a nearby spire. A strange figure with strange horns stared at the sky. Markit, the ominous demon, Mungart's clone, was used to monitor Greg. Clearly, Chaos's attack had alarmed him. Mu Xing thought, and sent a message to Greg. Greg had already soared into the sky, grasping with a mighty golden hand. A massive golden hand pierced through the clouds, shattering the vortex. The Chaos, who had come to Stonewall City for a surprise attack, immediately realized something was amiss. "This guy's not right. Retreat!" The half-multidimensional Chaos screamed and quickly fled into the distance. He had originally hoped to come to this remote Stonewall City to take advantage of a chance. Those familiar with the plot know that Greg is a disgrace to the Golden-Born, a man who could easily be pissed on by anyone. Capturing Greg and seizing the Great Rune, the ring fragment, from his grasp would be a colossal bargain. However, what this Chaos Primordial didn't expect was that just as he was about to show off, he was ruthlessly crushed. The massive golden hand's power level clearly surpassed that of a half-step multidimensional being. It possessed a hint of control. This was a display of multidimensional combat power, so why would he hesitate? He simply fled. But before he could get far, he was caught back by the golden hand. Boom! The Chaos Primordial flew across the sky, crashing into Stonewall City. Damn it! Fight! The Chaos Primordial turned and saw the ominous demon atop the tower. Instantly enraged, he opened his mouth wide, ready to devour the ominous demon. The ominous demon, Marquette, hadn't anticipated that Greg would throw it back. He was about to strike back when he suddenly found himself unable to move. What's going on? He watched helplessly as the Chaos's maw tore through him, devouring him whole. At the same moment, Greg charged back, his battle axe chopping off the Chaos's head, saving the half-digested ominous demon. Marquette, how are you? Marquette nearly gasped at the sight of Greg's bloodbath. Greg, I issued a call for all golden descendants to come to Silver City. Remember to attend. The clone, even before his death, hadn't forgotten to mention the meeting. Clearly, in Mungert's eyes, the meeting was of paramount importance. Greg nodded quickly. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll be there on time. Anyone who dares disobey the Golden Tree's call will be punished. The ominous demon nodded, then suddenly disintegrated into countless golden particles. The next second, the decapitated Chaos was suppressed by Greg, and the shifting shadow hiding behind the clouds was swatted down by a claw from Sugar Bean, who was playing in the clouds. Tell me, who sent you? The two Chaos were terrified. Who could have imagined that their attempt to take advantage of the situation would cost them their lives? No. No one sent me. The headless Chaos opened its mouth and trembled. Mu Xing looked at the Chaos next to him. What about you? The other bowed respectfully. Sir, I have nothing to do with him. I was sent by Lady Camilla to find you. Camilla? She's also entered the borderland? Mu Xing and Camilla had last met in the primordial universe. After Phantom Nightmare's fall, he gave Camilla orders to gather Phantom Nightmare's forces and stand by. Unexpectedly, she had also arrived at the borderland. Chaos lowered his head. Sir, Lady Camilla is now the leader of the Illusion Nightmare clan, and her power has reached the peak of the half-step multiverse. She sensed your presence and sent me to investigate this place. Mu Xing asked, how is her situation? Chaos respectfully handed over a letter. That's why I'm here. Lady Camilla asked me to pass this on to you. Mu Xing took the letter and quickly scanned it. She went to the Eternal City? Yes, it's an order from the Void Alliance, demanding swift control of the Eternal City. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. What does the Void Alliance want? The other man shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just a low-level member. Chaos doesn't hold much influence in the Void Alliance, and Lady Camilla is only one of the leaders. A high-level Void God and a high-level Ancient God are also on this trip. Lady Camilla only knows they seem to be searching for something, but what it is remains unknown. Mu Xing nodded and burned the letter. All right, I understand. Go back and tell Camilla to stay safely in the Coalition camp. Let me know if there's any news. Yes. The other party responded, then turned and disappeared into the distance, leaving behind the Chaos creature who was hoping to take advantage of the situation. Sir, please spare me. I'm willing to be your slave. He saw that Mu Xing was the leader here. Mu Xing glanced at Greg next to him. Aren't you short on materials? This is perfect for your experiment. Greg grinned, his knuckles cracking. No problem. I make good use of it. With a bang, he punched the Chaos creature, knocking it unconscious. Greg remained somewhat concerned. My lord, will I deliberately kill Munget's clone? Will he become suspicious of me? Mu Xing smiled. Times have changed. The more powerful you become, the more Munget will value you. This attack is not only a warning, but also the beginning of your assertion of power. Hearing this, Munget's eyes flickered with ambition, the confidence born of his immense power beginning to emerge. Things he once dared not even think about were now something he dared to pursue. It was as if the position of King of Eldon was beckoning him. He grasped the Chaos with one hand. My lord, I will take my leave. I will direct the training of the new legion and the preparations for the trip to Silverlight City. Mu Xing nodded. Go, but time is short. You must hurry. Just as he said goodbye to Greg, the voice of his aunt echoed in his mind. The power sensor just reappeared. It was also very short, and I can only sense a general direction. Where is it? Mu Xing asked. The aunt emerged and pointed southeast. Mu Xing narrowed her eyes. Isn't this the direction of the Eternal City? Should I go look for it now? Forget it. The sensation has faded, and it seems to be moving. There's no rush. Authority, and I have a natural attraction. As long as it's still at the border, we meet sooner or later. The aunt said confidently. Then I'd be relieved. When you regain authority, won't I still be walking around this border with impunity? The ant then poured a bucket of cold water on him. "All right, this place is very strange. Be careful. And you've been targeted. Be careful." "I've been targeted?" Mu Xing quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for any possible threats or glances. Chapter 1225. His eyes were sharp and clear, nothing obstructing his vision. Just as he looked in a certain direction, a fleeting shadow caught his attention. Black Blade Assassin? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing the mysterious veil covering the man's body, concealing his presence and form. This veil could obscure others' perception, but it couldn't escape Mu Xing's eyes. The shadow seemed to realize it had been discovered, and before Mu Xing could react, it vanished into thin air. Gone? Mu Xing quickly switched perspectives, trying to find any trace of the Black Blade Assassin. But he only managed to catch a glimpse of him. When the void ripped apart, and the observer's eye appeared, that trace was also erased by some force. Interesting. Mu Xing glanced up at the sky. Even in daylight, he could still see the stars frozen in the sky. The next second, the observer's eye vanished, the rift closed, and Mu Xing abandoned his pursuit. Greg seemed to sense something unusual and quickly inquired about the situation through his mind. "My lord, what just happened?" "It's nothing serious, just some secretive eyes watching." Mu Xing withdrew his gaze and returned to the Chris family. Greg's great rune's recognition of him grew, and he was receiving more and more golden blessings. However, before he understood the drawbacks of the golden blessings, he intended to completely seal their power within the body of its original owner, Andre. As for his true form, he tried to avoid any contact with the golden law, lest it become subject to its control in the future. After all, the Supreme Will was no easy feat. He had gone to such great lengths to descend upon the borderland and control it. Was it simply out of charity? After all, maintaining the vast golden law system requires immense resources. They also have to divert their attention to fight against other outer gods, who covet the borderlands. Their true purpose must be something more than simple. The next day, when the massive golden tree once again shone with golden light, the entire borderlands awakened from their slumber. Stonewall City was exceptionally bustling today. The noble knights defending the city had risen at 5 in the morning, assembling their armaments, sweeping the streets, and tidying the gates of Stonewall City. A massive convoy was also ready, with considerable pomp and circumstance. Many nobles had learned of the Silver City Conference in advance, and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make an appearance. The carriages formed a long line, eager to join the departing procession. However, when Greg appeared at the gate, clad in a magnificent golden robe, he dismissed the large convoy that had been waiting there. Only a contingent of no more than 200 men remained. In Greg's words, this is called being low-key. As for the nobles, who had eagerly wanted to join the team, Greg's furious rebuke frightened them into a frenzy. Not only that, they were given a mission objective. They were required to collect sufficient materials for limb reattachment while Greg was away from Stonewall City. They faced both good news and bad news. The good news was that there was no limit to the materials needed for limb reattachment. Even contaminated monsters could be used. The bad news was that the quantity required was enormous, and every noble was required to collect a certain amount of materials. Failure to meet the deadline would result in demotion, compensation, or even exile. Of course, Greg had also learned some tactics from Mu Xing's influence. When the stick was wielded, the carrot followed. Those who completed the mission, or even exceeded it, were not only promoted but also received mission rewards. When an ordinary noble injected a divine potion, and was instantly promoted to a powerful apostle, these nobles went wild. They were willing to give their all to complete Greg's mission. With both the carrot and the stick, even if Greg left Stonewall, the huge city would continue to move in its designated direction. Around noon, the convoy set off. There were 4 carriages, escorted by several knights. In the vast, desolate wilderness, such a convoy seemed particularly small, far from the pomp and circumstance expected of a city lord. However, with fewer people, the marching speed increased by more than a level. A deadborn wandering the desert road was suddenly pierced by a sharp spear, piercing the lance like a candied haw's fruit. The leading knight laughed heartily, and swung his spear, flinging the candied haw's fruit dead-born across the wilderness, clearing the road. Then, pulled by 3 mutant dragon horses, the heavy carriage swiftly rolled over potholes, and the broken bones on the road. Inside the carriage, Greg, sitting upright, suddenly opened his eyes. Mu Xing's figure was slowly solidifying. "My lord, since you're going to the meeting, why don't you just fly there?" he asked, puzzled. "As the future king, you must observe the proper ceremony. The meeting begins in 3 days, giving us plenty of time to travel, and we might even meet some interesting people along the way." Greg clearly didn't understand what Mu Xing meant. Mu Xing knocked on the car door and said to the captain of the guards driving, "There's an abandoned post station 20 miles ahead. We rest there tonight." The captain of the guards didn't question it, merely faithfully relaying the order. As the sky gradually darkened, the caravan picked up speed again, hurtling towards its destination at lightning speed. Greg's domineering aura emanated along the way, and few monsters dared to provoke the caravan. Just as the sky was almost completely dark, the caravan successfully reached a deserted post station. The post station bore the insignia of the royal city of Rodel. Originally, this was the Royal City Expeditionary Force's transit point for supplies on their expedition to the northwestern fortress of Stoneville. After the Expeditionary Force conquered Stoneville, it was converted into a post station. The constant influx of people created a small, medium-sized town around the post station. This place was once bustling, and during its golden age, merchants flocked to it year after year. Special fish from the Storm Sea are a local specialty. Due to its unique geography, these fish often carry the power of storms and thunder. They have a unique flavor, and are highly favored by magic masters and nobles. There's also Stonewall's specialty, pickled golden bird's claws, which are not only incredibly flavorful but also increase the rune harvest from killing the Deathborn. However, with the advent of the Shattered War, this remote region of Stonewall was cut off from other regions. Travelers vanished, and the post station ceased operations. When Mu Xing and his team's convoy entered the deserted post station compound, the area had already been devastated for years. The captain of the guards in charge glanced around, his eyes growing colder. "All guards, listen. You have 10 minutes to clean up this post station." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of fine steel crossbow bolts shot out from the post station floor, aiming at the carriage and focusing their fire. In an instant, the hundreds of arrows threatened to pierce the carriage like a hedgehog. However, before the arrows could get close, they were deflected by an invisible force. A golden holy light shone atop the carriage. Chapter 1226. The holy light rapidly expanded, transforming into a vast golden domain. Within this domain, the strength of our units is greatly enhanced, while the enemy's combat power is greatly weakened. The golden domain expanded, enveloping the entire post station, trapping everyone within. "This is a tough spot. The wind is blowing." A hurried voice echoed from the post station, followed by a whistle to retreat. Some men, wearing tattered armor or refugee clothing, decisively retreated the moment they saw the golden barrier unfold. These men were not as simple as imagined, each possessed extraordinary skills. Even within the golden domain, they could maintain considerable combat effectiveness. "Kill them!" the captain of the guard shouted. "Wait, don't kill them all. Leave a few alive, and bring them to me." Greg's voice echoed from the carriage. "Yes." The captain of the guards mounted his warhorse and charged forward, leading hundreds of his guards. These guards were Greg's personal soldiers, each a true master. Dealing with these suppressed individuals was incredibly easy. After a series of shrill screams, the captain of the guards returned on horseback, carrying a man in his arms. With a thud, the man was thrown in front of the carriage. The other guards also grabbed a number of others, and threw them all in front of the carriage. Just then, the carriage door opened, and the bandits were terrified. Who did they see? Greg, the demon-limbed king? But Greg was no longer the limb-wrapped monster he once was. Now, he was incomparably sacred, with a golden holy light swirling behind him, making him look like a true golden god. He extended his right hand, and the bandits retreated in fear. "Why did you attack my chariot?" The bandits immediately knelt and kowtowed, proclaiming their innocence. "Who sent you?" Greg demanded again, his aura of pressure immobilizing the bandits. No one sent us." Garak's expression was grim. The captain of the guards beside him lifted his tattered clothing, revealing the finely crafted mail beneath. These men were clearly not ordinary. "In that case, then kill them all." Garak gave the order, and his guards prepared to attack. "Wait, I'm saying. Actually, we're mercenaries from the royal city. His Majesty the Blessed King ordered us to wait and test him here." "The Blessed King? Manat?" Garak snorted coldly, and a burst of golden power erupted, sending the mercenaries spitting blood and suffering heavy losses. "What other mission did he assign you?" "King Blessing has instructed us to closely monitor the situation in the direction of Stonewall City, and report any new activity immediately. We are responsible for attacking all passing pedestrians and vehicles. We didn't expect you to be in this small convoy." The mercenary leader was now filled with regret. Who could have imagined that he would kick against a steel plate? Just then, Mu Xing stepped out of the carriage and saluted Greg. "Your Majesty, please allow me to explore the abandoned town ahead." Greg nodded. Military advisor, please. The mercenaries looked at Mu Xing. When had Greg become so close to such a young aide? Greg seemed quite polite to him. Mu Xing had stopped here because he had sensed the looming gaze nearby. That gaze hadn't left his gaze since they left the city. He took 2 steps into the dilapidated town. Abandoned for years, few intact houses remained, most had collapsed. Come out! Mu Xing paused and whispered toward the ruins. A blurry figure emerged from the darkness. She wore mysterious black armor and a light veil, her entire form looming. The strange black blade in her hand exuded a strange and dangerous aura. Mu Xing saw the black power of death pulsing on the blade. If someone is killed, they die. This simple truth, so obvious in other worlds, is difficult to apply in the borderland. If someone is killed, they don't necessarily die, because in this borderland, governed by the golden law, death is a distant thing. The golden tree's homing mechanism prevents them from truly dying, they merely reincarnate. But the black blade in the assassin's hand was different, it held the power of destined death. Once killed by this blade, the soul and body will die together. The data stored in the golden tree will be completely erased. The opponent's identity was obvious, the black blade assassin. See you again? Mu Xing looked at the female assassin with great interest, examining her from head to toe, unrestrained in her gaze. The female assassin gripped the black blade tightly in her hand. If she were not defeated, she would have pierced the man's chest with one blow. My master wants to see you. Please follow me. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Your master? Who? You don't need to know. Just follow me. Mu Xing smiled faintly. Lead the way. The female assassin led Mu Xing out of the dilapidated town, through the overgrown weeds, and the broken and damaged cobblestone road. Finally, they stopped outside the church on the mountaintop, where the statue of the goddess stood. My master awaits you inside, enter. Mu Xing looked up at the dilapidated church before him. The goddess was once untouchable, and even her church must not be damaged in the slightest. Now imprisoned, order has broken down, and many people's faith in her has turned to hatred. The church had not only been vandalized but also bore traces of fire. Mu Xing slowly entered the church. The interior was overgrown with dry weeds, and the broken statue of the goddess was buried within them. The upper half of the statue lay in the nearby grass, while a mysterious figure sat atop the lower half. She sat there, a phantom born from moonlight and dust. The shattered statue had long since lost its original form, its broken stones scattered around like pale bones from a forgotten era. And she, seated atop this wreckage, had become a more perfect, more vivid sculpture. Her 4 arms were her most inhuman feature, gracefully folded before her like some sacred totem. Her skin was a cold, porcelain white, brighter than moonlight, colder than frost. A dark blue, hooded robe enveloped most of her body, only splayed out at the hem like a flowing night curtain. Golden runes adorned it, shimmered faintly in the dim light, carrying secret messages from the stars. Her face was half hidden by an exquisite headdress, yet its features were clearly visible. It lacked the vividness of a mortal, but instead held an extreme, almost cold, perfection. Her right eye was tightly closed, long white eyelashes casting subtle shadows against her pale skin. Her face was serene, without a single ripple, not like sleep, but more like meditation, her aura utterly transcending the decay and desolation of this ruined place. The cool moonlight seemed to spontaneously envelop her, clearly separating her from the surrounding darkness and filth. She sat atop the wreckage of the world, like a silent, ancient, and distant deity. Only when Mu Xing approached did she slowly raise her head. A disembodied voice echoed from every corner of the church. You have arrived, a traveler from beyond this world. Chapter 1227. Mu Xing was alert, his muscles tensing, then slowly relaxing. He actually sensed a deadly threat from this puppet. Clearly, the puppet before him wasn't the weakling he imagined, but a dangerous figure capable of threatening even his own life. Lonnie, should I call you Moon Princess or Black Blade Witch? Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. The face clearly didn't speak, but the voice carried through. Besides, wasn't my presence here part of your premeditated plan? Lonnie slowly raised her head to meet his gaze. Mu Xing relaxed completely. With a flick of his right hand, the Moonlight Great Sword, inlaid with fragments of the Dark Moon Great Sword, appeared in the center of the church. The moonlight cast its last rays, juxtaposing the hazy moonlight on the sword. The tip, the part of the Dark Moon Great Sword that belonged to it, was particularly bright. Layered patterns appeared. Where did you get this sword? Lonnie extended an arm, and the weapon, linked to Mu Xing's mind, flew before her. She tapped the blade with her finger, revealing layers of interwoven patterns. Most of it seems to have come from a righteous and noble man. Lonnie seemed to be listening to the voice within the sword. His name is Ludwig, a respectable knight of justice, born from an endlessly recurring night plagued by nightmares. Mu Xing pointed directly. As for that fragment, I don't know its origins either. Do you know what it is? Lonnie pressed her finger against the tip of the Moonlight Great Sword, a fragment of the Dark Moon Great Sword. I only know its name, Dark Moon. Mu Xing pointedly glanced at Lonnie, who sat atop the broken statue. From every angle, she was perfect. The four arms didn't look grotesque, but rather possessed a unique sense of sacredness. It's been ages since I heard the name. I really miss it, she muttered, almost to herself. Mu Xing said, if you want the fragments back, I can retrieve them. But Lonnie waved her hand, and the weapon flew back to Mu Xing. If you can gather all the fragments and restore it, I grant you a favor. Mu Xing grasped the hilt and returned it to its storage space. Oh, anything is fine? Lonnie nodded. Of course, anything within my ability, because that sword is very important to me. Mu Xing stared at Lonnie, slowly raising his right hand and pointing at her. I want you. Lonnie was also stunned, her left eye narrowing slightly, as if pondering Mu Xing's motives and intentions. Mu Xing, fearing misunderstanding, quickly explained, don't get me wrong. I want you to help me win the upcoming battle for the King of Eldon. The doll lady smiled in the moonlight, a subtle curve at the corner of her mouth. You are the most interesting outsider I have ever met. The meaning was obvious. She had met many outsiders before. Do you really want to form an alliance with me? She asked solemnly. Mu Xing nodded. Meeting is fate. I think there is a possibility for us to cooperate. Oh, what do you want? Mu Xing said, don't worry. What I want has nothing to do with the border. I'm not interested in this pitiful world. I'm interested in the chess players behind the scenes. You're really brave. Even those ambitious guys I met before wouldn't dare say that. Lonnie seemed amused by Mu Xing's arrogance. You don't believe me? Mu Xing seemed a little unhappy. Lonnie shook her head and couldn't help laughing. While I don't want to discourage you, I'm afraid your strength isn't enough to shake those who are truly behind the scenes. Mu Xing, however, said nonchalantly, if we work together, it's definitely possible. Lonnie's smile faded, her expression instantly returning to a calm demeanor. What makes you think I cooperate with you? Mu Xing opened his arms. At least we get along, don't we? Lonnie didn't respond, but changed the subject. What do you think of the upcoming Silver City meeting? It's just a ceremony to divide the pie and a show of sovereignty. After all, the royal city's forces no longer have control over the situation. World trends have always been like this. Long divisions must unite, long unities must divide. It will eventually return to its proper state. Those restless heirs all want to take that position themselves. Add to that the interference of outsiders, and this meeting will ultimately be the beginning of even greater chaos. Clapping. Applause broke out. What a saying, after a long separation, there will be reunion, and after a long reunion, there will be a long separation. I suddenly become very interested in your world. Mu Xing said, if this is all over, I would be honored to invite you to visit my world. I'm sure you love it there. Lonnie was clearly hesitant to respond to Mu Xing's blunt suggestion. Alright, let's end our conversation today. I'm looking forward to what you do next. Seeing Lonnie disappear, Mu Xing quickly added, spreading the power of your doomed death isn't a wise decision. I hope you carefully consider your next move. Lonnie didn't answer but instead asked, haven't I asked your name yet? Blood Moon. Mu Xing's voice rang out. Blood Moon? It truly symbolizes chaos. Her figure began to fade. We meet again, in the near future. As soon as she finished speaking, the moon in the sky suddenly turned a deep black. It plummeted, and just as it was about to crash into the church, it vanished. The figure on the statue vanished along with it. Mu Xing looked up again, and the bright moon still hung brightly in the sky. Are you leaving? Won't you chat a little longer? He shook his head, somewhat disappointed. He thought he could win Lonnie over with just a few words. But it was clear that the chips he offered Lonnie weren't enough. Do I really have to collect all the fragments of the Dark Moon Greatsword? Mu Xing frowned. This would definitely be a very time-consuming and laborious task. He rubbed his chin, and suddenly his vision lit up. Oh, there's one more thing. If I can get it from the Eternal City, maybe I won't have to go through so much trouble. Mu Xing's figure gradually faded, and he was unexpectedly torn out of the church. It turned out that this church didn't exist, but was a shadow conjured by the moonlight. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing on a pile of rubble. And before him, in front of the only remaining church wall, the holy goddess statue stood pristine as new, radiating a hazy golden glow in the moonlight. TSK, 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 the competitive spirit among women. Mu Xing shook his head speechlessly, and disappeared in a flash. Until a long time later. Inside the mysterious church, the shattered statue of the goddess was no longer there, only a dim moon. Lady Lonnie, this man is too presumptuous to be so disrespectful to you. How about I gather the Black Blade organization and assassinate him? The female assassin said indignantly. The puppet sitting under the dark moon slowly shook its head. You are no match for him. He once faced a destined death, but that fate did not kill him. What? How is that possible? The female assassin looked shocked. Lonnie's expression was distant. I am looking forward to seeing what changes these outsiders will bring to the border area. Besides, he is very interesting. He is the most interesting human I have ever met. Lady Lonnie? Chapter 1228. When Mu Xing returned to the inn, Greg, looking anxious, had clearly been waiting for him for a long time. A hint of worry lingered on his face. My lord, what just happened? I couldn't sense your presence? Mu Xing waved his hand. I went to see someone. Who? Technically your half-aunt. What? Even Greg was bewildered. He knew the characters, so how could he not understand them when put together? Never mind. That's not important. What's important is, are you ready to stand on the stage of Silver City? Greg clenched his fists. I will show everyone in the world that I, Greg, am not a coward, but a gifted inheritor of the Golden Rule. Mu Xing said, showing off your talent like this will put you in danger of becoming a target of public criticism. I'm not afraid. Greg's face was determined. Mu Xing shook his head. We're not strong enough yet. The Abomination Limb Reaper Legion hasn't even been formed yet. We better keep a low profile. Is that so? I understand. Greg was clearly disappointed. After all, he had always wanted an opportunity to prove himself since he was a child. He had previously lacked the strength and qualifications, but now, with his golden bloodline blazing like the sun, he naturally wanted to prove his potential and qualifications. But on second thought, he ultimately compromised. His foundation was unstable, both in his own strength and in the legions under his command. He wasn't yet qualified to compete with any major power. Mu Xing reached out and patted Greg's shoulder. Don't be discouraged. While you can't use your golden bloodline, your limb reaper ability allows you to do anything. You're famous for your limb replacing skills, so even if you use some extraordinary strength, no one will suspect anything. Greg's face was filled with anticipation, knowing that Mu Xing was planning to give out some benefits. Mu Xing said, go back and rest first. There's no rush. I give you a surprise after we reach Silver City. Okay. Greg returned to camp with his surprise, leaving Mu Xing alone, lost in thought. Just then, soul messengers began to appear before Mu Xing, bearing news from afar. Crazy and his men had already begun their journey to Silver City, and the major factions were also making intensive preparations. Everyone seemed to understand that this meeting was a clear signal. After this meeting, the battle for the throne would likely begin soon. As a result, the major factions were now desperately working to improve their combat capabilities and expand their legions. Camilla seemed to have reached the entrance to the Eternal City. But they encountered obstacles. There are 3 Eternal Cities, Noclon, Noxstar, and Nameless. Although they are interconnected, the methods of entry vary. In the game, the easiest entrance is Noclon. Defeat the utterly insane Star-Shattered General Rattan, and his restriction on the stars will be lifted. The meteorite that then crashes to Earth will create a massive crater leading directly to Noclon and Nymphu. However, Star-Shatter is currently at his peak, and his decisive battle with the Valkyrie Gallide has yet to take place. Trying to find the passage by defeating him is simply wishful thinking. This leaves only the second path, entering the Eternal City of Noxstella through the Ansel River entrance well east of Linia of the Lake. But now they clearly encountered a problem. The entrance had been sealed by the Kalia royal family, with a powerful pyroxene seal. Unless they could reach an agreement with the Kalia royal family, a forced attack would take considerable time. This was good news for Mu Xing. He had to attend the conference and also obtain the items from the Eternal City. He had previously planned to split up, but now it seemed he still had plenty of time. Since this was the case, he could make full preparations before heading to the Eternal City. A silent night followed. At dawn the next day, the convoy began its journey. They had a lot of ground to cover today, so they had to set off as soon as possible. The mutant dragon horses were incredibly fast, and with the blessing of gold, they could easily travel thousands of miles a day. The scenery outside the car window continued to recede, and in just a few hours, they had already covered 1,000 miles. As they went deeper inland, human settlements increased. Villages and small towns were everywhere. Occasionally, one could even spot city-states still subservient to the royal city of Rodel. This was excellent news for Mu Xing and his companions. The border area hadn't completely fallen, and the royal city still nominally held the greatest influence. Grek, as a member of the Golden Royal family, naturally had no trouble clearing checkpoints along the way. The border area was vast, and even the 3,000 quota for outsiders seemed insignificant. Furthermore, they all had their own agendas, making it even more difficult to meet them. However, Mu Xing did encounter a survivor from the survival line on the way. Looking closely, he saw an old acquaintance. "Long time no see, Bruce." Mu Xing waved to the men on spirit horses. This survivor had also served as a night-flying defender. The battle in the school classroom had deeply shocked him, a newcomer, and he still vividly remembered every detail. Besides him, there was O'Connell, carrying a large spear, and a slender female mage. Bruce was startled at first, then he saw a head pop out of the carriage they were trying to avoid. He quickly searched his memory for the face. His eyes lit up. "Are you Blood Moon?" "No. I should call you Speaker Blood Moon now." "Greetings, Speaker." Mu Xing was speechless. "All right, enough nonsense. Get in the car? I give you a ride?" "Really?" Bruce looked at the caravan hesitantly. O'Connell, standing beside him, tugged at his shirt. "This looks like the caravan of the limb-removing king." He stared nervously at the fierce-looking knights and guards. Bruce smiled. "We're old acquaintances. What's there to be afraid of?" He jumped directly into the carriage. As soon as he entered, he was startled by Greg, who was sitting at the head of the carriage. Although Bruce was now an 8th-level god, the oppressive feeling from the limb-removing king before him was almost suffocating. Mu Xing waved his right hand, shielding the pressure, and Bruce felt his legs loosen up. He called to the other two outside the carriage, "Get in." Seeing Bruce was fine, the two jumped aboard and experienced the same thing as Bruce. "Gee, Greg?" The two were clearly terrified. Okan was already a 7th-level god, right at the critical point of the trial. It was surprising that he could pass the trial, demonstrating his true strength. The female mage next to him was the highest level, a 9th-level god, an elemental mage. Surrounded by a dazzling array of elemental magic orbs, she kept a vigilant eye on Grek in the carriage. Grek remained silent, his eyes closed in meditation. "By the way, why haven't you chosen a faction yet?" Mu Xing was puzzled. Several people instinctively looked at Greg. Mu Xing said, "It's okay, we're one of us." They were stunned. This one of us was quite clever. It seemed that Mu Xing was the true leader. Bruce said somewhat awkwardly, "Actually, we entered the border area just to find some treasures, not to get involved in these disputes." Chapter 1229. "Didn't you read the main quest?" Mu Xing asked. Bruce scratched his head. "That's why we rushed out of the ruins. I heard Mumgard sent out invitations to gather all the major factions for a meeting. We planned to go to Silver City to find a supporter, which would also be considered completing our mission." Mu Xing nodded. Their thoughts were normal. Most survivors who entered the borderland actually had the same idea. Even he had just arrived, but the situation was unpredictable. Soon, everyone would be forced into this devastating war, and no one would be spared. "Which faction are you planning to join?" Mu Xing asked. Bruce said, "Initially, I plan to join the royal city of Rodel. After all, the royal city is still the undisputed leader. Then I planned to join the Valkyries, but now..." He looked at Mu Xing, who was so close to him. This was the genius he had watched grow up. Mu Xing's choice was definitely the right one. "Speaker, take one of us," Bruce said with anticipation. Before Mu Xing could speak, the female mage across from her seemed somewhat displeased. O'Connor, standing next to her, covered her mouth. "We're fine too." He then sent a voice message to the female mage. "Are you foolish? Why would you choose to go to Silverlight City and try your luck when you have such a powerful partner?" The female mage was puzzled. The Grek faction is widely considered the worst performing. Joining them is a recipe for death? O'Connor sneered. "How do you think our Blood Moon Chancellor rose from rookie to Chancellor in just a few years? Follow him, you're definitely right. If you don't agree, our partnership ends here. We go our separate ways." The female mage had never seen O'Connell make such a decisive decision, and was stunned for a moment. "I understand. I follow your instructions." The female mage bowed to Mu Xing and said, "Mr. Speaker, please forgive me. Please take me with you." "What's your name?" Mu Xing asked. "Doris. From Black Mountain City? Do you know me? I heard of you." Doris was somewhat flattered, her face uneasy, and her heart even more uneasy. Mu Xing said, "All right, since you're so determined to join, I won't stop you. But I make it clear in advance that once you join Stonewall City, you follow my orders in all your actions. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. Mu Xing was clearly using courtesy first, not force. He didn't want any troublemakers to ruin his plans. The three of them quickly made their stance clear, promising to comply. With Bruce and the other two joining, the journey became much more lively. Greg sat solemnly, like a statue, while Mu Xing and the others chatted, even setting up mahjong in the carriage. Finally, Greg couldn't resist joining in for a couple of rounds, which greatly strengthened the relationship between the two. They journeyed without stopping, and with Greg's golden blessing, they arrived at their destination around 11 o'clock at night. In the distance, atop Moon Mountain, stood a city called Silver City. This city doesn't exist in the game, but in the real border region, it's a prosperous commercial city. It's also the place with the most moon worshippers in the border region. This place is close to the royal city of Rodel, and one can see the lush golden trees just by looking up. The bright moon casts its rays all over the city. The moonlight here is denser than anywhere else. At night, as the moonlight shines upon the city, the milky white moonflowers burst into bloom, emitting a dazzling, breathtaking moonlight. Meanwhile, merchants from all over the world trade and conduct business here, making it the most commercially advanced city besides the royal city of Rodel. The headquarters of the renowned Wandering Merchants organization in the Borderlands is in Silver City. You can find them in any dangerous part of the Borderlands, selling all sorts of bizarre props. Some say their founder was the renowned warrior Godwin. But Godwin has long since passed away, and this legend has become Silver City's greatest secret. As if to welcome the greatest event in history, Silver City is festooned with lanterns. The lanterns stretch for 10 miles, illuminating the path for all who visit Silver City at night. And Silver City's bustling streets are always bustling with people, and the roaring cheers from nightclubs and arenas can be heard from afar. It seemed as if these people hadn't yet realized the impending war. They simply enjoyed themselves to the fullest tonight. What a lively scene! The female mage Doris poked her head out, curiously gazing at Silver City atop the mountain. This place is naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack. If checkpoints were set up along the main roads, even a 100,000-man army would be helpless unless a flying dragon attacked. The army couldn't deploy, but with the natural defenses and the city's abundant supplies, they could easily hold out for 10 years. This is a great place, Mu Xing said, stroking his chin. Greg, standing nearby, echoed, "My lord, Silver City is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's also a major commercial city. Guarded by the Silver Magic Legion, its defenses rival those of Stonewall. If anyone can control this place, it would be like driving a nail into the heart of the border. Forward, they can directly threaten the royal city of Rodel. Backward, they can retreat to the Yatin Plateau. If war breaks out, this place will definitely be a battleground." Mu Xing glanced at Greg in surprise. He hadn't expected him to have such insights. He had underestimated him. As the carriage approached Silverlight City and passed through the checkpoint, a dazzling golden light erupted from the carriage. The inspector was immediately struck by the golden light. "I wonder which royal descendant has come here. I apologize for not welcoming you." Greg appeared in front of the carriage. His flowing golden hair and youthful face stunned the visitor. "Gee, Godwin? What's that look? Haven't you seen my king Greg?" Mu Xing, assuming the role of a loyal advisor, followed Greg. The man's expression froze, and his tone immediately changed. "Oh, you're the limb-removing king. Nice to meet you. Please show me your invitation." Greg grabbed the man's neck and said, "Do you want to die?" A number of high-ranking guards immediately appeared around the man. "The King of Blessings has decreed that anyone entering Silverlight City must present an invitation." Mu Xing tugged at Greg's clothes. He knew he was being difficult, but now was not the time to lose his temper. Greg frowned and slammed the invitation in his face, growling, "Get out, or I burn down your checkpoint." He then directed the convoy to storm the checkpoint. The checkpoint manager, terrified, quickly waved his hand, ordering the barrier to be opened. He hadn't expected the usually cowardly Greg to be so assertive. Could it be that his trip to Stonevale had changed him? Even after crossing the checkpoint, Greg's expression remained grim. Apparently, his past reputation had become a ruthless force, and everyone wanted to challenge this cowardly and useless Golden. Greg's convoy naturally attracted the attention of others. For example, at Magic Tower High School, atop Silverlight City, two figures were staring at the convoy as it prepared to enter the city. Chapter 1230. Did you sense that golden aura just now? Yes, it's very pure. Although he's deliberately concealing it, I can still sense it. Strange, what has happened? In just a few years, the limb-removing king, renowned for his brutality, has undergone a golden baptism, raising his bloodline to this level. The old man, clearly dressed as a member of the Chamber of Commerce, tilted his head and asked, "Lord, would you please find a way to meet him and understand the changes in him?" The Lord shook his head. "It's not the right time yet. Silver City must not take sides at this moment. After confirming that the young master is qualified and capable, before you take over His Highness Godwin's legacy, avoid any further interaction with him, or you cause trouble." The old man wearing the Chamber of Commerce hat hesitated. "Should we conduct a test?" "Yes, but keep it secret. After all, the future of this city rests on our shoulders. If Munger discovers this, and the Royal City's army approaches, life and death won't matter, but Silverlight City will likely be destroyed." The old man from the Chamber of Commerce looked grave. "I understand. If Greg truly recovers the golden bloodline, we make further plans." The city lord pointed to the carriage behind Greg's and said, "Keep a close eye on those people." Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Who?" The two men turned almost simultaneously. "President, there's a letter for you." The voice of one of their disciples came from outside the door. "Whose letter?" "I don't know." The believers suddenly appeared in my room, signed, Blood Moon. Blood Moon? The two exchanged glances, each seeing the solemnity in the other's eyes. "Is this the dangerous human those void creatures mentioned? Interesting, this guy has caught my attention." The city lord narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing brighter. "Bring the letter in." The Chamber of Commerce president responded. Meanwhile, in Silverlight City, Greg's convoy was heading towards his manor. "I didn't expect you to have a manor in Silverlight City?" Mu Xing was surprised. Greg said, "My mother died of grief after my father was assassinated, but she was a renowned business genius, and she left me a considerable inheritance. As you know, my golden bloodline is rare, and eligible for the royal family's inner circle. I considered taking over my mother's business, but it was clear I wasn't cut out for it. In just a few years, I lost nearly all of the family fortune. I sold off the remaining assets, and with that money, I was able to establish myself on my own when I moved to Stonewell. The house in Silver City was my mother's home, and it's one of my few remaining assets. In addition to Silver City, I also own several properties in Rodell, and several estates outside Rodell." Mu Xing hadn't expected Greg to be so wealthy. The estate in Silver City was indeed well maintained. Greg's hired servants cleaned the rooms and pruned the gardens daily. 3 servants were now standing respectfully in a row, welcoming Greg. This level of pomp and circumstance truly belittled his reputation as the 7th most powerful faction. From the 3rd carriage, the butler emerged. "Young master, please wait a moment. I go check on the manor." Greg nodded and waved for the guards to help carry the items. Not many guards entered the city, only about 10, and most were left at the post station outside. No troops were allowed into Silver City. This was not only a rule of Silver City, but also an ironclad order from Mungert, not targeting any particular faction. Clearly, the Blessed King did not want to start a major war in Silver City at this critical moment. Bruce and the other two looked around curiously. "I didn't expect to see such a beautiful and prosperous city. In the later stages of the Shattering War, I'm afraid all these cities would have been completely destroyed." Hearing this, Greg fell silent. He had already learned something. The borderland, in Mu Xing's world, was mapped into a game. In that game, the Shattering War had reached its final stages, and almost all the cities in the borderland were destroyed. In some endings, even the royal city of Rodell was not spared. As for him, the reattached king, he became the first boss defeated by the players. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to change the harsh future of the borderland. Mu Xing looked at the others and said, "It's late, everyone, get some rest. Tomorrow will be busy, so be prepared to recharge your batteries." Bruce yawned. "Now that you mention it, I'm actually feeling a bit sleepy. The rules of the borderland are truly troublesome. Even high-level gods need to sleep." With that, they, led by the steward who had finished inspecting the manor, entered the gate. "I'm going out for a while. Stay here tonight," Mu Xing specifically reminded Greg. "My lord, you're not going to go look for Mungert, are you?" "Don't worry. It's not the time to engage him yet. I'm only going to see the Lord of Silverlight City." Greg nodded. While he didn't know what Mu Xing was up to, he was definitely considering Stonewell's future. Silver Glory City's City Lord's Mansion. This mansion borrowed architectural styles from the Kalia royal family. Floating magical surveillance devices hovered in the sky, preventing enemy infiltration from the air. If anyone approached, they would sound an alarm. Mu Xing wasn't going to sneak in, but rather to enter openly. As he expected, the major factions had already sent representatives there. But no one was allowed in. The gates to the city lord's mansion were sealed, and the guards were magical puppets, impervious to rebellion. Undeterred, these representatives remained in groups of 2 or 3. Mu Xing donned a black robe, his wide hood covering his face. With his disguise, even those at the return to one realm couldn't see through him. He walked straight to the gate, immediately attracting a flurry of discussion. Another opportunist. He thinks he can enter the city lord's mansion? It's sheer wishful thinking. That's right. Even the envoys from the royal city were turned away. I doubt anyone will see the city lord tonight. Mu Xing walked straight to the door, and 2 magic puppets immediately crossed their spears, blocking his path. Mu Xing seemed prepared and knocked on the door with his telekinesis. At that moment, a small window suddenly opened on the side of the door, revealing only a pair of eyes. Who's knocking? Be careful, or I call the city guards for you. Mu Xing said nothing, simply handing over an envelope. Inside the envelope was a badge engraved with Greg's portrait. The person inside the door was silent for a moment after seeing the badge. With a creak, the door swung open. Come in. You only have half an hour. The man was unceremonious, even though he had already acknowledged Mu Xing's eligibility to enter the city lord's mansion. The representatives around were stunned. The door had actually opened. Just as they rushed forward, eager to find out what was going on, Mu Xing had already entered. With a clang, the door slammed shut again. No! Why let him in, but not us? What's going on in your city lord's mansion? The small window opened again. What are you arguing about? Get everyone out. 2 magic puppets immediately raised their spears and pushed everyone out of the 10-meter radius of the gate. Chapter 1231. The Lord's mansion in Silver Brilliant City was even more elegant than Mu Xing had imagined, devoid of vulgar gold and gemstones. The classical hollow design and the abundance of rare flowers and plants clearly revealed the owner's taste. Excuse me, Mr. Blood Moon? A butler wearing round glasses appeared from the stairs. He wore a black tuxedo, and a strange pattern of lines on his forehead made him clearly no ordinary man. A closer look revealed 2 barely noticeable horns. The black horns were twisted, strange, and primitive. Horned man? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. These ancient creatures were not uncommon in the borderlands today. For historical reasons, this race, disdained by the goddess Marika, had been almost entirely exiled to the Shadowland. The few remaining ones were like rats crossing the street, hunted down by everyone. To see a horned man in Silver Brilliant City today was truly rare. However, judging by his appearance, he seemed to have more human blood. Clearly, he wasn't a pure-blooded horned man, but rather a mixed blood. Sir, the city lord has been waiting for you. Please follow me, the horned man's steward said respectfully. Mu Xing was stunned. Waiting for you? He nodded and followed the steward to the 2nd floor. He walked down the hallway to the last room on the left. He knocked gently on the door. Come in. A voice, slightly aged but full of energy, came from within. Mu Xing followed the open door and looked at the old man inside. Although it was late, he was still working at his desk, the faint blue magic lamp illuminating his bloodshot eyes. Lord City Lord, Mr. Blood Moon has been brought here. The man raised his head. With his long beard, he looked like an old wizard from a fantasy world. Greetings, Lord City Lord. Mu Xing followed the local customs, performing the usual etiquette of Silver Glory City. You may leave first. The Lord City Lord informed the steward. Yes. The door closed with a click, and Mu Xing, guided by the Lord City Lord, sat on the sofa nearby. The Lord City Lord personally brewed him a cup of special floral tea. Did you see my steward just now? The Lord City Lord asked abruptly. Mu Xing casually said, it must be quite inconvenient for a descendant of the Horned Man to live so close to the royal city of Rodel, right? The Lord City Lord sat directly across from him, motioning for Mu Xing to taste the floral tea. Yes, if it were the Golden Age, even his mere presence at this borderland, let alone serving as a steward in my mansion, would have been a grave sin. However, since the King of Blessing came to power, tolerance for alien species has indeed increased considerably. He looked at Mu Xing. What do you think of those races spurned by the Golden Age? Mu Xing shook his head. Lord, historical mistakes must be judged by history. It's wrong to judge right, and wrong based solely on one's own perceptions. Oh! The city lord said, clearly intrigued by Mu Xing's attitude. Lord, I'm here to discuss serious matters today, such as the upcoming meeting at the foot of the city. However, the city lord shook his head, still lingering on other questions. What do you think of Inwi City? It has a developed commerce, convenient transportation, and is easily defended and difficult to attack. It's a commercial city and a strategic location. To put it bluntly, this is a big piece of fat meat, and everyone wants to take a big bite, Mu Xing said bluntly. The city lord then asked, what do you think of the future of Yinhui City? Mu Xing smiled. Yinhui City belongs to the city lord, and the people of Yinhui City. Your future depends on your own choices, doesn't it? Mu Xing calmly kicked the ball back, a masterful display of Tai Chi. The city lord walked to the carved window, from which one could see the bustling city of Yinhui City. Although it appeared to be a mixed bag, various races gathered here. There were humans, demi-humans, the mysterious hieroglyphs, and even towering mountain goblins. Yet these races gathered together in a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. They traded and bought and sold here, creating a bustling atmosphere. This was something you couldn't see in other cities along the border. The city lord's eyes wandered. Silverlight City was originally established to house the homeless. Later, it expanded to accommodate all races, ultimately becoming the largest mixed commercial city in the border region. Whether humans, demi-humans, or Greeks, everyone can freely interact and conduct business in this city. Its original purpose was to achieve a grand fusion of all races, ushering in a true era of peace. It's a good start, but it peaked right at the start. Since the founder's accident, we lost the opportunity to spread this philosophy. Now that troubled times are approaching, Silverlight City, as unique as it is, will inevitably become a target of public criticism. There are endless conflicts between people, let alone between different races. Mu Xing seemed to understand the city lord's meaning. He was looking for a force that would recognize and accept Silverlight City's philosophy of multiracial integration. He must have met representatives of other factions before. What do the others say? Mu Xing asked. The city lord shook his head. They want this city, not the people within it. Those races we humans consider alien are naturally unwelcome. The founder once promised us a new golden age, but unfortunately. Mu Xing picked up the floral tea from the table. It had a rich floral fragrance, but it was very light on the palate, with a subtle sweetness that mellowed into a rich aftertaste. Not bad. Mu Xing knew he was testing her, so she deliberately ignored him. The city lord said, tell me your purpose for coming here. Mu Xing raised a finger. Cooperation. Cooperation? The city lord narrowed his eyes. Excuse me, but the impact of the shattering war is growing, and trade routes with Stonewell have been nearly severed. Business will probably be difficult. Mu Xing said, of course not business cooperation, or let me be frank, alliance. Ha ha. The city lord laughed. Just because of that coward Greg? He's not a coward. Mu Xing shook his head. He stared into the city lord's eyes. From the moment you entered the room, I noticed your attention wasn't on me, but on Greg's manner, correct? The city lord's eyes sharpened. I underestimated you, outsider. It seems you're more than just Greg's aide. Mu Xing smiled, not wanting to waste words, and pointed out directly, this is the power founded by Golden Godwin. Now that his heir has returned, doesn't he have the right to inherit it all? The city lord was stunned. He hadn't expected Mu Xing to be so blunt. You actually know the truth about Silver City? Golden Godwin, hailed as the most perfect heir, is a staunch advocate of integration. He believes that only by bringing all races, and all enemies, under the golden light can true peace be achieved in the borderlands. He possesses extraordinary strength and charisma. Silver City was merely his test run. It's a pity that his passion was thwarted by the Knight of the Black Blade. And you, as the heirs of his will, do you still have any loyalty to him? Chapter 1232. The city lord stared at Mu Xing for a long moment. The gentle young man's attitude shifted into a fierce one in a split second. His questioning tone struck deep within him. I will always be loyal to His Highness. What about his offspring? He's not worthy. The city lord said. Mu Xing sneered. You keep talking about racial integration and advocating for common ground while coexisting with differences, but you can't even accept his offspring. How can you even talk about these empty ideals? Is it because Greg's golden bloodline is so thin that it seems ineffective? Or is this so-called loyalty just a guise to achieve your own goals? With a clang, the door burst open, and the horned man steward from earlier rushed in, shouting, Don't slander our city lord. An aura of immense chaos emanated from him, and he tore apart, transforming into his horned man form. That power was completely different from the golden tree, even more chaotic and disordered. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed, and the other man's savage body was instantly trapped in midair. Get out! The city lord shouted. But city lord Get out! The city lord shouted. Yes! The butler finally bowed his head and retreated. As the door closed again, he turned to look at Mu Xing. You're right. I do look down on the golden descendant of thin blood. I don't even consider him the heir of His Highness Godwin." He sighed. "Alas! I always pride myself on being noble, but now it seems I'm just another kind of prejudiced person." Mu Xing stood up. "If that's the case, then there's nothing more to discuss. I'd be leaving." Clearly, there was no point in wasting time with him. Mu Xing had no time for this. "Wait!" He quickly stopped Mu Xing. "If we surrender, what promises will we receive?" "No promises. Before we win this war, any promises are superfluous. You must forge your own path, paving it with blood and bones. Thinking of relying on others for a peaceful future is the sole province of the weak and foolish." The city lord was completely stunned by Mu Xing's words. He froze in place, the contempt for Mu Xing completely gone. He savored his words, his mind racing. "Does it have to be this way?" he asked. "Don't you already have the answer? Every change requires sacrifice, in exchange for a possible future. Whether it's Stonewell or Silver City, we're all the weak in this war. If we don't learn to strengthen ourselves, all that awaits us is becoming the prey of the stronger." Mu Xing opened the door, and saw the gloomy-faced butler outside. "I have no problem with you, but if all of you are as arrogant as you, your utter destruction is only a matter of time." Mu Xing turned to look at the city lord. "I want answers before tomorrow's meeting." With that, he left the city lord's mansion without a backward glance, leaving the city lord leaning on the sofa, his eyes glazed over. Soon, a hat-wearing elder from the Chamber of Commerce appeared in the room. "It seems this conversation isn't going well." The city lord turned to look at him. "Noel, tell me. Am I wrong? Have I always been so wrong? Why do you say that?" "He's right. Blindly compromising won't bring peace. I always fantasized about a wise and powerful man like His Highness to continue leading us. We've been stuck in the same place for so many years. It seems we achieved great results, but in reality, nothing has changed. Neither the Chamber of Commerce nor Anhui City has addressed the root of the problem." Noel looked at him. "So, City Lord, what do you mean?" The old man suddenly stood up. "Call all the representatives. I need to hold a meeting and inform them of my decision." Noel noticed that he meant decision, not discussion. "I gather the representatives of all tribes right away." Meanwhile, Mu Xing returned to the manor, enjoying some of Anhui City's special snacks along the way. Tondo leaned on Mu Xing's shoulder and smacked his lips, clearly unsatisfied. Suddenly, Tondo raised his head and breathed in a certain direction. "Don't be nervous, Tondo." Mu Xing quickly comforted Tondo and looked southeast. He sensed a terrifying aura approaching like a dark cloud bearing down on a city. Flames burned amidst the billowing smoke, and a terrifying giant snake could be vaguely seen writhing within the clouds. Following the clouds came the dangerous ancient gods. They revealed their true forms, swooping down from the sky in their true forms. If it weren't for the protective barrier of Silverlight City, the entire city would have gone mad. The serpent-shaped symbol from the volcano residence shone brightly in the sky. And that wasn't the end. To the northeast, it felt like a massive meteorite had crashed to the ground. With a resounding boom, the terrifying impact shook the entire city of Silverlight violently. Then he saw the entire army marching through the air, rows of heavily armored knights landing in unison, following the falling meteor. A roaring lion graced the red and blue banner. It was immediately apparent that it was General Rutten's Red Lion Legion, the Shattering Star. This wasn't the end of it. Forces were approaching from other directions. Flags fluttered, military orders were enforced, and the banners were engraved with a perfect sacred tree pattern. Though this army couldn't match the sheer numbers of the Red Lion Legion, each of them was a skilled warrior, capable of defeating 100 with one. The leader rode a warhorse, wearing a winged helmet made of pure gold that obscured her eyes, her flowing red hair dancing in the wind. The sharp edge of the blade in her hand sent a chilling chill even from dozens of miles away. There was no need to guess who was coming, none other than the now popular and invincible Valkyrie Marenia and her Order of the Knights of Xuanfu. What a lively scene! 3 major forces have arrived in Silverlight City simultaneously. Mu Xing looked up and muttered to himself, watching with interest. Now, in addition to the people of Stonewell City, the Loki Kalia royal family had also arrived early. As for the royal city of Rodel, Mu Xing suspected they would appear at the finale tomorrow. This brought the total number of major factions present in Silverlight City to 5. Just when Mu Xing thought the 6th faction wouldn't arrive tonight, a terrifying bloody light suddenly shone from the west. A massive blood magic circle illuminated, and a powerful blood knight emerged from within. In addition to these blood knights, there were the mysterious white mask, the Platinum Sun, and the powerful blood nobles. This was the power of Meng of the Blood Dynasty. He had inherited the power of blood, a strange and mysterious presence. This man was ambitious. As the brother of the blessed King Mungert, he had chosen to establish his own faction. Now, in Silverlight City, he unabashedly displayed his formidable military might. In addition to these regular troops, he also possessed a dangerous assassin corps, the Bloodfingers. These killers and assassins, drawn by the power of Munder's blood and transported from other worlds, are each incredibly brutal and powerful. In recent years, they have been active throughout the borderlands, assassinating numerous prominent figures. Now, Munder has united these Bloodfingers from other worlds to form the Bloodfingers Corps, a formidable force. Chapter 1233. So, with the exception of the royal city of Rodel, the forces of the other 6 main factions have all arrived. It seems that their Stonewell City is indeed the weakest force. The only ones who are present are him and Greg, with only a few hundred guards. At this time, the city lord took the initiative to appear and began to welcome representatives from the major factions into the city. Their armies were left outside the city. The 4 factions each took a different direction, directly surrounding Silver City from front to back and left to right. Watching this, the city lord secretly thought, it's time to make plans and resolve the situation. Greg also emerged from the manor, gazing at the familiar people entering Silver City. Mu Xing joked, as a junior, why don't you go say hello to your uncles and aunts? Greg looked embarrassed. My lord, please stop teasing me. Everyone knows I'm a loser, and a disgrace to the golden race. If I go and say hello, I'm afraid no one will even look at me. Greg's words were humiliating, but the anticipation in his eyes told Mu Xing that he, too, desperately craves recognition. Mu Xing yawned. In that case, let's go back to sleep. I'm sleepy. The rest of the night was silent. The vast forces gathered in Silverlight City remained relatively calm and didn't engage in a brawl outside the city walls. Early the next morning, someone from the city lord's mansion delivered an invitation, inviting everyone to a breakfast banquet. Greg wore a black royal robe, understated yet luxurious. Mu Xing was pleased with his outfit. No, we need a mount to look even more majestic. He looked at Greg. Do you want a lion or a tiger? Or a troll or a rune bear? Greg was puzzled. Isn't it just a breakfast? Is it necessary? Of course it's necessary. If you don't try to raise your profile now, you won't even have a say in the meeting later. Greg was stunned. But I don't have a mount. I didn't bring my mountain goblin either. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and a massive creature bathed in red chaotic lightning descended from the sky. Its wings, curled into a ball, emerged like an ancient fossil. It suddenly spread its wings, its wingspan alone exceeding 300 meters, and its total length exceeding 200 meters, resembling a mighty ancient dragon from ancient times. Its massive body landed effortlessly on the ground, barely scratching the ground. It roared to the sky, dark clouds swirling in the sky, and a terrifying dragon's might swept across the city. Ancient dragon? Greg's eyes widened. He had only heard Mu Xing mention a surprise, but he hadn't expected it to be so great. There are only a handful of ancient dragons left in the entire border region, and one has been captured and brought to Silverlight City. Just as Greg was on guard, the ancient dragon gently lowered its head, bearing Greg's mark on its forehead. This? A gift for you. I caught it on the Yatan Plateau. It's called Syax. I modified it so it can serve as a mount and fuse with you, giving you abilities similar to limb grafting. With this ancient dragon's blessing, you can claim your place without revealing your golden bloodline. Greg hurriedly thanked it, placing a hand on the ancient dragon's forehead and signing a special contract with it. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded, sending the people of the city running in panic. All right, quiet down. Greg gave the order, and the ancient dragon indeed quieted down, becoming extremely respectful. TSK, that's an ancient dragon? They're the ultimate power race in the border area. I'm truly envious. Bruce emerged from the house, greatsword in hand, and the other 2 companions stared in amazement. How was your sleep last night? Mu Xing asked. Thanks to you, I slept well, though it was a bit noisy in the middle of the night. In that case, let's go to the banquet. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and everyone leaped onto the dragon's back. The ancient dragon trudged across the street with heavy steps, not even breaking a single tile. The ancient dragon's noble and elegant side was revealed at this moment, instantly becoming the focus of the entire city. As they arrived at the city lord's mansion, other factions also arrived. Everyone's attention was drawn to Greg and the ancient dragon. That coward Greg actually signed a contract with an ancient dragon? Someone exclaimed. Entering on an ancient dragon, this grand spectacle is truly unique in the world. I wonder how the King of Blessing will make his entrance. Greg saluted the leaders of the various factions with neither servility nor arrogance. To put it bluntly, these people before him were all brothers and sisters born of the same bloodline. With the exception of him, a younger generation, all the others were more or less related. At this moment, a massive golden bridge suddenly appeared in the direction of the royal city, spanning directly through it. Followed by it, rows of royal city knights in golden armor stepped through the air. And atop the giant lion chariot sat the current protagonist of the royal city, King of Blessing Munget. Both sons of Queen Malika and Godfrey, the brothers Munget and Mung had completely different destinies from their brother, Golden Godwin. From birth, their horns and inherent ugliness had been considered a bad omen, and they were imprisoned beneath the invisible royal city. However, as the situation changed, Godwin was assassinated, the goddess and the new king were imprisoned, and the golden law was on the verge of collapse. It was Godwin, considered a bad omen, who took the initiative to step forward. He maintained the crumbling dynasty, attempting to repair the shattered golden age. Now, the blessed king arrived on the wind, his magnificent display shocking the entire borderland. It seemed as if the once prosperous royal city still held its power, an unshakable ruler. However, any discerning eye could see that Rodel was now weak, no longer the glory of its former glory. There was a sense of helplessness in trying to put on a brave face. Now, all they could do was put on a show to demonstrate the royal city's strength. 100,000 golden knights descended from the golden bridge like celestial soldiers and generals, majestic and commanding, their banners fluttering. Just standing there, one could feel the unstoppable might. The enormous golden tree even shed strands of golden blessings, a hallowed aura. My goodness, this kind of pomp. Only Rodel could pull it off. However, the majority looked on coldly, especially his younger brother Munger. He sarcastically replied, "Since when does Rodel need to put on a show to demonstrate its power?" Mungert, seated on his lion chariot, didn't respond, but instead surveyed everyone present. The Valkyrie, General Starbreaker, Rackard, Munder, Greg, and the Royal Guard Knight Loretta, representing the Kalia royal family. I am delighted that you have all come to the Silver Conference I preside over. I hope this meeting will lead to a new consensus in the border regions and end this chaotic and fragmented era. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present had a different expression, each watching the other's faces. I don't care. As long as the royal city stops sending more troops to Galad and gives us a promise, I will continue to recognize the royal city's rule. The first to speak was General Latarn, King of Galad, whose heart was filled with loyalty to that land. Not, negotiating peace is a joke. Only by stopping war with force can we restore true peace to the borderland. Use my sword to slay all those heretics. That is the right path. The Valkyrie Marnia spoke bluntly. Chapter 1234. At this moment, the figure sitting cross-legged on the giant snake stood up. He was Lakad, the younger brother of General Latin, the Shattering Star, and the result of a marriage between Radagon and Queen Rhaenyra of the Full Moon. Others couldn't see the clues, but Mu Xing could see at a glance that this man had begun to merge with the giant snake beneath his feet. This body was now just a clone, a disguise. He glanced sideways at his brother Latin. My foolish brother, you still believe the promise of the royal city? According to my intelligence, Marinia's army has begun to advance towards Galad, and a large amount of weapons and supplies are already in place. The tall Kataz looked at the Valkyrie not far away and growled, Marinia, what do you mean? Marinia said nothing, but stood quietly silent. Lackard opened his arms and said, Look, my dear brother. We, the descendants of the Kalia royal family, are ultimately outsiders, and have always been looked down upon by the royal city. A Rodel like this is not worthy of your allegiance. As he spoke, Lackard looked at the gloomy Jimmet, whose face was dripping with water. I, the volcano official residents, demand the establishment of an autonomous region. Within this jurisdiction, no forces from the royal city are allowed to enter. Otherwise, I don't mind going to war with the royal city. As soon as he finished speaking, how presumptuous. You dare question the majesty of the royal city? Lackard, I think you're mad. The roar came from Munder, standing next to Monget. As Monget's younger brother, although he founded the Blood Dynasty, his ties to Rodel were unbroken. The relationship between these two ominous twins was not as distant as one might imagine. Although they had different ideologies, they were, after all, brothers connected by blood. At Munder's rebuke, Larkade snorted coldly and turned to Latin. Brother, I hope you can think this over carefully. Do you think you can truly protect Galad on your own? Why don't we join forces, so we can look after each other? Latin was rarely silent, his mind racing with thoughts. The Valkyrie Marnia pointed her blade directly at Larkade. I think it's time for a volcanic expedition. Rackard was unceremonious, even a little frantic. Then come. The blazing volcano will be the burial place of your Order of the Knights of Xuanfu. The giant snake beneath him roared, and terrifying power rose from its body. This power shook Silverlight City, casting a horrified look on everyone's face. The negative Valkyrie, filled with boundless fighting spirit, countered the pressure emanating from the terrifying serpent. The two sides confronted each other, ready to ignite. Enough. Stop it! With a roar, Mungert suddenly transformed into a golden giant, towering to the sky and imposing a mighty presence. He instantly suppressed the might of the Valkyrie and Rackard. Anyone who dares to attack in Silver City will be rude. The Golden Knights behind him clashed their shields, shouting in unison. This finally brought the two men to a halt. Rackard snorted and returned to the giant snake's head. The Valkyrie also retracted her hiltless blade. Mungert took a deep breath and retracted his Dharma form. No one here today was worry-free. He looked at the Royal Guard Knight Loretta, representing the Kalia royal family, and asked, Knight Commander, what is your Linia's intention? The Royal Guard Knight Commander saluted Mungert and said, From today on, the Kalia royal family will seal off the royal city, and will not participate in the larger conflict. Whoever inherits the throne will be the one we submit to. Clearly, at this critical moment, the Kalia royal family chose to remain aloof and self-sufficient, seemingly uninterested in fighting over the borderlands. It's true that the Kalia royal family today is no longer what it once was. Not only has talent dwindled, but the queen has fallen into a state of madness, spending her days cradling the incubating stone fetus, awaiting the return of her beloved. Her children, each with their own ambitions, have left the royal family. The Kalia royal family no longer possesses the power to conquer the world, so prudent self-preservation is indeed the wisest option. Mondot finally heard the answer he had sought, and announced on the spot, in that case, the royal city permits you, the Kalia royal family, to remain in lockdown. However, I do not wish to see you have any contact with Galad or the volcano residents. Loretta bowed her head slightly. Rest assured, King Blessing, I can speak on behalf of the royal nobles on this point. Mondot nodded in satisfaction. Kalia's isolation was better than having another enemy in the royal city. Since everyone has made their stance clear, then the meeting. Before he could finish, Greg jumped in. Wait, Uncle, I need to say something. Mondot frowned. He hadn't intended to give Greg a chance to speak. But the fact that he had actually signed a contract with the ancient dragon made him look up to him. After all, even a dog would bark in such a situation. Greg coughed. Uncle, when will the military funds you promised arrive? And why hasn't the rations for Stonewell arrived yet? Uncle, my place is desolate. I'm doing everything I can to maintain the garrison, but the military funds haven't arrived yet. I really can't hold on any longer. Seeing Mungert's gloomy face in silence, he pressed the issue further. Uncle, why don't you let me return to the royal city and continue to be my prince? Stoneville is suffering too much. Mungert covered his forehead. How could his family have produced such a freak? But he couldn't refuse outright, or else this guy would have the nerve to quit right there, and then. Well, nephew, don't worry. This year's military funds will arrive in Stoneville within a week. You must guard the gateway to Galad. What about the food? Uncle, you can't let my soldiers go to the front lines hungry, right? Mungert suppressed his anger. Give it, I give it all. Uncle, there's also the repairs to Stoneville's city defenses, and the casting of artillery. Shut up. Mungert finally lost his temper and roared. He asked him to offer his opinion, but this guy seized the opportunity to demand military funds and support, and it wouldn't stop. He sent a voice message to Greg. Boy, don't think I don't know about your mischief in Stoneville. If you keep talking nonsense, I send troops to wipe you out. Jarek, upon hearing this, immediately raised his voice to the top of his lungs. What? Second uncle, are you even threatening your own nephew? Aren't the soldiers of Stoneville also the soldiers of the royal city? Stoneville has sacrificed so much to defend the northwest of the royal city, and yet your royal city refuses to even contribute military funds? Isn't this disheartening to all the people? A silence fell upon the room. Even Mondot hadn't expected Greg to defy him so arrogantly. Jarek, are you rebelling? Mondot roared. His golden form reappeared, towering above the heavens. Jarek, undeterred, revealed the shadow of a gigantic ancient dragon behind him. It was his fused form, with the ancient dragon, radiating a powerful aura. This aura filled the faces of everyone present with a solemn expression. Clearly, they had underestimated these cowardly descendants of the Golden Age. Greg barked, unmercifully, Mungert, calling you second uncle is a courtesy. I am the heir to the royal city, and you are nothing but a usurper. You seized my position and banished me to this remote northwest city. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Chapter 1235. You dare threaten the royal city? Mongkut hadn't expected this guy to directly address something everyone avoided, and in public. Such bluntness was a sincere attempt to embarrass him. Greg continued, the royal city belongs to my father, and will always belong to me. You're just a usurper. What right do you have to lecture me? Since that's the case, from today on, Stonewell. No, all of Ninjafern declares independence. I am the king of Stonewell. I, Greg, hereby declare that I am the legitimate ruler of this borderland. Anyone willing to join my army is always welcome in Stonewell. At the same time, I declare that regardless of race or status, I will establish a new world where everyone is equal, and all races are equal. These words nearly irritated Mongkut to the point of vomiting blood. Greg, today I will suppress you. The Dharma image stretched out its giant golden hand and grasped Greg. Greg snorted coldly, gathering his massive dragon claws and charging forward. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently, as if the entire borderland was trembling. In this clash, neither could withstand the other. Humph, it's just power gained through the sorcery of limb grafting. You, a disgrace of the golden bloodline with a thin bloodline, will never be worthy of becoming king. Mongkut taunted, continuing his attack. My lord, I can't stand it. Greg telegraphed Mu Xing. Mu Xing, sitting in the conference hall, curled his lips slightly. If you can't stand it, then don't. Let them see what true golden bloodline is. No matter what happens, even if the sky falls, I cover for you. Yes, my lord. Greg was deeply moved, exclaiming that he had followed the right person. When he looked up again, the golden light in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. A towering golden beam of light burst forth from his body. This beam of light directly dispersed Mongkut's golden hand. The beam of light reached the crown of the golden tree. Instantly, the entire golden tree seemed to be activated, radiating an ultimate golden light. At the same time, billions of golden laws descended, blessing Greg. How is this possible? How could you possess such a rich golden bloodline? Mongkut was stunned. Even his own golden bloodline couldn't compare to Greg's at this moment. And as time passed, the concentration of his golden bloodline continued to increase. In the direction of the royal city, countless people instinctively looked up to the sky, many kneeling in worship, chanting, the Son of Gold has arrived. Greg lifted his robe, revealing his tall figure and handsome, majestic face. His golden hair danced in the wind, and crowned, he seemed the true golden king of this borderland. He pointed a finger at Mongkut. Mongkut, you, accursed omen of mixed blood, what right do you have to judge me? He spread his arms. Knights of the royal city, do you believe in this cursed omen, spurned by the goddess, or in my golden bloodline, inherited from golden Godwin? The knights of the royal city were bewildered, unsure what to do. But after these words were spoken, a considerable number of knights stood up. We believe in the purest golden bloodline. Only the true heir of the golden bloodline is worthy of ruling the borderland. Do you intend to rebel? Mongkut roared. Suppress them. The order was given, and the knights were instantly suppressed. Greg's lips curled up. Although he felt a little regretful that his attempt to persuade him to revolt had failed, he knew he had achieved his goal. His charisma wasn't enough to sway Mongkut's current state, but today he had planted a seed. When the situation changed, there would surely be unexpected rewards. Although Mongkut was also a golden-born, he had usurped power. In the past, no one had a choice, only Mongkut was qualified to lead the royal city. But now was different. With the true golden-born emerging, the situation was bound to be turbulent. At that moment, the Lord of Silverlight City flew directly to Greg's presence and said, Great Fragment King, I, Lord of Silverlight City Sauron, submit to you. Although Greg had long known that Mu Xing had spoken with the Lord, he had never expected Sauron to submit to him in public today. This was a resolute decision, leaving no room for retreat. No matter how this meeting ended, they had no choice but to go all the way. Sauron, you're betraying the royal city too? Mongkut's eyes widened. Sauron remained neither humble nor arrogant. King of Blessing, you're wrong. Silver City has always been the city founded by His Highness Golden Godwin. Although he died during the Night of the Black Blade, his descendant has now returned. I simply handed over everything that belonged to His Highness to his descendant. How could that be considered betrayal? Mongkut was completely enraged, and he attacked Greg. However, the golden law falling from the golden tree directly deflected his attack. The golden law is actually protecting him? Mongkut's mind collapsed. He roared to the heavens, Malika, am I not your child? Why are you so partial? I refuse to accept. Boom. Golden thunder brewed in the sky, striking down and shredding the massive golden image. Puff! A mouthful of golden blood spurted out, though it was impure, tinged with a dark red. Clearly, his blood, fused with the power of ancient doom, was no match for Greg's pure golden blood. At this moment, Greg seemed the sole king of this borderland. Mung, standing beside him, could no longer bear to watch and attack Greg. Blood billowed, and terrifying blood magic filled half the sky, threatening to devour everything. Silver City Lord Soren snorted coldly. Not only him, but also the Chamber of Commerce president, joined in intercepting Mung. They were two divinely gifted great mages, their pure golden magic barrier blocking the attack of the Blood King Mung. If you want to harm our young master, you have to get past us first. Chaos erupted, and even the Valkyrie and Rutten were ready to strike. The Valkyrie soared into the sky, and Rutten attacked simultaneously. Rutten, what are you trying to do? Rutten grinned. Don't get me wrong, I just can't stand these hypocrites in your royal city. It's one thing not to acknowledge the bloodline of the Kalia royal family, but you're suppressing even the purest golden bloodline. It's truly amusing to think about it. The Valkyrie, expressionless, launched her attack, Waterbirds. Dancing. Star-shattering. General Rutten laughed heartily. Star-shattering. Drawing out two massive blades, he unleashed a devastating gravitational combat technique. Boom. The two conquering generals clashed directly, their destructive power far exceeding even the clash between Munget and Greg. In the end, neither could defeat the other. However, Latin had achieved his goal, successfully stopping the Valkyrie Marnia. Munger, retreat. Mungert's voice finally rang out, intending to end the fight. If a full-scale war broke out, not only would Silver City be affected, but Rodel would also be affected. Upon hearing the order, Munger, wielding the warm holy spear, decisively retreated, retreating all the way back into the territory of his blood dynasty. Why stop fighting? This is so boring. Lakad, who had been watching the show, expressed disappointment. Mungert ultimately relented, knowing he could not suppress Greg today. Chapter 1236. Greg, I will not hold you accountable for today's mistake. Don't forget your status. If order in the royal city collapses now, it will benefit no one. Mawit spoke these words not only to Greg, but also to the others. Everyone fell silent and withdrew. They knew well that the Golden Law was the foundation of everything. If this foundation were shattered, all of them would become rootless duckweed. Greg took up his golden battle axe and returned to his position, his goal for the day fully accomplished. Welcome to Stonewell, both of you. He ignored Monget, focusing his attention on the Lord of Silver City and the President of the Chamber of Commerce. Greetings, young master. The two men knelt on one knee, their faces full of respect. Greg nodded. I promise to give you the future you desire. The two men's faces lit up, knowing they had made the right choice. They looked at the silent man standing behind Greg. He was the main reason they had chosen to join the faction. As Mungert stopped fighting, the Valkyrie and Latin retreated simultaneously, ceasing the battle. Both had witnessed the other's strength, and neither could defeat the other in a short time. The two war gods' expressions were grim, and they exchanged sharp words. All right, everyone, let's get over this hiccup. The meeting is almost here. With that, Mungert flew directly to the pre-prepared conference hall. The others also took off, flying towards the conference room building. Mu Xing's attention wasn't on these NPCs, but on the Void Alliance behind them. Strangely, there weren't many Void Alliance experts present today. At this moment, Crazy and his men appeared before Mu Xing. Captain, something's not right. Those guys in the Void seem to have other plans. Mu Xing nodded. I know, but don't worry. Until the multi-level forces on both sides infiltrate the border area, these are just minor skirmishes. Mu Xing had received the latest news. Camilla was aggressively destroying the seal leading to the Eternal City. At the same time, there was also news that Chaos was attempting to infiltrate the Blood Dynasty. Mu Xing understood their purpose. They were probably trying to take advantage of the Chaos to enter the sealed Shadowland. So what should we do now? Crazy awaited Mu Xing's decision. After the meeting, war will begin. This is a crisis, but it's also our opportunity. I want you to keep a close eye on those Golden Rune owners. If the Void Alliance wants to attack, you must also attack. Madman nodded. I understand. I pass on the order. But what if some of the survivors are restless? Leave them alone. Once they suffer at the hands of the Void Alliance, they naturally learn the ropes. This statement immediately garnered approval from the others. That's right. They should suffer more. Who told them to disobey orders and act on their own? Yue said, waving her fist beside her. All right, each of you act accordingly. Everything follows my plan, Mu Xing said. No problem. Madman and the others quickly dispersed. Watching everyone enter Silverlight City, Mu Xing gazed into the distant horizon. A storm is brewing. I just don't know how severe it will be. He suddenly drew out the blue moonlight greatsword, its tip trembling slightly. Clearly, its original owner was nearby. Lonnie, what exactly do you want to do? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and flicked his fingers on the blade to dispel the vibration. Mu Xing released his observer eye. But after observing for a long time, he saw nothing. Could it be that there's really nothing wrong? He always felt that these chaos and void gods were too calm, which didn't match their usual tendency to stir up trouble. He began to try to contact his chief master outside through the Heart Contract Galaxy. Uncle Master, what's the situation outside? Yunjian seemed to have just taken a nap. Oh, it's you, boy. It's calm outside, everything seems normal. Normal? Uncle Master, I'm not sure if something's right. Can you have Speaker Zhou Yuan send someone to test the Void Alliance's situation? Yunjian sat upright. Are you worried the Void Alliance will play the Empty City game with us? Indeed, I have a feeling they won't keep confronting us forever, wasting all this time. Okay, I talk to the others and get back to you soon. With that, Yunjian immediately left the Heart Contract Galaxy. Just as Mu Xing arrived at the meeting, he received a message from Yunjian that the council had sent out scouts to test the Void Alliance's strength. Mu Xing remained silent, pondering, analyzing if there was anything he had overlooked. And then, the meeting began. Manga gave a brief speech, then the meeting divided into presentations, debate, and a final summary. During the presentation phase, each spokesperson will detail their respective positions. During the debate phase, each side will debate, striving to maximize their respective interests. This meeting was destined to be turbulent. From the outset, the atmosphere was tense, with neither side willing to yield. The speeches were full of sarcasm, giving the impression that a fight might break out. During the presentations, representatives from each faction were repeatedly interrupted, even arguing. The debate nearly erupted into violence. Latin advocated for Galad's autonomy and demanded the opening of a gateway to other regions. Rakad demanded that the royal city recognize the status of the volcano residents and allow the establishment of a new volcano kingdom. Marlinia appeared to have no ambitions, but her goal was to launch another expedition to strike against the recently wrested demi-human city-states. The Kalia royal family, as before, remained committed to closing its borders and refraining from participating in the conflict. Munger also expressed his ambition at the meeting, offering support to the royal city, but only if it recognized the legitimacy of his blood dynasty. Besides them, there were also smaller factions, such as the Magic Academy and the Flame Cult. They all demanded independence or neutrality. Clearly, these smaller factions did not want to be drawn into the larger conflict. Their power was indeed too weak compared to the larger powers. And Mungert had only one response to their demands: surrender or die. He could tolerate Latarn and his men negotiating terms with him, but he absolutely could not tolerate these smaller factions taking advantage of the situation. He would suppress them forcefully, making it clear to everyone who was truly the leader of the border region. Even under immense pressure, these smaller factions did not give up, merely offering a tentative response to Mungert. After the recent royal feud, they had clearly seen the weakness of the royal city. Forget launching a major expedition. If they weren't careful, the surrounding hounds would pounce and devour the royal city. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Greg stood up without hesitation and said, "I declare myself king of the Ninjafarm region. Otherwise you, Mungert, will cede the royal city to me." You? Mungert hadn't expected this brat to be so arrogant. "You're so good. You've been planning this since your clone was destroyed? Do you really think a mere Stonewell can withstand the blade of the royal city?" Greg raised his head confidently. "Bad omen. You, a usurper, have no right to judge me. Come and attack me if you dare." Chapter 1237. Mungert's face was grim, and he was racked with a headache. He had imagined every possible scenario, but he had never imagined that this loser, Greg, would become the biggest troublemaker. Stonewell was in a dilemma: to fight, and to not fight. Sending troops to Stonewell would inevitably trigger a reaction from Greg. If he chose to join forces with Latarn, the entire northwest border region would fall. The royal city would completely lose control of Ninjafarm and Galad. And then, there was the Volcano Palace, with the Blood Dynasty watching covetously from the sidelines. The situation was extremely unfavorable for the royal city. Mungert had no choice but to compromise. "Greg, I allow you to be enfeoffed as king and control the Ninjafarm region, but you must accept the rule of the royal city." Greg was a man who knew when to stop, and his actions at this moment were like walking a tightrope on a precipice. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Fortunately, the royal city was currently facing internal and external troubles, and as long as he didn't openly rebel, Mungert would accept anything. He immediately nodded. In that case, I, Greg, hereby swear to continue to uphold the royal city's legitimacy and obey its rule. Mungert couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Finally, Greg, the troublemaker, had been dealt with. The meeting continued, lasting until evening. Okay, let me give the final summary. Mungert stood up and said, based on the deliberations and votes of all parties, the royal city has decided to infest 6 kings at once. The royal city agrees to the request of Greg, Lakad, Latin, Marinia, Mong, and now Queen Kalia Full Moon to declare themselves kings. The royal city will divide the territories under each king's jurisdiction and establish a royal city council. Each king will pay tribute and a proportionate tax to Rodel annually. The royal city promised to provide military protection and mediate conflicts. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference hall erupted in discussion and whispers. They had expected a tense confrontation that would last several days, but unexpectedly Mongkit had compromised so quickly. Greg looked at Mu Xing behind him with some excitement. My lord, this is excellent. Mongkit has agreed to the division of fiefdoms, and to 6 princes at once. However, Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, seemingly unhappy. My lord, is this a trick? Greg couldn't help but ask. Mu Xing said, Mongkit is very clever. He knows the tide is turning. Since we can't win him over, it's better to release all his power and muddy the waters. In order to vie for power and territory, the 6 kings will inevitably fight each other. This will isolate the royal city and preserve its strength to the greatest extent possible. Then wait for the situation to stabilize. The royal city can then leverage its advantages and gradually turn the tide. This is called retreating to advance. Greg, upon hearing this, became anxious. What then? Should I make another scene? Mu Xing shook his head. It's useless. Making another scene means we're not in the right. You already revealed your identity, and you can no longer gain the support of the other kings. Your further fussing will be in vain. Besides, this is the best possible outcome. Let's quit while we're ahead. Greg sighed, knowing his limitations. He couldn't overpower the other kings, let alone win over the crowd. Despite displaying the ultimate golden bloodline, the glorious Golden Tree era was long gone. Today's supporters prioritize strength over bloodline. Just like the current ruler of the royal city, the former son of Bad Omen, didn't he also ascend to the throne? At the end of the meeting, the kings signed the coronation agreement and pledged their loyalty to the royal city. After a brief formality, the news spread throughout the borderlands. As everyone left the meeting room, all the crowned kings beamed with smiles. They exchanged greetings and thanked each other, as if returning to the peaceful and beautiful days of the past. But everyone knew that this was only the beginning. The ultimate goal of all the crowned kings was to ascend to the throne and become the true king of Eldon. Just then, Mu Xing suddenly received a piece of intelligence. It was from the Black Blade assassin he had met before. The small note was written by Lonnie herself. It contained only a few words. Order is about to collapse. Leave immediately. Mu Xing was stunned for a moment, confused by the meaning. Then he suddenly looked toward the golden tree. Not good. He flashed to Greg's side, where City Lord Soren and Guild President Noel were congratulating him. The situation is dire. The situation has changed. Take all your trusted followers and prepare to leave Silver City. What do you mean? Greg looked at Mu Xing with a puzzled expression. Boom! At that moment, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the royal city. The tremors immediately triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake, which spread outward from the royal city in all directions. The royal city is under attack. Everyone, follow me back to support the royal city. Mongkit was also stunned by the sudden explosion. He regained consciousness immediately, and shouted to rally the troops. Crack! At that moment, everyone heard a crisp crack. What did they see? A huge crack extending upward from the roots of the golden tree. How is this possible? Mongkit was stunned, frozen in place. The other kings were also shocked by the scene before them. Rickade suddenly laughed strangely. Ha ha! The golden tree is about to collapse. The old order will eventually be destroyed, and I will become the sole king of this borderland. The great snake opened its bloody maw and devoured all the soldiers in the surrounding volcano residence in one gulp, then leaped off into the distance like a madman. Is this guy crazy? Everyone's eyes widened. Greg suddenly clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Xing quickly supported him. What's wrong with you? Greg was devastated. The golden tree's barrier has been breached. As the cornerstone of the golden law, It is about to collapse completely. Terror filled his eyes, and he spat out another mouthful of blood before fainting. The other kings were also severely wounded. They were all of the golden bloodline, and the power of the golden law within them all came from the golden tree. Now that the golden tree had undergone a drastic transformation, they too had suffered the backlash of the laws, sustaining severe injuries. The men hurriedly escorted their respective kings out of Silver City. "You cannot leave. Come with me to support the royal city," Monget screamed. The blessed king supported himself with his scepter, golden blood oozing from his mouth. But he could only watch helplessly as the various factions, like frightened birds, fled in panic at the impending disaster. Mu Xing unleashed his observer eye, attempting to approach the royal city. But before he could get close, his eye was shattered by a powerful force. Mu Xing covered his left eye, blood dripping from it. Though the injury healed within a split second, the moment he had witnessed had left him lingering. He silently picked up the communicator. "All survivors, listen. Stay away from the royal city. Stay away from the royal city." What the hell just happened? Crazy and the others were also stunned by the commotion and quickly gathered around. The shockwaves from the earthquake, exceeding magnitude 10, were about to reach Silverlight City. Everything in its path would be utterly destroyed. Mu Xing took a deep breath. "They're besieging the Eternal Queen, Marika." "What? Who?" Mu Xing tapped his head. "I was careless. I thought their target would be the kings of Silverlight City, but I didn't expect it would be the Golden Tree." Chapter 1238. Meanwhile, Mu Xing received a message from Yunqian. The Void Alliance was indeed playing the empty city tactic with them. They had secretly sent in at least a dozen multidimensional beings. "Speaker, what should we do now?" The survivors' eyes were fixed on Mu Xing. At this moment, he was their backbone. Mu Xing said calmly, "I thought the Void Alliance would seize the opportunity to assassinate the kings, so I gathered most of the survivors in Silver Glory City. This was my mistake. The key for now is to conserve our strength and guide the multidimensional forces of the Council into the border area." Boom! Just then, another violent explosion echoed in the distance. This time, a towering starlight monster burst forth from the cracked golden tree. It resembled a transparent jellyfish, or flowing molten gold. Its entire body was composed of countless shimmering runes and starlight, its translucent trunk winding and extending like a galaxy. Mu Xing recognized it instantly. It was the Elden Beast, the embodiment of the Golden Law. At its core, a blazing golden eye of law condensed, gazing upon the foundation of the order of all things. It emerged from the dark tree hollow, breaking free from the siege. Carrying a sacred yet oppressive aura, its light shone, forging a powerful golden law. Followed by this, over a dozen or so spheres of light burst forth from the cracks, surrounding the massive Elden Beast and laying siege to it. The Elden Beast wielded a divine great sword, condensed from the ultimate golden law. Every strike shattered time and space, shattering the very laws of nature. The devastating battle left the entire borderland on the brink of collapse. The besiegers unleashed a barrage of black, destined death, steadily eroding the golden power of the Elden Beast. "Oh my god! Are these bastards trying to end the golden law prematurely?" Someone screamed. "Retreat, retreat!" Mu Xing shouted. With the departure of the kings, Silver Glory City, once bustling with activity, was instantly abandoned. The city lord and the Chamber of Commerce president were working tirelessly to evacuate personnel. The entire city was in chaos. This place was only 1,000 miles from the royal city, and as the earthquake ripples approached, everyone sought a way to escape. "Everyone, hold still. I get you out." Mu Xing's voice resounded through the sky, its power seemingly magical, quickly calming everyone. He released a jelly bean. "Jelly bean, swallow this city." The jelly bean suddenly grew larger, its maw opening wide, swallowing the entire city, mountain and all. Tongo, infused with the power of the border wall guardians, could easily devour not only a city, but even a planet or a galaxy. Previously, the Golden Law's protection had prevented the border from being shaken. But now, under siege, the Golden Law was stretched thin, and the entire city was easily overwhelmed. "Everyone, retreat to the Ningfuma area." Mu Xing commanded all survivors to withdraw. At the same time, he soared into the sky, preparing to head towards the royal city. "At any cost, we must not let those void gods and chaos succeed." Crazy Man chased after him. "Don't be impulsive. Don't worry, I know my limits and won't act rashly. The real battle for the border is about to begin, so you must proceed with caution." Crazy Man nodded. "Don't worry, we escort the others to Stonevale." Madman grabbed Tondo and led the others to evacuate. Mu Xing, on the other hand, soared into the sky, heading straight for the royal city. At this moment, the towering Elden Beast was engaged in a fierce battle with a dozen multiverse beings, its body covered in wounds. At this moment, another figure burst out from the cracks in the golden tree. He had two faces. One was male, the previous Elden King, Radagon, and the other was female, the Eternal Queen, Marika. It turned out that they were originally one. Radagon was Marika, and Marika was Radagon. The seal on the golden tree previously set by the Supreme Will was broken by the Void God, which in turn freed him. The illusory Elden Ring appeared behind him, standing above the Elden Beast, and countless golden laws descended from the sky. The golden tree, nearly torn in two, began to heal. And the tree was full of vitality, as if it was about to grow again. Mu Xing hid his form, intending to fish in troubled waters. However, before he entered the territory of the royal city, he was stopped by someone. Mu Xing looked up at the figure sitting on a large rock in the moonlight. "Did you plan all this, Lonnie?" Yes, the one standing in front of Mu Xing was none other than Lonnie, the Moon Princess. Beside her stood a towering half-werewolf. Clad in heavy armor, a massive sword slung over his shoulder, he stood guard over her like an iron tower. "Don't go any further, Blood Moon," Lonnie demanded. Mu Xing frowned. "What exactly do you want? You know, those dangerous void gods are no pushovers. Cooperating with them is like courting disaster." Lonnie crossed her arms, serene and elegant, the moonlight bathing her face, like a beloved child of the moon. Just as the age of the ancient furnace ended by the Supreme Will, the age of the golden tree will one day be ended by others. She raised her arm. "What I believe in is not the depth and mystery represented by the stars, but freedom. I want to bring freedom to everyone, not the unchanging, false eternity of gold." Mu Xing stared into her eyes. "I discussed this topic with many different people in many worlds. And my conclusion is that there is no absolute freedom, only relative freedom. Absolute freedom cannot bring happiness and beauty to the borderlands. Disorderly development will ultimately lead to self-destruction. The age of the golden tree should perish, but not now, and not suddenly. Such a massive upheaval will only lead to greater disaster." Lonnie raised her head. "Change always requires sacrifice. Isn't that what you said?" Mu Xing covered his head. He felt that this girl's ideas were a bit too extreme. "Then let me ask you, when the golden tree collapses, how will you deal with those from the void?" Mu Xing asked back. "They promised me a free border. So you believe them?" Mu Xing felt a headache. As expected, there was still a huge gap between reality and the game. Her increased self-awareness and emotionality made the Moon Princess before her seem a bit clumsy. "Before you came here, I had no other choice. Coupled with the strong coercion of those beings in the void, my resistance was limited." Mu Xing finally understood. "So you were also being coerced? Since you already know the problem, why are you stopping me now?" Lonnie shook her head. "It's a done deal. You went there only to die. There was no need to sacrifice in vain." Mu Xing was stunned. Was this the reason for stopping him? This strange and rigid expression of emotion surely fits the stereotype he had of the princess. "Don't worry. These beings alone can't kill me. And with the Supreme Will, it won't be easy for them to completely defeat the Beast of Elden." Chapter 1239. As soon as the words fell, the battle in the distance reached a fever pitch. To prevent damage to the border, Marika manipulated the Elden Beast to pull all the void gods into a special golden space. The endless golden law overwhelmed everything, threatening to shatter the entire world. However, a unique and powerful force maintained the golden space. No matter how fierce the battle continued, it might not affect the border in the slightest. "It looks like the outcome is about to be decided," Mu Xing suddenly said. "Why do you say that?" Lonnie was puzzled. "The power of the Supreme Will is about to descend." Mu Xing looked up at the sky and saw a force from beyond the world descending along the bridge built by the golden tree. That force descended upon Marika and the Elden Beast, instantly increasing their combat power by more than tenfold. The Elden Beast's divine body transformed into a sword and slashed out, crushing the destined death unleashed by the void gods. With a crackling sound, the golden world shattered, and 3 of the void gods were slain on the spot. The other void gods, seeing something was amiss, quickly retreated, not daring to linger. "How is this possible?" Lonnie's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Xing said matter-of-factly, "The golden law has long been rooted in every corner of this world. As long as there are sufficient believers in the golden law, the Supreme Will can provide reinforcements at any time. And with the power of the Supreme Will, these outsiders will be suppressed and easily defeated." Lonnie couldn't help but look at Mu Xing. "Are you saying that to truly end the golden age, we need to destroy the very foundations of its existence?" Mu Xing nodded. Indeed, only this way can we truly change the world, not through murder or colluding with outsiders to forcibly destroy the Golden Order. Lonnie stared at Mu Xing's face, silent for a long moment. Am I wrong? It's not your fault. It's just that being at the borderland blinds you to the truth. Mu Xing realized that the Lonnie before him was still far from the foresight figure she had been in the later stages of the Shattered War. She wasn't the witch Lonnie, the master of meticulous planning. She still seemed a bit immature. Then what should I do? Mu Xing pointed at herself. How about you cooperate with me? I show you a new path? As they spoke, the battle in the distance was drawing to a close. The assault ultimately ended with the defeat of the Void Alliance's masters. They were, after all, mere multiverses. A single wisp of destined death alone couldn't defeat Marika and the Beast of Elden, empowered by the supreme power of their will. So they retreated, tearing through the cracks and fleeing in all directions. As the attackers departed, the massive Elden Beast merged once more into the Golden Tree. As for the goddess Marika, her hands were pierced once more, imprisoned within the tree's roots by the supreme will. As for the previous destruction, the Golden Tree cast down the golden light of law, and both the damaged buildings in the royal city and the dead were restored to their former glory in the golden light. Countless people knelt in worship, and the immense power of golden faith surged to the heavens. It's truly a case of losing more than you gain. Not only did these guys fail in their sneak attack, but they actually solidified the royal city's foundation of faith. Mu Xing shook his head speechlessly. This was definitely not good news for him. The blessed King Mondot had also received the blessing of the supreme will, his strength skyrocketing. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Lonnie lowered her head, knowing her plan had failed. Mu Xing extended his right hand toward her, and the half-werewolf guard in front of Lonnie immediately blocked his path, glaring at him warily. Step back, Blaze. Lonnie waved at him. Yes. The werewolf bowed respectfully and returned to Lonnie's side. So do you want to cooperate? Mu Xing asked expectantly. Lonnie shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't trust you at this time. You haven't met my conditions yet. Please allow me to decline this cooperation. With that, a ray of moonlight descended, carrying her and Blaze away from the spot. Mu Xing remained undaunted. This woman was capable and scheming, and she wasn't one to choose allies lightly. And to gain her approval, she needed another opportunity. He glanced around, then fixed his gaze on a particular direction. Near a mountain covered in green crystals, the sky blazed with flames as a massive meteorite suddenly crashed to the ground, plunging directly into the mountain's interior. Encased within the meteorite was a mysterious, wriggling mass. Some form of life was gestating within it. Upon landing, it began frantically absorbing the surrounding energy, rapidly draining the mountain's immense energy. Crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds echoed from within the meteorite. The dark crust peeled away, revealing the dark red crystal within. And within the crystal, a strange-looking, mysterious monster suddenly opened its eyes. Buzz! A terrifying force unleashed from the monster's body, instantly destroying the entire mountain. The explosion reduced the mountain to a crater. The monster crept across the desolate earth, its form resembling a terrifying creation forcibly fused from cold rock and cosmic dark matter. Its torso resembled the core of a shattered star, covered in spines and veins resembling black crystal. Its skin was a mixture of solidified lava and stardust, with a faint, ethereal purple light flickering between its cracks. Its head was devoid of features, save for a pair of massive claws and a maw that devoured light. When it opened, a vortex of dark stars swirled within. It had no eyes, but the protruding crystal structures on its body, like compound eyes, reflected a distorted starry sky. The slightest movement could cause the earth to tremble, and the mountains to crumble. Dozens more of these bizarrely shaped falling star beasts fell to the ground. However, upon birth, they did not move immediately, instead burrowing into the thick rock. Soon, these craters rose high, transforming into black stone mountains radiating a rich energy. Soon, a disheveled figure streaked towards them from afar. This was a severely wounded multiverse-level void god. A golden sword wound still pierced his chest, an incurable wound. The wound, stained with a rich golden energy, continuously corroded his body. He urgently needed to find a place to recuperate and heal his wounds. To this end, he employed various secret techniques to conceal his true intentions and prevent the Supreme Will from tracking him. He was quickly drawn to the energy-rich black mountainous area ahead. It seems to be a power close to the void. I didn't expect such a wonderful place to exist at the border. The void god landed in the black mountains with surprise, instantly sensing a rich, void-like energy. But the next second, he sensed something was amiss. Oh no! It's a trap. He soared swiftly, attempting to tear through the void and escape. However, black ripples continued to ripple, distorting the recently torn void. If he rushed into the rift at this moment, he would surely perish. What's going on? He looked around, suddenly sensing danger approaching beneath his feet. With a loud bang, the hard jaws pierced through the rock. Within that ferocious jaw, a vast, twisted maw continuously gathered immense gravity. In an instant, a dangerous black hole formed. Chapter 1240. Have these void gods gone mad? As they retreated from Silver City back to Stonewell, they couldn't help but curse as soon as they landed. That's right, these bastards are so shameless. They actually wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill the gods, and they didn't even notice who was protecting Marika. Just then, the void ahead cracked, and the eye of the observer emerged, and Mu Xing stepped out of it. How's everyone? Are you hurt? Mu Xing glanced around. The dust-covered crowd looked utterly miserable. There was a scuffle during the retreat, and we'd lost some of our brothers. But they all have the means to regenerate, they just won't be able to participate in the next battle. Mu Xing looked at Greg, who had woken up beside him. He looked pale and listless, and it took him a while to recover. He sensed that Greg's golden bloodline had been artificially drained of most of it, causing him to go into shock. How are you? Garak pushed aside the knight supporting him, and looked down at his hands. I feel like the golden tree's blessing has been severed. What happened? Garak shook his head. Perhaps the Supreme Will has intervened, severing the connection between us golden ones and the golden law. Mu Xing turned to look at the enormous golden tree. No, it's the golden law that has completely collapsed. What? Not only Greg, but everyone else was puzzled and shocked. Just a moment ago, the Supreme Will descended. It seemed powerful, even bringing the golden tree to life, but its inner decay was already evident. At this critical moment, the Supreme Will chose not to release the sealed Marika to take charge, but instead chose to continue sealing her. I'm sure they had no choice. The others seemed to understand Mu Xing's meaning. So, Speaker, you're saying that the golden tree hasn't collapsed because it's solely supported by Marika's power? Mu Xing retracted his gaze. If my suspicions are correct, the border region's greatest transformation is about to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive golden tree suddenly dropped countless golden runes. These runes landed precisely in front of every living being in this vast border region. Even outsiders like Mu Xing. Glittering golden runes appeared in front of everyone. All beings of the borderland, this is the declaration of the Supreme Will. The Elden Ring is shattered, its fragments scattered far and wide. Whether you are a warrior, a wizard, or a nobody, all are worthy to claim the shards. Whoever seizes them with strength and wisdom will ascend the vacant throne, becoming the king of Elden, shaping the future of the borderland and inheriting the authority of the Supreme Will. These two short sentences immediately caused a stir. The survivors from beyond the world could clearly sense a mysterious golden light flickering in the eyes of the knights and soldiers around them. That was the golden blessing. Mu Xing had never imagined that the Supreme Will would evenly distribute the power of the golden blessing to all beings in the borderland. He quickly cast his observer's eye across the borderland. He saw countless pinpricks of golden light flickering across the borderland. From wanderers wandering the wilderness to the aristocratic nobles of the city-states. Even the unenlightened wild creatures had received the primordial golden blessing. Mu Xing saw countless powerful creatures that had been dormant for a long time emerging from ancient tombs and alien spaces. They roared to the heavens, as if celebrating the arrival of their time. The 6 newly infect kings began to prepare their armies for war, their blood boiling. The only one with a gloomy expression was the royal city of Rodel. From the princes and ministers to the inhabitants of the royal city, all wore a gloomy expression. They had once been the center of the world, the pinnacle of power in the borderlands. But they had never imagined that in just a few days, the situation would take a drastic turn. The golden blessing was no longer exclusive to the royal city's nobles. Their power had been greatly dispersed and weakened. And because of the decree issued by the Supreme Will, it meant that everyone had gained the right to become king. They saw the eyes of the slaves who had once kowtowed to them now gleaming with the golden light of the golden blessing. Their expressions changed completely. Some slaves drew their swords and plunged the cold blades into the bodies of these nobles. These pampered nobles stared with wide eyes, faces filled with resentment as the rune power and golden blessings within their bodies rapidly drained away, then were absorbed by the enemy. Not only their strength, but also their souls. The golden tree's soul-returning tree function was completely ineffective. After gaining the power of the nobles, these slaves roared in deafening joy, celebrating their freedom. The entire royal city was instantly thrown into chaos. This situation was also happening in other cities at the same time. Mu Xing withdrew his gaze, slightly closed his eyes, and digested the information transmitted back by the observer's eye. The border area is in complete chaos. Killing others will absorb their entire power and soul. It seems the Supreme Will has personally ushered in an era of goo breeding. Everyone looked at each other, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Mu Xing looked at the survivors present. Times of trouble have arrived. Whether to act alone and seek opportunities, or to join the Stonewall faction and form a legion, you can decide for yourself. The survivors chatted among themselves. Over a third of the survivors came to say goodbye immediately. Clearly, each of them had their own ambitions, hoping to seize this opportunity and rise against the tide in this borderland. Mu Xing didn't force them. After all, everyone has their own aspirations, and forcing them to stay could easily lead to trouble. Many chose to stay, mocking those who left. A bunch of fools. You don't have the speaker's back, but you're going off to become lone rangers. Do you really think the borderland is that easy? Clearly, these people preferred the power of the collective. No matter how much loose sand there is, it's still just a pile of loose sand. But if it were gathered together and coated with cement, it could become a punch as powerful as stone. Return to the city and prepare for battle. Mu Xing commanded, and the survivors formed into a 1,000-man battle group and marched into Stoneville in an orderly formation. As they arrived at Stoneville, they saw the city gates sealed shut and artillery batteries erected on the high walls. All the soldiers were on full alert. When Greg appeared at the gate, cheers erupted from the walls. I didn't expect these soldiers to be so loyal. Greg explained, these are my personal soldiers, brought all the way from the royal city. Although life was hard, I never treated them unfairly. Therefore, their loyalty is unquestionable. They won't betray me simply because of a decree from the Supreme Will. Open the gate. Goddick shouted from the wall. A rumbling sound echoed, and the soldiers pushed the capstan, and the chains pulled the heavy gates open. At the same time, Mu Xing, after obtaining Soren's consent, had Tondo spit out Silver City. When a mountain bearing the weight of a city fell from the sky, it became the back of Stonewall. The terrified residents of Silverlight City felt a fleeting trance, as the sky darkened and then brightened. Looking up again, they had arrived at Stonewall, thousands of miles away. The moment they were released by the jelly beans, thousands of golden runes descended, permeating each of their bodies. The precise command of the Supreme Will echoed in everyone's mind.